To use Engels' expression, their particular interests. This is often termed localism. Anarchists, however, argue that the mainstream Marxist solution is worse than the problem. By placing self-managed workplaces under state control, or ownership, they become subject to even worse particular interests, namely those of the state bureaucracy who will use their power to further their own interests. In contrast, anarchists advocate federations of self-managed workplaces to solve this problem. This is because the problem of localism and any other problems faced by a social revolution will be solved in the interests of the working class only if working class people solve them themselves. For this to happen, it requires working class people to manage their own affairs directly, and that implies self-managed organizing from the bottom up, i.e. anarchism, rather than delegating power to a minority at the top, to a revolutionary party or state. This applies economically, socially, and politically. As Bakunin argued, the revolution should not only be made for the people's sake, it should also be made by the people. No Gods, No Masters, Volume 1, p. 141. H.4 Didn't Engels refute anarchism in On Authority? No, far from it. Engels, in famous essay on authority, is often pointed to by Marxists of various schools as refuting anarchism. Indeed, it is often considered the essential Marxist work for this, and is often trotted out, pun intended, when anarchist influence is on the rise. However, this is not the case. In fact, his essay is both politically flawed and misrepresentative. As such, anarchists do not think that Engels refuted anarchism in his essay, but rather just showed his ignorance of the ideas he was critiquing. This ignorance essentially rests on the fact that the whole concept of authority was defined and understood differently by Bakunin and Engels, meaning that the latter's critique was flawed. While Engels may have thought that they both were speaking of the same thing, in fact they were not. For Engels, all forms of group activity meant the subjection of the individuals that make it up. As he put it, whoever mentions combined action speaks of organization, and so it is not possible to have organization without authority, as authority means the imposition of the will of another upon ours. Authority presupposes subordination. Marx Engels Reader, p. 731 and p. 730. Given that, Engels considered the ideas of Bakunin to fly in the face of common sense and so show that he, Bakunin, did not know what he was talking about. However, in reality, it was Engels who did this. The first fallacy in Engels' account is that anarchists, as we indicated in section B.1, do not oppose all forms of authority. Bakunin was extremely clear on this issue and differentiated between types of authority, of which he opposed only certain kinds. For example, he asked the question, "Does it follow that I reject all authority?" and answered quite clearly, "No, far be it from me to entertain such a thought." He acknowledged the difference between being an authority and expert and being in authority. This meant that if I bow before the authority of the specialists and declare myself ready to follow, to a certain extent and so long as it may seem to me to be necessary, their general indications and even their directions, it is because their authority is imposed upon me by no one. I bow before the authority of specialists because it is imposed upon me by my own reason. Similarly, he argued that anarchists recognize all natural authority, and all influence of fact upon us, but none of right, for all authority and all influence of right, officially imposed upon us, immediately becomes a falsehood and an oppression. He stressed that the only great and omnipotent authority, at once natural and rational, the only one we respect, will be that of the collective and public spirit of a society founded on equality and solidarity and the mutual respect of all its members. The Political Philosophy of Bakunin, p. 253, p. 241 and p. 255. Bakunin contrasted this position with the Marxist one, whom he argued were champions of the social order built from the top down, always in the name of universal suffrage and the sovereignty of the masses upon whom they bestow the honor of obeying their leaders, their elected masters. In other words, a system based on delegated power and so hierarchical authority. This excludes the masses from governing themselves, as in the state, and this, in turn, means domination, and any domination presupposes the subjugation of the masses and, consequently, their exploitation for the benefit of some ruling minority. Bakunin on Anarchism, p. 277. So while Bakunin and other anarchists, on occasion, did argue that anarchists reject all authority, they, as Carol Pateman correctly notes, tended to treat authority as a synonym for authoritarian, and so have identified authority with hierarchical power structures, especially those of the state. Nevertheless, their practical proposals and some of their theoretical discussions present a different picture. The problem of political obligation, p. 141. This can be seen when Bakunin noted that the principle of authority was the eminently theological, metaphysical, and political idea that the masses, always incapable of governing themselves, must submit at all times to the benevolent yoke of a wisdom and a justice, which in one way or another, is imposed from above. Marxism, Freedom, and the State, p. 33. Clearly, by the term principle of authority, Bakunin meant hierarchy rather than organization and the need to make agreements, what is now called self-management. Bakunin, clearly, did not oppose all authority but rather a specific kind of authority, namely hierarchical authority. This kind of authority placed power into the hands of a few. For example, wage labor produced this kind of authority. With a meeting, between master and slave, the worker sells his person and his liberty for a given time. The state is also based hierarchical authority, with those who govern, i.e. those who frame the laws of the country as well as those who exercise the executive power, being in an exceptional position diametrically opposed to popular aspirations towards liberty. They end up viewing society from the high position in which they find themselves, and so W. Hoever says political power says domination over a more or less considerable section of the population. The political philosophy of Bakunin, p. 187 and p. 218. Thus hierarchical authority is top-down, centralist and imposed. It is this kind of authority Bakunin had in mind when he argued that anarchists are in fact enemies of all authority and it will corrupt those who exercise it as much as those who are compelled to submit to it. Op. Cit. p. 249. In other words, authority was used as shorthand for hierarchy, or hierarchical authority, the imposition of decisions rather than agreement to abide by the collective decisions you make with others when you freely associate with them. In place of this kind of authority, Bakunin proposed a natural authority based on the masses governing themselves. He did not object to the need for individuals associating themselves into groups and managing their own affairs, rather he opposed the idea that cooperation necessitated hierarchy. Hence there results, for science as well as for industry, the necessity of division and association of labor. I take and I give, such is human life. Each is an authoritative leader and in turn is led by others. Accordingly there is no fixed and constant authority, but continual exchange of mutual, temporary, and, above all, voluntary authority and subordination. Op. Cit. pages 353-4. This kind of free association would be the expression of liberty rather than, as in hierarchical structures, its denial. Anarchists reject the idea of giving a minority, a government, the power to make our decisions for us. Rather, power should rest in the hands of all, not concentrated in the hands of a few. We are well aware of the need to organize together and, therefore, the need to stick by decisions reached. The importance of solidarity in anarchist theory is an expression of this awareness. However, there are different kinds of organization. There can be no denying that in a capitalist workplace or army there is organization and discipline, yet few, if any, sane persons would argue that this distinctly top-down and hierarchical form of working together is something to aspire to, particularly if you seek a free society. This cannot be compared to making and sticking by a collective decision reached by free discussion and debate within a self-governing associations. As Bakunin argued, discipline, mutual trust as well as unity are all excellent qualities when properly understood and practiced, but disastrous when abused. One use of the word discipline almost always signifies despotism on the one hand and blind automatic submission to authority on the other. Hostile as I am to the authoritarian conception of discipline, I nevertheless recognize that a certain kind of discipline, not automatic but voluntary and intelligently understood is, and will ever be, necessary whenever a greater number of individuals undertake any kind of collective work or action. Under these circumstances, discipline is simply the voluntary and considered coordination of all individual efforts for a common purpose. At the moment of revolution, in the midst of the struggle, there is a natural division of functions according to the aptitude of each, assessed and judged by the collective whole, some direct and others carry out orders. But no function remains fixed and it will not remain permanently and irrevocably attached to any one person. Hierarchical order and promotion do not exist, so that the executive of yesterday can become the subordinate of tomorrow. No one rises above the others, and if he does rise, it is only to fall back again a moment later, like the waves of the sea forever returning to the salutary level of equality. In such a system, power, properly speaking, no longer exists. Power is diffused to the collectivity and becomes the true expression of the liberty of everyone, the faithful and sincere realization of the will of all. This is the only true discipline, the discipline necessary for the organization of freedom. This is not the kind of discipline preached by the state, which wants the old, routine-like, automatic blind discipline. Passive discipline is the foundation of every despotism. Bakunin on Anarchism, pages 414-5. Clearly Engels misunderstood the anarchist conception of liberty. Rather than seeing it as essentially negative, anarchists argue that liberty is expressed in two different, but integrated, ways. Firstly, there is rebellion, the expression of autonomy in the face of authority. This is the negative aspect of it. Secondly, there is association, the expression of autonomy by working with your equals. This is the positive aspect of it. As such, Engels concentrates on the negative aspect of anarchist ideas, ignoring the positive, and so paints a false picture of anarchism. Freedom, as Bakunin argued, is a product of connection, not of isolation. How a group organizes itself determines whether it is authoritarian or libertarian. If the individuals who take part in a group manage the affairs of that group, including what kinds of decisions can be delegated, then that group is based on liberty. If that power is left to a few individuals, whether elected or not, then that group is structured in an authoritarian manner. This can be seen from Bakunin's argument that power must be diffused into the collective in an anarchist society. Clearly, anarchists do not reject the need for organization nor the need to make and abide by collective decisions. Rather, the question is how these decisions are to be made. Are they to be made from below, by those affected by them, or from above, imposed by a few people in authority? Only a sophist would confuse hierarchical power with the power of people managing their own affairs. It is an improper use of words to denote equally as authority two such opposed concepts as individuals subjected to the autocratic power of a boss and the voluntary cooperation of conscious individuals working together as equals. The lifeless obedience of a governed mass cannot be compared to the organized cooperation of free individuals, yet this is what Engels did. The former is marked by hierarchical power and the turning of the subjected into automations performing mechanical movements without will and thought. The latter is marked by participation, discussion, and agreement. Both are, of course, based on cooperation, but to argue that latter restricts liberty as much as the former simply confuses cooperation with coercion. It also indicates a distinctly liberal conception of liberty, seeing it restricted by association with others rather than seeing association as an expression of liberty. As Malatesta argued, the basic error is in believing that organization is not possible without authority. Now, it seems to us that organization, that is to say, association for a specific purpose and with the structure and means required to attain it, is a necessary aspect of social life. A man in isolation cannot even live the life of a beast. Having therefore to join with other humans, he must submit to the will of others, be enslaved, or subject others to his will, be in authority, or live with others in fraternal agreement in the interests of the greatest good of all, be an associate. Nobody can escape from this necessity. Enrico Malatesta, His Life and Ideas, pages 84-5. Therefore, organization is only the practice of cooperation and solidarity and is a natural and necessary condition of social life. Malatesta, Op. Cit. p. 83. Clearly, the question is not whether we organize, but how do we do so. This means that, for anarchists, Engels confused vastly different concepts. Coordination is dutifully confused with command, organization with hierarchy, agreement with domination, indeed, imperious domination. Murray Bookchin, Towards an Ecological Society, pages 126-7. Socialism will only exist when the discipline currently enforced by the stick in the hand of the boss is replaced by the conscious self-discipline of free individuals. It is not by changing who holds the stick, from a capitalist to a socialist boss, that socialism will be created. It is only by the breaking up and uprooting of the slavish spirit of discipline, and its replacement by self-management, that working people will create a new discipline, what will be the basis of socialism, the voluntary self-discipline Bakunin talked about. As Kropotkin memorably put it, having been brought up in a serf owner's family, I entered active life, like all young men of my time, with a great deal of confidence in the necessity of commanding, ordering, scolding, punishing, and the like. But when, at an early stage, I had to manage serious enterprises and to deal with men, and when each mistake would lead at once to heavy consequences, I began to appreciate the difference between acting on the principle of command and discipline and acting on the principle of common understanding. The former works admirably in a military parade, but it is worth nothing where real life is concerned, and the aim can be achieved only through the severe effort of many converging wills. Memoirs of a Revolutionist, p. 202. Clearly, then, Engels did not refute anarchism by his essay. Rather, he refuted a straw man of his own creation. The question was never one of whether certain tasks need cooperation, coordination, joint activity and agreement. It was, in fact, a question of how that is achieved. As such, Engels' diatribe misses the point. Instead of addressing the actual politics of anarchism or their actual use of the word authority, he rather addressed a series of logical deductions he draws from a false assumption regarding those politics. Engels' essay shows, to paraphrase Keynes' cutting remarks against von Hayek, the bedlam that can be created when a remorseless logician deduces away from an incorrect starting assumption. For collective activity, anarchists recognize the need to make and stick by agreements. Collective activity of course needs collective decision-making and organization. Insofar as Engels had a point to his diatribe, namely that group efforts meant cooperating with others, Bakunin, like any anarchist, would have agreed. The question was how are these decisions to be made, not whether they should be or not. Ultimately, Engels confused agreement with hierarchy. Anarchists do not. H.4.1 Does organization imply the end of liberty? Engels' argument in On Authority can be summed up as any form of collective activity means cooperating with others and that this means the individual subordinates themselves to others, specifically the group. As such, authority cannot be abolished as organization means that the will of a single individual will always have to subordinate itself, which means that questions are settled in an authoritarian way. Op. Cit. p. 731. Engels' argument proves too much. As every form of joint activity involves agreement and subordination, then life itself becomes authoritarian. The only free person, according to Engels' logic, would be the hermit. Anarchists reject such nonsense. As George Barrett argued, to get the full meaning out of life we must cooperate, and to cooperate we must make agreements with our fellow men. But to suppose that such agreements mean a limitation of freedom is surely an absurdity, on the contrary, they are the exercise of our freedom. If we are going to invent a dogma that to make agreements is to damage freedom, then at once freedom becomes tyrannical, for it forbids men and women to take the most ordinary everyday pleasures. For example, I cannot go for a walk with my friend because it is against the principle of liberty that I should agree to be at a certain place at a certain time to meet him. I cannot in the least extend my own power beyond myself, because to do so I must cooperate with someone else, and cooperation implies an agreement, and that is against liberty. It will be seen at once that this argument is absurd. I do not limit my liberty, but simply exercise it, when I agree with my friend to go for a walk. If, on the other hand, I decide from my superior knowledge that it is good for my friend to take exercise, and therefore I attempt to compel him to go for a walk, then I begin to limit freedom. This is the difference between free agreement and government. Objections to Anarchism, pages 348-9. If we took Engels' argument seriously, then we would have to conclude that living makes freedom impossible. After all, by doing any joint activity you subordinate yourself to others, and so, ironically, exercising your liberty by making decisions and associating with others would become a denial of liberty. Clearly Engels' argument is lacking something. Perhaps this paradox can be explained once we recognize that Engels is using a distinctly liberal view of freedom, i.e. freedom from. Anarchists reject this. We see freedom as holistic freedom from and freedom to. This means that freedom is maintained by the kind of relationships we form with others, not by isolation. As Bakunin argued, man in isolation can have no awareness of his liberty. Being free for man means being acknowledged, considered and treated as such by another man. Liberty is therefore a feature not of isolation but of interaction, not of exclusion but rather of connection. Michael Bakunin, Selected Writings, p. 147. Liberty is denied when we form hierarchical relationships with others, not necessarily when we associate with others. To combine with other individuals is an expression of individual liberty, not its denial. We are aware that freedom is impossible outside of association. Within an association, absolute autonomy cannot exist, but such a concept of autonomy would restrict freedom to such a degree that it would be so self-defeating as to make a mockery of the concept of autonomy, and no sane person would seek it. To requote Malatesta, freedom we want is not an absolute metaphysical, abstract freedom but a real freedom, possible freedom, which is the conscious community of interests, voluntary solidarity. Anarchy, p. 43. To state the obvious, anarchists are well aware that anyone who associates and cooperates with others for a common purpose must feel the need to coordinate his or her actions with those of his or her fellow members and do nothing that harms the work of others and, thus, the common cause, and respect the agreements that have been made except when wishing sincerely to leave the association when emerging differences of opinion or changed circumstances or conflict over preferred methods make cooperation impossible or inappropriate. Malatesta, The Anarchist Revolution, pages 107-8. For anarchists, collective organization and cooperation does not mean the end of individuality. Bakunin expressed it well. You will think, you will exist, you will act collectively, which nevertheless will not prevent in the least the full development of the intellectual and moral faculties of each individual. Each of you will bring to you his own talents, and in all joining together you will multiply your value 100-fold. Such is the law of collective action. In giving your hands to each other for this action in common, you will promise to each other a mutual fraternity which will be a sort of free contract. Then proceed collectively to action. You will necessarily commence by practicing this fraternity between yourselves. By means of regional and local organizations, you will find in yourselves strength that you had never imagined, if each of you acted individually, according to his own inclination and not as a consequence of a unanimous resolution, discussed and accepted beforehand. Quoted by K.J. Kinefik, Michael Bakunin, and Karl Marx, pages 244-5. So, unlike the essentially classical, liberal position of Engels, anarchists recognize that freedom is a product of how we associate. This need not imply continual agreement nor an unrealistic assumption that conflict and uncooperative behavior will disappear. For those within an organization who refuse to cooperate, anarchists argue that this problem is easily solved. Freedom of association implies the freedom not to associate, and so those who ignore the decisions reached collectively and disrupt the organization's workings would simply be compelled to leave the association. In this way, a free association could protect itself without the authoritarian organization we have nowadays. Kropotkin, The Conquest of Bread, p. 152. Clearly, Engels' critique hides more than it explains. Yes, cooperation and coercion both involve people working jointly together, but they are not to be equated. While Bakunin recognized this fundamental difference and tried, perhaps incompletely, to differentiate them, by arguing against the principle of authority, and to base his politics on the difference, Engels obscures the differences and muddies the water by confusing the two radically different concepts within the word authority. Any organization or group is based on cooperation and coordination, Engels' principle of authority. How that cooperation is achieved is dependent on the type of organization in question, and that, in turn, specifies the social relationships within it. It is these social relationships which determine whether an organization is authoritarian or libertarian, not the universal need to make and stick by agreements. Ultimately, Engels is simply confusing obedience with agreement, coercion with cooperation, organization with authority, objective reality with despotism. Rather than seeing organization as restricting freedom, anarchists argue that the kind of organization we create is what matters. We can form relationships with others which are based on equality, not subordination. As an example, we point to the differences between marriage and free love, see next section. Once it is recognized that decisions can be made on the basis of cooperation between equals, Engels' essay can be seen for what it is: a deeply flawed piece of cheap and inaccurate diatribe. H.4.2 Does free love show the weakness of Engels' argument? Yes. Engels, let us not forget, argued, in effect, that any activities which replace isolated action by combined action of individuals meant the imposition of the will of another upon ours, and so the will of the single individual will have to subordinate itself, which means that questions are settled in an authoritarian manner. This, for Engels, means that authority has not disappeared under anarchism, but rather it has only changed its form. Op. Cit. Pages 730-1. However, to say that authority just changes its form misses the qualitative differences between authoritarian and libertarian organization. Precisely the differences which Bakunin and other anarchists tried to stress by calling themselves anti-authoritarians and being against the principle of authority. By arguing that all forms of association are necessarily authoritarian, Engels is impoverishing the liberatory potential of socialism. He ensures that the key question of liberty within our associations is hidden behind a mass of sophistry. As an example, look at the difference between marriage and free love. Both forms necessitate two individuals living together, sharing the same home, organizing their lives together. The same situation and the same commitments. But do both imply the same social relationships? Are they both authoritarian? Traditionally, the marriage vow is based on the wife promising to obey the husband. Her role is simply that of obedience, in theory, at least. As Carol Pateman argues, until late into the 19th century the legal and civil position of a wife resembled that of a slave, and, in theory, she became the property of her husband and stood to him as a slave/servant to a master. The sexual contract, p. 119 and pages 130-1. As such, an obvious social relationship exists, an authoritarian one in which the man has power over the woman. We have a relationship based on domination and subordination. In free love, the couple are equals. They decide their own affairs, together. The decisions they reach are agreed between them and no domination takes place, unless you think making an agreement equals domination or subordination. They both agree to the decisions they reach, based on mutual respect and give and take. Subordination to individuals does not meaningfully exist. At best, it could be argued that both parties are dominated by their decisions, hardly a meaningful use of the word. Instead of subordination, there is free agreement. Both types of organization apply to the same activities a couple living together. Has authority just changed its form, as Engels argued? Of course not. There is a substantial difference between the two. The former is authoritarian. One part of the organization dictates to the other. The latter is libertarian, as neither dominates, or they, as a couple, dominate each other as individuals. Surely an abuse of the language, we hope you agree. Each part of the organization agrees to the decision. Do all these differences just mean that we have changed name of authority, or has authority been abolished and liberty created? This was the aim of Bakunin's terminology, namely to draw attention to the qualitative change that has occurred in the social relationships generated by the association of individuals when organized in an anarchist way. A few Marxists have also seen this difference. For example, Rosa Luxemburg repeated, probably unknowingly, Bakunin's distinction between forms of discipline and organization when she argued that we misuse words and we practice self-deception when we apply the same term discipline to such dissimilar notions as 1. The absence of thought and will in a body with 1,000 automatically moving hands and legs, and 2. The spontaneous coordination of the conscious, political acts of a body of men. What is there in common between the regulated docility of an oppressed class and the self-discipline and organization of a class struggling for its emancipation? The working class will acquire the sense of the new discipline, the freely assumed self-discipline of the social democracy, not as a result of the discipline imposed on it by the capitalist state, but by extirpating, to the last root, its old habits of obedience and servility. Rosa Luxemburg speaks, pages 119-20. Engels is confusing two radically different means of decision-making by arguing both involve subordination and authority. The difference is clear: the first involves the domination of an individual over another, while the second involves the subordination of individuals to the decisions and agreements they make. The first is authority, the second is liberty. As Kropotkin put it, this applies to all forms of association. Cohabitation of two individuals under the same roof may lead to the enslavement of one by the will of the other, as it may also lead to liberty for both. The same applies to the family, or, to large or small associations, to each social institution. Communism is capable of assuming all forms of freedom or of oppression which other institutions are unable to do. It may produce a monastery where all implicitly obey the orders of their superior, and it may produce an absolutely free organization, leaving his full freedom to the individual, existing only as long as the associates wish to remain together, imposing nothing on anybody, being anxious rather to defend, enlarge, extend in all directions the liberty of the individual. Communism may be authoritarian, in which case the community will soon decay, or it may be anarchist. The state, on the contrary, cannot be this. It is authoritarian or it ceases to be the state. Small communal experiments and why they fail, pages 12-3. Therefore, the example of free love indicates that, for anarchists, Engels' arguments are simply pedantic sophistry. It goes without saying that organization involves cooperation and that, by necessity, means that individuals come to agreements between themselves to work together. The question is, how do they do that, not whether they do so or not. As such, Engels' arguments confuse agreement with hierarchy, cooperation with coercion. Simply put, the way people conduct joint activity determines whether an organization is libertarian or authoritarian. That was why anarchists called themselves anti-authoritarians, to draw attention to the different ways of organizing collective life. H.4.3 How do anarchists propose to run a factory? In his campaign against anti-authoritarian ideas within the First International, Engels asks in a letter written in January 1872, how do these people, the anarchists, propose to run a factory, operate a railway or steer a ship without having in the last resort one deciding will, without a single management? The Marx-Engels reader, p. 729. This could only be asked if Engels was totally ignorant of Bakunin's ideas and his many comments supporting cooperatives as the means by which workers would organize and themselves conduct the economy without guardian angels, the state, or their former employers. Bakunin was convinced that the cooperative movement will flourish and reach its full potential only in a society where the land, the instruments of production, and hereditary property will be owned and operated by the workers themselves, by their freely organized federations of industrial and agricultural workers. Bakunin on Anarchism, p. 399 and p. 400, which meant that Bakunin, like all anarchists, was well aware of how a factory or other workplace would be organized. Only associated labor, that is, labor organized upon the principles of reciprocity and cooperation, is adequate to the task of maintaining civilized society. The Political Philosophy of Bakunin, p. 341. By October of that year, Engels had finally submitted arguments like these to the most rabid anti-authoritarians who replied to run a factory, railway, or ship did require organization, but here it was not a case of authority which we confer on our delegates, but of a commission entrusted. Engels commented that the anarchists think that when they have changed the names of things they have changed the things themselves. He, therefore, thought that authority will only have changed its form rather than being abolished under anarchism, as whoever mentions combined action speaks of organization, and it is not possible to have organization without authority. Op. Cit. p. 732 and p. 731. However, Engels is simply confusing two different things, authority and agreement. To make an agreement with another person is an exercise of your freedom, not its restriction. As Malatesta argued, the advantages which association and the consequent division of labor offer meant that humanity developed towards solidarity. However, under class society the advantages of association, the good that man could derive from the support of his fellows, was distorted, and a few gained the advantages of cooperation by subjecting other men to their will instead of joining with them. This oppression was still association and cooperation, outside of which there is no possible human life, but it was a way of cooperation, imposed and controlled by a few for their personal interest. Anarchy, pages 30-1. Anarchists seek to organize association to eliminate domination. This would be done by workers organizing themselves collectively to make their own decisions about their work, workers' self-management, to use modern terminology. This did not necessitate the same authoritarian social relationships as exist under capitalism. Of course, in every large collective undertaking, a division of labor, technical management, administration, etc., is necessary. But authoritarians clumsily play on words to produce a raison d'être for government out of the very real need for the organization of work. Government is the concourse of individuals who have had, or have seized, the right and the means to make laws and to oblige people to obey. The administrator, the engineer, etc., instead are people who are appointed or assume the responsibility to carry out a particular job and do so. Government means the delegation of power, that is the abdication of initiative and sovereignty of all into the hands of a few. Administration means the delegation of work, that is tasks given and received, free exchange of services based on free agreement. Let one not confuse the function of government with that of administration, for they are essentially different, and if today the two are often confused, it is only because of economic and political privilege. Op. Cit. pages 41-2. For a given task, cooperation and joint activity may be required by its very nature. Take, for example, a train network. The joint activity of numerous workers are required to ensure that it operates successfully. The driver depends on the work of signal operators, for example, and guards to inform them of necessary information essential for the smooth running of the network. The passengers are dependent on the driver and the other workers to ensure their journey is safe and quick. As such, there is an objective need to cooperate, but this need is understood and agreed to by the people involved. If a specific activity needs the cooperation of a number of people and can only be achieved if these people work together as a team and, therefore, need to make and stick by agreements, then this is undoubtedly a natural fact which the individual can only rebel against by leaving the association. Similarly, if an association considers it wise to elect a delegate whose tasks have been allocated by that group, then, again, this is a natural fact which the individuals in question have agreed to and so has not been imposed upon them by any external will. The individual has been convinced of the need to cooperate and does so. If an activity requires the cooperation of numerous individuals, then, clearly, that is a natural fact and there is not much the individuals involved can do about it. Anarchists are not in the habit of denying common sense. The question is simply, how do these individuals coordinate their activities? Is it by means of self-management or by hierarchy, authority? So anarchists have always been clear on how industry would be run by the workers themselves in their own free associations. In this way the domination of the boss would be replaced by agreements between equals. H.4.4 How does the class struggle refute Engels' arguments? Engels argued that large-scale industry, or, indeed, any form of organization, meant that authority was required. He stated that factories should have lasciate oni autonomia, voce entrat, leave, ye that enter in, all autonomy behind, written above their doors. That is the basis of capitalism, with the wage worker being paid to obey. This obedience, Engels argued, was necessary even under socialism, as applying the forces of nature meant a veritable despotism independent of all social organization. This meant that wanting to abolish authority in large-scale industry is tantamount to wanting to abolish industry itself. Op. Cit. p. 731. The best answer to Engels' claims can be found in the class struggle. Given that Engels was a capitalist, an actual owner of a factory, he may have not been aware of the effectiveness of working to rule when practiced by workers. This basically involves doing exactly what the boss tells you to do, regardless of the consequences as regards efficiency, production, and so on. Quite simply, workers refusing to practice autonomy can be an extremely effective and powerful weapon in the class struggle. This weapon has long been used by workers and advocated by anarchists, syndicalists, and wobblies. For example, the IWW booklet How to Fire Your Boss argues that workers often violate orders, resort to their own techniques of doing things, and disregard lines of authority simply to meet the goals of the company. There is often a tacit understanding, even by the managers whose job it is to enforce the rules, that these shortcuts must be taken in order to meet production quotas on time. It argues, correctly, that if each of these rules and regulations were followed to the letter, then confusion would result, production and morale would plummet. And best of all, the workers can't get in trouble with the tactic because they are, after all, just following the rules. The British anarcho-syndicalists of the direct action movement agreed and even quoted an industrial expert on the situation. If managers' orders were completely obeyed, confusion would result and production and morale would be lowered. In order to achieve the goals of the organization, workers must often violate orders, resort to their own techniques of doing things, and disregard lines of authority. Without this kind of systematic sabotage, much work could not be done. This unsolicited sabotage in the form of disobedience and subterfuge is especially necessary to enable large bureaucracies to function effectively. J.A.C. Brown, quoted in Direct Action in Industry. Another weapon of workers' resistance is what has been called working without enthusiasm and is related to the work to rule. This tactic aims at slowing production in order to win gains from management. Even the simplest repetitive job demands a certain minimum of initiative, and in this case it is failing to show any non-obligatory initiative. This leads to a fall in production, above all in quality. The worker carries out every operation minimally. The moment there is a hitch of any kind, he abandons all responsibility and hands over to the next man above him in the hierarchy. He works mechanically, not checking the finished object, not troubling to regulate his machine. In short, he gets away with as much as he can, but never actually does anything positively illegal. Pierre Dubois, Sabotage in Industry, p. 51. The practice of working to rule and working without enthusiasm shows how out of touch Engels, like any capitalist, was with the realities of shop floor life. These forms of direct action are extremely effective because the workers refuse to act autonomously in industry, to work out the problems they face during the working day themselves, and instead place all the decisions on the authority required, according to Engels, to run the factory. The factory itself quickly grinds to a halt. What keeps it going is not the imperious will of authority, but rather the autonomous activity of workers thinking and acting for themselves to solve the numerous problems they face during the working day. In contrast, the hierarchical perspective ignores essential features of any real, functioning social order. This truth is best illustrated in a work-to-rule strike, which turns on the fact that any production process depends on a host of informal practices and improvisations that could never be codified. By merely following the rules meticulously, the workforce can virtually halt production. James C. Scott, Seeing Like a State, p. 6, as Cornelius Castoriadis argued. Resistance to exploitation expresses itself in a drop in productivity as well as exertion on the worker's part. At the same time, it is expressed in the disappearance of the minimum collective and spontaneous management and organization of work that the workers normally and of necessity puts out. No modern factory could function for 24 hours without this spontaneous organization of work that groups of workers, independent of the official business management, carry out by filling in the gaps of official production directives, by preparing for the unforeseen and for regular breakdowns of equipment, by compensating for management's mistakes, etc. Under normal conditions of exploitation, workers are torn between the need to organize themselves in this way in order to carry out their work, otherwise there are repercussions for them, and their natural desire to do their work, on the one hand, and, on the other, the awareness that by doing so they only are serving the boss's interests. Added to those conflicting concerns are the continual efforts of factories' management apparatus to direct all aspects of the workers' activity, which often results only in preventing them from organizing themselves. Political and Social Writings, Volume 2, p. 68. Needless to say, cooperation and coordination are required in any collective activity. Anarchists do not deny this fact of nature, but the example Engels considered as irrefutable simply shows the fallacy of his argument. If large-scale industry were run along the lines argued by Engels, it would quickly grind to halt. So trying to eliminate workers' autonomy is difficult, as industrial history shows that such management attempts to control the freedom of the workforce invariably run up against the contradiction that the freedom is necessary for quality production. David Noble, Forces of Production, p. 277. Ironically, the example of Russia under Lenin and Trotsky reinforces this fact. Administrative centralization was enforced on the railway workers, which, in turn, led more to ignorance of distance and the inability to respond properly to local circumstances. I have no instructions became all the more effective as a defensive and self-protective rationalization, as party officials vested with unilateral power insisted all their orders be strictly obeyed. Ruthlessness instilled fear, but repression only impaired the exercise of initiative that daily operations required. William G. Rosenberg, The Social Background to Sectran, pages 349 to 373, Party, State, and Society in the Russian Civil War, Diane P. Koenker, William G. Rosenberg and Ronald Grigorsuni, eds. p. 369. Without the autonomy required to manage local problems, the operation of the railways was seriously harmed and, unsurprisingly, a few months after Trotsky subjected to railway workers to the militarization of labor in September 1920, there was a disastrous collapse of the railway network in the winter of 1920-1. Jonathan Aves, Workers Against Lenin, p. 102. There can be no better way to cripple an economy than to impose Lenin's demand that the task of workers was that of unquestioningly obeying the will of the Soviet leader, of the dictator, during the work. Collected Works, Volume 27, p. 270. As the experience of workers in struggle shows, it is the abolition of autonomy which ensures the abolition of large-scale industry, not its exercise. The conscious decision by workers to not exercise their autonomy brings industry grinding to a halt and are effective tools in the class struggle. As any worker know, it is only our ability to make decisions autonomously that keeps industry going. Rather than abolishing authority making large-scale industry impossible, it is the abolishing of autonomy which quickly achieves this. The issue is how do we organize industry so that this essential autonomy is respected and cooperation between workers achieved based on it. For anarchists, this is done by self-managed workers' associations in which hierarchical authority is replaced by collective self-discipline. H.4.5 is the way industry operates independent of all social organization. As noted in the last section, Engels argued that applying the forces of nature meant a veritable despotism independent of all social organization. This meant that wanting to abolish authority in large-scale industry is tantamount to wanting to abolish industry itself. Op. Cit. p. 731. For anarchists, Engels' comments ignore the reality of class society in an important way. Modern, large-scale, industry has not developed neutrally or naturally, independently of all social organization as Engels claimed. Rather it has been shaped by the class struggle along with technology, which is often a weapon in that conflict, see section D.10. As Castoriadis argued, management organizes production with a view of achieving maximum efficiency. But the first result of this sort of organization is to stir up the workers' revolt against production itself. To combat the resistance of the workers, the management institutes an ever more minute division of labor and tasks. Machines are invented, or selected, according to one fundamental criterion: do they assist in the struggle of management against workers, do they reduce yet further the workers' margin of autonomy, do they assist in eventually replacing him or her altogether. In this sense, the organization of production today is class organization. Technology is predominantly class technology. No manager would ever introduce into his plant a machine which would increase the freedom of a particular worker or of a group of workers to run the job themselves, even if such a machine increased production. The workers are by no means helpless in this struggle. They constantly invent methods of self-defense. They break the rules, while officially keeping them. They organize informally, maintain a collective solidarity and discipline. The meaning of socialism, pages 9 to 10. So one of the key aspects of the class struggle is the conflict of workers against attempts by management to eliminate their autonomy within the production process. This struggle generates the machines which Engels claims produce a veritable despotism independent of all social organization. Regardless of what Engels implies, the way industry has developed is not independent of class society, and its despotism has been engineered that way. For example, it may be a fact of nature that 10 people may be required to operate a machine, but that machine is not such a fact, it is a human invention and so can be changed. Nor is it a fact of nature that work organization should be based on a manager dictating to the workers what to do. Rather, it could be organized by the workers themselves, using collective self-discipline to coordinate their joint effort. David Noble quotes one shop steward who stated the obvious, namely that workers are not automatons. We have eyes to see with, ears to hear with, and mouths to talk. As Noble comments, or management, that was precisely the problem. Workers controlled the machines, and through their unions had real authority over the division of labor and job content. Forces of production, p. 37. This autonomy was what managers constantly struggled against and introduced technology to combat. So Engels' notion that machinery was despotic hides the nature of class society and the fact that authority is a social relationship, a relationship between people and not people and things. And, equally, that different kinds of organization meant different social relationships to do collective tasks. It was precisely to draw attention to this that anarchists called themselves anti-authoritarians. Clearly, Engels is simply ignoring the actual relations of authority within capitalist industry and, like the capitalism he claims to oppose, is raising the needs of the bosses to the plane of natural fact. Indeed, is this not the refrain of every boss or supporter of capitalism? Right-wing libertarian guru Ludwig von Mises spouted this kind of nonsense when he argued that the root of the syndicalist idea is to be seen in the belief that entrepreneurs and capitalists are irresponsible autocrats who are free to conduct their affairs arbitrarily. The fundamental error of this argument is obvious. The entrepreneurs and capitalists are not irresponsible autocrats. They are unconditionally subject to the sovereignty of the consumers. The market is a consumer's democracy. Human action, p. 814. In other words, it is not the boss's fault that they dictate to the worker. No, of course not, it is the despotism of the machine, of nature, of the market, of the customer, anyone and anything but the person with authority who is actually giving the orders and punishing those who do not obey. Needless to say, like Engels, von Mises is fundamentally flawed simply because the boss is not just repeating the instructions of the market, assuming that it is a consumer's democracy, which it is not. Rather, they give their own instructions based on their own sovereignty over the workers. The workers could, of course, manage their own affairs and meet the demands of consumers directly. The sovereignty of the market, just like the despotism of machines and joint action, is independent of the social relationships which exist within the workplace, but the social relationships themselves are not predetermined by it. Thus the same workshop can be organized in different ways, and so the way industry operates is dependent on social organization. The workers can manage their own affairs or be subjected to the rule of a boss. To say that authority still exists simply means to confuse agreement with obedience. The importance of differentiating between types of organization and ways of making decisions can be seen from the experience of the class struggle. During the Spanish Revolution, anarchists organized militias to fight the fascists. One was led by anarchist militant Durruti. His military advisor, Pérez Faras, a professional soldier, was concerned about the application of libertarian principles to military organization. Durruti replied, "I've said it once and I'll say it again, I've been an anarchist my entire life, and the fact that I'm responsible for this human collectivity won't change my convictions. It was as an anarchist that I agreed to carry out the task that the Central Committee of the anti-fascist militias entrusted me. I don't believe, and everything happening around us confirms this, that you can run a workers' militia according to classic military rules. I believe that discipline, coordination, and planning are indispensable, but we shouldn't define them in terms taken from the world that we're destroying. We have to build on new foundations. My comrades and I are convinced that solidarity is the best incentive for arousing an individual's sense of responsibility and a willingness to accept discipline as an act of self-discipline. War has been imposed upon us, but our goal is revolutionary victory. This means defeating the enemy, but also a radical change in men. For that change to occur, man must learn to live and conduct himself as a free man, an apprenticeship that develops his personality and sense of responsibility, his capacity to be master of his own acts. The workers on the job not only transforms the material on which he works, but also transforms himself through that work. The combatant is nothing more than a worker whose tool is a rifle, and he should strive toward the same objective as a worker. One can't behave like an obedient soldier, but rather as a conscious man who understands the importance of what he's doing. I know that it's not easy to achieve this, but I also know that what can't be accomplished with reason will not be obtained by force. If we have to sustain our military apparatus by fear, then we won't have changed anything except the color of the fear. It's only by freeing itself from fear that society can build itself in freedom." Quoted by Abel Paz, Durruti, in the Spanish Revolution, p. 474. Is it really convincing to argue that the individuals who made up the militia are subject to the same social relationships as those in a capitalist or Leninist army? The same, surely, goes for workers' associations and wage labor. Ultimately, the flaw in Engels' argument can be best seen simply because he thinks that the automatic machinery of a big factory is much more despotic than the small capitalist who employ workers ever have been. Op. Cit. p. 731. Authority and liberty become detached from human beings, as if authoritarian social relationships can exist independently of individuals. It is a social relationship anarchists oppose, not an abstraction. Engels' argument is applicable to any society and to any task which requires joint effort. If, for example, a table needs 4 people to move it, then those 4 people are subject to the despotism of gravity. Under such despotism, can we say it's irrelevant whether these 4 people are slaves to a master who wants the table moved, or whether they agree between themselves to move the table and on the best way to do it? In both cases the table movers are subject to the same despotism of gravity, yet in the latter example they are not subject to the despotism of other human beings as they clearly are in the former. Engels is simply playing with words. The fallacy of Engels' basic argument can be seen from this simple example. He essentially uses a liberal concept of freedom, i.e. freedom exists prior to society and is reduced within it, when attacking anarchism. Rather than see freedom as a product of interaction, as Bakunin did, Engels sees it as a product of isolation. Collective activity is seen as a realm of necessity, to use Marx's phrase, and not one of freedom. Indeed, machines and the forces of nature are considered by Engels as despots. As if despotism were not a specific set of relationships between humans. As Bookchin argued. To Engels, the factory is a natural fact of technics, not a specifically bourgeois mode of rationalizing labor, hence it will exist under communism as well as capitalism. It will persist independently of all social organization. To coordinate a factory's operations requires imperious obedience, in which factory hands lack all autonomy. Class society or classless, the realm of necessity is also a realm of command and obedience, of ruler and ruled. In a fashion totally congruent with all class ideologists from the inception of class society, Engels weds socialism to command and rule as a natural fact. Domination is reworked from a social attribute into a precondition for self-preservation in a technically advanced society. Towards an ecological society, p. 206. Given this, it can be argued that Engels' on authority had a significant impact in the degeneration of the Russian Revolution into state capitalism. By deliberately obscuring the differences between self-managed and authoritarian organization, he helped provide Bolshevism with ideological justification for eliminating workers' self-management in production. After all, if self-management and hierarchical management both involve the same principle of authority, then it does not really matter how production is organized and whether industry is managed by the workers or by appointed managers. As Engels stressed, authority in industry was independent of the social system and all forms of organization meant subordination. Murray Bookchin draws the obvious conclusion from Engels' and Marx's position. Obviously, the factory conceived of as a realm of necessity as opposed to a realm of freedom requires no need for self-management. Op. Cit. p. 126. Thus it is no great leap from the arguments of Engels in On Authority to Lenin's arguments justifying the imposition of capitalist organizational forms during the Russian Revolution. Firstly, the question of principle, namely, is the appointment of individuals, dictators with unlimited powers, in general compatible with the fundamental principles of Soviet government? Concerning the significance of individual dictatorial powers from the point of view of the specific tasks of the present moment, it must be said that large-scale machine industry, which is precisely the material source, the productive source, the foundation of socialism, calls for absolute and strict unity of will, which directs the joint labors of hundreds, thousands, and tens of thousands of people. But how can strict unity of will be ensured? By thousands subordinating their will to the will of one. Unquestioning subordination to a single will is absolutely necessary for the success of processes organized on the pattern of large-scale machine industry. On the railways it is twice and 3 times as necessary. Today, revolution demands precisely in the interests of its development and consolidation, precisely in the interests of socialism, that the people unquestioningly obey the single will of the leaders of labor. Collected Works, Volume 27, pages 267-9. Hence the Bolsheviks need not have to consider whether replacing factory committees with appointed managers armed with dictatorial powers would have any effect on the position of workers in socialism. After all, they were subject to subordination either way. Nor did they have to worry about putting economic power into the hands of a state-appointed bureaucracy, as authority and subordination were required to run industry no matter what. Engels had used the modern factory system of mass production as a direct analogy to argue against the anarchist call for workers' councils, for autonomy, for participation, for self-management. Authority, hierarchy, and the need for submission and domination is inevitable given the current mode of production, both Engels and Lenin argued. Little wonder, then, the worker become the serf of the state under the Bolsheviks. In his own way, Engels contributed to the degeneration of the Russian Revolution by providing the rationale for the Bolsheviks' disregard for workers' self-management of production. Simply put, Engels was wrong. The need to cooperate and coordinate activity may be independent of social development, but the nature of a society does impact on how this cooperation is achieved. If it is achieved by hierarchical means, then it is a class society. If it is achieved by agreements between equals, then it is a socialist one. As such, how industry operates is dependent on the society it is part of. An anarchist society would run industry based on the free agreement of workers united in free associations. This would necessitate making and sticking to joint decisions, but this coordination would be between equals, not master and servant. By not recognizing this fact, Engels fatally undermined the cause of socialism. H.4.6 Why does Engels on authority harm Marxism? Ironically, Engels' essay on authority also strikes at the heart of Marxism and its critique of anarchism. Forgetting what he had written in 1873, Engels argued in 1894 that for him and Marx the ultimate political aim is to overcome the whole state and therefore democracy as well. Quoted by Lenin, State and Revolution, Essential Works of Lenin, p. 331. Lenin argued that the abolition of the state means also the abolition of democracy. Op. Cit. p. 332. The problems arise from the awkward fact that Engels on authority had stated that any form of collective activity meant authority and so the subjection of the minority to the majority, if possible, and the imposition of the will of another upon ours. Marx-Engels reader, p. 731 and p. 730. Aware of the contradiction, Lenin stresses that someone may even begin to fear we are expecting the advent of an order of society in which the subordination of the minority to the majority will not be respected. That was not the case, however. He simply rejected the idea that democracy was the recognition of this principle, arguing that democracy is a state which recognizes the subordination of the minority to the majority, i.e. an organization for the systematic use of violence by one class against the other, by one section of the population against another. He argued that the need for violence against people in general, the need for the subjection of one man to another, will vanish, since people will become accustomed to observing the elementary conditions of social life without force and without subordination. Op. Cit. pages 332-3. Talk about playing with words. Earlier in his work Lenin summarized Engels on authority by stating that is it not clear that, complex technical units, based on the employment of machinery and the ordered cooperation of many people, could function without a certain amount of subordination, without some authority or power. Op. Cit. p. 316. Now, however, he argued that communism would involve no subordination while, at the same time, be based on the principle of the subordination of the minority to the majority. A contradiction? Perhaps no, as he argued that the minority would become accustomed to the conditions of social life, in other words the recognition that sticking to your agreements you make with others does not involve subordination. This, ironically, would confirm anarchist ideas as we argue that making agreements with others, as equals, does not involve domination or subordination but rather is an expression of autonomy, of liberty. Similarly, we find Engels arguing in Anti-Düring that socialism puts an end to the former subjection of men to their own means of production, and that productive labor, instead of being a means of subjugating men, will become a means of their emancipation. This work was written in 1878, 6 years after On Authority, where he stressed that the automatic machinery of a big factory is much more despotic than the small capitalists who employ workers ever have been, and subduing the forces of nature, avenge themselves upon man by subjecting him to a veritable despotism independent of all social organization. Op. Cit. p. 720, p. 721 and p. 731. Engels is clearly contradicting himself. When attacking the anarchists, he argues that the subjection of people to the means of production was inevitable and utterly independent of all social organization. 6 years later he proclaims that socialism will abolish this inescapable subjection to the veritable despotism of modern industry. As can be seen from both Engels and Lenin, we have a contradiction within Marxism. On the one hand, they argue that authority, subjection, will always be with us, no matter what, as subordination and authority is independent of the specific social society we live in. On the other, they argue that Marxist socialism will be without a state, without subordination, without force, and will end the subjection of men to their own means of production. The two positions cannot be reconciled. Simply put, if On Authority is correct, then, logically, it means that not only is anarchism impossible but also Marxist socialism. Lenin and Engels are trying to have it both ways. On the one hand, arguing that anarchism is impossible as any collective activity means subjection and subordination, on the other, that socialism will end that inevitable subjection. And, of course, arguing that democracy will be overcome while, at the same time, arguing that it can never be. Ultimately, it shows that Engels' essay is little more than a cheap polemic without much merit. Even worse for Marxism is Engels' comment that authority and autonomy are relative things whose spheres vary with the various phases of society, and that the material conditions of production and circulation inevitably develop with large-scale industry and large-scale agriculture, and increasingly tend to enlarge the scope of this authority. Given that this is a veritable despotism and Marxism aims at one single vast plan in modern industry, then the scope for autonomy, for freedom, is continually reduced during the working day. Op. Cit. p. 732, p. 731 and p. 723. If machinery and industry means despotism, as Engels claimed against Bakunin, then what does that mean for Lenin's aim to ensure the transformation of the whole state economic mechanism into a single huge machine, as to enable hundreds of millions of people to be guided by a single plan? Collected Works, Volume 27, pages 90-1. Surely such an economy would be, to use Engels' words, a veritable despotism. The only possible solution is reducing the working day to a minimum, and so the time spent as a slave to the machine and plan is reduced. The idea that work should be transformed into creative, empowering and liberating experience is automatically destroyed by Engels' argument. Like capitalism, Marxist socialism is based on work is hell and the domination of the producer. Hardly an inspiring vision of the future. H.4.7 Is revolution the most authoritarian thing there is? As well as the argument that authority is essential for every collective activity, Engels raises another argument against anarchism. This second argument is that revolutions are by nature authoritarian. In his words, a revolution is certainly the most authoritarian thing there is. It is the act whereby one part of the population imposes its will upon the other part by means of rifles, bayonets and cannon. Authoritarian means, if such there be at all, and if the victorious party does not want to have fought in vain, it must maintain this rule by means of the terror its arms inspire in the reactionaries. Marx Engels Reader, p. 733. Yet such an analysis is without class analysis, and so will, by necessity, mislead the writer and the reader. Engels argues that revolution is the imposition by one part of the population on another. Very true, but Engels fails to indicate the nature of class society and, therefore, of a social revolution. In a class society, one part of the population constantly imposes its will upon the other part. Those with power impose their decisions to those beneath them in the social hierarchy. In other words, the ruling class imposes its will on the working class every day in work by the hierarchical structure of the workplace and in society by the state. Discussing the population as if it were not divided by classes and so subject to specific forms of authoritarian social relationships is liberal nonsense. Once we recognize that the population in question is divided into classes, we can easily see the fallacy of Engels' argument. In a social revolution, the act of revolution is the overthrow of the power and authority of an oppressing and exploiting class by those subject to that oppression and exploitation. In other words, it is an act of liberation in which the hierarchical power of the few over the many is eliminated and replaced by the freedom of the many to control their own lives. It is hardly authoritarian to destroy authority. Thus a social revolution is, fundamentally, an act of liberation for the oppressed who act in their own interests to end the system in which one part of population imposes its will upon the other every day. Malatesta stated the obvious. To fight our enemies effectively, we do not need to deny the principle of freedom, not even for one moment. It is sufficient for us to want real freedom and to want it for all, for ourselves as well as for others. We want to expropriate the property-owning class, and with violence, since it is with violence that they hold on to social wealth and use it to exploit the working class. Not because freedom is a good thing for the future, but because it is a good thing, today as well as tomorrow, and the property owners, be denying us the means of exercising our freedom, in effect, take it away from us. We want to overthrow the government, all governments, and overthrow them with violence, since it is by the use of violence that they force us into obeying, and once again, not because we sneer at freedom when it does not serve our interests, but because governments are the negation of freedom and it is not possible to be free without getting rid of them. The freedom to oppress, to exploit, is the denial of freedom, and the fact that our enemies make irrelevant and hypocritical use of the word freedom is not enough to make us deny the principle of freedom, which is the outstanding characteristic of our movement and a permanent, constant, and necessary factor in the life and progress of humanity. Enrico Malatesta, His Life and Ideas, p. 51. It seems strange that Engels, in effect, is arguing that the abolition of tyranny is tyranny against the tyrants. As Malatesta so clearly argued, anarchists recognize violence only as a means of legitimate self-defense, and if today they are in favor of violence, it is because they maintain that slaves are always in a state of legitimate defense. Op. Cit. p. 59. As such, Engels fails to understand the revolution from a working class perspective, perhaps unsurprisingly, as he was a capitalist. The authority of the armed workers over the bourgeois is, simply, the defense of the workers' freedom against those who seek to end it by exercising/recreating the very authoritarian social relationships the revolution sought to end in the first place. This explains why, as we discussed in section H.2.1, anarchists have always argued that a revolution would need to defend itself against those seeking to return the masses to their position at the bottom of the social hierarchy. To equate the defense of freedom with authority is, in anarchist eyes, an expression of confused politics. Ultimately, Engels is like the liberal who equates the violence of the oppressed to end oppression with that the oppressors. Needless to say, this applies to the class struggle as well. Is, for example, a picket line really authoritarian because it tries to impose its will on the boss, police, or scabs? Rather, is it not defending the workers' freedom against the authoritarian power of the boss and their lackeys, the police and scabs? Is it authoritarian to resist authority and create a strike assembly and picket line which allows the formally subordinated workers to manage their own affairs directly and without bosses? Is it authoritarian to combat the authority of the boss, to proclaim your freedom and exercise it? Of course not. Structurally, a strikers' assembly and picket line, which are forms of self-managed association, cannot be compared to an authority, such as a state. To try and do so fails to recognize the fundamental difference. In the strikers' assembly and picket line, the strikers themselves decide policy and do not delegate power away into the hands of an authority. Any strike committee executes the strikers' decisions or is replaced. In a state, power is delegated into the hands of a few who then use that power as they see fit. This by necessity disempowers those at the base, who are turned into mere electors and order takers, i.e. an authoritarian relationship is created. Such a situation can only spell death of a social revolution, which requires the active participation of all if it is to succeed. It also, incidentally, exposes a central fallacy of Marxism, namely that it claims to desire a society based on the participation of everyone yet favors a form of organization centralization that excludes that participation. Georges Fontaine summarizes anarchist ideas on this subject when he wrote, "And so against the idea of state, where power is exercised by a specialized group isolated from the masses, we put the idea of direct workers' power, where accountable and controlled elected delegates, who can be recalled at any time and are remunerated at the same rate as other workers, replace hierarchical, specialized and privileged bureaucracy, where militias, controlled by administrative bodies such as Soviets, unions, and communes, with no special privileges for military technicians. Realizing the idea of the armed people, replace an army cut off from the body of society and subordinated to the arbitrary power of a state or government." Manifesto of Libertarian Communism, p. 24. Anarchists, therefore, are no more impressed with this aspect of Engels' critique than his organization equals authority argument. In summary, his argument is simply a liberal analysis of revolution, totally without a class basis or analysis, and so fails to understand the anarchist case nor answer it. To argue that a revolution is made up of two groups of people, one of which imposes its will upon the other, fails to indicate the social relations that exist between these groups, classes, and the relations of authority between them which the revolution is seeking to overthrow. As such, Engels' critique totally misses the point. H.5 What is vanguardism and why do anarchists reject it? Many socialists follow the ideas of Lenin and, in particular, his ideas on vanguard parties. These ideas were expounded by Lenin in his, famous work What is to be Done?, which is considered as one of the important books in the development of Bolshevism. The core of these ideas is the concept of vanguardism, or the vanguard party. According to this perspective, socialists need to organize together in a party, based on the principles of democratic centralism, which aims to gain a decisive influence in the class struggle. The ultimate aim of such a party is revolution and its seizure of power. Its short-term aim is to gather into it all class-conscious workers into an efficient and effective party, alongside members of other classes who consider themselves as revolutionary Marxists. The party would be strictly centralist, with all members expected to submit to party decisions, speak in one voice and act in one way. Without this vanguard, injecting its politics into the working class, who, it is asserted, can only reach trade union consciousness by its own efforts, a revolution is impossible. Lenin laid the foundation of this kind of party in his book What is to be Done? And the vision of the vanguard party was explicitly formalized in the Communist International. As Lenin put it, Bolshevism has created the ideological and tactical foundations of a third international. Bolshevism can serve as a model of tactics for all. Collected Works, Volume 28, pages 292-3. Using the Russian Communist Party as its model, Bolshevik ideas on party organization were raised as a model for revolutionaries across the world. Since then, the various followers of Leninism and its offshoots like Trotskyism have organized themselves in this manner, with varying success. The wisdom of applying an organizational model that had been developed in the semi-feudal conditions of Tsarist Russia to every country, regardless of its level of development, has been questioned by anarchists from the start. After all, could it not be wiser to build upon the revolutionary tendencies which had developed in specific countries rather than import a new model which had been created for, and shaped by, radically different social, political and economic conditions? The wisdom of applying the vanguard model is not questioned on these, essentially materialist, points by those who subscribe to it. While revolutionary workers in the advanced capitalist nations subscribe to anarchist and syndicalist ideas, this tradition is rejected in favor of one developed by, in the main, bourgeois intellectuals in a nation which was still primarily feudal and absolutist. The lessons learned from years of struggle in actual capitalist societies were simply rejected in favor of those from a party operating under Tsarism. While most supporters of vanguardism will admit that conditions now are different than in Tsarist Russia, they still subscribe to organizational method developed in that context and justify it, ironically enough, because of its success in the totally different conditions that prevailed in Russia in the early 20th century. And Leninists claim to be materialists. Perhaps the reason why Bolshevism rejected the materialist approach was because most of the revolutionary movements in advanced capitalist countries were explicitly anti-parliamentarian, direct actionist, decentralist, federalist and influenced by libertarian ideas. This materialist analysis was a key aspect of the Council Communist critique of Lenin's left-wing communism. For example, see Hermann Gorter's open letter to Comrade Lenin for one excellent reply to Bolshevik arguments, tactics, and assumptions. This attempt to squeeze every working class movement into one officially approved model dates back to Marx and Engels. Faced with any working class movement which did not subscribe to their vision of what they should be doing, namely organizing in political parties to take part in political action, i.e. standing in bourgeois elections, they simply labeled it as the product of non-proletarian sections. They went so far as to gerrymander the 1872 conference of the First International to make acceptance of political action mandatory on all sections in an attempt to destroy anarchist influence in it. So this section of our FAQ will explain why anarchists reject this model. In our view, the whole concept of a vanguard party is fundamentally anti-socialist. Rather than present an effective and efficient means of achieving revolution, the Leninist model is elitist, hierarchical and highly inefficient in achieving a socialist society. At best, these parties play a harmful role in the class struggle by alienating activists and militants with their organizational principles and manipulative tactics within popular structures and groups. At worst, these parties can seize power and create a new form of class society, a state capitalist one, in which the working class is oppressed by new bosses, namely, the party hierarchy and its appointees. However, before discussing why anarchists reject vanguardism, we need to stress a few points. Firstly, anarchists recognize the obvious fact that the working class is divided in terms of political consciousness. Secondly, from this fact most anarchists recognize the need to organize together to spread our ideas as well as taking part in, influencing and learning from the class struggle. As such, anarchists have long been aware of the need for revolutionaries to organize as revolutionaries. Thirdly, anarchists are well aware of the importance of revolutionary minorities playing an inspiring and leading role in the class struggle. We do not reject the need for revolutionaries to give a lead in struggles, we reject the idea of institutionalist leadership and the creation of a leader/led hierarchy implicit, and sometimes no so implicit, in vanguardism. As such, we do not oppose vanguardism for these reasons. So when Leninists like Tony Cliff argue that it is unevenness in the class which makes the party necessary, anarchists reply that unevenness in the class makes it essential that revolutionaries organize together to influence the class, but that organization does not and need not take the form of a vanguard party. Tony Cliff, Lenin, Volume 2, p. 149. This is because we reject the concept and practice for three reasons. Firstly, and most importantly, anarchists reject the underlying assumption of vanguardism. It is based on the argument that socialist consciousness has to be introduced into the working class from outside. We argue that not only is this position empirically false, it is fundamentally anti-socialist in nature. This is because it logically denies that the emancipation of the working class is the task of the working class itself. Moreover, it serves to justify elite rule. Some Leninists, embarrassed by the obvious anti-socialist nature of this concept, try and argue that Lenin, and so Leninism, does not hold this position. We show that such claims are false. Secondly, there is the question of organizational structure. Vanguard parties are based on the principle of democratic centralism. Anarchists argue that such parties, while centralist, are not, in fact, democratic, nor can they be. As such, the Revolutionary or Socialist Party is no such thing, as it reflects the structure of the capitalist system it claims to oppose. Lastly, anarchists argue that such parties are, despite the claims of their supporters, not actually very efficient or effective in the revolutionary sense of the word. At best, they hinder the class struggle by being slow to respond to rapidly changing situations. At worst, they are efficient in shaping both the revolution and the post-revolutionary society in a hierarchical fashion, so recreating class rule. So these are key aspects of the anarchist critique of vanguardism, which we discuss in more depth in the following sections. It is a bit artificial to divide these issues into different sections because they are all related. The role of the party implies a specific form of organization, as Lenin himself stressed. The form of the party influences its effectiveness. It is for ease of presentation we divide up our discussion so. H.5.1 Why are vanguard parties anti-socialist? The reason why vanguard parties are anti-socialist is simply because of the role assigned to them by Lenin, which he thought was vital. Simply put, without the party, no revolution would be possible. As Lenin put it in 1900, isolated from social democracy, the working class movement becomes petty and inevitably becomes bourgeois. Collected Works, Volume 4, p. 368. In What is to be Done, he expands on this position. Class political consciousness can be brought to the workers only from without, that is, only outside of the economic struggle, outside the sphere of relations between workers and employers. The sphere from which alone it is possible to obtain this knowledge is the sphere of relationships between all the various classes and strata and the state and the government, the sphere of the interrelations between all the various classes. Essential Works of Lenin, p. 112. Thus the role of the party is to inject socialist politics into a class incapable of developing them itself. Lenin is at pains to stress the Marxist orthodoxy of his claims and quotes the profoundly true and important comments of Karl Koski on the subject. Op. Cit. p. 81. Koski, considered the Pope of social democracy, stated that it was absolutely untrue that socialist consciousness was a necessary and direct result of the proletarian class struggle. Rather, socialism and the class struggle arise side by side and not one out of the other. Modern socialist consciousness can arise only on the basis of profound scientific knowledge. The vehicles of science are not the proletariat, but the bourgeois intelligentsia. It was in the minds of some members of this stratum that modern socialism originated, and it was they who communicated it to the more intellectually developed proletarians who, in their turn, introduced it into the proletarian class struggle. Koski stressed that socialist consciousness is something introduced into the proletarian class struggle from without. Quoted by Lenin, Op. Cit. pages 81-2. So Lenin, it must be stressed, was not inventing anything new here. He was simply repeating the orthodox Marxist position and, as is obvious, wholeheartedly agreed with Koski's pronouncements. Any attempt to claim that he did not or later rejected it is nonsense, as we prove in section H.5.4. Lenin, with his usual modesty, claimed to speak on behalf of the workers when he wrote that intellectuals must talk to us, and tell us more about what we do not know and what we can never learn from our factory and economic experience, that is, you must give us political knowledge. Op. Cit. p. 108. Thus we have Lenin painting a picture of a working class incapable of developing political knowledge or socialist consciousness by its own efforts, and so is reliant on members of the party, themselves either radical elements of the bourgeoisie and petty bourgeoisie or educated by them, to provide it with such knowledge. The obvious implication of this argument is that the working class cannot liberate itself by its own efforts. Without the radical bourgeois to provide the working class with socialist ideas, a socialist movement, let alone society, is impossible. If the working class cannot develop its own political theory by its own efforts, then it cannot conceive of transforming society and, at best, can see only the need to work within capitalism for reforms to improve its position in society. A class whose members cannot develop political knowledge by its own actions cannot emancipate itself. It is, by necessity, dependent on others to shape and form its movements. To quote Trotsky's telling analogy on the respective roles of party and class, leaders and led. Without a guiding organization, the energy of the masses would dissipate like steam not enclosed in a piston. But nevertheless, what moves things is not the piston or the box, but the steam. History of the Russian Revolution, Volume 1, p. 17. While Trotsky's mechanistic analogy may be considered as somewhat crude, it does expose the underlying assumptions of Bolshevism. After all, did not Lenin argue that the working class could not develop socialist consciousness by themselves and that it had to be introduced from without? How can you expect steam to create a piston? You cannot. Thus we have a blind, elemental force incapable of conscious thought being guided by a creation of science, the piston, which, of course, is a product of the work of the vehicles of science, namely the bourgeois intelligentsia. In the Leninist perspective, if revolutions are the locomotives of history, to use Marx's words, then the masses are the steam, the party the locomotive and the leaders the train driver. The idea of a future society being constructed democratically from below by the workers themselves rather than through periodically elected leaders seems to have passed Bolshevism past. This is unsurprising, given that the Bolsheviks saw the workers in terms of blindly moving steam in a box, something incapable of being creative unless an outside force gave them direction, instructions. Libertarian socialist Cornelius Castoriadis provides a good critique of the implications of the Leninist position. No positive content, nothing new capable of providing the foundation for the reconstruction of society could arise out of a mere awareness of poverty. From the experience of life under capitalism, the proletariat could derive no new principles either for organizing this new society or for orientating it in another direction. Under such conditions, the proletarian revolution becomes a simple reflex revolt against hunger. It is impossible to see how socialist society could ever be the result of such a reflex. Their situation forces them to suffer the consequences of capitalism's contradictions, but in no way does it lead them to discover its causes. An acquaintance with these causes comes not from experiencing the production process but from theoretical knowledge. This knowledge may be accessible to individual workers, but not to the proletariat qua proletariat. Driven by its revolt against poverty, but incapable of self-direction since its experiences does not give it a privileged viewpoint on reality, the proletariat according to this outlook, can only be an infantry in the service of a general staff of specialists. These specialists know, from considerations that the proletariat as such does not have access to, what is going wrong with present-day society and how it must be modified. The traditional view of the economy and its revolutionary perspective can only found, and actually throughout history has only founded, a bureaucratic politics. We have outlined are the consequences that follow objectively from this theory. And they have been affirmed in an ever clearer fashion within the actual historical movement of Marxism, culminating in Stalinism. Social and Political Writings, Volume 2, pages 257-8. Thus we have a privileged position for the party and a perspective which can, and did, justify party dictatorship over the proletariat. Given the perspective that the working class cannot formulate its own ideology by its own efforts, of its incapacity to move beyond trade union consciousness independently of the party, the clear implication is that the party could in no way be bound by the predominant views of the working class. As the party embodies socialist consciousness, and this arises outside the working class and its struggles, then opposition of the working class to the party signifies a failure of the class to resist alien influences. As Lenin put it, since there can be no talk of an independent ideology being developed by the masses of the workers in the process of their movement, the only choice is, either bourgeois or socialist ideology. There is no middle course. Hence, to belittle socialist ideology in any way, to deviate from it in the slightest degree means strengthening bourgeois ideology. There is a lot of talk about spontaneity, but the spontaneous development of the labor movement leads to its becoming subordinated to bourgeois ideology. Hence our task, the task of social democracy, is to combat spontaneity, to divert the labor movement from its spontaneous, trade unionists striving to go under the wing of the bourgeoisie, and to bring it under the wing of revolutionary social democracy. Op. Cit. Pages 82-3. The implications of this argument became clear once the Bolsheviks seized power. As a justification for party dictatorship, you would be hard-pressed to find any better. If the working class revolts against the ruling party, then we have a spontaneous development which, inevitably, is an expression of bourgeois ideology. As the party represents socialist consciousness, any deviation in working class support for it simply meant that the working class was being subordinated to the bourgeoisie. This meant, obviously, that to belittle the role of the party by questioning its rule meant to strengthen bourgeois ideology, and when workers spontaneously went on strike or protested against the party's rule, the party had to combat these strivings in order to maintain working class rule. As the masses of the workers cannot develop an independent ideology, the workers are rejecting socialist ideology in favor of bourgeois ideology. The party, in order to defend the revolution, even the rule of the workers, has to impose its will onto the class, to combat spontaneity. As we saw in section H.1.2, none of the leading Bolsheviks were shy about drawing these conclusions once in power and faced with working class revolt against their rule. Indeed, they raised the idea that the dictatorship of the proletariat was also, in fact, the dictatorship of the party, and, as we discussed in section H.3.8, integrated this into their theory of the state. Thus, Leninist ideology implies that workers' power exists independently of the workers. This means that the side of the dictatorship of the proletariat, i.e. the Bolshevik government, repressing the proletariat, is to be expected. This elitist perspective of the party, the idea that it and it alone possesses knowledge, can be seen from the resolution of the Communist International on the role of the party. It stated that the working class without an independent political party is a body without a head. Proceedings and Documents of the Second Congress 1920, Volume 1, p. 194. This use of biological analogies says more about Bolshevism than its authors intended. After all, it suggests a division of labor which is unchangeable. Can the hands evolve to do their own thinking? Of course not. Yet again, we have an image of the class as unthinking brute force. As the Cohn-Bendit brothers argued, the Leninist belief that the workers cannot spontaneously go beyond the level of trade union consciousness is tantamount to beheading the proletariat, and then insinuating the party as the head. Lenin was wrong, and in fact, in Russia the party was forced to decapitate the workers' movement with the help of the political police and the Red Army under the brilliant leadership of Trotsky and Lenin. Absolute Communism, pages 194-5. As well as explaining the subsequent embrace of party dictatorship over the working class, vanguardism also explains the notorious inefficiency of Leninist parties faced with revolutionary situations we discuss in section H.5.8. Basing themselves on the perspective that all spontaneous movements are inherently bourgeois, they could not help but be opposed to autonomous class struggle and the organizations and tactics it generates. James C. Scott, in his excellent discussion of the roots and flaws in Lenin's ideas on the party, makes the obvious point that since, for Lenin, authentic, revolutionary class consciousness could never develop autonomously within the working class, it followed that the actual political outlook of workers was always a threat to the vanguard party. Seeing like a state, p. 155, as Maurice Brinton argued, the Bolshevik cadres saw their role as the leadership of the revolution. Any movement not initiated by them or independent of their control could only evoke their suspicion. These developments, of course, did not occur by chance or accidentally for a given ideological premise, the preordained hegemony of the party, led necessarily to certain conclusions in practice. The Bolsheviks and Workers' Control, p. 11 and p. 12. Bakunin expressed the implications of the vanguardist perspective extremely well. It is worthwhile quoting him at length. Idealists of all sorts, metaphysicians, positivists, those who uphold the priority of science over life, the doctrinaire revolutionists, all of them champion with equal zeal, although differing in their argumentation, the idea of the state and state power, seeing in them, quite logically from their point of view, the only salvation of society. Quite logically, I say, having taken as their basis the tenet, a fallacious tenet in our opinion, that thought is prior to life, and abstract theory is prior to social practice, and that therefore sociological science must become the starting point for social upheavals and social reconstruction, they necessarily arrived at the conclusion that since thought, theory, and science are, for the present at least, the property of only a very few people, those few should direct social life, and that, on the morrow of the revolution, the new social organization should be set up not by the free integration of workers' associations, villages, communes, and regions from below upward, conforming to the needs and instincts of the people, but solely by the dictatorial power of this learned minority, allegedly expressing the general will of the people. The Political Philosophy of Bakunin, pages 283-4. The idea that socialist consciousness can exist independently of the working class and its struggle suggests exactly the perspective Bakunin was critiquing. For vanguardism, the abstract theory of socialism exists prior to the class struggle and exists waiting to be brought to the masses by the educated few. The net effect is, as we have argued, to lay the ground for party dictatorship. The concept is fundamentally anti-socialist, a justification for elite rule and the continuation of class society in new, party-approved, ways. H.5.2 Have vanguardist assumptions been validated? Lenin claimed that workers can only reach a trade union consciousness by their own efforts. Anarchists argue that such an assertion is empirically false. The history of the labor movement is marked by revolts and struggles which went far further than just seeking reforms, as well as revolutionary theories derived from such experiences. The category of economic struggle corresponds to no known social reality. Every economic struggle is political in some sense, and those involved can, and do, learn political lessons from them. As Kropotkin noted in the 1880s, there is almost no serious strike which occurs together with the appearance of troops, the exchange of blows, and some acts of revolt. Here they fight with the troops, there they march on the factories. Thanks to government intervention, the rebel against the factory becomes the rebel against the state. Quoted by Caroline Kahm, Kropotkin, and the Rise of Revolutionary Anarchism, p. 256. If history shows anything, it shows that workers are more than capable of going beyond trade union consciousness. The Paris Commune, the 1848 revolts and, ironically enough, the 1905 and 1917 Russian revolutions show that the masses are capable of revolutionary struggles in which the self-proclaimed vanguard of socialists spend most of their time trying to catch up with them. The history of Bolshevism also helps discredit Lenin's argument that the workers cannot develop socialist consciousness alone due to the power of bourgeois ideology. Simply put, if the working class is subjected to bourgeois influences, then so are the professional revolutionaries within the party. Indeed, the strength of such influences on the professionals of revolution must be higher, as they are not part of proletarian life. If social being influences consciousness, then if a revolutionary is no longer part of the working class, then they no longer are rooted in the social conditions which generate socialist theory and action. No longer connected with collective labor and working class life, the professional revolutionary is more likely to be influenced by the social milieu he or she now is part of, i.e. a bourgeois, or at best petit bourgeois, environment. This tendency for the professional revolutionary to be subject to bourgeois influences can continually be seen from the history of the Bolshevik Party. As Trotsky himself noted, it should not be forgotten that the political machine of the Bolshevik Party was predominantly made up of the intelligentsia, which was petty bourgeois in its origin and conditions of life and Marxist in its ideas and in its relations with the proletariat. Workers who turned professional revolutionists joined the set with great eagerness and lost their identity in it. The peculiar social structure of the party machine and its authority over the proletariat, neither of which is accidental but dictated by strict historical necessity, were more than once the cause of the party's vacillation and finally became the source of its degeneration. In most cases they lacked independent daily contact with the laboring masses as well as a comprehensive understanding of the historical process. They thus left themselves exposed to the influence of alien classes. Stalin, Volume 1, pages 297-8. He pointed to the example of the First World War, when, even the Bolshevik Party did not at once find its way in the labyrinth of war. As a general rule, the confusion was most pervasive and lasted longest amongst the party's higher ups, who came in direct contact with bourgeois public opinion. Thus the professional revolutionaries were largely affected by compromisist tendencies, which emanated from bourgeois circles, while the rank-and-file Bolshevik workingmen displayed far greater stability resisting the patriotic hysteria that had swept the country. Op. Cit. p. 248 and p. 298. It should be noted that he was repeating earlier comments on the immense intellectual backsliding of the upper stratum of the Bolsheviks during the war was caused by isolation from the masses and isolation from those abroad, that is primarily from Lenin. History of the Russian Revolution, Volume 3, p. 134. As we discuss in section H.5.12, even Trotsky had to admit that during 1917 the working class was far more revolutionary than the party and the party more revolutionary than the party machine of professional revolutionaries. Ironically enough, Lenin himself recognized this aspect of intellectuals after he had praised their role in bringing revolutionary consciousness to the working class. In his 1904 work One Step Forward, Two Steps Back, he argued that it was now the presence of large numbers of radical intellectuals in the ranks which has ensured that the opportunism which their mentality produces had been, and is, bound to exist. Collected Works, Volume 7, pages 403-4. According to Lenin's new philosophy, the working class simply needs to have been through the schooling of the factory in order to give the intelligentsia lessons in political discipline, the very same intelligentsia which up until then had played the leading role in the party and had given political consciousness to the working class. In his words, "For the factory, which seems only a bogey to some, represents that highest form of capitalist cooperation which has united and disciplined the proletariat, taught it to organize. And it is Marxism, the ideology of the proletariat trained by capitalism, has been and is teaching unstable intellectuals to distinguish between the factory as a means of exploitation, discipline based on fear of starvation, and the factory as a means of organization, discipline based on collective work. The discipline and organization which come so hard to the bourgeois intellectual are very easily acquired by the proletariat just because of this factory schooling." Op. Cit. pages 392-3. Lenin's analogy is, of course, flawed. The factory is a means of exploitation because its means of organization is top-down and hierarchical. The collective work which the workers are subjected to is organized by the boss, and the discipline is that of the barracks, not that of free individuals. In fact, the schooling for revolutionaries is not the factory, but the class struggle. Healthy and positive self-discipline is generated by the struggle against the way the workplace is organized under capitalism. Factory discipline, in other words, is completely different from the discipline required for social struggle or revolution. Workers become revolutionary insofar as they reject the hierarchical discipline of the workplace and develop the self-discipline required to fight it. A key task of anarchism is to encourage working class revolt against this type of discipline, particularly in the capitalist workplace. The discipline Lenin praises simply replaces human thought and association with the following of orders and hierarchy. Thus anarchism aims to undermine capitalist, imposed and brutalizing, discipline in favor of solidarity, the discipline of free association and agreement based on the community of struggle and the political consciousness and revolutionary enthusiasm that struggle creates. Thus, for anarchists, the model of the factory can never be the model for a revolutionary organization any more than Lenin's vision of society as one big workplace could be our vision of socialism, see section H.3.1. Ultimately, the factory exists to reproduce hierarchical social relationships and class society just as much as it exists to produce goods. It should be noted that Lenin's argument does not contradict his earlier ones. The proletarian and intellectual have complementary jobs in the party. The proletariat is to give lessons in political discipline to the intellectuals as they have been through the process of factory, i.e. hierarchical, discipline. The role of the intellectuals as providers of political consciousness is the same, and so they give political lessons to the workers. Moreover, his vision of the vanguard party is basically the same as in what is to be done. This can be seen from his comments that the leading Menshevik Martov lumps together in the party organized and unorganized elements, those who lend themselves to direction and those who do not, the advanced and the incorrigibly backward. He stressed that the division of labor under the direction of a center evokes from him the intellectual a tragicomical outcry against transforming people into cogs and wheels. Op. Cit. p. 258 and p. 392. Thus there is the same division of labor as in the capitalist factory, with the boss, the center, having the power to direct the workers, who submit to direction. Thus we have a revolutionary party organized in a capitalist manner, with the same division of labor between order givers and order takers. H.5.3 Why does vanguardism imply party power? As we discussed in section H.5.1, anarchists argue that the assumptions of vanguardism lead to party rule over the working class. Needless to say, followers of Lenin disagree. For example, Chris Harman of the British Socialist Workers' Party argues the opposite case in his essay Party and Class. However, his own argument suggests the elitist conclusions libertarians have drawn from Lenin's. Harman argues that there are two ways to look at the Revolutionary Party, the Leninist way and the traditional social democratic way, as represented by the likes of Trotsky and Rosa Luxemburg in 1903-5. The latter, he argues, was thought of as a party of the whole working class. All the tendencies within the class had to be represented within it. Any split within it was to be conceived of as a split within the class. Centralization, although recognized as necessary, was feared as a centralization over and against the spontaneous activity of the class. Yet it was precisely in this kind of party that the autocratic tendencies warned against by Luxemburg were to develop most. For within it the confusion of member and sympathizer, the massive apparatus needed to hold together a mass of only half-politicized members in a series of social activities, led to a toning down of political debate, a lack of political seriousness, which in turn reduced the ability of the members to make independent political evaluations and increased the need for apparatus-induced involvement. Party and Class, p. 32. Thus, the lumping together into one organization all those who consider themselves as socialist and agree with the party's aims creates in a mass which results in autocratic tendencies within the party organization. As such, it is important to remember that the party, as the vanguard of the working class, must not be confused with the entire class. Op. Cit. p. 22. For this reason, the party must be organized in a specific manner which reflect his Leninist assumptions. The alternative to the vanguard party is the march where elements motivated by scientific precision are so mixed up with those who are irremediably confused as to prevent any decisive action, effectively allowing the most backward to lead. Op. Cit. p. 30. The problem for Harman is to explain how the proletariat can become the ruling class if this were true. He argues that the party is not the embryo of the workers' state, the workers' council is. The working class as a whole will be involved in the organizations that constitute the state, the most backward as well as the most progressive elements. The function of the party is not to be the state. Op. Cit. p. 33. The implication is that the working class will take an active part in the decision-making process during the revolution, although the level of this involvement is unspecified, probably for good reasons as we explain. If this is the case, then the problem of the mass party reappears, but in a new form. We must also note that this problem must have also appearing in 1917, when the Bolshevik Party opened its doors to become a mass party. As the organizations that constitute the state are made up of the working class as a whole, then, obviously, they cannot be expected to wield power, i.e. directly manage the revolution from below. If they did, then the party would be mixed up with the irremediably confused and so could not lead, as we discuss in section H.5.5, Lenin linked opportunism to primitive democracy, i.e. self-management, within the party. Hence the need for party power. Which, of course, explains Lenin's 1920 comments that an organization embracing the whole working class cannot exercise the dictatorship of the proletariat and that a vanguard is required to do so. See section H.1.2 for details. Of course, Harman does not explain how the irremediably confused are able to judge that the party is the best representative of its interests. Surely if someone is competent enough to pick their ruler, they must also be competent enough to manage their own affairs directly? Equally, if the irremediably confused vote against the party once it is in power, what happens? Will the party submit to the leadership of what it considers the most backward? If the Bolsheviks are anything to go by, the answer has to be no. Ironically, Harman argues that it is worth noting that in Russia a real victory of the apparatus over the party required precisely the bringing into the party hundreds of thousands of sympathizers, a dilution of the party by the class. The Leninist party does not suffer from this tendency to bureaucratic control precisely because it restricts its membership to those willing to be serious and disciplined enough to take political and theoretical issues as their starting point, and to subordinate all their activities to those. Op. Cit. p. 33. It would be churlish to note that, firstly, the party had already imposed its dictatorship on the working class by that time and, secondly, his own party is regularly attacked by its own dissidents for being bureaucratic, see section H.5.11. Significantly, this substitution of the rule of the party for working class self-government and the party apparatus for the party membership does not happen by accident. In order to have a socialist revolution, the working class as a whole must participate in the process, so the decision-making organizations will be based on the party being mixed up with the irremediably confused as if they were part of a non-Leninist party. So from Harman's own assumptions, this by necessity results in an autocratic regime within the new workers' state. This was implicitly recognized by the Bolsheviks when they stressed that the function of the party was to become the government, the head of the state, to assume power, see section H.3.3. Thus, while the working class as a whole will be involved in the organizations that constitute the state, the party, in practice, its leadership, will hold power. And for Trotsky, this substitution of the party for the class was inevitable. We have more than once been accused of having substituted for the dictatorship of the Soviets the dictatorship of our party. Yet it can be said with complete justice that the dictatorship of the Soviets became possible only by means of the dictatorship of the party. It is thanks to the clarity of its theoretical vision and its strong revolutionary organization that the party has afforded to the Soviets the possibility of becoming transformed from shapeless parliaments of labor into the apparatus of the supremacy of labor. In this substitution of the power of the party for the power of the working class there is nothing accidental, and in reality there is no substitution at all. The communists express the fundamental interests of the working class. It is quite natural that, in the period in which history brings up those interests, the communists have become the recognized representatives of the working class as a whole. Terrorism and Communism, p. 109. He noted that within the state, the last word belongs to the Central Committee of the party. Op. Cit. p. 107. As we discuss in section H.3.8, he held this position into the 1930s. This means that given Harman's own assumptions, autocratic rule by the party is inevitable. Ironically, he argues that to be a vanguard is not the same as to substitute one's own desires, or policies, or interests, for those of the class. He stresses that an organization that is concerned with participating in the revolutionary overthrow of capitalism by the working class cannot conceive of substituting itself for the organs of the direct rule of that class. Op. Cit. p. 33 and p. 34. However, the logic of his argument suggests otherwise. Simply put, his arguments against a broad party organization are also applicable to self-management during the class struggle and revolution. The rank-and-file party members are mixed up in the class. This leads to party members becoming subject to bourgeois influences. This necessitates the power of the higher bodies over the lower, see section H.5.5. The highest party organ, the Central Committee, must rule over the party machine, which in turn rules over the party members, who, in turn, rule over the workers. This logical chain was, ironically enough, recognized by Trotsky in 1904 in his polemic against Lenin. The organization of the party substitutes itself for the party as a whole, then the Central Committee substitutes itself for the organization, and finally the dictator substitutes himself for the Central Committee. Quoted by Harman, Op. Cit. p. 22. Obviously, once in power, the substitution was less of a concern for him. Which, however, does not deny the insight Trotsky had previously showed about the dangers inherent in the Bolshevik assumptions on working class spontaneity and how revolutionary ideas develop. Dangers which he, ironically, helped provide empirical evidence for. This false picture of the party, and its role, explains the progression of the Bolshevik Party after 1917. As the Soviets organized all workers, we have the problem that the party, with its scientific knowledge, is swamped by the class. The task of the party is to persuade, not coerce these workers into accepting its lead and, as Lenin made clear, for it to take political power. Harman, Op. Cit. p. 34. Once in power, the decisions of the party are in constant danger of being overthrown by the working class, which necessitates a state run with iron discipline, and the necessary means of coercion, by the party. With the disempowering of the mass organizations by the party itself becomes a substitute for popular democracy, as being a party member is the only way to influence policy. As the party grows, the influx of new members dilutes the organization, necessitating a similar growth of centralist power at the top of the organization. This eliminated the substitute for proletarian democracy which had developed within the party, which explains the banning of factions within the Bolshevik Party in 1921. Slowly but surely, power concentrates into fewer and fewer hands, which, ironically enough, necessitates a bureaucracy to feed the party leaders information and execute its will. Isolated from all, the party inevitably degenerates and Stalinism results. We are sure that many Trotskyists will object to our analysis, arguing that we ignore the problems facing the Russian Revolution in our discussion. Harman argues that it was not the form of the party that produces party as opposed to Soviet rule, but the decimation of the working class that occurred during the Russian Revolution. Op. Cit. p. 37. This is false. As noted, Lenin was always explicit about the fact that the Bolsheviks sought party rule, full state power, and that their rule was working class rule. As such, we have the first, most basic, substitution of party power for workers' power. Secondly, as we discuss in section H.6.1, the Bolshevik Party had been gerrymandering and disbanding Soviets before the start of the Civil War, so proving that the war cannot be held accountable for this process of substitution. Thirdly, Leninists are meant to know that civil war is inevitable during a revolution. To blame the inevitable for the degeneration of the revolution is hardly convincing, particularly as the degeneration started before the Civil War broke out. Unsurprisingly, anarchists reject the underlying basis of this progression, the idea that the working class, by its own efforts, is incapable of developing beyond a trade union consciousness. The actions of the working class itself condemned these attitudes as outdated and simply wrong long before Lenin's infamous comments were put on paper. In every struggle, the working class has created its own organizations to coordinate its struggle. In the process of struggle, the working class changes its perspectives. This process is uneven in both quantity and quality, but it does happen. However, anarchists do not think that all working class people will, at the same time, spontaneously become anarchists. If they did, we would be in an anarchist society today. As we argue in section J.3, anarchists acknowledge that political development within the working class is uneven. The difference between anarchism and Leninism is how we see socialist ideas developing and how revolutionaries influence that process. In every class struggle there is a radical minority which takes the lead, and many of this minority develop revolutionary conclusions from their experiences. As such, members of the working class develop their own revolutionary theory, and it does not need bourgeois intellectuals to inject it into them. Anarchists go on to argue that this minority, along with any members of other classes who have broken with their background and become libertarians, should organize and work together. The role of this revolutionary organization is to spread, discuss, and revise its ideas and help others draw the same conclusions as they have from their own, and others, experiences. The aim of such a group is, by word and deed, to assist the working class in its struggles and to draw out and clarify the libertarian aspects of this struggle. It seeks to abolish the rigid division between leaders and led, which is the hallmark of class society, by drawing the vast majority of the working class into social struggle and revolutionary politics by encouraging their direct management of the struggle. Only this participation and the political discussion it generates will allow revolutionary ideas to become widespread. In other words, anarchists argue that precisely because of political differences, unevenness, we need the fullest possible democracy and freedom to discuss issues and reach agreements. Only by discussion and self-activity can the political perspectives of those in struggle develop and change. In other words, the fact Bolshevism uses to justify its support for party power is the strongest argument against it. Our differences with vanguardism could not be more clear. H.5.4 Did Lenin abandon vanguardism? Vanguardism rests on the premise that the working class cannot emancipate itself. As such, the ideas of Lenin as expounded in What is to be Done? Wit, contradicts the key idea of Marx that the emancipation of the working class is the task of the working class itself. Thus the paradox of Leninism. On the one hand, it subscribes to an ideology allegedly based on working class self-liberation. On the other, the founder of that school wrote an obviously influential work whose premise not only logically implies that they cannot, it also provides the perfect rationale for party dictatorship over the working class, and as the history of Leninism in power shows, this underlying premise was much stronger than any democratic-sounding rhetoric. It is for this reason that many Leninists are somewhat embarrassed by Lenin's argument in that key text. Hence we see Chris Harman writing that the real theoretical basis for Lenin's argument on the party is not that the working class is incapable on its own of coming to theoretical socialist consciousness. The real basis for his argument is that the level of consciousness in the working class is never uniform. Party and Class, pages 25-6. In other words, Harman changes the focus of the question away from the point explicitly and repeatedly stated by Lenin that the working class was incapable on its own of coming to socialist consciousness, and that he was simply repeating Marxist orthodoxy when he did. Harman bases his revision on Lenin's later comments regarding his book, namely that he sought to straighten matters out by pulling in the other direction to the extreme which the economists had went to. Collected Works, Volume 6, p. 491. He repeated this in 1907, as we will discuss shortly. While Lenin may have been right to attack the economists, his argument that socialist consciousness comes to the working class only from without is not a case of going too far in the other direction, it is wrong. Simply put, you do not attack ideas you disagree with by arguing an equally false set of ideas. This suggests that Harman's attempt to downplay Lenin's elitist position is flawed. Simply put, the real theoretical basis of the argument was precisely the issue Lenin himself raised, namely the incapacity of the working class to achieve socialist consciousness by itself. It is probably the elitist conclusions of this argument which drives Harman to try and change the focus to another issue, namely the political unevenness within the working class. Some go to even more extreme lengths, denying that Lenin even held such a position. For example, Hal Draper argued at length that Lenin did not, in fact, hold the opinions he actually expressed in his book. While Draper covers many aspects of what he called the myth of Lenin's concept of the party in his essay of the same name, we will concentrate on the key idea, namely that socialist ideas are developed outside the class struggle by the radical intelligentsia and introduced into the working class from without. Here, as argued in section H.5.1, is the root of the anti-socialist basis of Leninism. So what did Draper say? On the one hand, he denied that Lenin held this theory. He states that it is a virtually non-existent theory and non-existent afterward. He argued that those who hold the position that Lenin actually meant what he said in his book never quote anything other than wit, and stated that this is a curious fact, a fact we will disprove shortly. Draper argued as follows: did Lenin put this theory forward even in wit? Not exactly. He then noted that Lenin had just read this theory in the most prestigious theoretical organ of Marxism of the whole international socialist movement, and it had been put forward in an important article by the leading Marxist authority, Karl Koski, and so Lenin first paraphrased Koski before quoting a long passage from Koski's article. This much, of course, is well known by anyone who has read Lenin's book. By paraphrasing and quoting Koski as he does, Lenin is showing his agreement with Koski's argument. Indeed, Lenin states before quoting Koski that his comments are profoundly true and important. Essential works of Lenin, p. 79. By explicitly agreeing with Koski, it can be said that it also becomes Lenin's theory as well. Over time, particularly after Koski had been labeled a renegade by Lenin, Koski's star waned and Lenin's rose. Little wonder the argument became associated with Lenin rather than the discredited Koski. Draper then speculated that it is curious, that no one has sought to prove that by launching this theory, Koski was laying the basis for the demon of totalitarianism. A simple reason exists for this, namely the fact that Koski, unlike Lenin, was never the head of a one-party dictatorship and justified the system politically. Indeed, Koski attacked the Bolsheviks for this, which caused Lenin to label him a renegade. Koski, in this sense, can be considered as being inconsistent with his political assumptions, unlike Lenin, who took these assumptions to their logical conclusions. How, after showing the obvious fact that the crucial Leninist theory was really Koski's, he then wondered, did Lenin, in wit, adopt Koski's theory? He answered his own question with an astounding again, not exactly. Clearly, quoting approvingly of a theory and stating it is profoundly true does not, in fact, make you a supporter of it. What evidence does Draper present for his amazing answer? Well, Draper argued that Lenin tried to get maximum mileage out of it against the right wing. This was the point of his quoting it. If it did something for Koski's polemic, he no doubt figured that it would do something for his. Or, to present a more simple and obvious explanation, Lenin agreed with Koski's profoundly true argument. Aware of this possibility, Draper tried to combat it. Certainly, he argued, this young man Lenin was not, yet, so brash as to attack his pope or correct him overtly. But there was obviously a feeling of discomfort. While showing some modesty and attempting to avoid the appearance of a head-on criticism, the fact is that Lenin inserted two longish footnotes rejecting, or if you wish, amending, precisely what was worst about the Koski theory on the role of the proletariat. So, here we have Lenin quoting Koski to prove his own argument, and noting that Koski's words were profoundly true and important, but feeling discomfort over what he has just approvingly quoted. Incredible. So how does Lenin amend Koski's profoundly true and important argument? In two ways, according to Draper. Firstly, in a footnote which was appended right after the Koskei passage Lenin quoted. Draper argued that it was specifically formulated to undermine and weaken the theoretical content of Koskei's position. It began, "This does not mean, of course, that the workers have no part in creating such an ideology. But this was exactly what Koskei did mean and say." In the guise of offering a caution, Lenin was proposing a modified view. They the workers take part, however, Lenin's footnote continued, not as workers, but as socialist theoreticians, as Proudhons and Whitelings, in other words, they take part only when they are able. In short, Lenin was reminding the reader that Koskei's sweeping statements were not even 100% true historically. He pointed to exceptions. Yes, Lenin did point to exceptions in order to refute objections to Koskei's argument before they were raised. It is clear that Lenin was not refuting Koskei. Thus Proudhon adds to socialist ideology insofar as he is a socialist theoretician and not a worker. How clear can you be? This can be seen from the rest of the sentence Draper truncates. Lenin continued by noting that people like Proudhon take part only to the extent that they are able, more or less, to acquire the knowledge of their age and advance that knowledge. Op. Cit. P82F. In other words, insofar as they learn from the vehicles of science. Neither Koskei or Lenin denied that it was possible for workers to acquire such knowledge and pass it on, sometimes even develop it. However, this does not mean that they thought workers, as part of their daily life and struggle as workers, could develop socialist theory. Thus Lenin's footnote reiterated Koskei's argument rather than, as Draper hoped, refute it. Draper turns to another footnote, which he noted was not directly tied to the Koskei article, but discussed the spontaneity of the socialist idea. It is often said, Lenin began, that the working class spontaneously gravitates towards socialism. This is perfectly true in the sense that socialist theory reveals the causes of the misery of the working class, and for that reason the workers are able to assimilate it so easily, but he reminded that this process itself was not subordinated to mere spontaneity. The working class spontaneously gravitates towards socialism, nevertheless, bourgeois ideology spontaneously imposes itself upon the working class to a still greater degree. Draper argued that this was obviously written to modify and recast the Koskei theory, without coming out and saying that the master was wrong. So, here we have Lenin approvingly quoting Koskei in the main text while, at the same time, providing a footnote to show that, in fact, he did not agree with what he has just quoted. Truly amazing and easily refuted. Lenin's footnote stressed, in a part Draper did not consider it wise to quote, that workers appreciate socialist theory provided, however, that this theory does not step aside for spontaneity and provided it subordinates spontaneity to itself. Op. Cit. P84F. In other words, workers assimilate socialist theory only when socialist theory does not adjust itself to the spontaneous forces at work in the class struggle. The workers adjust to socialist theory, they do not create it. Thus, rather than refuting Koskei by the back door, Lenin in this footnote still agreed with him. Socialism does not develop, as Koskei stressed, from the class struggle but rather has to be injected into it. This means, by necessity, the party subordinates spontaneity to itself. Draper argued that this modification simply meant that there are several things that happen spontaneously, and what will win out is not decided only by spontaneity, but as can be seen, this is not the case. Only when spontaneity is subordinated to the theory, i.e. the party, can socialism be won, a totally different position. As such, when Draper asserted that that was clear at this point was that Lenin was justifiably dissatisfied with the formulation of Koskei's theory, he was simply expressing wishful thinking. This footnote, like the first one, continued the argument developed by Lenin in the main text and in no way is in contradiction to it. As is obvious, Draper as final evidence of his case asserted that it is a curious fact that no one has ever found this alleged theory anywhere else in Lenin's voluminous writings, not before and not after Wit. It never appeared in Lenin again. No Leninologist has ever quoted such a theory from any other place in Lenin. However, as this theory was the orthodox Marxist position, Lenin had no real need to reiterate this argument continuously. After all, he had quoted the acknowledged leader of Marxism on the subject explicitly to show the orthodoxy of his argument and the non-Marxist base of those he argued against. Once the debate had been won and orthodox Marxism triumphant, why repeat the argument again? This, as we will see, was exactly the position Lenin did take in 1907 when he wrote an introduction to a book which contained What is to be Done. In contradiction to Draper's claim, Lenin did return to this matter. In October 1905 he wrote a short article in praise of an article by Stalin on this very subject. Stalin had sought to explain Lenin's ideas to the Georgian social democracy and, like Lenin, had sought to root the argument in Marxist orthodoxy, partly to justify the argument, partly to expose the Menshevik opposition as being non-Marxists. Stalin argued along similar lines to Lenin. The question now is, who works out, who is able to work out this socialist consciousness, i.e. scientific socialism? Koskai says, and I repeat his idea, that the masses of proletarians, as long as they remain proletarians, have neither the time nor the opportunity to work out socialist consciousness. The vehicles of science are the intellectuals, who have both the time and opportunity to put themselves in the van of science and work out socialist consciousness. Clearly, socialist consciousness is worked out by a few social democratic intellectuals who possess the time and opportunity to do so. Collected Works, Volume 1, p. 164. Stalin stressed the Marxist orthodoxy by stating social democracy comes in and introduces socialist consciousness into the working class movement. This is what Koskai has in mind when he says socialist consciousness is something introduced into the proletarian class struggle from without. Op. Cit. Pages 164-5. That Stalin was simply repeating Lenin's and Koskai's arguments is clear, as is the fact it was considered the orthodox position within social democracy. If Draper was right, then Lenin would have taken the opportunity to attack Stalin's article and express the alternative viewpoint Draper was convinced he held. Lenin, however, put pen to paper to praise Stalin's work, noting the splendid way in which the problem of the celebrated introduction of a consciousness from without had been posed. Lenin explicitly agreed with Stalin's summary of his argument, writing that social being determines consciousness. Socialist consciousness corresponds to the position of the proletariat before quoting Stalin, who can and does evolve this consciousness, scientific socialism. He answers by again approvingly quoting Stalin, its evolution is a matter for a few social democratic intellectuals who possess the necessary means and time. Lenin did argue that social democracy meets an instinctive urge towards socialism when it comes to the proletariat with the message of socialism, but this does not counter the main argument that the working class cannot develop socialist consciousness by its own efforts and the, by necessity, elitist and hierarchical politics that flow from this position. Lenin, Collected Works, Volume 9, p. 388. That Lenin did not reject his early formulations can also be seen from in his introduction to the pamphlet 12 Years, which contained What is to be Done. Rather than explaining the false nature of that work's more infamous arguments, Lenin in fact defended them. For example, as regards the question of professional revolutionaries, he argued that the statements of his opponents now look ridiculous as today the idea of an organization of professional revolutionaries has already scored a complete victory, a victory which would have been impossible if this idea had not been pushed to the forefront at the time. He noted that his work had vanquished economism, and finally created this organization. On the question of socialist consciousness, he simply reiterated the Marxist orthodoxy of his position, noting that its formulation of the relationship between spontaneity and political consciousness was agreed upon by all the Iskra editors. Consequently, there could be no question of any difference in principle between the draft party program and what is to be done on this issue. So while Lenin argued that his book straightens out what had been twisted by the economists, who had gone to one extreme, he did not correct his earlier arguments. Collected Works, Volume 13, p. 101, p. 102 and p. 107. Looking at Lenin's arguments at the Communist International on the question of the party, we see an obvious return to the ideas of Witt, see section H.5.5. Here was have a similar legal/illegal duality, strict centralism, strong hierarchy, and the vision of the party as the head of the working class, i.e. its consciousness. In left-wing communism, Lenin mocks those who reject the idea that dictatorship by the party is the same as that of the class, see section H.3.3. For Draper, the key problem was that critics of Lenin run two different questions together: a. What was, historically, the initial role of intellectuals in the beginnings of the socialist movement, and, b. What is, and above all, what should be the role of bourgeois intellectuals in a working-class party today? He argued that Koski did not believe that if it can be shown that intellectuals historically played a certain initiatory role, they must and should continue to play the same role now and forever. It does not follow, as the working class matured, it tended to throw off leading strings. However, this is unconvincing. If socialist consciousness cannot be generated by the working class by its own struggles, then this is applicable now and in the future. Thus workers who join the socialist movement will be repeating the party ideology, as developed by intellectuals in the past. If they do develop new theory, it would be, as Lenin stressed, not as workers, but as socialist theoreticians, and so socialist consciousness still does not derive from their own class experiences. This places the party in a privileged position vis-a-vis the working class, and so the elitism remains. Somewhat ironically, given how much Draper is at pains to distance his hero Lenin from claims of elitism, he himself agreed with the arguments of Koski and Lenin. For Draper, socialism did not develop out of the class struggle. As a matter of fact, in the International of 1902 no one really had any doubts about the historical facts concerning the beginnings of the movement. This was true. Plekhanov, the father of Russian Marxism, made similar arguments to Koski's before Lenin put pen to paper. For Plekhanov, the socialist intelligentsia will bring consciousness into the working class. It must become the leader of the working class and explain to it its political and economic interests. This would prepare them to play an independent role in the social life of Russia. Quoted by Neil Harding, Lenin's Political Thought, Volume 1, p. 50 and p. 51. As one expert notes, Lenin's position did not differ in any essentials from those Plekhanov had himself expressed. Its basic theses were his own, namely that it is clear from Plekhanov's writing that it was the intelligentsia which virtually created the working class movement in its conscious form. It brought its science, revolutionary theory, and organization. In summary, Lenin's views of the party are not to be regarded as extraordinary, innovatory, perverse, essentially Jacobin, or unorthodox. On the contrary, they were the touchstone of orthodoxy, and so what is to be done, presented at the time, was a restatement of the principles of Russian Marxist orthodoxy. By quoting Koski, Lenin also proved that he was simply repeating the general Marxist orthodoxy. Those who dispute Lenin's conclusions on the genesis of socialist consciousness must, it seems, also dispute Koski's claim to represent social democratic orthodoxy. Harding, Op. Cit. p. 170, p. 172, pages 50-1, p. 187, p. 188, p. 189 and p. 169. Moreover, Engels wrote some interesting words in the 1840s on this issue which places the subsequent development of Marxism into sharper light. He noted that it is evident that the working men's movement is divided into two sections, the Chartists and the Socialists. The Chartists are theoretically the more backward, the less developed, but they are genuine proletarians. The Socialists are more far-seeing, but proceeding originally from the bourgeoisie, are for this reason unable to amalgamate completely with the working class. The union of socialism with Chartism will be the next step. Then, only when this has been achieved, will the working class be the true intellectual leader of England. Thus socialist ideas have to be introduced into the proletariat, as they are more backward and cannot be expected to develop theory for themselves. In the same year, he expounded on what this union would entail, writing in an Owenite paper that the union between the German philosophers, and the German working men, is all but accomplished. With the philosophers to think, and the working men to fight for us, will any earthly power be strong enough to resist our progress? Collected Works, Volume 4, pages 526-7 and p. 236. This, of course, fits in with the Communist Manifesto's assertion that a small section of the ruling class cuts itself adrift, and joins the revolutionary class. Today, this portion of the bourgeois ideologists have raised themselves to the level of comprehending theoretically the historical movement as a whole. The Marx-Engels reader, p. 481. This, needless to say, places bourgeois ideologists, like Marx, Engels, Trotsky, and Lenin, in a privileged position within the movement and has distinctly vanguardist undercurrents. Seemingly unaware how this admission destroyed his case, Draper went on to ask, but what followed from those facts? To which he argued that Marx and Engels concluded, from the same facts and subsequent experiences, that the movement had to be sternly warned against the influence of bourgeois intellectuals inside the party. We wonder if Marx and Engels included themselves in the list of bourgeois intellectuals the workers had to be sternly warned about. Thus, amusingly enough, Draper argued that Marx, Engels, Trotsky, and Lenin all held to the same facts that socialist consciousness developed outside the experiences of the working classes. Ultimately, the whole rationale for the kind of wishful thinking that Draper inflicted on us is flawed. As noted above, you do not combat what you think is an incorrect position with one which you consider as also being wrong or do not agree with. You counter what you consider as an incorrect position with one you consider correct and agree with. As Lenin, in wit, explicitly did. This means that later attempts by his followers to downplay the ideas raised in Lenin's book are unconvincing. Moreover, as he was simply repeating social democratic orthodoxy, it seems doubly unconvincing. Clearly, Draper was wrong. Lenin did, as indicated above, actually meant what he said in wit. The fact that Lenin quoted Trotsky simply shows, as Lenin intended, that this position was the orthodox social democratic one, held by the mainstream of the party, one with roots in Marx and Engels. Given that Leninism was, and still is, a radical offshoot of this movement, this should come as no surprise. However, Draper's comments remind us how religious many forms of Marxism are. Why do we need facts when we have the true faith? H.5.5 What is democratic centralism? Anarchists oppose vanguardism for three reasons, one of which is the way it recommends how revolutionaries should organize to influence the class struggle. So how is a vanguard party organized? To quote the Communist International's 1920 resolution on the role of the Communist Party in the revolution, the party must have a centralist political apparatus and must be organized on the basis of iron proletarian centralism. This, of course, suggests a top-down structure internally, which the resolution explicitly calls for. In its words, communist cells of every kind must be subordinate to one another as precisely as possible in a strict hierarchy. Proceedings and Documents of the Second Congress 1920, Volume 1, p. 193, p. 198 and p. 199. Therefore, the vanguard party is organized in a centralist, top-down way. However, this is not all. As well as being centralist, the party is also meant to be democratic, hence the expression democratic centralism. On this the resolution states, the Communist Party must be organized on the basis of democratic centralism. The most important principle of democratic centralism is election of the higher party organs by the lowest, the fact that all instructions by a superior body are unconditionally and necessarily binding on lower ones, and existence of a strong central party leadership whose authority over all leading party comrades in the period between one party congress and the next is universally accepted. Op. Cit. p. 198. For Lenin, speaking in the same year, democratic centralism meant only that representatives from the localities meet and elect a responsible body which must then govern. Democratic centralism consists in the Congress checking on the Central Committee, removing it and electing a new one. Quoted by Robert Service, The Bolshevik Party in Revolution, p. 131. Thus, democratic centralism is inherently top-down, although the higher party organs are, in principle, elected by the lower. However, the key point is that the Central Committee is the active element, the one whose decisions are implemented, and so the focus of the structure is in the centralism rather than the democratic part of the formula. As we noted in section H.2.14, the Communist Party was expected to have a dual structure, one legal and the other illegal. It goes without saying that the illegal structure is the real power in the party and that it cannot be expected to be as democratic as the legal party, which in turn would be less than democratic as the illegal would have the real power within the organization. All this has clear parallels with Lenin's What is to be Done, where he argued for a powerful and strictly secret organization, which concentrates in its hands all the threads of secret activities, an organization which of necessity must be a centralist organization. This call for centralization is not totally dependent on secrecy, though. As he noted, specialization necessarily presupposes centralization, and in its turn imperatively calls for it. Such a centralist organization would need leaders, and Lenin argued that no movement can be durable without a stable organization of leaders to maintain continuity. As such, the organization must consist chiefly of persons engaged in revolutionary activities as a profession. Thus, we have a centralist organization which is managed by specialists, by professional revolutionaries. This does not mean that these all come from the bourgeoisie or petit bourgeoisie. According to Lenin, a working man agitator who is at all talented and promising must not be left to work 11 hours a day in a factory. We must arrange that he be maintained by the party, that he may in due time go underground. Essential works of Lenin, p. 158, p. 153, p. 147, p. 148 and p. 155. Thus the full-time professional revolutionaries are drawn from all classes into the party apparatus. However, in practice the majority of such full-timers were/are middle class. Trotsky noted that just as in the Bolshevik committees, so at the 1905 Congress itself, there were almost no workingmen. The intellectuals predominated. Stalin, Volume 1, p. 101. This did not change, even after the influx of working-class members in 1917. The incidence of middle-class activists increases at the highest echelons of the hierarchy of executive committees. Robert Service, Op. Cit. p. 47. An ex-worker was a rare sight in the Bolshevik Central Committee, an actual worker non-existent. However, regardless of their original class background, what unites the full-timers is not their origin but rather their current relationship with the working class, one of separation and hierarchy. The organizational structure of the system was made clear at around the same time as What is to be Done, with Lenin arguing that the factory group, or cell, of the party must consist of a small number of revolutionaries, receiving direct from the Central Committee orders and power to conduct the whole social democratic work in the factory. All members of the factory committee must regard themselves as agents of the Central Committee, bound to submit to all its directions, bound to observe all laws and customs of this army in the field in which they have entered and which they cannot leave without permission of the commander. Quoted by E.H. Carr, The Bolshevik Revolution, Volume 1, p. 33. The similarities to the structure proposed by Lenin and agreed to by the Comintern in 1920 is obvious. Thus we have a highly centralist party, one run by professional revolutionaries from the top down. It will be objected that Lenin was discussing the means of party building under Tsarism and advocated wider democracy under legality. However, given that in 1920 he universalized the Bolshevik experience and urged the creation of a dual-party structure, based on legal and illegal structures, his comments on centralization are applicable to vanguardism in general. Moreover, In 1902 he based his argument on experiences drawn from democratic capitalist regimes. As he argued, no revolutionary organization has ever practiced broad democracy, nor could it, however much it desired to do so. This was not considered as just applicable in Russia under the Tsar, as Lenin then goes on to quote the Webb's book on trade unionism in order to clarify what he calls the confusion of ideas concerning the meaning of democracy. He noted that in the first period of existence in their unions, the British workers thought it was an indispensable sign of democracy for all members to do all the work of managing the unions. This involved all questions being decided by the votes of all the members and all official duties being fulfilled by all the members in turn. He dismissed such a conception of democracy as absurd, and historical experience made them understand the necessity for representative institutions and full-time professional officials. Essential Works of Lenin, p. 161 and pages 162-3. Needless to say, Lenin linked this to Kosky, who shows the need for professional journalists, parliamentarians, etc., for the social democratic leadership of the proletarian class struggle, and who attacks the socialism of anarchists and literateurs who proclaim the principle that laws should be passed directly by the whole people, completely failing to understand that in modern society this principle can have only a relative application. The universal nature of his dismissal of self-management within the revolutionary organization in favor of representative forms is thus stressed. Significantly, Lenin stated that this primitive conception of democracy exists in two groups: the masses of the students and workers and the economists of the Bernstein persuasion, i.e. reformists. Thus the idea of directly democratic working class organizations is associated with opportunism. He was generous, noting that he would not, of course, condemn practical workers who have had too few opportunities for studying the theory and practice of real democratic organization, but individuals playing a leading role in the movement should be so condemned. Op. Cit. p. 163. These people should know better. Thus real democratic organization implies the restriction of democracy to that of electing leaders, and any attempt to widen the input of ordinary members is simply an expression of workers who need educating from their primitive failings. In summary, we have a model of a revolutionary party which is based on full-time professional revolutionaries, in which the concept of direct democracy is replaced by a system of, at best, representative democracy. It is highly centralist, as befitting a specialized organization. As noted in section H.3.3, the organizational principle of revolutionary social democracy was to proceed from the top downward rather than from the bottom upward. Lenin, Collected Works, Volume 7, pages 396-7. Rather than being only applicable in Tsarist Russia, Lenin drew on examples from advanced, democratic capitalist countries to justify his model. In 1902 and in 1920 he advocated a similar hierarchical and top-down organization with a dual secret and public organization in the Communist International. The continuity of ideas is clear. H.5.6 Why do anarchists oppose democratic centralism? What to make of Lenin's suggested model of democratic centralism discussed in the last section? It is, to use Cornelius Castoriadis's term, a revolutionary party organized on a capitalist manner, and so in practice the democratic centralist party, while being centralist, will not be very democratic. In fact, the level of democracy would reflect that in a capitalist republic rather than a socialist society. The dividing up of tasks, which is indispensable wherever there is a need for cooperation, becomes a real division of labor, the labor of giving orders being separate from that of carrying them out. This division between directors and executants tends to broaden and deepen by itself. The leaders specialize in their role and become indispensable, while those who carry out orders become absorbed in their concrete tasks. Deprived of information, of the general view of the situation, and of the problems of organization, arrested in their development by their lack of participation in the overall life of the party, the organization's rank and file militants less and less have the means or the possibility of having any control over those at the top. This division of labor is supposed to be limited by democracy. But democracy, which should mean that the majority rules, is reduced to meaning that the majority designates its rulers, copied in this way from the model of bourgeois parliamentary democracy, drained of any real meaning. It quickly becomes a veil thrown over the unlimited power of the rulers. The base does not run the organization just because once a year it elects delegates who designate the Central Committee, no more than the people are sovereign in a parliamentary-type republic because they periodically elect deputies who designate the government. Let us consider, for example, democratic centralism as it is supposed to function in an ideal Leninist party. That the Central Committee is designated by a democratically elected Congress makes no difference since, once it is elected, it has complete, statutory, control over the body of the party, and can dissolve the base organizations, kick out militants, etc., or that, under such conditions, it can determine the composition of the next Congress. The Central Committee could use its powers in an honorable way. These powers could be reduced. The members of the party might enjoy political rights such as being able to form factions, etc. Fundamentally this would not change the situation, for the Central Committee would still remain the organ that defines the political line of the organization and controls its application from top to bottom, that, in a word, has permanent monopoly on the job of leadership. The expression of opinions only has a limited value once the way the group functions prevents this opinion from forming on solid bases, i.e. permanent participation in the organization's activities and in the solution of problems that arise. If the way the organization is run makes the solution of general problems the specific task and permanent work of a separate category of militants, only their opinion will appear, to count to the others. Castoriadis, Social and Political Writings, Volume 2, pages 204-5. Castoriadis' insight is important and strikes at the heart of the problem with vanguard parties. They simply reflect the capitalist society they claim to represent. As such, Lenin's argument against primitive democracy in the revolutionary and labor movements is significant. When he asserts that those who argue for direct democracy completely fail to understand that in modern society this principle can have only a relative application, he is letting the cat out of the bag. Lenin, Op. Cit. p. 163. After all, modern society is capitalism, a class society. In such a society, it is understandable that self-management should not be applied as it strikes at the heart of class society and how it operates. That Lenin can appeal to modern society without recognizing its class basis says a lot. The question becomes, if such a principle is valid for a class system, is it applicable in a socialist society and in the movement aiming to create such a society? Can we postpone the application of our ideas until after the revolution, or can the revolution only occur when we apply our socialist principles in resisting class society? In a nutshell, can the same set of organizational structures be used for the different ends? Can bourgeois structures be considered neutral, or have they, in fact, evolved to ensure and protect minority rule? Ultimately, form and content are not independent of each other. Form and content adapt to fit each other and they cannot be divorced in reality. Thus, if the bourgeoisie embrace centralization and representation, they have done so because it fits perfectly with their specific form of class society. Neither centralization and representation can undermine minority rule, and, if they did, they would quickly be eliminated. Interestingly, both Bukharin and Trotsky acknowledged that fascism had appropriated Bolshevik ideas. The former demonstrated at the 12th Congress of the Communist Party in 1923 how Italian fascism had adopted and applied in practice the experiences of the Russian Revolution in terms of their methods of combat. In fact, if1 regards them from the formal point of view, that is, from the point of view of the technique of their political methods, then one discovers in them a complete application of Bolshevik tactics, in the sense of the rapid concentration of forced and energetic action of a tightly structured military organization. Quoted by R. Pipes, Russia under the Bolshevik regime, 1919–1924, p. 253. The latter, in his uncompleted biography on Stalin, noted that Mussolini stole from the Bolsheviks. Hitler imitated the Bolsheviks and Mussolini. Stalin, Volume 2, p. 243. The question arises as to whether the same tactics and structures serve both the needs of fascist reaction and socialist revolution. Now, if Bolshevism can serve as a model for fascism, it must contain structural and functional elements which are also common to fascism. After all, no one has detected a tendency of Hitler or Mussolini, in their crusade against democracy, the organized labor movement and the left, to imitate the organizational principles of anarchism. Surely we can expect decisive structural differences to exist between capitalism and socialism if these societies are to have different aims. Where one is centralist to facilitate minority rule, the other must be decentralist and federal to facilitate mass participation. Where one is top-down, the other must be from the bottom up. If a socialism exists which uses bourgeois organizational elements, then we should not be surprised if it turns out to be socialist in name only. The same applies to revolutionary organizations. As the anarchists of Trotwoch explain, in reality, a Leninist party simply reproduces and institutionalizes existing capitalist power relations inside a supposedly revolutionary organization, between leaders and led, order givers and order takers, between specialists and the acquiescent and largely powerless party workers. And that elitist power relation is extended to include the relationship between the party and class. Carry on recruiting, p. 41. If you have an organization which celebrates centralization, having an institutionalist leadership separate from the mass of members becomes inevitable. Thus the division of labor which exists in the capitalist workplace or state is created. Forms cannot and do not exist independently of people and so imply specific forms of social relationships within them. These social relationships shape those subject to them. Can we expect the same forms of authority to have different impacts simply because the organization has socialist or revolutionary in its name? Of course not. It is for this reason that anarchists argue that only in a libertarian socialist movement the workers learn about non-dominating forms of association through creating and experimenting with forms such as libertarian labor organizations, which put into practice, through struggle against exploitation, principles of equality and free association. John Clark, The Anarchist Moment, p. 79. As noted above, a democratic centralist party requires that the lower party bodies, cells, branches, etc., should be subordinate to the higher ones, e.g. the Central Committee. The higher bodies are elected at the, usually, annual conference. As it is impossible to mandate for future developments, the higher bodies therefore are given carte blanche to determine policy which is binding on the whole party, hence the from top-down principle. In between conferences, the job of full-time, ideally elected, but not always, officers is to lead the party and carry out the policy decided by the Central Committee. At the next conference, the party membership can show its approval of the leadership by electing another. The problems with this scheme are numerous. The first problem is the issue of hierarchy. Why should higher party organs interpret party policy any more accurately than lower ones? The pat answer is that the higher bodies comprise the most capable and experienced members and are, from their lofty heights, in a better position to take an overall view on a given issue. In fact, what may well happen is that, for example, Central Committee members may be more isolated from the outside world than mere branch members. This might ordinarily be the case because given the fact that many Central Committee members are full-timers and therefore detached from more real issues such as making a living, ACF, Marxism and its failures, p. 8. Equally, in order that the higher bodies can evaluate the situation, they need effective information from the lower bodies. If the lower bodies are deemed incapable of formulating their own policies, how can they be wise enough, firstly, to select the right leaders and, secondly, determine the appropriate information to communicate to the higher bodies? Given the assumptions for centralist power in the party, can we not see that democratic centralist parties will be extremely inefficient in practice as information and knowledge is lost in the party machine and whatever decisions which are reached at the top are made in ignorance of the real situation on the ground? As we discuss in section H.5.8, This is usually the fate of such parties. Within the party, as noted, the role of professional revolutionaries, or full-timers, is stressed. As Lenin argued, any worker which showed any talent must be removed from the workplace and become a party functionary. Is it surprising that the few Bolshevik cadres, i.e. professional revolutionaries, of working class origin soon lost real contact with the working class? Equally, what will their role within the party be? As we discuss in section H.5.12, their role in the Bolshevik Party was essentially conservative in nature and aimed to maintain their own position. That the anarchist critique of democratic centralism is valid, we need only point to the comments and analysis of numerous members, and often soon to be ex-members, of such parties. Thus we get a continual stream of articles discussing why specific parties are, in fact, bureaucratic centralist rather than democratic centralist and what is required to reform them. That every democratic centralist party in existence is not that democratic does not hinder their attempts to create one which is. In a way, the truly democratic centralist party is the holy grail of modern Leninism. As we discuss in section H.5.10, their goal may be as mythical as that of the Arthurian legends. H.5.7 is the way revolutionaries organize important? As we discussed in the last section, anarchists argue that the way revolutionaries organize today is important. However, according to some of Lenin's followers, the fact that the Revolutionary Party is organized in a non-revolutionary manner does not matter. In the words of Chris Harman, a leading member of the British Socialist Workers' Party, existing under capitalism, the revolutionary organization, i.e. the vanguard party, will of necessity have a quite different structure to that of the workers' state that will arise in the process of overthrowing capitalism. Party and Class, p. 34. However, in practice this distinction is impossible to make. If the party is organized in specific ways, then it is so because this is conceived to be efficient, practical and so on. Hence we find Lenin arguing against backwardness in organization, and that the point at issue is whether our ideological struggle is to have forms of a higher type to clothe it, forms of party organization binding on all. Why would the workers' state be based on backward or lower kinds of organizational forms? If, as Lenin remarked, the organizational principle of revolutionary social democracy was to proceed from the top downward, why would the party, once in power, reject its organizational principle in favor of one it thinks is opportunist, primitive and so on? Collected Works, Volume 7, p. 389, p. 388 and pages 396-7. Therefore, as the vanguard the party represents the level to which the working class is supposed to reach, then its organizational principles must, similarly, be those which the class must reach. As such, Harman's comments are incredulous. How we organize today is hardly irrelevant, particularly if the revolutionary organization in question seeks, to use Lenin's words, to tackle full state power alone. Op. Cit. Volume 26, p. 94. These prejudices, and the political and organizational habits they generate, will influence the shaping of the workers' state by the party once it has taken power. This decisive influence of the party and its ideological as well as organizational assumptions can be seen when Trotsky argued in 1923 that the party created the state apparatus and can rebuild it anew. From the party you get the state, but not the party from the state. Leon Trotsky speaks, p. 161. This is to be expected. After all, the aim of the party is to take, hold, and execute power. Given that the vanguard party is organized as it is to ensure effectiveness and efficiency, why should we assume that the ruling party will not seek to recreate these organizational principles once in power? As the Russian Revolution proves, this is the case, see section H.6. To claim how we organize under capitalism is not important to a revolutionary movement is simply not true. The way revolutionaries organize have an impact both on themselves and how they will view the revolution developing. An ideological prejudice for centralization and top-down organization will not disappear once the revolution starts. Rather, it will influence the way the party acts within it and, if it aims to seize power, how it will exercise that power once it has. For these reasons anarchists stress the importance of building the new world in the shell of the old, see section H.1.6. All organizations create social relationships which shape their memberships. As the members of these parties will be part of the revolutionary process, they will influence how that revolution will develop and any transitional institutions which are created. As the aim of such organizations is to facilitate the creation of socialism, the obvious implication is that the revolutionary organization must, itself, reflect the society it is trying to create. Clearly, then, the idea that how we organize as revolutionaries today can be considered somehow independent of the revolutionary process and the nature of post-capitalist society and its institutions cannot be maintained, particularly if the aim of the revolutionary organization is to seize power on behalf of the working class. As we argue elsewhere, see section J.3, anarchists argue for revolutionary groups based on self-management, federalism, and decision-making from below. In other words, we apply within our organizations the same principles as those which the working class has evolved in the course of its own struggles. Autonomy is combined with federalism, so ensuring coordination of decisions and activities is achieved from below upwards by means of mandated and recallable delegates. Effective cooperation is achieved as it is informed by and reflects the needs on the ground. Simply put, working class organization and discipline as exemplified by the Workers' Council or Strike Committee represents a completely different thing from capitalist organization and discipline, of which Leninists are constantly asking for more, albeit draped with the red flag and labeled revolutionary. And as we discuss in the next section, the Leninist model of top-down centralist parties is marked more by its failures than its successes, suggesting that not only is the vanguard model undesirable, it is also unnecessary. H.5.8 Are vanguard parties effective? In a word, no. Vanguard parties have rarely been proven to be effective organs for fermenting revolutionary change, which is, let us not forget, their stated purpose. Indeed, rather than being in the vanguard of social struggle, the Leninist parties are often the last to recognize, let alone understand, the initial stirrings of important social movements and events. It is only once these movements have exploded in the streets that the self-proclaimed vanguards notice them and decide they require the party's leadership. Part of this process are constant attempts to install their political program onto movements that they do not understand, movements that have proven to be successful using different tactics and methods of organization. Rather than learn from the experiences of others, social movements are seen as raw material, as a source of new party members, to be used in order to advance the party rather than the autonomy and combativeness of the working class. This process was seen in the anti-globalization or anti-capitalist movement at the end of the 20th century. This started without the help of these self-appointed vanguards, who once it appeared spent a lot of time trying to catch up with the movement while criticizing its proven organizational principles and tactics. The reasons for such behavior are not too difficult to find. They lie in the organizational structure favored by these parties and the mentality lying behind them. As anarchists have long argued, a centralist, top-down structure will simply be unresponsive to the needs of those in struggle. The inertia associated with the party hierarchy will ensure that it responds slowly to new developments, and its centralist structure means that the leadership is isolated from what is happening on the ground and cannot respond appropriately. The underlying assumption of the vanguard party, namely that the party represents the interests of the working class, makes it unresponsive to new developments within the class struggle. As Lenin argued that spontaneous working class struggle tends to reformism, the leaders of a vanguard party automatically are suspicious of new developments which, by their very nature, rarely fit into previously agreed models of proletarian struggle. The example of Bolshevik hostility to the Soviets spontaneously formed by workers during the 1905 Russian Revolution is one of the best-known examples of this tendency. Murray Bookchin is worth quoting at length on this subject. The glorious party, when there is one, almost invariably lags behind the events. In the beginning, it tends to have an inhibitory function, not a vanguard role. Where it exercises influence, it tends to slow down the flow of events, not coordinate the revolutionary forces. This is not accidental. The party is structured along hierarchical lines that reflect the very society it professes to oppose. Despite its theoretical pretensions, it is a bourgeois organism, a miniature state, with an apparatus and a cadre whose function it is to seize power, not dissolve power. Rooted in the pre-revolutionary period, it assimilates all the forms, techniques and mentality of bureaucracy. Its membership is schooled in obedience and in the preconceptions of a rigid dogma and is taught to revere the leadership. The party's leadership, in turn, is schooled in habits born of command, authority, manipulation, and egomania. This situation is worsened when the party participates in parliamentary elections. In election campaigns, the vanguard party models itself completely on existing bourgeois forms and even acquires the paraphernalia of the electoral party. As the party expands, the distance between the leadership and the ranks inevitably increases. Its leaders not only become personages, they lose contact with the living situation below. The local groups, which know their own immediate situation better than any remote leaders, are obliged to subordinate their insights to directives from above. The leadership, lacking any direct knowledge of local problems, responds sluggishly and prudently. Although it stakes out a claim to the larger view, to greater theoretical competence, the competence of the leadership tends to diminish as one ascends the hierarchy of command. The more one approaches the level where the real decisions are made, the more conservative is the nature of the decision-making process, the more bureaucratic and extraneous are the factors which come into play, the more considerations of prestige and retrenchment supplant creativity, imagination, and a disinterested dedication to revolutionary goals. The party becomes less efficient from a revolutionary point of view the more it seeks efficiency by means of hierarchy, cadres, and centralization. Although everyone marches in step, the orders are usually wrong, especially when events begin to move rapidly and take unexpected turns as they do in all revolutions. On the other hand, this kind of party is extremely vulnerable in periods of repression. The bourgeoisie has only to grab its leadership to destroy virtually the entire movement. With its leaders in prison or in hiding, the party becomes paralyzed, the obedient membership has no one to obey and tends to flounder. Demoralization sets in rapidly. The party decomposes not only because of the repressive atmosphere but also because of its poverty of inner resources. The foregoing account is not a series of hypothetical inferences, it is a composite sketch of all the mass Marxian parties of the past century: the Social Democrats, the Communists, and the Trotskyist Party of Ceylon, the only mass party of its kind. To claim that these parties failed to take their Marxian principles seriously merely conceals another question: why did this failure happen in the first place? The fact is, these parties were co-opted into bourgeois society because they were structured along bourgeois lines. The germ of treachery existed in them from birth. Post-scarcity anarchism, pages 123-6. The evidence Bookchin summarizes suggests that vanguard parties are less than efficient in promoting revolutionary change. Sluggish, unresponsive, undemocratic, they simply cannot adjust to the dynamic nature of social struggle, never mind revolution. This is to be expected. For the state, centralization is the appropriate form of organization, since it aims at the greatest possible uniformity in social life for the maintenance of political and social equilibrium. But for a movement whose very existence depends on prompt action at any favorable moment and on the independent thought and action of its supporters, centralism could but be a curse by weakening its power of decision and systematically repressing all immediate action. If, for example, as was the case in Germany, every local strike had first to be approved by the central, which was often hundreds of miles away and was not usually in a position to pass a correct judgment on the local conditions, one cannot wonder that the inertia of the apparatus of organization renders a quick attack quite impossible, and there thus arises a state of affairs where the energetic and intellectually alert groups no longer serve as patterns for the less active, but are condemned by these to inactivity, inevitably bringing the whole movement to stagnation. Organization is, after all, only a means to an end. When it becomes an end in itself, it kills the spirit and the vital initiative of its members and sets up that domination by mediocrity which is the characteristic of all bureaucracies. Rudolf Rocker, Anarcho-Syndicalism, p. 61. As we discuss in section H.5.12, the example of the Bolshevik Party during the Russian Revolution amply proves Rocker's point. Rather than being a highly centralist, disciplined vanguard party, the Bolshevik Party was marked by extensive autonomy throughout its ranks. Party discipline was regularly ignored, including by Lenin in his attempts to get the central party bureaucracy to catch up with the spontaneous revolutionary actions and ideas of the Russian working class. As Bookchin summarized, the Bolshevik leadership was ordinarily extremely conservative, a trait that Lenin had to fight throughout 1917, first in his efforts to reorient the Central Committee against the Provisional Government, the famous conflict over the April Theses, later in driving the Central Committee toward insurrection in October. In both cases he threatened to resign from the Central Committee and bring his views to the lower ranks of the party. Once in power, however, the Bolsheviks tended to centralize their party to the degree that they became isolated from the working class. Op. Cit. Pages 126 and p. 127. The vanguard model of organizing is not only inefficient and ineffective from a revolutionary perspective, it generates bureaucratic and elitist tendencies which undermine any revolution unfortunate enough to be dominated by such a party. For these extremely practical and sensible reasons anarchists reject it wholeheartedly. As we discuss in the next section, the only thing vanguard parties are effective at is to supplant the diversity produced and required by revolutionary movements with the drab conformity produced by centralization and to replace popular power and freedom with party power and tyranny. H.5.9 What are vanguard parties effective at? As we discussed the last section, vanguard parties are not efficient as agents of revolutionary change. So, it may be asked, what are vanguard parties effective at? If they are harmful to revolutionary struggle, what are they good at? The answer to this is simple. No anarchist would deny that vanguard parties are extremely efficient and effective at certain things, most notably reproducing hierarchy and bourgeois values into so-called revolutionary organizations and movements. As Murray Bookchin put it, the party is efficient in only one respect, in molding society in its own hierarchical image if the revolution is successful. It recreates bureaucracy, centralization, and the state. It fosters the very social conditions which justify this kind of society. Hence, instead of withering away, the state controlled by the glorious party preserves the very conditions which necessitate the existence of a state and a party to guard it. Post-scarcity anarchism, pages 125-6. By being structured along hierarchical lines that reflect the very system that it professes to oppose, the vanguard party very effectively reproduces that system within both the current radical social movements and any revolutionary society that may be created. This means that once in power, it shapes society in its own image. Ironically, this tendency towards conservatism and bureaucracy was noted by Trotsky. As often happens, a sharp cleavage developed between the classes in motion and the interests of the party machines. Even the Bolshevik party cadres, who enjoyed the benefit of exceptional revolutionary training, were definitely inclined to disregard the masses and to identify their own special interests and the interests of the machine on the very day after the monarchy was overthrown. What, then, could be expected of these cadres when they became an all-powerful state bureaucracy? Stalin, Volume 1, p. 298. In such circumstances, it is unsurprising that urging party power and identifying it with working class power would have less than revolutionary results. Discussing the Bolsheviks in 1905, Trotsky points out this tendency existed from the start. The habits peculiar to a political machine were already forming in the underground. The young revolutionary bureaucrat was already emerging as a type. The conditions of conspiracy, true enough, offered rather merge scope for such formalities of democracy as electiveness, accountability, and control. Yet, Undoubtedly the committeemen narrowed these limitations considerably more than necessity demanded and were far more intransigent and severe with the revolutionary workingmen than with themselves, preferring to domineer even on occasions that called for lending an attentive ear to the voice of the masses. Op. Cit. p. 101. He quoted Krupskaya, a party member, on these party bureaucrats, the committeemen. Krupskaya stated that as a rule they did not recognize any party democracy and did not want any innovations. The committeeman did not desire, and did not know how to, adapt himself to rapidly changing conditions. Quoted by Trotsky, Op. Cit. p. 101. This conservatism played havoc in the party during 1917, incidentally. It would be no exaggeration to argue that the Russian Revolution occurred in spite of, rather than because of, Bolshevik organizational principles, see section H.5.12. These principles, however, came into their own once the party had seized power, ensuring the consolidation of bureaucratic rule by an elite. That a vanguard party helps to produce a bureaucratic regime once in power should not come as a surprise. If the party, to use Trotsky's expression, exhibits a caste tendency of the committeemen, can we be surprised if once in power it reproduces such a tendency in the state it is now the master of? Op. Cit. p. 102. And this tendency can be seen today in the multitude of Leninist sects that exist. H.5.10 Why does democratic centralism produce bureaucratic centralism? In spite of the almost ritualistic assertions that vanguard parties are the most democratic the world has seen, an army of ex-members, expelled dissidents, and disgruntled members testify that they do not live up to the hype. They argue that most, if not all, vanguard parties are not democratic centralist but are, in fact, bureaucratic centralist. Within the party, in other words, a bureaucratic clique controls it from the top down with little democratic control, never mind participation. For anarchists, this is hardly surprising. The reasons why this continually happens are rooted in the nature of democratic centralism itself. Firstly, the assumption of democratic centralism is that the membership elect a leadership and give them the power to decide policy between conferences and congresses. This has a subtle impact on the membership, as it is assumed that the leadership has a special insight into social problems above and beyond that of anyone else, otherwise they would not have been elected to such an important position. Thus many in the membership come to believe that disagreements with the leadership's analysis, even before they had been clearly articulated, are liable to be wrong. Doubt dares not speak its name. Unquestioning belief in the party leadership has been an all too common recurring theme in many accounts of vanguard parties. The hierarchical structure of the party promotes a hierarchical mentality in its members. Conformity within such parties is also reinforced by the intense activism expected by members, particularly leading activists and full-time members. Paradoxically, the more deeply people participate in activism, the harder it becomes to reflect on what they are doing. The unrelenting pace often induces exhaustion and depression, while making it harder to think your way out. Too many commitments have been made and too little time is left over from party activity for reflection. Moreover, high levels of activism prevent many, particularly the most committed, from having a personal life outside their role as party members. This high-speed political existence means that rival social networks atrophy through neglect, so ensuring that the party line is the only perspective which members get exposed to. Members tend to leave, typically, because of exhaustion, crisis, even despair rather than as the result of rational reflection and conscious decision. Secondly, given that vanguard parties are based on the belief that they are the guardians of scientific socialism, this means that there is a tendency to squeeze all of social life into the confines of the party's ideology. Moreover, as the party's ideology is a science, it is expected to explain everything, hence the tendency of Leninists to expound on every subject imaginable, regardless of whether the author knows enough about the subject to discuss it in an informed way. The view that the party's ideology explains everything eliminates the need for fresh or independent thought, precludes the possibility of critically appraising past practice or acknowledging mistakes, and removes the need to seek meaningful intellectual input outside the party's own ideological fortress. As Victor Serge, anarchist turned Bolshevik, admitted in his memoirs, Bolshevik thinking is grounded in the possession of the truth. The party is the repository of truth, and any form of thinking which differs from it is a dangerous or reactionary error. Here lies the spiritual source of its intolerance. The absolute conviction of its lofty mission assures it of a moral energy quite astonishing in its intensity and, at the same time, a clerical mentality which is quick to become inquisitorial. Memoirs of a Revolutionary, p. 134. The intense level of activism means that members are bombarded with party propaganda, are in endless party meetings, or spend time reading party literature, and so, by virtue of the fact that there is not enough time to read anything, members end up reading nothing but party publications. Most points of contact with the external world are eliminated or drastically curtailed. Indeed, such alternative sources of information and such thinking is regularly dismissed as being contaminated by bourgeois influences. This often goes so far as to label those who question any aspect of the party's analysis revisionists or deviationists, bending to the pressures of capitalism, and are usually driven from the ranks as heretics. All this is almost always combined with contempt for all other organizations on the left. Indeed, the closer they are to the party's own ideological position, the more likely they are to be the targets of abuse. Thirdly, the practice of democratic centralism also aids this process towards conformity. Based on the idea that the party must be a highly disciplined fighting force, the party is endowed with a powerful central committee and a rule that all members must publicly defend the agreed-upon positions of the party and the decisions of the central committee, whatever opinions they might hold to the contrary in private. Between conferences, the party's leading bodies usually have extensive authority to govern the party's affairs, including updating party doctrine and deciding the party's response to current political events. As unity is the key, there is a tendency to view any opposition as a potential threat. It is not at all clear when full freedom to criticize policy internally can be said to disturb the unity of a defined action. The norms of democratic centralism confer all power between conferences onto a central committee, allowing it to become the arbiter of when a dissident viewpoint is in danger of weakening unity. The evidence from numerous vanguard parties suggests that their leaderships usually view any dissent as precisely such a disruption and demand that dissidents cease their action or face expulsion from the party. It should also be borne in mind that Leninist parties also view themselves as vitally important to the success of any future revolution. This cannot help but reinforce the tendency to view dissent as something which automatically imperils the future of the planet and, therefore, something which must be combated at all costs. As Lenin stressed in a polemic directed to the international communist movement in 1920, whoever brings about even the slightest weakening of the iron discipline of the party of the proletariat, especially during its dictatorship, is actually aiding the bourgeoisie against the proletariat. Collected Works, Volume 31, p. 45. As can be seen, Lenin stresses the importance of iron discipline at all times, not only during the revolution when the party is applying its dictatorship. See section H.3.8 for more on this aspect of Leninism. This provides a justification of whatever measures are required to restore the illusion of unanimity, including the trampling underfoot of whatever rights the membership may have on paper and the imposition of any decisions the leadership considers as essential between conferences. Fourthly, and more subtly, it is well known that when people take a public position in defense of a proposition, there is a strong tendency for their private attitudes to shift so that they harmonize with their public behavior. It is difficult to say one thing in public and hold to a set of private beliefs at variance with what is publicly expressed. In short, if people tell others that they support X, for whatever reason, they will slowly begin to change their own opinions and, indeed, internally come to support X. The more public such declarations have been, the more likely it is that such a shift will take place. This has been confirmed by empirical research. See R. Cialdini's Influence, Science and Practice. This suggests that if, in the name of democratic centralism, party members publicly uphold the party line, it becomes increasingly difficult to hold a private belief at variance with publicly expressed opinions. The evidence suggests that it is not possible to have a group of people presenting a conformist image to society at large while maintaining an inter-party regime characterized by frank and full discussion. Conformity in public tends to produce conformity in private. So given what is now known of social influence, democratic centralism is almost certainly destined to prevent genuine internal discussion. This is sadly all too often confirmed in the internal regimes of vanguard parties, where debate is often narrowly focused on a few minor issues of emphasis rather than fundamental issues of policy and theory. It has already been noted, in section H.5.5, that the organizational norms of democratic centralism imply a concentration of power at the top. There is abundant evidence that such a concentration has been a vital feature of every vanguard party and that such a concentration limits party democracy. An authoritarian inter-party regime is maintained, which ensures that decision-making is concentrated in elite hands. This regime gradually dismantles or ignores all formal controls on its activities. Members are excluded from participation in determining policy, calling leaders to account, or expressing dissent. This is usually combined with persistent assurances about the essentially democratic nature of the organization, and the existence of exemplary democratic controls on paper. Correlated with this inner authoritarianism is a growing tendency toward the abuse of power by the leaders, who act in arbitrary ways, accrue personal power and so on, as noted by Trotsky with regards to the Bolshevik party machine. Indeed, it is often the case that activities that would provoke outrage if engaged in by rank-and-file members are tolerated when their leaders do it. As one group of Scottish libertarians noted. Further, insofar as our Bolshevik friends reject and defy capitalist and orthodox labourist conceptions, they also are as much individualistic as the anarchist. Is it not boasted, for example, that on many occasions Marx, Lenin, and Trotsky were prepared to be in a minority of one if they thought they were more correct than all others on the question at issue? In this, like Galileo, they were quite in order. Where they and their followers, obsessed by the importance of their own judgment, go wrong, is in their tendency to refuse this inalienable right to other protagonists and fighters for the working class. APCF, our reply, Class War on the Home Front, p. 70. As in any hierarchical structure, the tendency is for those in power to encourage and promote those who agree with them. This means that members usually find their influence and position in the party dependent on their willingness to conform to the hierarchy and its leadership. Dissenters will rarely find their contribution valued and advancement is limited, which produces a strong tendency not to make waves. As Myasnikov, a working-class Bolshevik dissident, argued in 1921, the regime within the party meant that if someone dares to have the courage of his convictions, they are called either a self-seeker or, worse, a counter-revolutionary, a Menshevik or an SR. Moreover, within the party, favoritism and corruption were rife. In Myasnikov's eyes a new type of communist was emerging, the toadying careerist who knows how to please his superiors. Quoted by Paul Avrish, Bolshevik opposition to Lenin, p. 8 and p. 7. At the last party congress Lenin attended, Myasnikov was expelled. Only one delegate, V.V. Kozier, argued that Lenin had taken the wrong approach to the question of dissent. If someone had the courage to point out deficiencies in party work, he was marked down as an oppositionist, relieved of authority, placed under surveillance, and a reference to Myasnikov even expelled from the party. Paul Avrish, Op. Cit. p. 15. Serge noted about the same period that Lenin proclaimed a purge of the party, aimed at those revolutionaries who had come in from other parties, i.e. those who were not saturated with the Bolshevik mentality. This meant the establishment within the party of a dictatorship of the old Bolsheviks, and the direction of disciplinary measures, not against the unprincipled careerists and conformist latecomers, but against those sections with a critical outlook. Op. Cit. p. 135. This, of course, also applies to the party congress, on paper the sovereign body of the organization. All too often resolutions at party conferences will either come from the leadership or be completely supportive of its position. If branches or members submit resolutions which are critical of the leadership, enormous pressure is exerted to ensure that they are withdrawn. Moreover, often delegates to the Congress are not mandated by their branches, so ensuring that rank and file opinions are not raised, never mind discussed. Other, more drastic measures have been known to occur. Victor Serge saw what he termed the party steamroller at work in early 1921 when the voting was rigged for Lenin's and Zinoviev's majority in one of the districts of Petrograd. Op. Cit. p.123. All too often, such parties have elected bodies which have, in practice, usurped the normal democratic rights of members and become increasingly removed from formal controls. All practical accountability of the leaders to the membership for their actions is eliminated. Usually this authoritarian structure is combined with militaristic-sounding rhetoric and the argument that the revolutionary movement needs to be organized in a more centralist way than the current class system, with references to the state's forces of repression, notably the army. As Murray Bookchin argued, the Leninist has always had a grudging admiration and respect for that most inhuman of all hierarchical institutions, the military. Toward an Ecological Society, p. 254f. The modern-day effectiveness of the vanguard party can be seen by the strange fact that many Leninists fail to join any of the existing parties due to their bureaucratic internal organization and that many members are expelled, or leave in disgust, as a result of their failed attempts to make them more democratic. If vanguard parties are such positive organizations to be a member of, why do they have such big problems with member retention? Why are there so many vocal ex-members? Why are so many Leninists ex-members of vanguard parties, desperately trying to find an actual party which matches their own vision of democratic centralism rather than the bureaucratic centralism which seems the norm? Our account of the workings of vanguard parties explains, in part, why many anarchists and other libertarians voice concern about them and their underlying ideology. We do so because their practices are disruptive and alienate new activists, hindering the very goal, socialism/revolution, they claim to be aiming for. As anyone familiar with the numerous groupings and parties in the Leninist left will attest, the anarchist critique of vanguardism seems to be confirmed in reality while the Leninist defense seems sadly lacking, unless, of course, the person is a member of such a party and then their organization is the exception to the rule. H.5.11 Can you provide an example of the negative nature of vanguard parties? Yes. Our theoretical critique of vanguardism we have presented in the last few sections is more than proved by the empirical evidence of such parties in operation today. Rarely do vanguard parties reach in practice the high hopes their supporters like to claim for them. Such parties are usually small, prone to splitting as well as leadership cults, and usually play a negative role in social struggle. A long line of ex-members complain that such parties are elitist, hierarchical and bureaucratic. Obviously we cannot hope to discuss all such parties. As such, we will take just one example, namely the arguments of one group of dissidents of the biggest British Leninist party, the Socialist Workers' Party. It is worth quoting their account of the internal workings of the SWP at length. The SWP is not democratic centralist but bureaucratic centralist. The leadership's control of the party is unchecked by the members. New perspectives are initiated exclusively by the Central Committee, CC, who then implement their perspective against all party opposition, implicit or explicit, legitimate or otherwise. Once a new perspective is declared, a new cadre is selected from the top down. The CC select the organizers, who select the district and branch committees. Any elections that take place are carried out on the basis of slates so that it is virtually impossible for members to vote against the slate proposed by the leadership. Any members who have doubts or disagreements are written off as burnt out and, depending on their reaction to this, may be marginalized within the party and even expelled. These methods have been disastrous for the SWP in a number of ways. Each new perspective requires a new cadre, below the level of the CC, so the existing cadre are actively marginalized in the party. In this way, the SWP has failed to build a stable and experienced cadre capable of acting independently of the leadership. Successive layers of cadres have been driven into passivity, and even out of the revolutionary movement altogether. The result is the loss of hundreds of potential cadres. Instead of appraising the real, uneven development of individual cadres, the history of the party is written in terms of a star system, comrades currently favored by the party, and a demonology, the renegades who are brushed aside with each turn of the party. As a result of this systematic dissolution of the cadre, the CC grows ever more remote from the membership and increasingly bureaucratic in its methods. In recent years the National Committee has been abolished. It obediently voted for its own dissolution, on the recommendation of the CC, to be replaced by party councils made up of those comrades active at any one time, i.e. those who already agree with current perspectives. District committees are appointed rather than elected. The CC monopolises all information concerning the party, so that it is impossible for members to know much about what happens in the party outside their own branch. The CC give a distorted account of events rather than admit their mistakes. History is rewritten to reinforce the prestige of the CC. The outcome is a party whose conferences have no democratic function, but serve only to orientate party activists to carry out perspectives drawn up before the delegates even set out from their branches. At every level of the party, strategy and tactics are presented from the top down, as predigested instructions for action. At every level, the comrades below are seen only as a passive mass to be shifted into action, rather than as a source of new initiatives. The only exception is when a branch thinks up a new tactic to carry out the CC's perspective. In this case, the CC may take up this tactic and apply it across the party. In no way do rank and file members play an active role in determining the strategy and theory of the party, except in the negative sense that if they refuse to implement a perspective, eventually even the CC notice, and will modify the line to suit. A political culture has been created in which the leadership outside of the CC consists almost solely of comrades loyal to the CC, willing to follow every turn of the perspective without criticism. Increasingly, the bureaucratic methods used by the CC to enforce their control over the political direction of the party have been extended to other areas of party life. In debates over questions of philosophy, culture, and even anthropology, an informal party line emerged, i.e. concerning matters in which there can be no question of the party taking a line. Often behind these positions lay nothing more substantial than the opinions of this or that CC member, but adherence to the line quickly became a badge of party loyalty, disagreement became a stigma, and the effect was to close down the democracy of the party yet further by placing even questions of theory beyond debate. Many militants, especially working-class militants with some experience of trade union democracy, etc., are often repelled by the undemocratic norms in the party and refuse to join, or keep their distance despite accepting our formal politics. ISG, discussion document of ex-SWP comrades. The dissidents argue that a democratic party would involve the regular election of all party full-timers, branch and district leadership, conference delegates, etc. with the right of recall, which means that in the SWP appointment of full-timers, leaders, and so on is the norm. They argue for the right of branches to propose motions to the party conference and for the right for members to communicate horizontally in the party, to produce and distribute their own documents. They stress the need for an independent control commission to review all disciplinary cases, independent of the leadership bodies that exercise discipline, and the right of any disciplined comrades to appeal directly to party conference. They argue that in a democratic party no section of the party would have a monopoly of information, which indicates that the SWP's leadership is essentially secretive, withholding information from the party membership. Even more significantly, given our discussion on the influence of the party structure on post-revolutionary society in section H.5.7, they argue that worst of all, the SWP are training a layer of revolutionaries to believe that the organizational norms of the SWP are a shining example of proletarian democracy, applicable to a future socialist society. Not surprisingly, many people are instinctively repelled by this idea. Some of these critics of specific Leninist parties do not give up hope and still look for a truly democratic centralist party rather than the bureaucratic centralist ones which seem so common. For example, our group of ex-SWP dissidents argue that anybody who has spent time involved in Leninist organizations will have come across workers who agree with Marxist politics but refuse to join the party because they believe it to be undemocratic and authoritarian. Many draw the conclusion that Leninism itself is at fault, as every organization that proclaims itself Leninist appears to follow the same pattern. ISG, Lenin versus the SWP, bureaucratic centralism or democratic centralism. This is a common refrain with Leninists when reality says one thing and the theory another. It must be reality that is at fault. Yes, every Leninist organization may be bureaucratic and authoritarian, but it is not the theory's fault that those who apply it are not capable of actually doing so successfully. Such an application of scientific principles by the followers of scientific socialism is worthy of note. Obviously, the usual scientific method of generalizing from facts to produce a theory is inapplicable when evaluating scientific socialism itself. However, rather than ponder the possibility that democratic centralism does not actually work and automatically generates the bureaucratic centralism, they point to the example of the Russian Revolution and the original Bolshevik Party as proof of the validity of their hopes. Indeed, it would be no exaggeration to argue that the only reason people take the Vanguard Party organizational structure seriously is the apparent success of the Bolsheviks in the Russian Revolution. However, as noted above, even the Bolshevik Party was subject to bureaucratic tendencies, and as we discuss in the next section, the experience of the 1917 Russian revolutions disprove the effectiveness of vanguard-style parties. The Bolshevik Party of 1917 was a totally different form of organization than the ideal democratic centralist type argued for by Lenin in 1902 and 1920. As a model of revolutionary organization, the vanguardist one has been proven false rather than confirmed by the experience of the Russian Revolution. Insofar as the Bolshevik Party was effective, it operated in a non-vanguardist way, and insofar as it did operate in such a manner, it held back the struggle. H.5.12 Surely the Russian Revolution proves that vanguard parties work? No, far from it. Looking at the history of vanguardism, we are struck by its failures, not its successes. Indeed, the proponents of democratic centralism can point to only one apparent success of their model, namely the Russian Revolution. Strangely, though, we are warned by Leninists that failure to use the vanguard party will inevitably condemn future revolutions to failure. The proletariat can take power only through its vanguard. Without the confidence of the class in the vanguard, without support of the vanguard by the class, there can be no talk of the conquest of power. The Soviets are the only organized form of the tie between the vanguard and the class. A revolutionary content can be given to this form only by the party. This is proved by the positive experience of the October Revolution and by the negative experience of other countries, Germany, Austria, finally, Spain. No one has either shown in practice or tried to explain articulately on paper how the proletariat can seize power without the political leadership of a party that knows what it wants. Trotsky, Writings 1936-37, p. 490. To anarchist ears, such claims seem out of place. After all, did the Russian Revolution actually result in socialism or even a viable form of Soviet democracy? Far from it. Unless you picture revolution as simply the changing of the party in power, you have to acknowledge that while the Bolshevik Party did take power in Russia in November 1917, the net effect of this was not the stated goals that justified that action. Thus, if we take the term effective to mean an efficient means to achieve the desired goals, then vanguardism has not been proven to be effective, quite the reverse, assuming that your desired goal is a socialist society, rather than party power. Needless to say, Trotsky blames the failure of the Russian Revolution on objective factors rather than Bolshevik policies and practice, an argument we address in section H.6 and will not do so here. So while Leninists make great claims for the effectiveness of their chosen kind of party, the hard facts of history are against their positive evaluation of vanguard parties. Ironically, even the Russian Revolution disproves the claims of Leninists. The fact is that the Bolshevik Party in 1917 was very far from the democratic centralist organization which supporters of vanguardism like to claim it is. As such, its success in 1917 lies more in its divergence from the principles of democratic centralism than in their application. The subsequent degeneration of the revolution and the party is marked by the increasing application of those principles in the life of the party. Thus, to refute the claims of the effectiveness and efficiency of vanguardism, we need to look at its one and only success, namely the Russian Revolution. As the Cohn-Bendit brothers argued, far from leading the Russian Revolution forwards, the Bolsheviks were responsible for holding back the struggle of the masses between February and October 1917, and later for turning the revolution into a bureaucratic counter-revolution in both cases because of the party's very nature, structure, and ideology. Indeed, from April to October, Lenin had to fight a constant battle to keep the party leadership in tune with the masses. Obsolete communism, p. 183 and p. 187. It was only by continually violating its own nature, structure, and ideology that the Bolshevik Party played an important role in the revolution. Whenever the principles of democratic centralism were applied, the Bolshevik Party played the role the Cohn-Bendit brothers subscribed to it, and once in power, the party's negative features came to the fore. Even Leninists acknowledge that, to quote Tony Cliff, throughout the history of Bolshevism, a certain conservatism arose. Indeed, at practically all sharp turning points, Lenin had to rely on the lower strata of the party machine against the higher, or on the rank and file against the machine as a whole. Lenin, Volume 2, p. 135. This fact, incidentally, refutes the basic assumptions of Lenin's party schema, namely that the broad party membership, like the working class, was subject to bourgeois influences so necessitating central leadership and control from above. Looking at both the 1905 and 1917 revolutions, we are struck by how often this conservatism arose and how often the higher bodies lagged behind the spontaneous actions of the masses and the party membership. Looking at the 1905 revolution, we discover a classic example of the inefficiency of democratic centralism. Facing the rise of the Soviets, councils of workers' delegates elected to coordinate strikes and other forms of struggle, the Bolsheviks did not know what to do. The Petersburg Committee of the Bolsheviks, noted Trotsky, was frightened at first by such an innovation as a nonpartisan representation of the embattled masses, and could find nothing better to do than to present the Soviet with an ultimatum: immediately adopt a social democratic program or disband. The Petersburg Soviet as a whole, including the contingent of Bolshevik workingmen as well, ignored this ultimatum without batting an eyelash. Stalin, Volume 1, p. 106. More than that, the Party's Central Committee published the resolution on October 27, thereby making it the binding directive for all other Bolshevik organizations. Oscar Anweiler, The Soviets, p. 77. It was only the return of Lenin which stopped the Bolsheviks' open attacks against the Soviet. As we discuss in section H.6.2, the rationale for these attacks is significant as they were based on arguing that the Soviets could not reflect workers' interests because they were elected by the workers. The implications of this perspective came clear in 1918, when the Bolsheviks gerrymandered and disbanded Soviets to remain in power, see section H.6.1. That the Bolsheviks' position flowed naturally from Lenin's arguments in what is to be done is clear. Thus the underlying logic of Lenin's vanguardism ensured that the Bolsheviks played a negative role with regards the Soviets, which, combined with democratic centralism, ensured that it was spread far and wide. Only by ignoring their own party's principles and staying in the Soviet did rank-and-file Bolsheviks play a positive role in the revolution. This divergence of top and bottom would be repeated in 1917. Given this, perhaps it is unsurprising that Leninists started to rewrite the history of the 1905 revolution. Victor Serge, an anti-Stalinist Leninist, asserted in the late 1920s that in 1905 the Petrograd Soviet was led by Trotsky and inspired by the Bolsheviks. Year 1 of the Russian Revolution, p. 36. While the former claim is partially correct, the latter is not. As noted, the Bolsheviks were initially opposed the Soviets and systematically worked to undermine them. Unsurprisingly, Trotsky at that time was a Menshevik, not a Bolshevik. After all, how could the most revolutionary party that ever existed have messed up so badly? How could democratic centralism fared so badly in practice? Best, then, to suggest that it did not and give the Bolsheviks a role better suited to the rhetoric of Bolshevism than its reality. Trotsky was no different. He, needless to say, denied the obvious implications of these events in 1905. While admitting that the Bolsheviks adjusted themselves more slowly to the sweep of the movement and that the Mensheviks were preponderant in the Soviet, he tries to save vanguardism by asserting that the general direction of the Soviets' policy proceeded in the main along Bolshevik lines. So, in spite of the lack of Bolshevik influence, in spite of the slowness in adjusting to the revolution, Bolshevism was, in fact, the leading set of ideas in the revolution. Ironically, a few pages later, he mocks the claims of Stalinists that Stalin had isolated the Mensheviks from the masses by noting that the figures hardly bear the claims out. Op. Cit. p. 112 and p. 117. Shame he did not apply this criteria to his own assertions. Of course, every party makes mistakes. The question is, how did the most revolutionary party of all time fare in 1917? Surely that revolution proves the validity of vanguardism and democratic centralism? After all, there was a successful revolution, the Bolshevik Party did seize power. However, the apparent success of 1917 was not due to the application of democratic centralism, quite the reverse. While the myth of 1917 is that a highly efficient, democratic centralist vanguard party ensured the overthrow of the provisional government in November 1917 in favor of the Soviets, or so it seemed at the time, the facts are somewhat different. Rather, the Bolshevik Party throughout 1917 was a fairly loose collection of local organizations, each more than willing to ignore central commands and express their autonomy, with much internal dissent and infighting and no discipline beyond what was created by common loyalty. The Democratic Centralist Party, as desired by Lenin, was only created in the course of the Civil War and the tightening of the party dictatorship. In other words, the party became more like a democratic centralist one as the revolution degenerated. As such, the various followers of Lenin, Stalinists, Trotskyists, and their multitude of offshoots, subscribe to a myth, which probably explains their lack of success in reproducing a similar organization since. So assuming that the Bolsheviks did play an important role in the Russian Revolution, it was because it was not the centralist, disciplined Bolshevik party of Leninist myth. Indeed, when the party did operate in a vanguardist manner, failure was soon to follow. This claim can be proven by looking at the history of the 1917 revolution. The February Revolution started with the spontaneous protests and strikes, yet the Petrograd organization of the Bolsheviks opposed the calling of strikes precisely on the eve of the revolution, which was destined to overthrow the Tsar. Fortunately, the workers ignored the Bolshevik directives and went on strike anyway. In the events which followed, no one was more surprised by the revolution than the revolutionary parties, including the Bolsheviks. Murray Bookchin, Post-Scarcity Anarchism, p. 123. Trotsky quoted one of the Bolshevik leaders at the time. Absolutely no guiding initiative from the party centers was felt. The Petrograd Committee had been arrested and the representative of the Central Committee was unable to give any directives for the coming day. Quoted by Trotsky, History of the Russian Revolution, Volume 1, p. 147. Not the best of starts. Of course, rank-and-file Bolsheviks took part in the demonstrations, street fights and strikes, and so violated the principles their party was meant to be based on. As the revolution progressed, so did the dual nature of the Bolshevik party, i.e. its practical divergence from democratic centralism in order to be effective, and attempts to force it back into that schema which handicapped the revolution. However, during 1917, democratic centralism was ignored in order to ensure the Bolsheviks played any role at all in the revolution. As one historian of the party makes clear, in 1917 and until the outbreak of the Civil War, the party operated in ways that few modern vanguard parties would tolerate. The committees were a law unto themselves when it came to accepting orders from above. Democratic centralism, as vague a principle of internal administration as there ever has been, was commonly held at least to enjoin lower executive bodies that they should obey the behests of all higher bodies in the organizational hierarchy. But town committees in practice had the devil's own job in imposing firm leadership. Insubordination was the rule of the day whenever lower party bodies thought questions of importance were at stake. Suburb committees too faced difficulties in imposing discipline. Many a party cell saw fit to thumb its nose at higher authority and to pursue policies which it felt to be more suited to local circumstances or more desirable in general. No great secret was made of this. In fact, it was openly admitted that hardly a party committee existed which did not encounter problems in enforcing its will even upon individual activists. Robert Service, The Bolshevik Party in Revolution 1917–1923, pages 51–2. So while Lenin's ideal model of a disciplined, centralist and top-down party had been expounded since 1902, the operation of the party never matched his desire. As Service notes, a disciplined hierarchy of commands stretching down from the regional committees to party cells had never existed in Bolshevik history. In the heady days of the revolution, when the party was flooded by new members, Bolshevik party life was the exact opposite of that usually considered, by both opponents and supporters of Bolshevism, as its normal mode of operation. Anarchist attitudes to higher authority, he argues, were the rule of the day, and no Bolshevik leader in his right mind could have contemplated a regular insistence upon rigid standards of hierarchical control and discipline unless he had abandoned all hope of establishing a mass socialist party. This meant that in the Russia of 1917 it was the easiest thing in the world for lower party bodies to rebut the demands and pleas by higher authority. He stresses that suburb and town committees often refused to go along with official policies. They also, sometimes took it into their heads to engage in active obstruction. Op. Cit. P80, P62, P56 and P60. This worked both ways, of course. Town committees did snub their nose at lower echelon viewpoints in the time before the next election. Try as hard as they might, suburb committees and ordinary cells could meanwhile do little to rectify matters beyond telling their own representative on their town committee to speak on their behalf. Or, if this too failed, they could resort to disruptive tactics by criticizing it in public and refusing it all collaboration. Op. Cit. Pages 52–3. Even by early 1918, the Bolshevik Party bore little resemblance to the democratic centralist model desires by Lenin. The image of a disciplined hierarchy of party committees was therefore but a thin, artificial veneer which was used by Bolshevik leaders to cover up the cracked surface of the real picture underneath. Cells and suburb committees saw no reason to kowtow to town committees, nor did town committees feel under compulsion to show any greater respect to their provincial and regional committees than before. Op. Cit. P74. It is this insubordination, this local autonomy and action in spite of central orders which explains the success of the Bolsheviks in 1917. Rather than a highly centralist and disciplined body of professional revolutionaries, the party saw a significant change within the membership of the party at local level. From the time of the February Revolution, requirements for party membership had been all but suspended, and now Bolshevik ranks swelled with impetuous recruits who knew next to nothing about Marxism and who were united by little more than overwhelming impatience for revolutionary action. Alexander Rubinovich, Prelude to Revolution, p. 41. This mass of new members, many of whom were peasants who had just recently joined the industrial workforce, had a radicalizing effect on the party's policies and structures. As even Leninist commentators argue, it was this influx of members who allowed Lenin to gain support for his radical revision of party aims in April. However, in spite of this radicalization of the party base, the party machine still was at odds with the desires of the party. As Trotsky acknowledged, the situation called for resolute confrontation of the sluggish party machine with masses and ideas in motion. He stressed that the masses were incomparably more revolutionary than the party, which in turn was more revolutionary than its committeemen. Ironically, given the role Trotsky usually gave the party, he admits that without Lenin, no one had known what to make of the unprecedented situation. Stalin, Volume 1, p. 301, p. 305 and p. 297. Which is significant in itself. The Bolshevik Party is usually claimed as being the most revolutionary that ever existed, yet here is Trotsky admitting that its leading members did not have a clue what to do. He even argued that the very time the Bolshevik leaders had to act without Lenin they fell into error, usually inclining to the right. Op. Cit. p. 299. This negative opinion of the Bolsheviks applied even to the left Bolsheviks, especially the workers whom we are informed tried with all their force to break through this quarantine created by the Bolshevik leaders' policy of waiting, of accommodation, and of actual retreat before the compromisers after the February Revolution and before the arrival of Lenin. Trotsky argued that they did not know how to refute the premise about the bourgeois character of the revolution and the danger of an isolation of the proletariat. They submitted, gritting their teeth, to the directions of their leaders. History of the Russian Revolution, Volume 1, p. 273. It seems strange, to say the least, that without one person the whole of the party was reduced to such a level, given that the aim of the Revolutionary Party was to develop the political awareness of its members. Lenin's arrival, according to Trotsky, allowed the influence of the more radical rank and file to defeat the conservatism of the party machine. By the end of April, Lenin had managed to win over the majority of the party leadership to his position. However, this April conflict between Lenin and the general staff of the party was not the only one of its kind. Throughout the whole history of Bolshevism, all the leaders of the party at all the most important moments stood to the right of Lenin. Op. Cit. p. 305. As such, if democratic centralism had worked as intended, the whole party would have been arguing for incorrect positions the bulk of its existence, assuming, of course, that Lenin was correct most of the time. For Trotsky, Lenin exerted influence not so much as an individual but because he embodied the influence of the class on the party and of the party on its machine. Yet, this was the machine which Lenin had forged, which embodied his vision of how a revolutionary party should operate and was headed by him. To argue that the party machine was behind the party membership and the membership behind the class shows the bankruptcy of Lenin's organizational scheme. This backwardness, moreover, indicates an independence of the party bureaucracy from the membership and the membership from the masses. As Lenin's constantly repeated aim was for the party to seize power, based on the dubious assumption that class power would only be expressed, indeed was identical to, party power, this independence held serious dangers which became apparent once this goal was achieved. This is confirmed when Trotsky asked the question, by what miracle did Lenin manage in a few short weeks to turn the party's course into a new channel? Significantly, he answers as follows: Lenin's personal attributes and the objective situation. Stalin, Volume 1, p. 299. No mention is made of the democratic features of the party organization, which suggests that without Lenin the rank and file party members would not have been able to shift the weight of the party machine in their favor. Trotsky seemed close to admitting this. As often happens, a sharp cleavage developed between the classes in motion and the interests of the party machines. Even the Bolshevik party cadres, who enjoyed the benefit of exceptional revolutionary training, were definitely inclined to disregard the masses and to identify their own special interests and the interests of the machine on the very day after the monarchy was overthrown. Op. Cit. Volume 1, p. 298. Thus the party machine, which embodied the principles of democratic centralism, proved less than able to the task assigned it in practice. Without Lenin, it is doubtful that the party membership would have overcome the party machine. Lenin was strong not only because he understood the laws of the class struggle but also because his ear was faultlessly attuned to the stirrings of the masses in motion. He represented not so much the party machine as the vanguard of the proletariat. He was definitely convinced that thousands from among those workers who had borne the brunt of supporting the underground party would now support him. The masses at the moment were more revolutionary than the party, and the party more revolutionary than its machine. As early as March, the actual attitude of the workers and soldiers had in many cases become stormily apparent, and it was widely at variance with the instructions issued by all the parties, including the Bolsheviks. Op. Cit. p. 299. Little wonder the local party groupings ignored the party machine, practicing autonomy and initiative in the face of a party machine inclined to conservatism, inertia, bureaucracy and remoteness. This conflict between the party machine and the principles it was based on and the needs of the revolution and party membership was expressed continually throughout 1917. In short, the success of the revolution called for action against the highest circles of the party, who, from February to October, utterly failed to play the revolutionary role they ought to have taken in theory. The masses themselves made the revolution, with or even against the party. This much at least was clear to Trotsky the historian. But far from drawing the correct conclusion, Trotsky the theorist continued to argue that the masses are incapable of making a revolution without a leader. Daniel and Gabriel Cohn-Bendit, Op. Cit. p. 188. Looking at the development of the revolution from April onwards, we are struck by the sluggishness of the party hierarchy. At every revolutionary upsurge, the party simply was not to the task of responding to the needs of masses and the local party groupings closest to them. That can be seen in June, July, and October itself. At each turn, the rank and file groupings or Lenin had to constantly violate the principles of their own party in order to be effective. For example, when discussing the cancellation by the Central Committee of a demonstration planned for June 10 by the Petrograd Bolsheviks, the unresponsiveness of the party hierarchy can be seen. The speeches by Lenin and Zinoviev justifying their actions by no means satisfied the Petersburg Committee. If anything, it appears that their explanations served to strengthen the feeling that at best the party leadership had acted irresponsibly and incompetently and was seriously out of touch with reality. Indeed, many blamed the Central Committee for taking so long to respond to military organization appeals for a demonstration. During the discussions in late June, 1917, on whether to take direct action against the provisional government, there was a wide gulf between lower organs' evaluations of the current situation and that of the Central Committee. Rubinowitsch, Op. Cit. p. 88, p. 92 and p. 129. Indeed, among the delegates from the Bolshevik military groups, only Lashevik, an old Bolshevik, spoke in favor of the Central Committee position, and he noted that frequently it is impossible to make out where the Bolshevik ends and the Anarchist begins. Quoted by Rubinowitsch, Op. Cit. p. 129. In the July days, the breach between the local party groups and the Central Committee increased. This spontaneous uprising was opposed to by the Bolshevik leadership, in spite of the leading role of their own militants, along with anarchists, in fermenting it. While calling on their own activists to restrain the masses, the party leadership was ignored by the rank-and-file membership who played an active role in the event. Sickened by being asked to play the role of firemen, the party militants rejected party discipline in order to maintain their credibility with the working class. Rank-and-file activists, pointing to the snowballing of the movement, showed clear dissatisfaction with the Central Committee. One argued that it was not aware of the latest developments when it made its decision to oppose the movement into the streets. Ultimately, the Central Committee appeal for restraining the masses was removed from Pravda, and so the party's indecision was reflected by a large blank space on page 1. Rubinowitsch, Op. Cit. p. 150, p. 159 and p. 175. Ultimately, the indecisive nature of the leadership can be explained by the fact it did not think it could seize state power for itself. The state of popular consciousness made impossible the seizure of power by the Bolsheviks in July. Trotsky, History of the Russian Revolution, Volume 2, p. 81. The indecision of the party hierarchy did have an effect, of course. While the anarchists at Kronstadt looked at the demonstration as the start of an uprising, the Bolsheviks there were wavering indecisively in the middle between them and the left social revolutionaries who saw it as a means of applying pressure on the government. This was because they were hamstrung by the indecision of the party's Central Committee. Rubinovich, Op. Cit. p. 187. Little wonder so many Bolshevik party organizations developed and protected their own autonomy and ability to act. Significantly, one of the main Bolshevik groupings which helped organize and support the July uprising, the military organization, started their own paper after the Central Committee had decreed after the failed revolt that neither it, nor the Petersburg Committee, should be allowed to have one. It angrily insisted on what it considered its just prerogatives, and in no uncertain terms it affirmed its right to publish an independent newspaper and formally protested what is referred to as a system of persecution and repression of an extremely peculiar character which had begun with the election of the new Central Committee. Rubinovich, Op. Cit. p. 227. The Central Committee backed down, undoubtedly due to the fact it could not enforce its decision. This was but one example of what the Cohn-Bendit brothers pointed to, namely that 5 months after the revolution and 3 months before the October uprising, the masses were still governing themselves, and the Bolshevik vanguard simply had to toe the line. Op. Cit. p. 186. Within that vanguard, the Central Committee proved to be out of touch with the rank and file, who ignored it rather than break with their fellow workers. Even by October, the party machine still lagged behind the needs of the revolution. In fact, Lenin could only impose his view by going over the head of the Central Committee. According to Trotsky's account, this time he was not satisfied with furious criticism of the ruinous Fabianism of the Petrograd leadership, and by way of protest he resigned from the Central Committee. History of the Russian Revolution, Volume 3, p. 131. Trotsky quoted Lenin as follows: "I am compelled to request permission to withdraw from the Central Committee, which I hereby do, and leave myself freedom of agitation in the lower ranks of the party and at the party congress." Quoted by Trotsky, Op. Cit. p. 131. Thus the October Revolution was precipitated by a blatant violation of the principles Lenin spent his life advocating. Indeed, if someone else other than Lenin had done this, we are sure that Lenin, and his numerous followers, would have dismissed it as the action of a petty bourgeois intellectual who cannot handle party discipline. This itself is significant, as is the fact that he decided to appeal to the lower ranks of the party rather than being democratic. The party machine effectively blocked communication and control from the bottom up. Looking to the more radical party membership, he could only impose his view by going over the head of his Central Committee. Daniel and Gabriel Cohn-Bendit, Op. Cit. p. 187. He made sure to send his letter of protest to the Petrograd and Moscow committees, and also made sure that copies fell into the hands of the more reliable party workers of the district locals. By early October, and over the heads of the Central Committee, he wrote directly to the Petrograd and Moscow committees calling for insurrection. He also appealed to a Petrograd party conference to speak a firm word in favor of insurrection. Trotsky, Op. Cit. p. 131 and p. 132. In October, Lenin had to fight what he called a wavering in the upper circles of the party, which lead to a sort of dread of the struggle for power, an inclination to replace the struggle with resolutions, protests, and conferences. Quoted by Trotsky, Op. Cit. p. 132. For Trotsky, this represented almost a direct pitting of the party against the Central Committee, required because it was a question of the fate of the revolution, and so all other considerations fell away. On October 8, when Lenin addressed the Bolshevik delegates of the forthcoming Northern Congress of Soviets on this subject, he did so personally as there was no party decision and the higher institutions of the party had not yet expressed themselves. Trotsky, Op. Cit. Pages 132-3 and p. 133. Ultimately, the Central Committee came round to Lenin's position, but they did so under pressure of means at odds with the principles of the party. This divergence between the imagine and reality of the Bolsheviks explains their success. If the party had applied or had remained true to the principles of democratic centralism, it is doubtful that it would have played an important role in the movement. As Alexander Rubinovich argues, Bolshevik organizational unity and discipline is vastly exaggerated and, in fact, Bolshevik success in 1917 was down to the party's internally relatively democratic, tolerant, and decentralist structure and method of operation, as well as its essentially open and mass character in striking contrast to the traditional Leninist model. In 1917, he goes on, subordinate party bodies like the Petersburg Committee and the military organization were permitted considerable independence and initiative. Most importantly, these lower bodies were able to tailor their tactics and appeals to suit their own particular constituencies amid rapidly changing conditions. Vast numbers of new members were recruited into the party. The newcomers included tens of thousands of workers and soldiers, who knew little, if anything, about Marxism and cared nothing about party discipline. For example, while the slogan "All Power to the Soviets" was officially withdrawn by the Sixth Party Congress in late July, this change did not take hold at the local level. The Bolsheviks come to power, p. 311, p. 312 and p. 313. It is no exaggeration to argue that if any member of a current vanguard party acted as the Bolshevik rank and file did in 1917, they would quickly be expelled. This probably explains why no such party has been remotely successful since. However, this ferment from below was quickly undermined within the party with the start of the Civil War. It is from this period when democratic centralism was actually applied within the party and clarified as an organizational principle. It was quite a turnabout since the anarchic days before the Civil War. The Central Committee had always advocated the virtues of obedience and cooperation, but the rank-and-filers of 1917 had cared little about such entreaties as they did about appeals made by other higher authorities. The wartime emergency now supplied an opportunity to expatiate on this theme at will. Service, Op. Cit. p. 91. Service stresses that it appears quite remarkable how quickly the Bolsheviks, who for years had talked idly about a strict hierarchy of command inside the party, at last began to put ideas into practice. Op. Cit. p. 96. In other words, the conversion of the Bolshevik Party into a fully fledged democratic centralist party occurred during the degeneration of the revolution. This was both a consequence of the rising authoritarianism within the party, state, and society as well as one of its causes, so it is quite ironic that the model used by modern-day followers of Lenin is that of the party during the decline of the revolution, not its peak. This is not surprising. Once in power, the Bolshevik Party imposed a state capitalist regime onto the Russian people. Can it be surprising that the party structure which it developed to aid this process was also based on bourgeois attitudes and organization? The party model advocated by Lenin may not have been very effective during a revolution, but it was exceedingly effective at promoting hierarchy and authority in the post-revolutionary regime. It simply replaced the old ruling elite with another, made up of members of the radical intelligentsia and the odd ex-worker or ex-peasant. This was due to the hierarchical and top-down nature of the party Lenin had created. While the party base was largely working class, the leadership was not full-time revolutionaries. They were either middle-class intellectuals or, occasionally, ex-workers and, even rarer, ex-peasants who had left their class to become part of the party machine. Even the delegates at the party congresses did not truly reflect class basis of the party membership. For example, the number of delegates was still dominated by white-collar or others, 59.1% to 40.9%, at the Sixth Party Congress at the end of July 1917. Cliff, Lenin, Volume 2, p. 160. So while the party gathered more working class members in 1917, it cannot be said that this was reflected in the party leadership, which remained dominated by non-working class elements. Rather than being a genuine working class organization, the Bolshevik Party was a hierarchical group headed by non-working class elements whose working class base could not effectively control them even during the revolution in 1917. It was only effective because these newly joined and radicalized working class members ignored their own party structure and its defining ideology. After the revolution, the Bolsheviks saw their membership start to decrease. Significantly, the decline in numbers which occurred from early 1918 onwards started happening contrary to what is usually assumed, some months before the Central Committee's decree in midsummer that the party should be purged of its undesirable elements. These lost members reflected two things. Firstly, the general decline in the size of the industrial working class. This meant that the radicalized new elements from the countryside which had flocked to the Bolsheviks in 1917 returned home. Secondly, the loss of popular support due to the realities of the Bolshevik regime. This can be seen from the fact that while the Bolsheviks were losing members, the left SRS almost doubled in size to 100,000, the Mensheviks claimed to have a similar number. Rather than non-proletarians leaving, it is more probable by far that it was industrial workers who were leaving in droves. After all, it would have been strange if the growing unpopularity of Sovnarkom in factory milieu had been confined exclusively to non-Bolsheviks. Unsurprisingly, given its position in power, the proportion of working-class members declined, so that of entrants from the middle class rose, the steady drift towards a party in which industrial workers no longer numerically predominated was underway. By late 1918 membership started to increase again, but most newcomers were not of working class origin. The proportion of Bolsheviks of working class origin fell from 57% at the year's beginning to 48% at the end. It should be noted that it was not specified how many were classed as having working class origin were still employed in working class jobs. Robert Service, Op. Cit. p. 70, pages 70-1, and p. 90. A new ruling elite was thus born, thanks to the way vanguard parties are structured and the application of vanguardist principles which had previously been ignored. In summary, the experience of the Russian Revolution does not, in fact, show the validity of the vanguard model. The Bolshevik Party in 1917 played a leading role in the revolution only insofar as its members violated its own organizational principles, Lenin included. Faced with a real revolution and an influx of more radical new members, the party had to practice anarchist ideas of autonomy, local initiative, and the ignoring of central orders which had no bearing to reality on the ground. When the party did try to apply the top-down and hierarchical principles of democratic centralism, it failed to adjust to the needs of the moment. Moreover, when these principles were finally applied, they helped ensure the degeneration of the revolution. This was to be expected, given the nature of vanguardism and the Bolshevik vision of socialism. H.6 Why did the Russian Revolution fail? The greatest myth of Marxism must surely be the idea that the Russian Revolution failed solely due to the impact of objective factors. While the date Leninists consider the revolution to have become beyond reform varies, over time it has moved backwards towards 1917 as the authoritarianism under Lenin and Trotsky has become better known. The actual reasons are common. For Leninists, the failure of the revolution was the product of such things as civil war, foreign intervention, economic collapse, and the isolation and backwardness of Russia, and not Bolshevik ideology. Bolshevik authoritarianism, then, was forced upon the party by difficult objective circumstances. It follows that there are no fundamental problems with Leninism, and so it is a case of simply applying it again, hopefully in more fortuitous circumstances. Anarchists are not impressed by this argument, and we will show why by refuting common Leninist explanations for the failure of the revolution. For anarchists, Bolshevik ideology played its part, creating social structures, a new state and centralist economic organizations, which not only disempowered the masses but also made the objective circumstances being faced much worse. Moreover, we argue, vanguardism could not help turn the rebels of 1917 into the ruling elite of 1918. We explore these arguments and the evidence for them in this section. For those who argue that the Civil War provoked Bolshevik policies, the awkward fact is that many of the features of war communism, such as the imposition of one-man management and centralist state control of the economy, were already apparent before war communism. As one historian argues, from the first days of Bolshevik power there was only a weak correlation between the extent of peace and the mildness or severity of Bolshevik rule, between the intensity of the war and the intensity of proto-war communist measures. Considered in ideological terms, there was little to distinguish the breathing space, April-May 1918, from the war communism that followed. Unsurprisingly, then, the breathing space of the first months of 1920 after the victories over Kalkak and Denikin, saw their intensification and the militarization of labor and, in fact, no serious attempt was made to review the aptness of war communist policies. Ideology constantly impinged on the choices made at various points of the Civil War. Bolshevik authoritarianism cannot be ascribed simply to the Tsarist legacy or to adverse circumstances. Richard Sakwe, Soviet Communists in Power, p. 24, p. 27 and p. 30. The inherent tendencies of Bolshevism were revealed by the Civil War, a war which only accelerated the development of what was implicit, and, often, not so implicit, in Bolshevik ideology and its vision of socialism, the state, and the role of the party. Thus the effective conclusion of the Civil War at the beginning of 1920 was followed by a more determined and comprehensive attempt to apply these so-called war communism policies rather than their relaxation, and so the apogee of the war communism economy occurred after the Civil War was effectively over. With the fighting over, Lenin forcefully raised the introduction of one-man management. Often commissars fresh from the Red Army were drafted into management positions in the factories. By the autumn of 1920, one-man management was in 82% of surveyed workplaces. This intensification of war communism labor policies would not have been a significant development if they had continued to be applied in the same haphazard manner as in 1919, but in early 1920 the Communist Party leadership was no longer distracted by the Civil War from concentrating its thoughts and efforts on the formulation and implementation of its labor policies. While the experience of the Civil War was one factor predisposing communists towards applying military methods to the economy in early 1920, ideological considerations were also important. Jonathan Aves, Workers Against Lenin, p. 2, p. 17, p. 15, p. 30, p. 17 and p. 11. So it seems incredulous for Leninist John Rees to assert, for example, that with the Civil War came the need for stricter labor discipline and for one-man management. Both these processes developed lockstep with the war. In Defense of October, pages 3-82, International Socialism, number 52, p. 43. As we discuss in the next section, Lenin was advocating both of these before the outbreak of civil war in May 1918 and after it was effectively over. Indeed, he explicitly, both before and after the Civil War, stressed that these policies were being implemented because the lack of fighting meant that the Bolsheviks could turn their full attention to building socialism. How these facts can be reconciled with claims of policies being in lockstep with the Civil War is hard to fathom. Part of the problem is the rampant confusion within Leninist circles as to when the practices condemned as Stalinism actually started. For example, Chris Harman, of the UK's SWP, in his summary of the rise Stalinism asserted that after Lenin's illness and subsequent death the principles of October were abandoned one by one. Yet the practice of, an ideological commitment to, party dictatorship, one-man management in industry, banning opposition groups/parties, as well as factions within the Communist Party, censorship, state repression of strikes and protests, piecework, Taylorism, the end of independent trade unions and a host of other crimes against socialism were all implemented under Lenin and normal practice at the time of his death. In other words, the principles of October were abandoned under, and by Lenin. Which, incidentally, explains why Trotsky continued to his death to harbor the illusion that somehow, despite the lack of workers' democracy, Russia was a workers' state. Bureaucracy and Revolution in Eastern Europe, p. 14 and p. 20. Simply put, there had been no workers' democracy when Trotsky held state power, and he considered that regime a workers' state. The question arises why Harman thinks Lenin's Russia was some kind of workers' state if workers' democracy is the criteria by which such things are to be judged. From this it follows that, unlike Leninists, anarchists do not judge a regime by who happens to be in office. A capitalist state does not become less capitalist just because a social democrat happens to be prime minister or president. Similarly, a regime does not become state capitalist just because Stalin is in power rather than Lenin. While the Marxist analysis concentrates on the transfer of state power from one regime to another, the anarchist one focuses on the transfer of power from the state and bosses to working class people. What makes a regime socialist is the social relationships it has, not the personal opinions of those in power. Thus, if the social relationships under Lenin are similar to those under Stalin, then the nature of the regime is similar. That Stalin's regime was far more brutal, oppressive, and exploitative than Lenin's does not change the underlying nature of the regime. As such, Chomsky is right to point to the techniques of use of terminology to delude with respect to the Bolshevik Revolution. Under Lenin and Trotsky, a popular revolution was taken over by a managerial elite who immediately dismantled all the socialist institutions. They used state power to create a properly managed society, run by smart intellectuals, where everybody does his job and does what he's told. That's Leninism. That's the exact opposite of socialism. If socialism means anything, it means workers' control of production and then on from there. That's the first thing they destroyed. So why do we call it socialism? Language and Politics, p. 537. To refute in advance one obvious objection to our argument, the anarchist criticism of the Bolsheviks is not based on the utopian notion that they did not create a fully functioning, libertarian, communist society. As we discussed section H.2.5, anarchists have never thought a revolution would immediately produce such an outcome. As Emma Goldman argued, she had not come to Russia expecting to find anarchism realized, nor did she expect anarchism to follow in the immediate footsteps of centuries of despotism and submission. Rather, she hoped to find in Russia at least the beginnings of the social changes for which the revolution had been fought, and that the Russian workers and peasants as a whole had derived essential social betterment as a result of the Bolshevik regime. Both hopes were dashed. My disillusionment in Russia, p. Slady equally, anarchists were, and are, well aware of the problems facing the revolution, the impact of the civil war and economic blockade. Indeed, both Goldman and Berkman used these, as Leninists still do, to rationalize their support for the Bolsheviks, in spite of their authoritarianism. For Berkman's account, see the Bolshevik Myth, pages 328-31. Their experiences in Russia, particularly after the end of the Civil War, opened their eyes to the impact of Bolshevik ideology on its outcome. Nor is it a case that anarchists have no solutions to the problems facing the Russian Revolution. As well as the negative critique that statist structures are unsuitable for creating socialism, particularly in the difficult economic circumstances that affects every revolution, anarchists stress that genuine social construction had to be based on the people's own organizations and self-activity. This was because, as Goldman concluded, the state is a menace to the constructive development of the new social structure and would become a dead weight upon the growth of the new forms of life. Therefore, she argued, only the industrial power of the masses, expressed through their libertarian associations anarcho-syndicalism, is alone able to organize successfully the economic life and carry on production. If the revolution had been made a la Bakunin rather than a la Marx, the result would have been different and more satisfactory, as, echoing Kropotkin, Bolshevik methods conclusively demonstrated how a revolution should not be made. Op. Cit. pages 253-4 and p. Liv. It should also be mentioned that the standard Leninist justification for party dictatorship is that the opposition groups supported the counter-revolution or took part in armed rebellions against Soviet power, i.e., the Bolsheviks. Rees, for example, asserts that some Mensheviks joined the Whites. The rest alternated between accepting the legitimacy of the government and agitating for its overthrow. The Bolsheviks treated them accordingly. Op. Cit. p. 65. However, this is far from the truth. As one historian noted, while the charge of violent opposition would be made again and again by the Bolsheviks, along with being active supporters of intervention and of counter-revolution, in fact this charge was untrue in relation to the Mensheviks, and the Communists, if they ever believed it, never succeeded in establishing it. A few individuals did reject the Menshevik official policy of confining opposition to strictly constitutional means, and they were expelled from the party, for they had acted without its knowledge. Leonard Shapiro, The Origin of the Communist Autocracy, p. 193. Significantly, the Bolsheviks annulled their June 14 expulsion of the Mensheviks from the Soviets on the 30th of November of the same year, 1918. E. H. Carr, The Bolshevik Revolution, Volume 1, p. 180. By agitating for the overthrow of the Bolshevik government, Rees is referring to the Menshevik tactic of standing for election to Soviets with the aim of securing a majority and so forming a new government. Unsurprisingly, the sole piece of evidence presented by Rees is a quote from historian E. H. Carr. If it was true that the Bolshevik regime was not prepared after the first few months to tolerate an organized opposition, it was equally true that no opposition party was prepared to remain within legal limits. The premise of dictatorship was common to both sides of the argument. Op. Cit. p. 190. Yet this judgment ignores the Mensheviks, whose policy of legal opposition, the charge that the Mensheviks were not prepared to remain within legal limits, is part of the Bolsheviks' case. It does not survive an examination of the facts. Shapiro, Op. Cit. p. 355 fn. As regards the SRS, this issue is more complicated. The Right SRS welcomed and utilized the rebellion of the Czech Legion in May 1918 to reconvene the Constituent Assembly, within which they had an overwhelming majority and which the Bolsheviks had dissolved. After the White General Kolchak overthrew this government in November 1918, and so turned the civil war into a red against white one, most Right SRS sided with the Bolsheviks and, in return, the Bolsheviks restated them to the Soviets in February 1919. Carr, Op. Cit. p. 356 and p. 180. It must be stressed that, contra Carr, the SRS aimed for a democratically elected government, not a dictatorship, and definitely not a white one. With the left SRS, it was the Bolsheviks who denied them their majority at the Fifth All-Congress of Soviets. Their rebellion was not an attempted coup but rather an attempt to force the end of the Brest-Litovsk Treaty with the Germans by restarting the war, as Alexander Rubinovich proves beyond doubt in his The Bolsheviks in Power. It would be fair to say that the anarchists, most SRS, the left SRS and Mensheviks were not opposed to the revolution, they were opposed to Bolshevik policy. Ultimately, as Emma Goldman came to conclude, what the Bolsheviks called defense of the revolution was really only the defense of their party in power. Op. Cit. p. 57. At best it could be argued that the Bolsheviks had no alternative but to impose their dictatorship, as the other socialist parties would have succumbed to the whites, and so, eventually, a white dictatorship would have replaced the red one. This was why, for example, Victor Serge claimed he sided with the communists against the Kronstadt sailors even though the latter had right on their side, for the country was exhausted, and production practically at a standstill, there was no reserves of any kind. The working class elite that had been molded in the struggle against the old regime was literally decimated. If the Bolshevik dictatorship fell, it was only a short step to chaos, and in the end, through the sheer force of events, another dictatorship, this time anti-proletarian. Memoirs of a Revolutionary, pages 128-9. This, however, is sheer elitism and utterly violates the notion that socialism is the self-emancipation of the working class. Moreover, it places immense faith on the goodwill of those in power, a utopian position. Equally, it should not be forgotten that both the Reds and Whites were anti-working class. At best it could be argued that the Red repression of working class protests and strikes as well as opposition socialists would not have been as terrible as that of the Whites, but that is hardly a good rationale for betraying the principles of socialism. Yes, libertarians can agree with Serge that embracing socialist principles may not work. Every revolution is a gamble and may fail. As libertarian socialist Anti-Siliga correctly argued. Let us consider, finally, one last accusation which is commonly circulated, that actions such as that at Kronstadt could have indirectly let loose the forces of the counter-revolution. It is possible indeed that even by placing itself on a footing of workers' democracy the revolution might have been overthrown, but what is certain is that it has perished, and that it has perished on account of the policy of its leaders. The repression of Kronstadt, the suppression of the democracy of workers and Soviets by the Russian Communist Party, the elimination of the proletariat from the management of industry, and the introduction of the NEP, already signified the death of the revolution. The Kronstadt Revolt, pages 330-7, The Raven, No. 8, p. 333 p. 335. So it should be stressed that no anarchist would argue that if an anarchist path had been followed then success would have automatically followed. It is possible that the revolution would have failed, but one thing is sure, by following the Bolshevik path it did fail. While the Bolsheviks may have remained in power at the end of the Civil War, the regime was a party dictatorship proceeding over a state capitalist economy. In such circumstances, there could no further development towards socialism and, unsurprisingly, there was none. Ultimately, as the rise of Stalin showed, the notion that socialism could be constructed without basic working class freedom and self-government was a baseless illusion. As we will show, the notion that objective circumstances, civil war, economic collapse, and so on, cannot fully explain the failure of the Russian Revolution. This becomes clear once the awkward fact that Bolshevik authoritarianism and state capitalist policies started before the outbreak of civil war is recognized. See section H.6.1, that their ideology inspired and shaped the policies they implemented, and these policies themselves made the objective circumstances worse. See section H.6.2, and that the Bolsheviks had to repress working class protest and strikes against them throughout the Civil War, so suggesting a social base existed for a genuinely socialist approach. See section H.6.3. Finally, there is a counter-example which, anarchists argue, show the impact of Bolshevik ideology on the fate of the revolution. This is the anarchist-influenced Makhnovist movement. See Peter Arshinov's The History of the Makhnovist Movement or Alexander Skurda's Nestor Makhno Anarchy's Cossack for more details. Defending the revolution in the Ukraine against all groups aiming to impose their will on the masses, the Makhnovists were operating in the same objective conditions facing the Bolshevik civil war, economic disruption, isolation, and so forth. However, the policies the Makhnovists implemented were radically different than those of the Bolsheviks. While the Makhnovists called Soviet congresses, the Bolsheviks disbanded them. The former encouraged free speech and organization, the latter crushed both. While the Bolsheviks raised party dictatorship and one-man management to ideological truisms, the Makhnovists stood for and implemented workplace, army, village, and Soviet self-management. As one historian suggests, far from being necessary or even functional, Bolshevik policies might even have made the war more difficult and more costly. If the counterexample of Makhno is anything to go by, then they certainly did. Christopher Reed, From Tsar to Soviets, p. 265. Anarchists argue that it shows the failure of Bolshevism cannot be put down to purely objective factors like the Civil War. The politics of Leninism played their part. Needless to say, this section can only be a summary of the arguments and evidence. It does not pretend to be a comprehensive account of the revolution or civil war. It concentrates on the key rationales by modern-day Leninists to justify Bolshevik actions and policies. We do so simply because it would be impossible to cover every aspect of the revolution and because these rationales are one of the main reasons why Leninist ideology has not been placed in the dustbin of history where it belongs. For further discussion, see the appendix on the Russian Revolution or Volin's The Unknown Revolution, Alexander Berkman's The Russian Tragedy and the Bolshevik Myth, Emma Goldman's My Disillusionment in Russia or Maurice Brinton's Essential The Bolsheviks and Workers' Control. H.6.1 Can objective factors explain the failure of the Russian Revolution? Leninist John Rees recounts the standard argument, namely that the objective conditions in Russia meant that the subjective factor of Bolshevik ideology was reduced to a choice between capitulation to the whites or defending the revolution with whatever means were at hand. Within these limits Bolshevik policy was decisive. But it could not wish away the limits and start with a clean sheet. From this perspective, the key factor was the vice-like pressure of the Civil War which transformed the state as well as the Bolshevik Party itself. Industry was reduced to rubble and the bureaucracy of the workers' state was left suspended in mid-air, its class-based eroded and demoralized. In Defense of October, pages 3-82, International Socialism, number 52, p. 30, p. 70, p. 66 and p. 65. Due to these factors, argue Leninists, the Bolsheviks became dictators over the working class and not due to their political ideas. Anarchists are not convinced by this analysis, arguing that is factually and logically flawed. The first problem is factual. Bolshevik authoritarianism started before the start of the Civil War and major economic collapse. Whether it is Soviet democracy, workers' economic self-management, democracy in the armed forces or working class power and freedom generally, the fact is the Bolsheviks had systematically attacked and undermined it from the start. They also, as we indicate in section H.6.3, repressed working class protests and strikes along with opposition groups and parties. As such, it is difficult to blame something which had not started yet for causing Bolshevik policies. Although the Bolsheviks had seized power under the slogan "All Power to the Soviets," as we noted in section H.3.11, the facts are the Bolsheviks aimed for party power and only supported Soviets as long as they controlled them. To maintain party power, they had to undermine the Soviets and they did. This onslaught on the Soviets started quickly, in fact overnight, when the first act of the Bolsheviks was to create an executive body, the Council of People's Commissars, or Sovnarchin, over and above the Soviets. This was in direct contradiction to Lenin's The State and Revolution, where he had used the example of the Paris Commune to argue for the merging of executive and legislative powers. Then, a mere 4 days after the seizure of power by the Bolsheviks, the Sovnarkom unilaterally took for itself legislative power simply by issuing a decree to this effect. This was, effectively, a Bolshevik coup d'état that made clear the government's, and parties', preeminence over the Soviets and their executive organ. Increasingly, the Bolsheviks relied upon the appointment from above of commissars with plenipotentiary powers, and they split up and reconstituted fractious Soviets and intimidated political opponents. Neil Harding, Leninism, p. 253. The highest organ of Soviet power, the Central Executive Committee, VTSIK, was turned into little more than a rubber stamp, with its Bolshevik-dominated Presidium using its power to control the body. Under the Bolsheviks, the Presidium was converted into the de facto center of power within VTSIK. It began to award representations to groups and factions which supported the government. With the VTSIK becoming ever more unwieldy in size by the day, the Presidium began to expand its activities and was used to circumvent general meetings. Thus the Bolsheviks were able to increase the power of the Presidium, postpone regular sessions, and present VTSIK with policies which had already been implemented by the Sovnarchin. Even in the Presidium itself very few people determined policy. Charles Duval, Yakov M. Sverdlov and the All-Russian Central Executive Committee of Soviets, VTSIK, pages 3-22, Soviet Studies, Volume XXXI, number 1, p.7, p8 and p18. At the grassroots, a similar process was at work with oligarchic tendencies in the Soviets increasing post-October, and effective power in the local Soviets relentlessly gravitated to the executive committees, and especially their presidia. Plenary sessions became increasingly symbolic and ineffectual. The party was successful in gaining control of Soviet executives in the cities and at Yezd and gubernia levels. These executive bodies were usually able to control Soviet congresses, though the party often disbanded congresses that opposed major aspects of current policies. Local Soviets had little input into the formation of national policy, and even at higher levels, institutional power shifted away from the Soviets. Carmen Siriani, Workers' Control and Socialist Democracy, p. 204 and p. 203 in Moscow, for example, power in the Soviet moved away from the plenum to ever smaller groups at the apex. The Presidium, created in November 1917, rapidly accrued massive powers. Richard Sakwe, Soviet Communists in Power, p. 166. The Bolshevik-dominated Soviet executives used this power to maintain a Bolshevik majority, by any means possible, in the face of popular disillusionment with their regime. In Saratov, for example, as early as the spring of 1918, workers clashed with the Soviet, while in the April Soviet elections, as elsewhere, the Bolsheviks' powerful majority in the Soviet began to erode as moderate socialists criticized the non-democratic turn Bolshevik power has taken and the Soviets' loss of their independence. Donald J. Raleigh, Experiencing Russia's Civil War, p. 366 and p. 368. While the influence of the Mensheviks had sunk to insignificance by October 1917, the unpopularity of government policy changed that, and by the middle of 1918 the Mensheviks could claim with some justification that large numbers of the industrial working class were now behind them, and that but for the systematic dispersal and packing of the Soviets, and the mass arrests at workers' meetings and congresses, their party could have won power by its policy of constitutional opposition. The Soviet elections in the spring of 1918 across Russia saw arrests, military dispersal, even shootings whenever Mensheviks succeeded in winning majorities or a substantial representation. Leonard Shapiro, The Origin of the Communist Autocracy, p. 191. One such technique to maintain power was to postpone new Soviet elections, another was to gerrymander the Soviets to ensure their majority. The Bolsheviks in Petrograd, for example, faced demands from below for the immediate re-election of the Soviet. However, before the election, the Bolshevik Soviet confirmed new regulations to help offset possible weaknesses in their electoral strength in factories. The most significant change in the makeup of the new Soviet was that numerically decisive representation was given to agencies in which the Bolsheviks had overwhelming strength, among them the Petrograd Trade Union Council, individual trade unions, factory committees in closed enterprises, district Soviets, and district non-party workers' conferences. This ensured that only 260 of roughly 700 deputies in the new Soviet were to be elected in factories, which guaranteed a large Bolshevik majority in advance, and so the Bolsheviks contrived a majority in the new Soviet long before gaining 127 of the 260 factory delegates. Then there is the nagging question of how many Bolshevik deputies from factories were elected instead of the opposition because of press restrictions, voter intimidation, vote fraud, or the short duration of the campaign. The SR and Menshevik press, for example, were reopened only a couple of days before the start of voting. Moreover, factory committees from closed factories could and did elect Soviet deputies, the so-called dead souls, one deputy for each factory with more than 1,000 workers at the time of shutdown, while the electoral assemblies for unemployed workers were organized through Bolshevik-dominated trade union election commissions. Overall, then, the Bolshevik election victory was highly suspect, even on the shop floor. Alexander Rubinovich, The Bolsheviks in Power, pages 248-9, p. 251 and p. 252. This meant that it was possible for one worker to be represented in the Soviet 5 times, without voting once. Thus the Soviet was no longer a popularly elected assembly. It had been turned into an assembly of Bolshevik functionaries. Vladimir N. Brovkin, The Mensheviks After October, p. 240. When postponing and gerrymandering failed, the Bolsheviks turned to state repression to remain in power. For all the provincial Soviet elections in the spring and summer of 1918 for which data is available, there was an impressive success of the Menshevik SR bloc, followed by the Bolshevik practice of disbanding Soviets that came under Menshevik SR control. The subsequent wave of anti-Bolshevik uprisings were repressed by force. Brovkin, Op. Cit. p. 159. Another historian also notes that by the spring of 1918 Menshevik newspapers and activists in the trade unions, the Soviets, and the factories had made a considerable impact on a working class which was becoming increasingly disillusioned with the Bolshevik regime, so much so that in many places the Bolsheviks felt constrained to dissolve Soviets or prevent re-elections where Mensheviks and socialist revolutionaries had gained majorities. Israel Getzler, Martov, p. 179. When the opposition parties raised such issues at the VTSIK, it had no impact. In April 1918, one deputy protested that non-Bolshevik-controlled Soviets were being dispersed by armed force, and wanted to discuss the issue. The chairman refused to include it in the agenda because of lack of supporting material and requested such information be submitted to the Presidium of the Soviet. The majority, i.e. the Bolsheviks, supported their chairman and the facts were submitted, to the Presidium, where they apparently remained. Charles Duval, Op. Cit. pages 13 to 14. Given that the VTSIK was meant to be the highest Soviet body between Congresses, this lack of concern clearly shows the Bolshevik contempt for Soviet democracy. The Bolsheviks also organized rural poor committees, opposed to by all other parties, particularly the left SRS. The Bolshevik leadership was well aware that the laboring peasantry, largely represented in the countryside by the left Socialist Revolutionary Party, would be excluded from participation. These committees were subordinated to central policy and thus willing to implement a policy opposing the interests of the mass of the peasants, and were also used for the disbandment of the Peasants' Soviets in which Bolshevik representation was low or nil. It should be noted that between March and August 1918 the Bolsheviks were losing power not only in favor of the left socialist revolutionaries but also in favor of non-party people. Silvana Mal, The Economic Organization of War Communism, 1918 to 1921, pages 366-7. Unsurprisingly, the same contempt was expressed at the Fifth All-Russian Soviet Congress in July 1918 when the Bolshevik gerrymandered it to maintain their majority. The Bolsheviks banned the Mensheviks in the context of political losses before the Civil War, which gave the Bolsheviks an excuse and they drove them underground, just on the eve of the elections to the Fifth Congress of Soviets in which the Mensheviks were expected to make significant gains. While the Bolsheviks offered some formidable fictions to justify the expulsions, there was of course no substance in the charge that the Mensheviks had been mixed in counter-revolutionary activities on the Don, in the Urals, in Siberia, with the Czechoslovaks, or that they had joined the worst Black Hundreds. Getzler, Op. Cit. p. 181. With the Mensheviks and Right SRS banned from the Soviets, popular disenchantment with Bolshevik rule was expressed by voting left SR. The Bolsheviks ensured their majority in the Congress and, therefore, a Bolshevik government by gerrymandering it as they had the Petrograd Soviet. Thus electoral fraud gave the Bolsheviks a huge majority of Congress delegates. In reality, the number of legitimately elected left SR delegates was roughly equal to that of the Bolsheviks. The left SRS expected a majority but did not include roughly 399 Bolsheviks delegates whose right to be seated was challenged by the left SR minority in the Congress's Credentials Commission. Without these dubious delegates, the left SRS and SR maximalists would have outnumbered the Bolsheviks by around 30 delegates. This ensured the Bolsheviks' successful fabrication of a large majority in the Fifth All-Russian Congress of Soviets. Rubinovich, Op. CIT, p. 396, p. 288, p. 442 and p. 308. Moreover, the Bolsheviks also allowed so-called committees of poor peasants to be represented at the Congress. This blatant gerrymandering ensured a Bolshevik majority. Deprived of their democratic majority, the left SRS resorted to terror and assassinated the German ambassador Merbach. Jeffrey Swain, The Origins of the Russian Civil War, p. 176. The Bolsheviks falsely labeled this an uprising against the Soviets, and the left SRS joined the Mensheviks and right SRS in being made illegal. It is hard not to agree with Rubinovich when he comments that, however understandable, framed against the fraudulent composition of the Fifth All-Russian Congress of Soviets and the ominous developments at the Congress's start, this act offered Lenin a better excuse than he could possibly have hoped for to eliminate the left SRS as a significant political rival. Op. CIT, p. 308. So before the start of the Civil War, all opposition groups, bar the left SRS, had suffered some form of state repression by the hands of the Bolshevik regime. The Bolsheviks had attacked the anarchist movement in April 1918. Paul Avrish, The Russian Anarchists, pages 184-5. Within 6 weeks of its starting, every opposition group had been excluded from the Soviets. Significantly, in spite of being, effectively, a one-party state, Lenin later proclaimed that Soviet power is 1,000,000 times more democratic than the most democratic bourgeois republic, and pointed to the Sixth Congress of Soviets in November with its 97% of Bolsheviks. Collected Works, Volume 28, p. 248 and p. 303. A similar authoritarian agenda was aimed at the armed forces and industry. Trotsky simply abolished the soldiers' committees and elected officers, stating that the principle of election is politically purposeless and technically inexpedient, and it has been, in practice, abolished by decree. How the Revolution Armed, Volume 1, p. 47. The death penalty for disobedience was restored, along with, more gradually, saluting, special forms of address, separate living quarters and other privileges for officers. Somewhat ironically, nearly 20 years later, Trotsky himself lamented how the demobilization of the Red Army of 5 million played no small role in the formation of the bureaucracy. The victorious commanders assumed leading posts in the local Soviets, in economy, in education, and they persistently introduced everywhere that regime which had ensured success in the Civil War. For some reason he failed to mention who had introduced that very regime, although he felt able to state, without shame, that the commanding staff needs democratic control. The organizers of the Red Army were aware of this from the beginning, and considered it necessary to prepare for such a measure as the election of commanding staff. The revolution betrayed, p. 90 and p. 211. So it would be churlish to note that the root of the problem lay in the very organization of the army on traditional lines, for which Trotsky himself had been responsible, and against which the left communists in 1918 had warned. Richard Sakwe, Soviet Communists in Power, p. 231. In industry, Lenin, as we discussed in section H.3.14, started to champion one-man management armed with dictatorial powers in April 1918. Significantly, he argued that his new policies were not driven by the Civil War for in the main. The task of suppressing the resistance of the exploiters was fulfilled, since, approximately, February 1918. The task now coming to the fore was that of organizing the administration of Russia. It has become the main and central task precisely because of the peace which has been achieved despite its extremely onerous character and extreme instability, and so the Russian Soviet Republic has gained an opportunity to concentrate its efforts for a while on the most important and most difficult aspect of the socialist revolution, namely, the task of organization. This would involve imposing one-man management, that is, individual executives with dictatorial powers, or unlimited powers, as there was absolutely no contradiction in principle between Soviet, that is, socialist, democracy and the exercise of dictatorial powers by individuals. Op. CIT, Volume 27, p. 242, p. 237, p. 267 and p. 268. Trotsky concurred, arguing in the same speech which announced the destruction of military democracy that workplace democracy is not the last word in the economic constructive work of the proletariat. The next step must consist in self-limitation of the collegiate principle and its replacement by political collegiate control by the Soviets, i.e. the state control Lenin had repeatedly advocated in 1917. However, for executive functions we must appoint technical specialists. He ironically called this the working class throwing off the one-man management principles of its masters of yesterday and failed to recognize it was imposing the one-man management principles of new masters. As with Lenin, the destruction of workers' power at the point of production was of little concern, for what mattered was that with power in our hands, we, the representatives of the working class, would introduce socialism. How the Revolution Armed, Volume 1, p. 37 and p. 38. In reality, the Bolshevik vision of socialism simply replaced private capitalism with state capitalism, taking control of the economy out of the hands of the workers and placing it into the hands of the state bureaucracy. As one historian correctly summarizes, the so-called workers' state oversaw the reimposition of alienated labor and hierarchical social relations. It carried out this function in the absence of a ruling class, and then played a central role in ushering that class into existence, a class which subsequently ruled not through its ownership of private property but through its ownership of the state. That state was antagonistic to the forces that could have best resisted the retreat of the revolution, i.e. the working class. Simon Pirani, The Russian Revolution in Retreat, 1920-24, p. 240. Whether it is in regards to Soviet, workplace or army democracy or the rights of the opposition to organize freely and gather support, the facts are the Bolsheviks had systematically eliminated them before the start of the Civil War. So when Trotsky asserted that in the beginning, the party had wished and hoped to preserve freedom of political struggle within the framework of the Soviets, but that it was civil war which introduced stern amendments into this calculation, he was rewriting history. Rather than being regarded not as a principle, but as an episodic act of self-defense, the opposite is the case. As we note in section H.3.8, from roughly October 1918 onwards, the Bolsheviks did raise party dictatorship to a principle and did not care that this was obviously in conflict with the spirit of Soviet democracy. Trotsky was right to state that on all sides the masses were pushed away gradually from actual participation in the leadership of the country. The revolution betrayed, p. 96 and p. 90. He was just utterly wrong to imply that this process happened after the end of the Civil War rather than before its start, and that the Bolsheviks did not play a key role in so doing. Thus, in the Soviets and in economic management, the embryo of centralist and bureaucratic state forms had already emerged by mid-1918. Seque, Op. Cit. pages 96-7. It may be argued in objection to this analysis that the Bolsheviks faced resistance from the start and, consequently, civil war existed from the moment Lenin seized power, and to focus attention on the events of late May 1918 gives a misleading picture of the pressures they were facing. After all, the Bolsheviks had the threat of German imperialism, and there were a few, small, white armies in existence as well as conspiracies to combat. However, this is unconvincing, as Lenin himself pointed to the ease of Bolshevik success post-October. On March 14, 1918, Lenin had proclaimed that the Civil War was one continuous triumph for Soviet power, and in June argued that the Russian bourgeoisie was defeated in open conflict, in the period from October 1917 to February and March 1918. Collected Works, Volume 27, p. 174 and p. 428. It can be concluded that the period up until March 1918 was not considered by the Bolsheviks themselves as being so bad as requiring the adjustment of their politics. This explains why, as one historian notes, that the revolt of the Czechoslovak Legion on May 25, 1918 is often considered to be the beginning of full-scale military activity. There followed a succession of campaigns. This is reflected in Bolshevik policy as well, with war communism lasting from about mid-1918 to March 1921. Seque, Op. Cit. p. 22 and p. 19. Significantly, the introduction of one-man management was seen not as an emergency measure forced upon the Bolsheviks by dire circumstances of civil war but rather as a natural aspect of building socialism itself. In March 1918, for example, Lenin argued that civil war became a fact on October 25, 1917, and in this civil war, victory was achieved with extraordinary ease. The Russia Revolution was a continuous triumphal march in the first months. Op. Cit. pages 88 to 9. Looking back at this time from April 1920, Lenin reiterated his position: dictatorial powers and one-man management are not contradictory to socialist democracy, while also stressing that this was not forced upon the Bolsheviks by civil war. Discussing how, again, the civil war was ended and it was time to build socialism, he argued that the whole attention of the Communist Party and the Soviet government is centered on peaceful economic development, on problems of the dictatorship and of one-man management. When we tackled them for the first time in 1918, there was no civil war and no experience to speak of. So it was not only experience of civil war, argued Lenin, but something more profound, that has induced us now, as it did 2 years ago, to concentrate all our attention on labor discipline. Op. Cit. Volume 30, p. 503 and p. 504. Trotsky also argued that Bolshevik policy was not conditioned by the Civil War, see section H.3.14. As historian Jonathan Aves notes, the Communist Party took victory as a sign of the correctness of its ideological approach and set about the task of economic construction on the basis of an intensification of war communism policies. Workers Against Lenin, p. 37. In addition, this perspective flowed, as we argue in the next section, from the Bolshevik ideology, from its vision of socialism, rather than some alien system imposed upon an otherwise healthy set of ideas. Of course, this can be ignored in favor of the argument that party rule was required for the revolution to succeed. That would be a defendable, if utterly incorrect, position to take. It would, however, also necessitate ripping up Lenin's state and revolution, as it is clearly not relevant to a socialist revolution, nor can it be considered as the definitive guide of what Leninism really stands for, as Leninists like to portray it to this day. Given that this is extremely unlikely to happen, it is fair to suggest that claims that the Bolsheviks faced civil war from the start, so justifying their authoritarianism, can be dismissed as particularly unconvincing special pleading. Much the same can be said for the objective conditions produced by the May 1918 to October 1920 Civil War argument in general. Then there is the logical problem. Leninists say that they are revolutionaries. As we noted in section H.2.1, they inaccurately mock anarchists for not believing that a revolution needs to defend itself. Yet, ironically, their whole defense of Bolshevism rests on the exceptional circumstances produced by the civil war they claim is inevitable. If Leninism cannot handle the problems associated with actually conducting a revolution, then, surely, it should be avoided at all costs. This is particularly the case as leading Bolsheviks all argued that the specific problems their latter-day followers blame for their authoritarianism were natural results of any revolution and, consequently, unavoidable. Lenin, for example, in 1917 mocked those who opposed revolution because the situation is exceptionally complicated. He noted the development of the revolution itself always creates an exceptionally complicated situation and that it was an incredibly complicated and painful process. In fact, it was the most intense, furious, desperate class war and civil war. Not a single great revolution in history has taken place without civil war. And only a man in a muffler can think that civil war is conceivable without an exceptionally complicated situation. If the situation were not exceptionally complicated, there would be no revolution. Op. Cit. Volume 26, pages 118 to 9. He reiterated this in 1918, arguing that every great revolution, and a socialist revolution in particular, even if there is no external war, is inconceivable without internal war, i.e., civil war, which is even more devastating than external war, and involves thousands and millions of cases of wavering and desertion from one side to another, implies a state of extreme indefiniteness, lack of equilibrium and chaos. Op. Cit. Volume 27, p. 264. He even argued that revolution in an advanced capitalist nations would be far more devastating and ruinous than in Russia. Op. Cit. Volume 28, p. 298. Therefore, Lenin stressed, it will never be possible to build socialism at a time when everything is running smoothly and tranquilly. It will never be possible to realize socialism without the landowners and capitalists putting up a furious resistance. Those who believe that socialism can be built at a time of peace and tranquility are profoundly mistaken. It will be everywhere built at a time of disruption, at a time of famine. That is how it must be. Moreover, not one of the great revolutions of history has taken place without civil war, and without which not a single serious Marxist has conceived the transition from capitalism to socialism. Obviously, there can be no civil war, the inevitable condition and concomitant of socialist revolution, without disruption. Op. Cit. Volume 27, p. 520, p. 517, p. 496 and p. 497. Moreover, anarchists had long argued that a revolution would be associated with economic disruption, isolation, and civil war, and, consequently, had developed their ideas to take these into account. For example, Kropotkin was certain that the coming revolution will burst upon us in the middle of a great industrial crisis. There are millions of unemployed workers in Europe at this moment. It will be worse when revolution has burst upon us. The number of the out-of-works will be doubled as soon as barricades are erected in Europe and the United States. We know that in time of revolution exchange and industry suffer most from the general upheaval. A revolution in Europe means, then, the unavoidable stoppage of at least half the factories and workshops. The smallest attack upon property will bring in its train the complete disorganization of the capitalist economy. This meant that society itself will be forced to take production in hand, and to reorganize it to meet the needs of the whole people. The conquest of bread, pages 69 to 70. This prediction was a common feature of Kropotkin's politics, as can be seen from, say, his The First Work of the Revolution, Act for Yourselves, pages 56 to 60. Revolutionary anarchism, then, is based on a clear understanding of the nature of a social revolution, the objective problems it will face, and the need for mass participation and free initiative to solve them. So it must, therefore, be stressed that the very objective factors supporters of Bolshevism used to justify the actions of Lenin and Trotsky were predicted correctly by anarchists decades beforehand and integrated into our politics. Moreover, anarchists had developed their ideas on social revolution to make sure that these inevitable disruptions would be minimized. By stressing the need for self-management, mass participation, self-organization and free federation, anarchism showed how a free people could deal with the difficult problems they would face. As we discuss in the section H.6.2, there is substantial evidence to show that Bolshevik ideology and practice made the problems facing the Russian Revolution much worse than they had to be. It should also be noted that every revolution has confirmed the anarchist analysis. For example, the German Revolution after 1918 faced an economic collapse which was, relatively, just as bad as that facing Russia the year before. The Near Revolution produced extensive political conflict, including civil war, which was matched by economic turmoil. Taking 1928 as the base year, the index of industrial production in Germany was slightly lower in 1913, namely 98 in 1913 to 100 in 1928. In 1917, the index was 63 and by 1918, it was 61, i.e. industrial production had dropped by nearly 40%. In 1919, it fell again to 37, rising to 54 in 1920 and 65 in 1921. Thus, In 1919, the industrial production reached an all-time low, and it took until the late 1920s for food production to recover its 1912 level. V.R. Berghan, Modern Germany, p. 258, pages 67-8, and p. 71. In Russia, the index for large-scale industry fell to 77 in 1917 from 100 in 1913, falling again to 35 in 1918, 26 in 1919, and 18 in 1920. Tony Cliff, Lenin, Volume 3, p. 86. Strangely, Leninists do not doubt that the spread of the Russian Revolution to Germany would have allowed the Bolsheviks more leeway to avoid authoritarianism and so save the revolution. Yet this does not seem likely given the state of the German economy. Comparing the two countries, there is a similar picture of economic collapse. In the year the revolution started, production had fallen by 23% in Russia, from 1913 to 1917, and by 43% in Germany, from 1913 to 1918. Once revolution had effectively started, production fell even more. In Russia, it fell to 65% of its pre-war level in 1918, in Germany it fell to 62% of its pre-war level in 1919. However, no Leninist argues that the German Revolution was impossible or doomed to failure. Similarly, no Leninist denies that a socialist revolution was possible during the depths of the Great Depression of the 1930s or to post-World War II Europe, marked as it was by economic collapse. This was the case in 1917 as well, when economic crisis had been a fact of Russian life throughout the year. This did not stop the Bolsheviks calling for revolution and seizing power. Nor did this crisis stop the creation of democratic working-class organizations, such as Soviets, trade unions, and factory committees being formed, nor did it stop mass collective action. It appears, therefore, that while the economic crisis of 1917 did not stop the development of socialist tendencies to combat it, the seizure of power by a socialist party did. To conclude, it seems hypocritical in the extreme for Leninists to blame difficult circumstances for the failure of the Russian Revolution. As Lenin himself argued, the Bolsheviks never said that the transition from capitalism to socialism would be easy. It will invoke a whole period of violent civil war, it will involve painful measures. They knew that the transition from capitalism to socialism is a struggle of an extremely difficult kind, and so if there ever existed a revolutionary who hoped that we could pass to the socialist system without difficulties, such a revolutionary, such a socialist, would not be worth a brass farthing. Op. Cit. p. 431, p. 433 and pages 432-3. He would have been surprised to discover that many of his own followers would be such a socialist. Consequently, it is not hard to conclude that for Leninists difficult objective circumstances place socialism off the agenda only when they are holding power. So even if we ignore the extensive evidence that Bolshevik authoritarianism started before the Civil War, the logic of the Leninist argument is hardly convincing. Yet it does have advantages, for by focusing attention on the Civil War, Leninists also draw attention away from Bolshevik ideology and tactics. As Peter Kropotkin recounted to Emma Goldman, this simply cannot be done. The Communists are a political party firmly adhering to the idea of a centralist state, and that as such they were bound to misdirect the course of the revolution. Their policies have paralyzed the energies of the masses and have terrorized the people. Yet without the direct participation of the masses in the reconstruction of the country, nothing essential could be accomplished. They created a bureaucracy and officialdom, which were parasites on the social body. It was not the fault of any particular individual, rather it was the state they had created, which discredits every revolutionary ideal, stifles all initiative, and sets a premium on incompetence and waste. Intervention and blockade were bleeding Russia to death, and were preventing the people from understanding the real nature of the Bolshevik regime. My Disillusionment in Russia, p. 99. Obviously, if the objective factors do not explain Bolshevik authoritarianism and the failure of the revolution, we are left with the question of which aspects of Bolshevik ideology impacted negatively on the revolution. As Kropotkin's comments indicate, anarchists have good reason to argue that one of the greatest myths of state socialism is the idea that Bolshevik ideology played no role in the fate of the Russian Revolution. We turn to this in the next section. H.6.2 Did Bolshevik ideology influence the outcome of the Russian Revolution? As we discussed in the last section, anarchists reject the Leninist argument that the failure of Bolshevism in the Russian Revolution can be blamed purely on the difficult objective circumstances they faced. As Noam Chomsky summarizes, in the stages leading up to the Bolshevik coup in October 1917, there were incipient socialist institutions developing in Russia, workers' councils, collectives, things like that. And they survived to an extent once the Bolsheviks took over, but not for very long. Lenin and Trotsky pretty much eliminated them as they consolidated their power. I mean, you can argue about the justification for eliminating them, but the fact is that the socialist initiatives were pretty quickly eliminated. Now, people who want to justify it say, the Bolsheviks had to do it. That's the standard justification. Lenin and Trotsky had to do it, because of the contingencies of the Civil War, for survival, there wouldn't have been food otherwise, this and that. Well, obviously the question is, was that true? To answer that, you've got to look at the historical facts. I don't think it was true. In fact, I think the incipient socialist structures in Russia were dismantled before the really dire conditions arose. But reading their own writings, my feeling is that Lenin and Trotsky knew what they were doing. It was conscious and understandable. Understanding Power, p. 226. Chomsky is right on both counts. The attack on the basic building blocks of genuine socialism started before the Civil War. Moreover, it did not happen by accident. The attacks were rooted in the Bolshevik vision of socialism. As Maurice Brinton concluded, there is a clear-cut and incontrovertible link between what happened under Lenin and Trotsky and the later practices of Stalinism. The more one unearths about this period, the more difficult it becomes to define or even to see the gulf allegedly separating what happened in Lenin's time from what happened later. Real knowledge of the facts also makes it impossible to accept that the whole course of events was historically inevitable and objectively determined. Bolshevik ideology and practice were themselves important and sometimes decisive factors in the equation, at every critical stage of this critical period. The Bolsheviks and Workers' Control, p. 84. This is not to suggest that the circumstances played no role in the development of the revolution. It is simply to indicate that Bolshevik ideology played its part as well by not only shaping the policies implemented but also how the results of those policies themselves contributed to the circumstances being faced. This is to be expected, given that the Bolsheviks were the ruling party and, consequently, state power was utilized to implement their policies which, in turn, were influenced by their ideological preferences and prejudices. Ultimately, to maintain, as Leninists do, that the ideology of the ruling party played no, or, at best, a minor, part hardly makes sense logically, nor, equally importantly, can it be supported once even a basic awareness of the development of the Russian Revolution is known. A key issue is the Bolsheviks' support for centralization. Long before the revolution, Lenin had argued that within the party it was a case of the transformation of the power of ideas into the power of authority, the subordination of lower party bodies to higher ones. Collected Works, Volume 7, p. 367. Such visions of centralist organization were the model for the revolutionary state and, once in power, they did not disappoint. Thus, for the leadership, the principle of maximum centralization of authority served more than expedience. It consistently resurfaced as the image of a peacetime political system as well. Thomas F. Remington, Building Socialism in Bolshevik Russia, p. 91. However, by its very nature, centralism places power into a few hands and effectively eliminates the popular participation required for any successful revolution to develop. The power placed into the hands of the Bolshevik government was automatically no longer in the hands of the working class. So when Leninists argue that objective circumstances forced the Bolsheviks to substitute their power for that of the masses, anarchists reply that this substitution had occurred the moment the Bolsheviks centralized power and placed it into their own hands. As a result, popular participation and institutions began to wither and die. Moreover, once in power, the Bolsheviks were shaped by their new position and the social relationships it created and, consequently, implemented policies influenced and constrained by the hierarchical and centralist structures they had created. This was not the only negative impact of Bolshevik centralism. It also spawned a bureaucracy. As we noted in section H.1.7, the rise of a state bureaucracy started immediately with the seizure of power. Thus red tape and vast administrative offices typified Soviet reality as the Bolsheviks rapidly created their own state apparatus to wage the political and economic offensive against the bourgeoisie and capitalism. As the functions of the state expanded, so did the bureaucracy, and so following the revolution the process of institutional proliferation reached unprecedented heights. A mass of economic organizations were created or expanded. Richard Sakwe, Soviet Communists in Power, p. 190 and p. 191. This was a striking confirmation of the anarchist analysis which argued that a new bureaucratic class develops around any centralist body. This body would soon become riddled with personal influences and favors, so ensuring that members could be sheltered from popular control while, at the same time, exploiting its power to feather their own nest. Over time, this permanent collection of bodies would become the real power in the state, with the party members nominally in charge really under the control of an unelected and uncontrolled officialdom. This was recognized by Lenin in 1922. If we take Moscow with its 4,700 communists in responsible positions, and if we take that huge bureaucratic machine, that gigantic heap, we must ask, who is directing whom? I doubt very much whether it can truthfully be said that the communists are directing that heap. To tell the truth, they are not directing, they are being directed. The Lenin Anthology, p. 527. By the end of 1920, there were 5 times more state officials than industrial workers. 5,880,000 were members of the state bureaucracy. However, the bureaucracy had existed since the start. In Moscow, in August 1918, state officials represented 30% of the workforce there, and by 1920 the general number of office workers still represented about a third of those employed in the city, 200,000 in November 1920, rising to 228,000 in July 1921 and, by October 1922, to 243,000. Sakwe, Op. Cit. Pages 191-3. And with bureaucracy came the abuse of it simply because it held real power. The prevalence of bureaucracy, of committees and commissions, permitted, and indeed encouraged, endless permutations of corrupt practices. These ranged from the style of living of communist functionaries to bribe-taking by officials. With the power of allocation of scarce resources, such as housing, there was an inordinate potential for corruption. Op. Cit. p. 193. The growth in power of the bureaucracy should not, therefore, come as a major surprise given that it had existed from the start in sizable numbers. Yet, for the Bolsheviks the development of a bureaucracy was a puzzle, whose emergence and properties mystified them. It should be noted that, for the Bolsheviks, bureaucratism signified the escape of this bureaucracy from the will of the party as it took on a life of its own. Op. Cit. p. 182 and p. 190. This was the key. They did not object the usurpation of power by the party, indeed they placed party dictatorship at the core of their politics and universalized it to a general principle for all socialist revolutions. Nor did they object to the centralization of power and activity, and so the bureaucratization of life. As such, the Bolsheviks failed to understand how their own politics helped the rise of this new ruling class. They failed to understand the links between centralism and bureaucracy. Bolshevik nationalization and centralism, as well as being extremely inefficient, also ensured that the control of society, economic activity, and its product would be in the hands of the state and, so, class society would continue. Unsurprisingly, complaints by working class people about the privileges enjoyed by Communist Party and state officials were widespread. Another problem was the Bolshevik vision of centralist democracy. Trotsky is typical. In April 1918 he argued that once elected the government was to be given total power to make decisions and appoint people as required as it is better able to judge in the matter than the masses. The sovereign people were expected to simply obey their public servants until such time as they dismiss that government and appoint another. Trotsky raised the question of whether it was possible for the government to act against the interests of the laboring and peasant masses. And answered no. Yet it is obvious that Trotsky's claim that there can be no antagonism between the government and the mass of the workers, just as there is no antagonism between the administration of the Union and the General Assembly of its members, is just nonsense. Leon Trotsky speaks, p. 113. The history of trade unionism is full of examples of committees betraying their membership. Needless to say, the subsequent history Lenin's government shows that there can be antagonism between rulers and ruled, and that appointments are always a key way to further elite interests. This vision of top-down democracy can, of course, be traced back to Marx and Lenin, see sections H.3.2 and H.3.3. By equating centralist, top-down decision-making by an elected government with democracy, the Bolsheviks had the ideological justification to eliminate the functional democracy associated with the Soviets, factory committees, and soldiers' committees. The Bolshevik vision of democracy became the means by which real democracy was eliminated in area after area of Russian working-class life. Needless to say, a state which eliminates functional democracy in the grassroots will not stay democratic in any meaningful sense for long. Nor does it come as too great a surprise to discover that a government which considers itself as better able to judge things than the people finally decides to annul any election results it dislikes. As we discussed in section H.5, this perspective is at the heart of vanguardism, for in Bolshevik ideology the party, not the class, is in the final analysis the repository of class consciousness. This means that once in power it has a built-in tendency to override the decisions of the masses it claimed to represent and justify this in terms of the advanced position of the party. As historian Richard Saquet notes, a lack of identification with the Bolshevik Party was treated as the absence of political consciousness altogether. Cit. p. 94. Combine this with a vision of democracy which is highly centralist and which undermines local participation, then we have the necessary foundations for the turning of party power into party dictatorship. Which brings us to the next issue, namely the Bolshevik idea that the party should seize power, not the working class as a whole, equating party power with popular power. The question instantly arises of what happens if the masses turn against the party. The gerrymandering, disbanding, and marginalization of the Soviets in the spring and summer of 1918 answers that question, see last section. It is not a great step to party dictatorship over the proletariat from the premises of Bolshevism. In a clash between Soviet democracy and party power, the Bolsheviks consistently favored the latter, as would be expected given their ideology. This can be seen from the Bolsheviks' negative response to the Soviets of 1905. At one stage the Bolsheviks demanded the St. Petersburg Soviet accept the Bolshevik political program and then disband. The rationale for these attacks is significant. The St. Petersburg Bolsheviks were convinced that only a strong party along class lines can guide the proletarian political movement and preserve the integrity of its program, rather than a political mixture of this kind, an indeterminate and vacillating political organization such as the Workers' Council represents and cannot help but represent. Quoted by Enweiler, the Soviets, p. 77. In other words, the Soviets could not reflect workers' interests because they were elected by the workers. The implications of this perspective became clear in 1918, as are its obvious roots in Lenin's arguments in What is to be Done. As one historian argues, the 1905 position on the Soviets is of particular significance in understanding the Bolsheviks' mentality, political ambitions, and modus operandi. The Bolshevik campaign was repeated in a number of provincial Soviets and reveals that from the outset the Bolsheviks were distrustful of, if not hostile towards the Soviets, to which they had at best an instrumental and always party-minded attitude. The Bolsheviks' actions showed an ultimate aim of controlling the Soviets and turning them into one-party organizations, or, failing that, of destroying them. Israel Getzler, The Bolshevik Onslaught on the Non-Party Political Profile of the Petersburg Soviet of Workers' Deputies, October-November 1905, Revolutionary History, pages 123 to 146, Volume 5, Number 2, pages 124 to 5. That the mainstream of Bolshevism expressed this perspective once in power goes without saying, but even dissident communists expressed identical views. Left communist V. Sarin argued in 1918 that the party is in every case and everywhere superior to the Soviets. The Soviets represent laboring democracy in general, and its interest, and in particular the interests of the petty bourgeois peasantry, do not always coincide with the interests of the proletariat. Quoted by Seque, Op. Cit. p. 182. As one historian notes, according to the left communists, the party was the custodian of an interest higher than that of the Soviets. Unsurprisingly, in the party there was a general consensus over the principles of party dictatorship for the greater part of the Civil War. But the way in which these principles were applied roused increasing opposition. Seque, Op. Cit. p. 182 and p. 30. This consensus existed in all the so-called opposition, including the workers' opposition and Trotsky's left opposition in the 1920s. The ease with which the Bolsheviks embraced party dictatorship is suggestive of a fundamental flaw in their political perspective which the problems of the revolution, combined with loss of popular support, simply exposed. Then there is the Bolshevik vision of socialism. As we discussed in section H.3.12, the Bolsheviks, like other Marxists at the time, saw the socialist economy as being built upon the centralist organizations created by capitalism. They confused state capitalism with socialism. The former, Lenin wrote in May 1917, is a complete material preparation for socialism, the threshold of socialism, and so socialism is nothing but the next step forward from state capitalist monopoly. It is merely state capitalist monopoly which is made to serve the interests of the whole people and has to that extent ceased to be capitalist monopoly. Collected Works, Volume 25, p. 359 and p. 358. A few months later, he was talking about how the institutions of state capitalism could be taken over and used to create socialism. Unsurprisingly, when defending the need for state capitalism in the spring of 1918 against the left communists, Lenin stressed that he gave his high appreciation of state capitalism, before the Bolsheviks seized power. And, as Lenin noted, his praise for state capitalism can be found in his State and Revolution, and so it was significant that his opponents did not emphasize this aspect of his 1917 ideas. Op. Cit. Volume 27, p. 341 and p. 354. Unsurprisingly, modern-day Leninists do not emphasize that element of Lenin's ideas either. Given this perspective, it is unsurprising that workers' control was not given a high priority once the Bolsheviks seized power. While in order to gain support the Bolsheviks had paid lip service to the idea of workers' control, as we noted in section H.3.14, the party had always given that slogan a radically different interpretation than the factory committees had. While the factory committees had seen workers' control as being exercised directly by the workers and their class organizations, the Bolshevik leadership saw it in terms of state control in which the factory committees would play, at best, a minor role. Given who held actual power in the new regime, it is unsurprising to discover which vision was actually introduced. On 3 occasions in the first months of Soviet power, the factory committee leaders sought to bring their model into being. At each point the party leadership overruled them. The result was to vest both managerial and control powers in organs of the state which were subordinate to the central authorities, and formed by them. Thomas F. Remington, Building Socialism in Bolshevik Russia, p. 38. Given his vision of socialism, Lenin's rejection of the factory committee's model comes as no surprise. As Lenin put it in 1920, the domination of the proletariat consists in the fact that the landowners and capitalists have been deprived of their property. The victorious proletariat has abolished property, and therein lies its domination as a class. The prime thing is the question of property. Op. Cit. Volume 30, p. 456. As we proved in section H.3.13, the Bolsheviks had no notion that socialism required workers' self-management of production and, unsurprisingly, they, as Lenin had promised, built from the top down their system of unified administration based on the Tsarist system of central bodies which governed and regulated certain industries during the war. The Supreme Economic Council, Vysenka, was set up in December of 1917, and was widely acknowledged by the Bolsheviks as a move towards statization, Государствление, of economic authority. During the early months of 1918, the Bolsheviks began implementing their vision of socialism, and the Vysenka began to build, from the top, its unified administration of particular industries. The pattern is informative as it gradually took over the Tsarist state agencies such as the Glakvi, as Lenin had promised, and converted them into administrative organs subject to its direction and control. The Bolsheviks clearly opted for the taking over of the institutions of bourgeois economic power and used them to their own ends. This system necessarily implies the perpetuation of hierarchical relations within production itself, and therefore the perpetuation of class society. Brinton, Op. Cit. p. 22, p. 36 and p. 22. Thus the Supreme Council of the National Economy was an expression of the principle of centralization and control from above, which was peculiar to the Marxist ideology. In fact, it is likely that the arguments for centralization in economic policy, which were prevalent among Marxists, determined the short life of the All-Russian Council of Workers' Control. Silvana Mal, The Economic Organization of War Communism, 1918 to 1921, p. 95 and p. 94. Moreover, the Bolsheviks had systematically stopped the factory committee organizing together, using their controlled unions to come out firmly against the attempt of the factory committees to form a national organization. The unions prevented the convocation of a planned All-Russian Congress of Factory Committees. I. Deutscher, quoted by Brinton, Op. Cit. p. 19. Given that one of the key criticisms of the factory committees by leading Bolsheviks was their localism, this blocking of coordination is doubly damning. At this time Lenin envisaged a period during which, in a workers' state, the bourgeoisie would still retain the formal ownership and effective management of most of the productive apparatus, and workers' control was seen as the instrument by which the capitalists would be coerced into cooperation. Brinton, Op. Cit. p. 13. The Bolsheviks turned to one management in April, 1918, it was applied first on the railway workers. As the capitalists refused to cooperate, with many closing down their workplaces, the Bolsheviks were forced to nationalize industry and place it fully under state control in late June 1918. This saw state-appointed dictatorial managers replacing the remaining capitalists, when it was not simply a case of the old boss being turned into a state manager. The Bolshevik vision of socialism as nationalist property replacing capitalist property was at the root of the creation of state capitalism within Russia. This was very centralist and very inefficient. It seems apparent that many workers themselves had now come to believe that confusion and anarchy at the top were the major causes of their difficulties, and with some justification. The fact was that Bolshevik administration was chaotic. Scores of competitive and conflicting Bolshevik and Soviet authorities issued contradictory orders, often brought to factories by armed Chekists. The Supreme Economic Council issued dozens of orders and passed countless directives with virtually no real knowledge of affairs. William G. Rosenberg, Russian Labor and Bolshevik Power, p. 116. Faced with the chaos that their own politics, in part, had created, like all bosses, the Bolsheviks blamed the workers. Yet abolishing the workers' committees resulted in a terrifying proliferation of competitive and contradictory Bolshevik authorities, each with a claim of life or death importance. Railroad journals argued plaintively about the correlation between failing labor productivity and the proliferation of competing Bolshevik authorities. Rather than improving things, Lenin's one-man management did the opposite, leading in many places, to a greater degree of confusion and indecision, and this problem of contradictory authorities clearly intensified, rather than lessened. Indeed, the result of replacing workers' committees with one-man rule, on the railways, was not directiveness, but distance and increasing inability to make decisions appropriate to local conditions. Despite coercion, orders on the railroads were often ignored as unworkable. It got so bad that a number of local Bolshevik officials began in the fall of 1918 to call for the restoration of workers' control, not for ideological reasons, but because workers themselves knew best how to run the line efficiently, and might obey their own central committee's directives if they were not being constantly countermanded. William G. Rosenberg, Workers' Control on the Railroads, p. D. 1208, p. D. 1207, p. D. 1213 and pp. D. 1208-9. That it was Bolshevik policies and not workers' control which was to blame for the state of the economy can be seen from what happened after Lenin's one-man management was imposed. The centralist Bolshevik economic system quickly demonstrated how to really mismanage an economy. The Bolshevik onslaught against workers' control in favor of a centralist, top-down economic regime ensured that the economy was handicapped by an unresponsive system which wasted the local knowledge in the grassroots in favor of orders from above which were issued in ignorance of local conditions. Thus the Glavki did not know the true number of enterprises in their branch of industry. To ensure centralism, customers had to go via a central orders committee, which would then pass the details to the appropriate Glavki and, unsurprisingly, it was unable to cope with these enormous tasks. As a result, workplaces often endeavored to find less bureaucratic channels to get resources and, in fact, the comparative efficiency of factories remaining outside the Glavki sphere increased. In summary, the shortcomings of the central administrations and Glavki increased together with the number of enterprises under their control. Mal, Op. Cit. P 232, P 233 and P 250 in summary. The most evident shortcoming was that it did not ensure central allocation of resources and central distribution of output. In accordance with any priority ranking, materials were provided to factories in arbitrary proportions. In some places they accumulated, whereas in others there was a shortage. Moreover, the length of the procedure needed to release the products increased scarcity at given moments, since products remained stored until the center issued a purchase order on behalf of a centrally defined customer. Unused stock coexisted with acute scarcity. The center was unable to determine the correct proportions among necessary materials and eventually to enforce implementation of the orders for their total quantity. The gap between theory and practice was significant. Op. Cit. P 233. Thus there was a clear gulf between the abstraction of the principles on centralization and its reality. This was recognized at the time and, unsuccessfully, challenged. Provincial delegates argued that waste of time was the effect of strict compliance of vertical administration. Semi-finished products were transferred to other provinces for further processing, while local factories operating in the field were shut down, and given the state of the transport network, this was a doubly inefficient. The local bodies, knowing the grassroots situation, had proved to be more far-sighted than the center. For example, flax had been substituted for cotton long before the center had issued instructions for this. Arguments reversing the logic centralization were raised. There was a lot of talk about scarcity of raw materials, while small factories and mills were stuffed with them in some provinces, what's better, to let work go on, or to make plans. These expressed feelings about the inefficiency of the Glavk system and the waste which was visible locally. Indeed, the inefficiency of central financing seriously jeopardized local activity. While the center had displayed a great deal of conservatism and routine thinking, the localities had already found ways of rationing raw materials, a measure which had not yet been decided upon at the center. Op. Cit. p.269, p270 and pages 272-3. This did not result in changes as such demands challenged the central directives of the party which approved the principles on which the Glavk system was based and the maximum centralization of production. Even the admission that some of the largest works had been closed down, owing to the scarcity of raw materials and fuel, did not induce the economists of the party to question the validity of concentration, although in Russia at the time impediments due to lack of transport jeopardized the whole idea of convergence of all productive activity in a few centers. The party leadership decided to concentrate the tasks of economic reconstruction in the hands of the higher organs of the state. Sadly, the Glavk system in Russia did not work. Confronted with production problems, the central managers needed the collaboration of local organs, which they could not obtain both because of reciprocal suspicion and because of a lack of an efficient system of information, communications, and transport. But the failure of Glavkism did not bring about a reconsideration of the problems of economic organization. On the contrary, the ideology of centralization was reinforced. Op. Cit. p271 and p275. The failings of centralization can be seen from the fact that in September 1918, the Supreme Economic Council, SEC, chairman reported that approximately 800 enterprises were known to have been nationalist and another 200 or so were presumed to be nationalist but were not registered as such. In fact, well over 2,000 enterprises had been taken over by this time. The center's information was sketchy at best and efforts by the center to exert its power more effectively would provoke resistance from local authorities. Thomas F. Remington, Op. Cit. Pages 58-9. This kind of clashing could not help but occur when the center had no real knowledge nor understanding of local conditions. Organizations with independent claims to power frequently ignored it. It was deluged with work of an ad hoc character. Demands for fuel and supplies piled up. Factories demanded instructions on demobilization and conversion. Its presidium scarcely knew what its tasks were, other than to direct the nationalization of industry. Control over nationalization was hard to obtain, however. Although the SEC intended to plan branch-wide nationalizations, it was overwhelmed with requests to order the nationalization of individual enterprises. Generally it resorted to the method, for want of a better one, of appointing a commissar to carry out each act of nationalization. These commissars, who worked closely with the Cheka, had almost unlimited powers over both workers and owners, and acted largely on their own discretion. Op. Cit. p. 61-2. Unsurprisingly, our assentment of the Glavki was strongest where local authorities had attained a high level of competence in coordinating local production. They were understandably distressed when orders from central organs disrupted local production plans. Particularly given that the center drew up plans for developing or reorganizing the economy of a region, either in ignorance, or against the will, of the local authorities. Hypercentralization, ironically, multiplied the lines of command and accountability, which ultimately reduced central control. For example, one small condensed milk plan, employing fewer than 15 workers, became the object of a months-long competition among 6 organizations. Moreover, the Glavki were filled with former owners. Yet throughout 1919, as the economic crisis grew worse and the war emergency sharper, the leadership strengthened the powers of the Glavki in the interests of centralization. Op. Cit. p. 68, p. 69, p. 70 and p. 69. A clearer example of the impact of Bolshevik ideology on the fate of the revolution would be hard to find. While the situation was pretty chaotic in early 1918, this does not prove that the factory committee's socialism was not the most efficient way of running things under the difficult circumstances. Unless, of course, like the Bolsheviks, you have a dogmatic belief that centralization is always more efficient. That favoring the factory committees, as anarchists stressed then and now, could have been a possible solution to the economic problems being faced is not utopian. After all, rates of output and productivity began to climb steadily after January 1918, and in some factories, production doubled or tripled in the early months of 1918. Many of the reports explicitly credited the factory committees for these increases. Carmen Siriani, Workers' Control and Socialist Democracy, p. 109. Another expert notes that there is evidence that until late 1919, some factory committees performed managerial tasks successfully. In some regions, factories were still active thanks to their workers' initiatives in securing raw materials. Mal, Op. Cit. p. 101. Moreover, given how inefficient the Bolshevik system was, it was only the autonomous self-activity at the base which kept it going. Thus the Commissariat of Finance was not only bureaucratically cumbersome, but it involved mountainous accounting problems, and with the various offices of the Sovnarkhoz and Commissariat structure literally swamped with urgent delegations and submerged in paperwork, even the most committed supporters of the revolution, perhaps one should say especially the most committed, felt impelled to act independently to get what workers and factories needed, even if this circumvented party directives. William G. Rosenberg, The Social Background to Tsektran, pages 349 to 373, Party, State, and Society in the Russian Civil War, Diane P. Koenker, William G. Rosenberg and Ronald Grigorsuni, eds. p. 357. Requisition and confiscation of resources, as Mal notes, largely undertaken by the Glavki, worked against any possible territorial network of complementary industries which might have been more efficient in reducing delays resulting from central financing, central ordering, central supply and delivery. By integrating the factory committees into a centralist state structure, this kind of activity became harder to do and, moreover, came up against official resistance and opposition. Significantly, due to the rundown of large-scale industry and the bureaucratic methods applied to production orders, the Red Army turned to small-scale workplaces to supply personal equipment. These workplaces largely escaped the Glavk administration and allowed the Bolsheviks to support a well-equipped army amidst general distress and disorganization. Op. Cit. p. 251, p. 477 and p. 502. Needless to say, Lenin never wavered in his support for one-man management nor in his belief in the efficiency of centralism to solve all problems, particularly the problems it itself created in abundance. Nor did his explicit call to reproduce capitalist social relations in production cause him any concern, for, if the primary issue were property and not who manages the means of production, then factory committees are irrelevant in determining the socialist nature of the economy. Equally, if, as with Engels, all forms of organization are inherently authoritarian, then it does not fundamentally matter whether that authority is exercised by an elected factory committee or an appointed dictatorial manager, see section H.4. And it must be noted that the politics of the leading members of the factory committee movement also played its part. While the committees expressed a spontaneous anarchism, almost instinctively moving towards libertarian ideas, the actual influence of conscious anarchists was limited. Most of the leaders of the movement were, or became, Bolsheviks and, as such, shared many of the statist and centralistic assumptions of the party leadership as well as accepting party discipline. As such, they did not have the theoretical accruement to resist their leadership's assault on the factory committees and, as a result, did integrate them into the trade unions when demanded. As well as advocating one-man management, Lenin's proposals also struck at the heart of workers' power in other ways. For example, he argued that we must raise the question of piecework and apply it and test in practice. We must raise the question of applying much of what is scientific and progressive in the Taylor system. Up. CIT, Volume 27, p. 258. As Leninist Tony Cliff noted, the employers have at their disposal a number of effective methods of disrupting the unity of workers as a class. One of the most important of these is the fostering of competition between workers by means of piecework systems. He added that these were used by the Nazis and the Stalinists for the same purpose. State Capitalism in Russia, pages 18-9. Obviously, piecework is different when Lenin introduces it. Other policies undermined working class collectivity. Banning trade helped undermine a collective response to the problems of exchange between city and country. For example, a delegation of workers from the main workshops of the Nikolov Railroad to Moscow reported to a well-attended meeting that the government had rejected their request to obtain permission to buy food, collectively arguing that to permit the free purchase of food would destroy its efforts to come to grips with hunger by establishing a food dictatorship. David Mondell, The Petrograd Workers and the Soviet Seizure of Power, p. 392. Bolshevik ideology replaced collective working class action with an abstract collective response via the state, which turned the workers into isolated and atomized individuals. As such, the Bolsheviks provided a good example to support Malatesta's argument that if one means government action when one talks of social action, then this is still the resultant of individual forces, but only of those individuals who form the government. It follows that far from resulting in an increase in the productive, organizing, and protective forces in society, it would greatly reduce them, limiting initiative to a few, and giving them the right to do everything without, of course, being able to provide them with the gift of being all-knowing. Anarchy, pages 38-9. Can it be surprising, then, that Bolshevik policies aided the atomization of the working class by replacing collective organization and action by state bureaucracy? The negative impact of Bolshevik ideology showed up in other areas of the economy as well. For example, the Leninist fetish that bigger was better resulted in the waste of scarce resources as the general shortage of fuel and materials in the city took its greatest toll on the largest enterprises, whose overhead expenditures for heating the plant and firing the furnaces were proportionately greater than those for smaller enterprises. This point was recognized later. Not until 1919 were the regime's leaders prepared to acknowledge that small enterprises, under the conditions of the time, might be more efficient in using resources, and not until 1921 did a few Bolshevik theorists grasp the economic reasons for this apparent violation of their standing assumption that larger units were inherently more productive. Remington, Op. CIT, p. 106. Given how disrupted transport was and how scarce supplies were, this kind of ideologically generated mistake could not fail to have substantial impact. Post-October Bolshevik policy is a striking confirmation of the anarchist argument that a centralist structure would stifle the initiative of the masses and their own organs of self-management. Not only was it disastrous from a revolutionary perspective, it was hopelessly inefficient. The constructive self-activity of the people was replaced by the bureaucratic machinery of the state. The Bolshevik onslaught on workers' control, like their attacks on Soviet democracy and workers' protest, undoubtedly engendered apathy and cynicism in the workforce, alienating even more the positive participation required for building socialism, which the Bolshevik mania for centralization had already marginalized. The negative results of Bolshevik economic policy confirmed Kropotkin's prediction that a revolution which established a strongly centralist government, leaving it to draw up a statement of all the produce in a country and then command that a prescribed quantity of some good be sent to such a place on such a day and stored in particular warehouses, would not merely be undesirable, but it never could by any possibility be put into practice. In any case, Kropotkin stressed, a system which springs up spontaneously, under stress of immediate need, will be infinitely preferable to anything invented between four walls by hidebound theorists sitting on any number of committees. The Conquest of Bread, pages 82-3 and p. 75. Some Bolsheviks were aware of the problems. One left-wing communist, Osinski, concluded that his 6 weeks in the provinces had taught him that the center must rely on strong regional and provincial councils, since they were more capable than was the center of managing the nationalist sector. Remington, Op. Cit. p. 71. However, Marxist ideology seemed to preclude even finding the words to describe a possible solution to the problems faced by the regime. I stand not for a local point of view and not for bureaucratic centralism, but for organized centralism. I cannot seem to find the actual word just now, a more balanced centralism. Osinski, quoted by Remington, Op. Cit. p. 71. Any anarchist would know that the word he was struggling to find was federalism. Little wonder Goldman concluded that anarcho-syndicalism, not nationalization, could solve the problems facing Russia. Only free initiative and popular participation in the affairs of the revolution can prevent the terrible blunders committed in Russia. For instance, with fuel only 100 versts about 66 miles from Petrograd, there would have been no necessity for that city to suffer from cold had the workers' economic organizations of Petrograd been free to exercise their initiative for the common good. The peasants of the Ukraina would not have been hampered in the cultivation of their land had they had access to the farm implements stacked up in the warehouses of Kharkov and other industrial centers awaiting orders from Moscow for their distribution. These are characteristic examples of Bolshevik governmentalism and centralization, which should serve as a warning to the workers of Europe and America of the destructive effects of statism. My Disillusionment in Russia, p. 253. If Bolshevik industrial policy reflected a basic ignorance of local conditions and the nature of industry, their agricultural policies were even worse. Part of the problem was that the Bolsheviks were simply ignorant of peasant life. As one historian put it, the deeply held views of the party on class struggle had overcome the need for evidence. Christopher Reed, From Tsar to Soviet, p. 225. Lenin, for example, thought that inequality in the villages was much, much higher than it actually was, a mistaken assumption which drove the unpopular and counterproductive Committees of Poor Peasants, Committee, policy of 1918. Rather than a countryside dominated by a few rich kulaks, peasants who employed wage labor, Russian villages were predominantly pre-capitalist and based on actual peasant farming, i.e., people who worked their land themselves. While the Bolsheviks attacked kulaks, they, at best, numbered only 5 to 7% of the peasantry, and even this is high, as only 1% of the total of peasant households employed more than one laborer. The revolution itself had an equalizing effect on peasant life, and during 1917 average size of land holding fell, the extremes of riches and poverty diminished. Aleknov, An Economic History of the USSR, 1917 to 1991, p. 103 and p. 102. By 1919, even Lenin had to admit that the policies pursued in 1918, against the advice and protest of the left SRS, were failures and had alienated the peasantry. While admitting to errors, it remains the case that it was Lenin himself, more than anyone, who was responsible for them. Still, there was no fundamental change in policy for another 2 years. Defenders of the Bolsheviks argue that the Bolshevik had no alternative but to use violence to seize food from the peasants to feed the starving cities. However, this fails to acknowledge two key facts. Firstly, Bolshevik industrial policy made the collapse of industry worse, and so the lack of goods to trade for grain was, in part, a result of the government. It is likely that if the factory committees had been fully supported, then the lack of goods to trade may have been reduced. Secondly, it cannot be said that the peasants did not wish to trade with the cities. They were, but at a fair price, as can be seen from the fact that throughout Russia peasants with bags of grains on their backs went to the city to exchange them for goods. In fact, in the Volga region, official state sources indicate that grain hoarding and the black market did not become a major problem until the beginning of 1919, and that during the autumn the peasants, in general, were wildly enthusiastic to sell as much grain as possible to the government. This changed when the state reduced its fixed prices by 25% and it became apparent that the new government would be unable to pay for grain procurements in industrial goods. Orlando Figs, Peasant Russia, Civil War, p. 253 and p. 254. Thus, in that region at least, it was after the introduction of central state food requisition in January 1919 that peasants started to hoard food. Thus Bolshevik policy made the situation worse. And as Alec Nove noted, at certain moments even the government itself was compelled to legalize illegal trade. For example, in September 1918 the wicked speculators and Meshokniki bagmen were authorized to take sacks weighing up to 1.5 poods, 54 pounds, to Petrograd and Moscow, and in this month, they supplied 4 times more than did the official supply organization. Op. Cit. p. 55. Yet rather than encourage this kind of self-activity, the Bolsheviks denounced it as speculation and did all in their power to suppress it. This included armed pickets around the towns and cities. This, of course, drove the prices on the black market higher due to the risk of arrest and imprisonment this entailed, and so the regime made the situation worse. It was in fact quite impossible to live on the official rations, and the majority of the supplies even of bread come through the black market. The government was never able to prevent this market from functioning, but did sufficiently disrupt it to make food shortages worse. By January 1919, only 19% of all food came through official channels and rose to around 30% subsequently. Official sources, however, announced an increase in grain, with total procurements amounting to 30 million poods in the agricultural year 1917-18 to 110 million poods in 1918-19. Nove, Op. Cit. p. 55 and p. 54. Needless to say, the average worker in the towns saw nothing of this improvement in official statistics, and this in spite of dropping urban populations. In the face of repression, up to and including torture and the destruction of whole villages, the peasantry responded by both cutting back on the amount of grain planted, something compounded by the state often taking peasant reserves for next season, and rising in insurrection. Unsurprisingly, opposition groups called for free trade in an attempt to both feed the cities and stop the alienation of the peasantry from the revolution. The Bolsheviks denounced the call, before being forced to accept it in 1921 due to mass pressure from below. 3 years of bad policies had made a bad situation worse. Moreover, if the Bolsheviks had not ignored and alienated the left SRS, gerrymandered the Fifth All-Russian Congress of Soviets and pushed them into revolt, then their links with the countryside would not have been so weak, and sensible policies which reflected the reality of village life may have been implemented. Nor did it help that the Bolsheviks undermined Russia's extensive network of consumer cooperatives because they were associated with the moderate socialists. It should also be noted that the peasants, or kulaks, were blamed for food shortages when problems on the transport network or general bureaucratic mismanagement was the real reason. That there is little evidence to support the Leninist view that kulaks were behind the peasant resistance and revolts resulting from the Bolshevik food requisition policies should go without saying. Figs, Op. Cit. p. 155. Given all this, it is not hard to conclude that alternatives existed to Bolshevik policies, particularly as even the Bolsheviks had to admit in 1919 their decisions of the previous year were wrong. The new economic policy, NEP, was introduced in 1921, under immense popular pressure, in conditions even worse than those in 1918, for example. Since NEP allowed wage labor, it was a step backwards from the ideas of the peasantry itself, peasant-based parties like the SRS and left SRS, as well as such rebels as the Kronstadt sailors. A more socialistic policy, recognizing that peasants exchanging the product of their labor was not capitalism, could have been implemented much earlier, but Bolshevik ignorance and disdain for the peasantry combined with a false belief that centralist state control was more efficient and more socialist ensured that this option was unlikely to be pursued, particularly given the collapse of industrial production. Bolshevik state capitalist policies helped deepen the pre-revolution Bolshevik vision of a socialist system was fundamentally centralist and, consequently, top-down. This was what was implemented post-October, with disastrous results. At each turning point, the Bolsheviks tended to implement policies which reflected their prejudices in favor of centralism, nationalization, and party power. Unsurprisingly, this also undermined the genuine socialist tendencies which existed at the time, and so the Bolshevik vision of socialism and democracy played a key role in the failure of the revolution. Therefore, the Leninist idea that politics of the Bolsheviks had no influence on the outcome of the revolution, that their policies during the revolution were a product purely of objective forces, is unconvincing. This is enforced by the awkward fact that the Bolshevik leaders justified what they were doing in theoretical terms, e.g. in whole books by Bukharin and Trotsky. Pirani, The Russian Revolution in Retreat, 1920-24, p. 9. Remember, we are talking about the ideology of a ruling party, and so it is more than just ideas, for after the seizure of power, they became a part of the real social situation within Russia. Individually, party members assumed leadership posts in all spheres of social life and started to make decisions influenced by that ideology and its prejudices in favor of centralization, the privileged role of the party, the top-down nature of decision-making, the notion that socialism built upon state capitalism, amongst others. Then there is the hierarchical position which the party leaders found themselves. If it is true that people's real social existence determines their consciousness, argued Cornelius Castoriadis, it is from that moment illusory to expect the Bolshevik party to act in any other fashion than according to its real social position. The real social situation of the party is that of a directorial organ, and its point of view toward this society henceforth is not necessarily the same as the one this society has toward itself. Political and Social Writings, Volume 3, p. 97. Ultimately, the Bolsheviks acted as if they were trying to prove Bakunin's critique of Marxism was right, see section H.1.1. Implementing a dictatorship of the proletariat in a country where the majority were not proletarians failed, while, for the proletariat, it quickly became a dictatorship over the proletariat by the party, and in practice, a few party leaders, and justified by the privileged access they had to socialist ideology. Moreover, centralization proved to be as disempowering and inefficient as Bakunin argued. Sadly, far too many Marxists seem keen on repeating rather than learning from history, while, at the same time, ignoring the awkward fact that anarchism's predictions were confirmed by the Bolshevik experience. It is not hard to conclude that another form of socialism was essential for the Russian Revolution to have any chance of success. A decentralist socialism based on workers running their workplaces and the peasants controlling the land was not only possible but was being implemented by the people themselves. For the Bolsheviks, only a centralist planned economy was true socialism and, as a result, fought this alternative socialism and replaced it with a system reflecting that perspective. Yet socialism needs the mass participation of all in order to be created. Centralization, by its very nature, limits that participation, which is precisely why ruling classes have always centralized power into states. As Russian anarchist Volin argued, state power seeks more or less to take in its hands the reins of social life. It predisposes the masses to passivity, and all spirit of initiative is stifled by the very existence of power, and so under state socialism the tremendous new creative forces which are latent in the masses thus remain unused. The Unknown Revolution, p. 250. This cannot help have a negative impact on the development of the revolution, and, as anarchists had long feared and predicted, it did. H.6.3 Were the Russian workers déclassés and atomized? A standard Leninist explanation for the dictatorship of the Bolshevik Party, and subsequent rise of Stalinism, is based on the atomization or déclassing of the proletariat. Leninist John Rees summarized this argument. The Civil War had reduced industry to rubble. The working class base of the workers' state mobilized time and again to defeat the whites, the rock on which Bolshevik power stood, had disintegrated. The Bolsheviks survived 3 years of civil war and wars in intervention, but only at the cost of reducing the working class to an atomized, individualist mass, a fraction of its former size, and no longer able to exercise the collective power that it had done in 1917. the bureaucracy of the workers' state was left suspended in mid-air, its class base eroded and demoralized. Such conditions could not help but have an effect on the machinery of the state and organization of the Bolshevik Party. In Defense of October, pages 3-82, International Socialism, number 52, p. 65. It should be noted that this perspective originated in Lenin's arguments that the Russian proletariat had become déclassé. In 1921 it was the case that the proletariat, owing to the war and to the desperate poverty and ruin, has become déclassé, i.e. dislodged from its class groove, and had ceased to exist as proletariat. The proletariat has disappeared. Collected Works, Volume 33, p. 66. However, unlike his later-day followers, Lenin was sure that while it would be absurd and ridiculous to deny that the fact that the proletariat is déclassé is a handicap, it could still fulfill its task of winning and holding state power. Up. CIT, Volume 32, p. 412. Since Lenin, this argument has been utilized repeatedly by Leninists to justify his regime as well as explaining both its authoritarianism and the rise of Stalinism. It does, of course, contain an element of truth. The numbers of industrial workers did decrease dramatically between 1918 and 1921, particularly in Petrograd and Moscow, although the drop in both cities was exceptional, with most towns seeing much smaller reductions. As one historian summarizes, the social turmoil at this time undeniably reduced the size of Russia's working class. Yet a substantial core of urban workers remained in the factories, and their attitudes towards the Bolsheviks were indeed transformed. Donald J. Raleigh, Experiencing Russia's Civil War, p. 348. This core was those with the least ties with the countryside, the genuine industrial worker. Nor can it be maintained that the Russian working class was incapable of collective action during the Civil War. Throughout that period, as well as before and after, the Russian workers proved themselves quite capable of taking collective action against the Bolshevik state. Simply put, an atomist, individualist mass does not need extensive state repression to control it. So while the working class was a fraction of its former size, it was able to exercise the collective power it had done in 1917. Significantly, rather than decrease over the Civil War period, the mass protests grew in militancy. By 1921 these protests and strikes were threatening the very existence of the Bolshevik dictatorship, forcing it to abandon key aspects of its economic policies. Which shows a key flaw in the standard Leninist account. The Russian working class, while undoubtedly reduced in size and subject to extreme economic problems, was still able to organize, strike and protest. This awkward fact has been systematically downplayed, when not ignored, in Leninist accounts of this period. As in any class society, the history of the oppressed is ignored in favor of the resolutions and decisions of the enlightened few at the top of the social pyramid. Given the relative lack of awareness of working class protest against the Bolsheviks, it will be necessary to present substantial evidence of it. This process of collective action by workers and Bolshevik repression started before the Civil War began, continued throughout and after it. For example, throughout the Civil War there was an undercurrent of labor militancy in Moscow. Both the introduction and the phasing out of war communism were marked by particularly active periods of labor unrest. In the Moscow area, while it is impossible to say what proportion of workers were involved in the various disturbances, following the lull after the defeat of the protest movement in mid-1918, each wave of unrest was more powerful than the last, culminating in the mass movement from late 1920. Richard Sakwe, Soviet Communists in Power, p. 94 and p. 93. This was the case across Russia, with periodic swings in the workers' political temper. When Soviet rule stood in peril, this spared the regime the defection of its proletarian base. During lulls in the fighting, strikes and demonstrations broke out. Thomas F. Remington, Building Socialism in Bolshevik Russia, p. 101. Workers' resistance and protests against the Bolsheviks shows that not only that a workers' state is a contradiction in terms but also that there was a social base for possible alternatives to Leninism. The early months of Bolshevik rule were marked by worker protests, which then precipitated violent repressions against hostile workers. Such treatment further intensified the disenchantment of significant segments of Petrograd labor with Bolshevik-dominated Soviet rule. Alexander Rubinovich, Early Disenchantment with Bolshevik Rule, p. 37. The first major act of state repression was an attack on a march in Petrograd in support of the Constituent Assembly when it opened in January 1918. Early May saw the shooting of protesting housewives and workers in the suburb of Kolpino, the arbitrary arrest and abuse of workers in Sestroresk, the closure of newspapers and arrests of individuals who protested the Kolpino and Sestroresk events, and the resumption of labor unrest and conflict with authorities in other Petrograd factories. This was no isolated event, as violent incidents against hungry workers and their family demanding bread occurred with increasing regularity. Alexander Rubinovich, The Bolsheviks in Power, pages 229-30. The shooting at Kolpino triggered a massive wave of indignation. Work temporarily stopped at a number of plants. In Moscow, Tula, Kolomna, Nizhny Novgorod, Rybinsk, Orel, Tver and elsewhere workers gathered to issue new protests. In Petrograd, textile workers went on strike for increased food rations, and a wave of demonstrations spread in response to still more Bolshevik arrests. This movement was the first major wave of labor protest against the regime, with protests against some form of Bolshevik repression being common. William Rosenberg, Russian Labor and Bolshevik Power, pages 123-4. This general workers' opposition generated the Menshevik-inspired, but independent, Extraordinary Assembly of Delegates, EAD. The emergence of the EAD, Rubinovich notes, was also stimulated by the widespread view that trade unions, factory committees, and Soviets were no longer representative, democratically run working-class institutions. Instead they had been transformed into arbitrary, bureaucratic government agencies. There was ample reason for this concern. To counter the EAD, the Bolsheviks organized non-party conferences, which, in itself, shows that the Soviets had become as distant from the masses as the opposition argued. District Soviets were deeply concerned about their increasing isolation. At the end of March, they resolved to convene successive non-party workers' conferences, in part to undercut the EAD by strengthening ties between district Soviets and workers. This was done amidst unmistakable signs of the widening rift between Bolshevik-dominated political institutions and ordinary factory workers. The EAD, argues Rubinovich, was an expression of the growing disenchantment of Petrograd workers with economic conditions and the evolving structure and operation of Soviet political institutions. Op. Cit. p. 224, p. 232 and p. 231. Anarchists should be not too surprised that the turning of popular organizations into parts of a state soon resulted in their growing isolation from the masses. The state, with its centralist structures, is simply not designed for mass participation, and this does doubly for the highly centralist Leninist state. These protests and repression continued after the start of the Civil War. At the end of May and beginning of June, a wave of strikes to protest the lack of bread swept Nevsky district factories, and strikes followed by bloody clashes between workers and Soviet authorities had erupted in scattered parts of central Russia. On June 21, a general meeting of Obukhov workers seized control of the plant, and the next day the assembled workers resolved to demand that the EAD should declare political strikes, to protest the political repression of workers. Orders were issued by the authorities to shut down Obukhov plant, and the neighborhood surrounding the plant was placed under martial law. Rubinovich, Op. Cit. p. 231 and pages 246-7. However, workers were not so readily pacified. In scores of additional factories and shops protests mounted and rapidly spread along the railways. Rosenberg, Op. Cit. pages 126-7. Faced with this mounting pressure of spontaneous strikes, the EAD declared a general for the 2nd of July. The Bolshevik authorities acted quickly. Any sign of sympathy for the strike was declared a criminal act. More arrests were made. In Moscow, Bolsheviks raided the Alexandrovsk railroad shops, not without bloodshed. Dissidents spread. On July 1, machine guns were set up at main points throughout the Petrograd and Moscow railroad junctions, and elsewhere in both cities as well. Controls were tightened in factories. Meetings were forcefully dispersed. Rosenberg, Op. Cit. p. 127 factories were warned that if they participated in the general strike they would face immediate shutdown, and individual strikes were threatened with fines or loss of work. Agitators and members of strike committees were subject to immediate arrest. Opposition printing presses were sealed, the offices of hostile trade unions were raided, martial law on lines in the Petrograd rail hub was declared, and armed patrols with authority to prevent work stoppages were formed and put on 24-hour duty at key points around the city. Perhaps unsurprisingly, given the brutal suppression of the EAD's general strike, it was not successful. Rubinovich, Op. Cit. p. 254 and p. 259. Thus by the early summer of 1918 there were widespread anti-Bolshevik protests. Armed clashes occurred in the factory districts of Petrograd and other industrial centers. William Rosenberg, Op. Cit. p. 107. It should also be noted that at the end of September of that year, there was a revolt by Baltic Fleet sailors demanding, as they did again in 1921, a return to government by liberated, democratic Soviets, that is, 1917-type Soviets. As after the more famous 1921 revolt, the left SR-controlled Kronstadt Soviet had been disbanded and replaced by a Bolshevik Revolutionary Committee in July 1918, during the repression after the left SR assassination of the German ambassador. Rubinovich, Op. Cit. p. 352 and p. 302. As well as state repression, the politics of the opposition played a role in its defeat. Before October 1918, both the Mensheviks and SRS were in favor of the Constituent Assembly and Dumas as the main organs of power, with the Soviets playing a minor role. This allowed the Bolsheviks to portray themselves as defenders of Soviet power, a position which still held popular support. Understandably, many workers were unhappy to support an opposition which aimed to replace the Soviets with typically bourgeois institutions. Many also considered the Bolshevik government as a Soviet power and so, to some degree, their own regime. With the Civil War starting, many working-class people would also have been uneasy in protesting against a regime which proclaimed its Soviet and socialist credentials. After October 1918, the Mensheviks supported the idea of a democratically elected Soviet power joining the left SRS, who were now effectively illegal after their revolt of July. See section H.6.1. However, by then it was far too late, as Bolshevik ideology had adjusted to Bolshevik practice and the party was now advocating party dictatorship. Thus, we find Victor Serge in the 1930s noting that the degeneration of Bolshevism was apparent by that time, since at the start of 1919 I was horrified to read an article by Zinoviev on the monopoly of the party in power. The Serge Trotsky Papers, p. 188. It should be noted, though, that Serge kept his horror well hidden throughout this period and well into the 1930s, see section H.1.2 for his public support for this monopoly. As noted above, this cycle of resistance and repression was not limited to Petrograd. In July 1918, a leading Bolshevik insisted that severe measures were needed to deal with strikes in Petrograd, while in other cities harsher forms of repression were used. For example, in Tula, in June 1918, the regime declared martial law and arrested the protesters. Strikes followed and were suppressed by violence. In Sormovo, 5,000 workers went on strike after a Menshevik SR paper was closed. Violence was used to break the strike. Remington, Op. Cit. p. 105. Similar waves of protests and strikes as those in 1918 took place the following year, with 1919 seeing a new outbreak of strikes in March, with the pattern of repression repeated. One strike saw closing of the factory, the firing of a number of workers, and the supervised re-election of its factory committee. In Astrakhan, a mass meeting of 10,000 workers was fired on by Red Army troops, killing 2,000, another 2,000 were taken prisoner and subsequently executed. Remington, Op. Cit. p. 109 Moscow, at the end of June, saw a Committee of Defense, COM, being formed to deal with the rising tide of disturbances. The COM concentrated emergency power in its hands, overriding the Moscow Soviet, and demanding obedience from the population. The disturbances died down under the pressure of repression. Sakwe, Op. Cit. pages 94-5. In the Volga region, delegates to a conference of railroad workers protested the Chaikaz arrest of union members, which the delegates insisted further disrupted transport. It certainly curbed the number of strikes. Raleigh, Op. Cit. p. 371. In Tula, after strikes in the spring of 1919, local Menshevik Party activists had been arrested, while Petrograd saw violent strikes at around the same time. Jonathan Aves, Workers Against Lenin, p. 19 and p. 23. As Vladimir Brovkin argues in his account of the strikes and protests of 1919. Data on one strike in one city may be dismissed as incidental. When, however, evidence is available from various sources on simultaneous independent strikes in different cities, an overall picture begins to emerge. All strikes developed along a similar timetable: February, brewing discontent; March and April, peak of strikes; May, slackening in strikes; and June and July, a new wave of strikes. Workers' unrest took place in Russia's biggest and most important industrial centers. Strikes affected the largest industries, primarily those involving metal, metallurgical, locomotive, and armaments plants. In some cities, textile and other workers were active protesters as well. In at least 5 cities, the protests resembled general strikes. Workers' unrest and the Bolsheviks' response in 1919, pages 350-373, Slavic Review, Volume 49, Number 3, p. 370. These strikes raised both economic and political demands, such as free and fair elections to the Soviets. Unsurprisingly, in all known cases the Bolsheviks' initial response to strikes was to ban public meetings and rallies, as well as occupationaling the striking plant and dismissing the strikers en masse. They also arrested strikers and executed some. Op. Cit. p. 371 and p. 372. 1920 saw similar waves of strikes and protests. In fact, strike action remained endemic in the first 9 months of 1920. Soviet figures report a total of 146 strikes, involving 135,442 workers for the 26 provinces covered. In Petrograd province, there were 73 strikes with 85,642 participants. This is a high figure indeed, since at this time, there were 109,100 workers in the province. Overall, the geographical extent of the February-March strike wave is impressive, and the harsh discipline that went with labor militarization led to an increase in industrial unrest in 1920. Aves, Op. Cit. p. 69, p. 70 and p. 80. Saratov, for example, saw a wave of factory occupations break out in June, and mill workers went out in July, while in August, strikes and walkouts occurred in its mills and other factories, and these prompted a spate of arrests and repression. In September, railroad workers went out on strike, with arrests making the situation worse, forcing the administration to accept the workers' demands. Raleigh, Op. Cit. p. 375. In January 1920, a strike followed a mass meeting at a railway repair shop in Moscow. Attempts to spread were foiled by arrests. The workshop was closed, depriving workers of their rations, and 103 workers of the 1,600 employed were imprisoned. In late March 1920 there were strikes in some factories in Moscow and at the height of the Polish War the protests and strikes, usually provoked by economic issues but not restricted to them, became particularly frequent. The assault on non-Bolshevik trade unionism launched at this time was probably associated with the wave of unrest since there was a clear danger that they would provide a focus for opposition. Sakeway, Op. Cit. p. 95 The largest strike in Moscow in the summer of 1920 was by tram workers over the equalization of rations. It began on August 12, when one tram depot went on strike, quickly followed by others while workers in other industries joined in too. The tram workers stayed out a further 2 days before being driven back by arrests and threats of mass sackings. In the textile manufacturing towns around Moscow there were large-scale strikes in November 1920, with 1,000 workers striking for 4 days in one district, and a strike of 500 mill workers saw 3,000 workers from another mill joining in. Simon Pirani, The Russian Revolution in Retreat, 1920-24, p. 32 and p. 43. In Petrograd the Alexandrovsky Locomotive Building Works had seen strikes in 1918 and 1919, and in August 1920 it again stopped work. The Bolsheviks locked the workers out and placed guards outside it. The Cheka then arrested the SRS elected to the Soviet from that workplace as well as about 30 workers. After the arrests, the workers refused to cooperate with elections for new Soviet delegates. The opportunity was taken to carry out a general roundup, and arrests were made at 3 other works. The enormous Bryansk works experienced 2 major strikes in 1920, and second one saw the introduction of martial law on both the works and the settlement it was situated in. A strike in Tula saw the Bolsheviks declare a state of siege, although the repression did not prevent further unrest and the workers put forward new demands, while, in Moscow, a strike in May by printers resulted in their works closed and the strikers sent to concentration camps. Aves, Op. Cit. p. 41, p. 45, p. 47, pages 48-9, pages 53-4, and p. 59. These expressions of mass protest and collective action continued in 1921, unsurprisingly, as the Civil War was effectively over in the previous autumn. Even John Rees had to acknowledge the general strike in Russia at the time, stating that the Kronstadt revolt was preceded by a wave of serious but quickly resolved strikes. Op. Cit. p. 61 Significantly, he failed to note that the Kronstadt sailors rebelled in solidarity with those strikes and how it was state repression which resolved the strikes. Moreover, he seriously downplays the scale and importance of these strikes, perhaps unsurprisingly, as by the beginning of 1921 a revolutionary situation with workers in the vanguard had emerged in Soviet Russia with the simultaneous outbreak of strikes in Petrograd and Moscow and in other industrial regions. In February and March 1921, industrial unrest broke out in a nationwide wave of discontent or Valinka. General strikes, or very widespread unrest, hit all but one of the country's major industrial regions, and workers' protest consisted not just of strikes but also of factory occupations, Italian strikes, demonstrations, mass meetings, the beating up of communists, and so on. Faced with this massive strike wave, the Bolsheviks did what many ruling elites do: they called it something else. Rather than admit it was a strike, they usually employed the word Valinka, which means only a go slow. Aves, Op. Cit. p. 3, p. 109, p. 112, pages 111-2. Mid-February 1921 saw workers in Moscow striking and massive citywide protests spread through Petrograd. Strikes and demonstrations spread. The regime responded as it had done in the past, with lockouts, mass arrests, heavy show of force and concessions. Remington, Op. Cit. p. 111. As Paul Avrish recounts, in Petrograd these street demonstrations were heralded by a rash of protest meetings. Workplaces. On the 24th of February, the day after a workplace meeting, the Trubokny factory workforce downed tools and walked out the factory. Additional workers from nearby factories joined in. The crowd of 2,000 was dispersed by armed military cadets. The next day, the Trubokny workers again took to the streets and visited other workplaces, bringing them out on strike too. In the face of a near-general strike, three-man defense committee was formed. Zinoviev proclaimed martial law and overnight Petrograd became an armed camp. Strikers were locked out and the application of military force and the widespread arrests, not to speak of the tireless propaganda waged by the authorities, was indispensable in restoring order, as were economic concessions. Kronstadt 1921, pages 37-8, p. 39, pages 46-7 and p. 50. In Moscow, industrial unrest turned into open confrontation and protests spilled onto the streets, starting with a wave of strikes that had its center in the heart of industrial Moscow. Strikes were also spreading outside Moscow city itself into the surrounding provinces, and so Moscow and Moscow province were put under martial law. Aves, Op. Cit. p. 130, p. 138, p. 143 and p. 144. The strike wave started when meetings in factories and plants gathered and criticized government policies, beginning with supply and developing into general political criticism. As was typical, the first response of the civil authorities to the disturbances was increased repression, although as the number of striking factories increased, some concessions were introduced. Military units called in against striking workers refused to open fire, and they were replaced by the armed communist detachments which did. That evening mass protest meetings were held. The following day several factories went on strike and troops were disarmed and locked in as a precaution by the government against possible fraternizing. February 23 saw a 10,000-strong street demonstration and Moscow was placed under martial law with a 24-hour watch on factories by the communist detachments and trustworthy army units. The disturbances were accompanied by factory occupations, and on the 1st of March the Soviet called on workers not to go on strike. However, wide-scale arrests deprived the movement of its leadership. March 5 saw disturbances at the Bromley works, resulting in the now customary arrest of workers. A general meeting at the plant on March 25 called for new elections to the Moscow Soviet. The management dispersed the meeting, but the workers called on other plants to support the calls for new elections. As usual, the ringleaders were arrested. Sakwe, Op. Cit. pages 242-3, p. 245 and p. 246. The events at the Bromley works were significant in that the March 25 mass meeting passed an anarchist and left SR-initiated resolution supporting the Kronstadt rebels. The party responded by having them sacked en masse. The workers demonstrated through their district and inspired some brief solidarity strikes. Over 3,000 workers joined the strikes and about 1,000 of these joined the flying picket. Managers at one print shop locked their workers in to stop them joining the protest. While the party was willing to negotiate economic issues, it had no wish to discuss politics with workers and so arrested those who initiated the resolution, sacked the rest of the workforce and selectively re-employed them. 2 more strikes were conducted to defend the political activists in their midst, and 2 mass meetings demanded the release of arrested ones. Workers also struck on supply issues in May, July, and August. Pirani, Op. Cit. pages 83-4. While the Kronstadt revolt took place too late to help the Petrograd strikes, it did inspire a strike wave in Ekaterinoslavl, in the Ukraine, in May, 1921. It started in the railway workshops and became quickly politicized, with the strike committee raising a series of political ultimatums that were very similar in content to the demands of the Kronstadt rebels. Many of the resolutions put to the meeting almost completely coincided with them. The strike spread to the other workshops, and on June 1 the main large Ekaterinoslavl factories joined the strike. The strike was spread via the use of trains and telegraph, and soon an area up to 50 miles around the town was affected. The strike was finally ended by the use of the Chaika, using mass arrests and shootings. Unsurprisingly, the local communists called the revolt a little Kronstadt. Aves, Op. Cit. Pages 171-3. Saratov also saw a mass revolt in March 1921, when a strike by railroad workers over a reduction in food rations spread to the metallurgical plants and other large factories as workers and non-workers sent representatives to the railroad shops. They forced the communists to allow the setting up of a commission to re-examine the activities of all economic organs and the Chayka. During the next 2 days, the assemblies held at factories to elect delegates to the commission bitterly denounced the communists. The unrest spilled over into Pokrovsk. The commission of 270 had less than 10 communists and demanded the freeing of political prisoners, new elections to the Soviets and to all labor organizations, independent unions, and freedom of speech, the press, and assembly. The communists resolved to shut down the commission before it could issue a public statement and set up a provincial revolutionary committee which introduced martial law both in the city and the garrison as well as arresting the ringleaders of the workers' movement. The near-general strike was broken by a wave of repression, but railroad workers and dock workers and some printers refused to resume work. Raleigh, Op. Cit. Pages 388-9. Post-Valinka, workplaces that had been prominent in unrest were particularly hit by purges. The effect on the willingness of workers to support opposition parties was predictable. However, the ability to organize strikes did not disappear and they continued to take place throughout 1921. The spring of 1922 saw a new strike wave. Aves, Op. Cit. P182 and P183. For example, in early March, long strikes hit the textile towns around Moscow. At the Glukhovskaya mills 5,000 workers struck for 5 days, 1,000 at a nearby factory for 2 days and 4,000 at the Voskresenskaya mills for 6 days. In May, 1921, workers in the city of Moscow reacted to supply problems with a wave of strikes. Party officials reckoned that in a 24-day period in May there were stoppages at 66 large enterprises. These included a sit-down strike at one of Moscow's largest plants, while workers at engineering factories in Krasnopresnya followed suit, and Chayka agents reported dissent, culminating in strikes and occupation in Bauman. August 1922 saw 19,000 workers strike in textile mills in Moscow region for several days. Tram workers also struck that year, while teachers organized strikes and mass meetings. Workers usually elected delegates to negotiate with their trade unions as well as their bosses, as both were Communist Party members. Strike organizers, needless to say, were sacked. Pirani, Op. Cit. P82, pages 111-2 and P157. While the strike wave of early 1921 is the most famous, due to the Kronstadt sailors rebelling in solidarity with it, the fact is that this was just one of many strike waves during the 1918 and 1921 period. In response to protests, the government had combined concessions with severe repression to restore order, as well as commonly resorting to the lockout as a means of punishing and purging the workforce. Yet, as the strike waves show, the regime's sanctions were not sufficient to prevent all anti-Bolshevik political action. Remington, Op. Cit. P111, P107, and P109. In fact, repression did not prevent strikes and other forms of protest by workers becoming endemic in 1919 and 1920, while in early 1921 the Communist Party faced what amounted to a revolutionary situation. Industrial unrest was only one aspect of a more general crisis that encompassed the Kronstadt revolt and the peasant rising in Tambov and western Siberia. This industrial unrest represented a serious political threat to the Soviet regime. From Ekaterinburg to Moscow, from Petrograd to Ekaterinoslavl, workers took to the streets, often in support of political slogans that called for the end of Communist Party rule. Soldiers in many of the strike areas showed themselves to be unreliable, but the regime was able to muster enough forces to master the situation. Soldiers could be replaced by Chekists, officer cadets, and other special units where party members predominated. AVs, Op. CIT, P187, P155 and P186. Yet, an atomized and powerless working class does not need martial law, lockouts, mass arrests and the purging of the workforce to control it. As Russian anarchist Ida Met succinctly put it, and if the proletariat was that exhausted, how come it was still capable of waging virtually total general strikes in the largest and most heavily industrialized cities? The Kronstadt Rebellion, P81. The end of the Civil War also saw the Bolsheviks finally destroy what was left of non-Bolshevik trade unionism. In Moscow, this took place against fierce resistance of the union members. As one historian concludes, reflecting on the determined struggle mounted by printers, bakers, and chemical workers in Moscow during 1920-1, in spite of appalling economic conditions, being represented by organizations weakened by constant repression, to retain their independent labor organizations, it is difficult not to feel that the social basis for a political alternative existed. Jonathan Aves, The Demise of Non-Bolshevik Trade Unionism in Moscow, 1920, 21, pages 101-33, Revolutionary Russia, Volume 2, Number 1, p. 130. Elsewhere, Aves argues that an examination of industrial unrest after the Bolshevik seizure of power, shows that the revolution had brought to the surface resilient traditions of organization in society and had released tremendous forces in favor of greater popular participation. The survival of the popular movement through the political repression and economic devastation of the Civil War testifies to its strength. Workers Against Lenin, p. 186. The idea that the Russian working class was incapable of collective struggle is hard to defend given the series of struggles, and state repression. The class struggle in Bolshevik Russia did not stop, it continued except the ruling class had changed. All the popular energy and organization this expressed, which could have been used to combat the problems facing the revolution and create the foundations of a genuine socialist society, were wasted in fighting the Bolshevik regime. Ultimately, though, the sustained, though ultimately futile, attempts to revive an autonomous workers' movement, especially in mid-1918 and from late 1920, failed owing to repression. Seque, Op. CIT, p. 269. Another historian notes that immediately after the Civil War there was a revival of working-class collective action that culminated in February-March 1921 in a widespread strike movement and the revolt at the Kronstadt naval base. As such, the position expounded by Ries and other Leninists is so one-sided as to be misleading. Pirani, Op. CIT, p. 7 and p. 23. Nor is this commonplace Leninist rationale for Bolshevik rule particularly original, as it dates back to Lenin and was first formulated to justify a political clampdown. Indeed, this argument was developed in response to rising working class protest rather than its lack, as discontent amongst workers became more and more difficult to ignore. Lenin began to argue that the consciousness of the working class had deteriorated, workers had become déclassés. However, there is little evidence to suggest that the demands that workers made at the end of 1920 represented a fundamental change in aspirations since 1917. Aves, Op. CIT, p18, p90 and p91. So while the working class had decreased in size and changed in composition, the protest movement from late 1920 made clear that it was not a negligible force and that in an inchoate way it retained a vision of socialism which was not identified entirely with Bolshevik power. Lenin's arguments on the déclassing of the proletariat was more a way of avoiding this unpleasant truth than a real reflection of what remained, in Moscow at least, a substantial physical and ideological force. Seque, Op. CIT, p. 261. Nor can it be suggested, as the Bolsheviks did at the time, that these strikes were conducted by newly arrived workers, semi-peasants without an awareness of proletarian socialism or traditions. Links between the events in 1917 and those during the Civil War are clear. Jonathan Aves writes that there were distinct elements of continuity between the industrial unrest in 1920 and 1917. As might be anticipated, the leaders of unrest were often to be found amongst the skilled male workers who enjoyed positions of authority in the informal shop floor hierarchies. Looking at the strike wave of early 1921 in Petrograd, the strongest reason for accepting the idea that it was established workers who were behind the Valinka is the form and course of protest. Traditions of protest reaching back through the spring of 1918 to 1917 and beyond were an important factor in the organization of the Valinka. In fact, an analysis of the industrial unrest of early 1921 shows that long-standing workers were prominent in protest. Aves, Op. Cit. p. 39, p. 126 and p. 91 as another example. Although the ferment touched all strata of Saratov workers, it must be emphasized that the skilled metal workers, railroad workers, and printers, the most conscious workers, demonstrated the most determined resistance. They contested repression and the communists' violation of fair play and workplace democracy. Raleigh, Op. Cit. p. 376 as Ida Met argued in relation to the strikes in early 1921. The population was drifting away from the capital. All who had relatives in the country had rejoined them. The authentic proletariat remained till the end, having the most slender connections with the countryside. This fact must be emphasized, in order to nail the official lies seeking to attribute the Petrograd strikes to peasant elements, insufficiently steeled in proletarian ideas. The real situation was the very opposite. There was certainly no exodus of peasants into the starving towns. It was the famous Petrograd proletariat, the proletariat which had played such a leading role in both previous revolutions, that was finally to resort to the classical weapon of the class struggle, the strike. The Kronstadt uprising, p. 36. As one expert on this issue argues, while the number of workers did drop, a sizable core of veteran urban proletarians remained in the city. They did not all disappear. In fact, it was the loss of young activists rather than of all skilled and class-conscious urban workers that caused the level of Bolshevik support to decline during the Civil War. Older workers had tended to support the Menshevik Party in 1917. Given this, it appears that the Bolshevik Party made Durbanization and déclassing the scapegoats for its political difficulties when the party's own policies and its unwillingness to accept changing proletarian attitudes were also to blame. It should also be noted that the notion of déclassing to rationalize the party's misfortunes was used long before the Civil War. This was the same argument used to explain the Bolsheviks' lack of success among workers in the early months of 1917, that the cadres of conscious proletarians were diluted by non-proletarian elements. Diane P. Koenker, Urbanization and Durbanization in the Russian Revolution and Civil War, pages 81 to 104, Party, State, and Society in the Russian Civil War, Diane P. Koenker, William G. Rosenberg and Ronald Grigorsuni, eds. p. 96, p. 95, p. 100 and p. 84. While there is still much research required, what facts that are available suggest that throughout the time of Lenin's regime the Russian workers took collective action in defense of their interests. This is not to say that workers did not also respond to the problems they faced in an individualistic manner. Often they did. However, such responses were, in part, as we noted in the last section, because Bolshevik policy itself gave them little choice as it limited their ability to respond collectively. Yet in the face of difficult economic circumstances, workers turned to mass meetings and strikes. In response, the Bolsheviks used state repression to break resistance and protest against their regime. In such circumstances it is easy to see how the Bolshevik Party became isolated from the masses they claimed to be leading but were, in fact, ruling. This transformation of rebels into a ruling elite comes as no great surprise given that Bolsheviks aimed to seize power themselves in a centralist and hierarchical institution, a state, which has always been the method by which ruling classes secured their position. As we argued in section H.3.7, this perspective flowed from the flawed Marxist theory of the state. Just as they had to, first, gerrymander and disband Soviets to regime in power in the spring and summer of 1918, so the Bolsheviks had to clamp down on any form of collective action by the masses. As such, it is incredulous that latter-day Leninists justify Bolshevik authoritarianism on a lack of collective action by workers when that authoritarianism was often driven precisely to break it. So the claim by John Rees that the dialectical relationship between the Bolsheviks and the working class was broken, shattered because the working class itself was broke-backed after the Civil War leaves a lot to be desired. Op. Cit. p. 22. The Bolsheviks did more than their fair share of breaking the back of the working class. This is unsurprising, for a government which grants to the working class the greatest freedom undermines its own power by so doing. Even a limited relaxation of its authority will allow people to organize themselves, listen to alternative points of view and to act on them. That could not but undermine the rule of the party, and so could not be supported, nor was it. For example, in his 1920 diatribe against left-wing communism, Lenin pointed to non-party workers' and peasants' conferences and Soviet congresses as means by which the party secured its rule. Yet, if the congresses of Soviets were democratic institutions, the like of which even the best democratic republics of the bourgeois have never known, the Bolsheviks would have no need to support, develop and extend non-party conferences to be able to observe the temper of the masses, come closer to them, meet their requirements, promote the best among them to state posts. The Lenin Anthology, p. 573. How the Bolsheviks met their requirements is extremely significant. They disbanded them, just as they had with Soviets with non-Bolshevik majorities in 1918. This was because during the disturbances of late 1920, they provided an effective platform for criticism of Bolshevik policies. Their frequency was decreased and they were discontinued soon afterward. Seque, Op. Cit. p. 203. In the Soviets themselves, workers turned to nonpartyism, with non-party groups winning majorities in Soviet delegates from industrial workers' constituencies in many places. This was the case in Moscow, where Bolshevik support among industrial workers collapsed in favor of non-party people. Due to support among the state bureaucracy and the usual packing of the Soviet with representatives from Bolshevik-controlled organizations, the party had, in spite of this, a massive majority. Thus the Moscow Soviet elections of April-May 1921 provided an opportunity to revive working-class participation. The Bolsheviks turned it down. Pirani, Op. Cit. pages 97 to 100 and p. 23. Indeed, one Moscow communist leader stated that these Soviet elections had seen a high level of activity by the masses and a striving to be in power themselves. Quoted by Pirani, Op. Cit. p. 101. 1921 also saw the Bolshevik disperse provincial trade unions conferences in Vologda and Vitebsk because they had anti-communist majorities. Aves, Op. Cit. p. 176. At the All-Russian Congress of Metal Workers Union in May, the delegates voted down the party list of recommended candidates for union leadership. The Central Committee of the party disregarded every one of the votes and appointed a Metal Workers Committee of its own. So much for elected and revocable delegates. Elected by the union rank and file and revocable by the party leadership. Brinton, Op. Cit. p. 83. Another telling example is provided in August 1920 by Moscow's striking tram workers who, in addition to economic demands, called for a general meeting of all depots. As one historian notes, this was significant. Here the workers' movement was trying to get on the first rung of the ladder of organization, and being knocked off by the Bolsheviks. The party responded to the strike in such a way as to undermine workers' organization and consciousness and throttle independent action by repression of the strike by means reminiscent of Tsarism. The Bolsheviks' dismissive rejection of the demand for a citywide meeting spoke volumes about their hostility to the development of the workers' movement, and landed a blow at the type of collective democracy that might have better able to confront supply problems. This, along with the other strikes that took place, showed that the workers' movement in Moscow was, despite its numerical weakness and the burdens of civil war, engaged with political as well as industrial issues, the working class was far from non-existent, and when, in 1921, it began to resuscitate Soviet democracy. The party's decision to make the Moscow Soviet its creature was not effect but cause. Pirani, Op. Cit. p. 32, p. 33, p. 37 and p. 8. When such things happen, we can conclude that Bolshevik desire to remain in power had a significant impact on whether workers were able to exercise collective power or not. As Pirani concludes, one of the most important choices the Bolsheviks made was to turn their backs on forms of collective, participatory democracy that workers briefly attempted to revive post-Civil War. Available evidence challenges the notion that political power was forced on the Bolsheviks because the working class was so weakened by the Civil War that it was incapable of wielding it. In reality, non-party workers were willing and able to participate in political processes, but in the Moscow Soviet and elsewhere, were pushed out of them by the Bolsheviks. The party's vanguardism, i.e. its conviction that it had the right, and the duty, to make political decisions on the workers' behalf, was now reinforced by its control of the state apparatus. The working class was politically expropriated, power was progressively concentrated in the party, specifically in the party elite. Op. Cit. p. 4. It should also be stressed that fear of arrest limited participation. A sadly typical example of this occurred in April 1920, which saw the first conference of railway workers on the Perm-Ekaterinburg line. The meeting of 160 delegates elected a non-party chairman who demanded that delegates be guaranteed freedom of debate and immunity from arrest. Aves, Op. Cit. p. 44. A Moscow Metal Workers Union conference in early February 1921 saw the first speakers calling for the personal safety of the delegates to be guaranteed before criticisms would be aired. Seque, Op. Cit. p. 244. Later that year, dissidents in the Moscow Soviet demanded that delegates be given immunity from arrest unless sanctioned by plenary session of the Soviet. Immediately afterwards, two of them, including an anarcho-syndicalist, were detained. It was also proposed that delegates' freedom of speech included immunity from administrative or judicial punishment along with the right of any number of delegates to meet and discuss their work as they chose. Pirani, Op. Cit. p. 104. Worse, by the end of 1920, workers not only had to deal with the imposition of harsh forms of labor discipline, they also had to face the Chayka in their workplace. This could not help hinder working-class collective action, as did the use of the Chayka and other troops to repress strikes. While it is impossible to accurately measure how many workers were shot by the Chayka for participation in labor protest, looking at individual cases suggests that shootings were employed to inspire terror and were not simply used in the occasional extreme case. Aves, Op. Cit. p. 35, which means, ironically, those who had seized power in 1917 in the name of the politically conscious proletariat were in fact ensuring their silence by fear of the Chayka or weeding them out, by means of workplace purges and shooting. Perhaps unsurprisingly, but definitely significantly, of the 17,000 camp detainees on whom statistical information was available on November 1, 1920, peasants and workers constituted the largest groups, at 39% and 34% respectively. Similarly, of the 40,913 prisoners held in December 1921, of whom 44% had been committed by the Chayka, nearly 84% were illiterate or minimally educated, clearly, therefore, either peasants of workers. George Leggett, The Chayka, Lenin's Political Police, p. 178. Needless to say, Lenin failed to mention this aspect of his system in The State and Revolution, a failure shared by later Leninists. Ultimately, the contradictions between Bolshevik rhetoric and the realities of working-class life under their rule was closed by coercion. Such forms of repression could not help ensure both economic chaos and push the revolution away from socialism. As such, It is hard to think of a more incorrect assertion than Lenin's 1921 one that industry is indispensable, democracy is not. Industrial democracy breeds some utterly false ideas. Collected Works, Volume 32, p. 27. Yet without industrial democracy, any development towards socialism is aborted and the problems of a revolution cannot be solved in the interests of the working masses. This account of workers' protest being crushed by the so-called workers' state raises an important theoretical question. Following Marx and Engels, Lenin asserted that the state is nothing but a machine for the suppression of one class by another. Collected Works, Volume 28, p. 259. Yet here is the working class being suppressed by its state. If the state is breaking strikes, including general strikes, by what stretch of the imagination can it be considered a workers' state? Particularly as the workers, like the Kronstadt sailors, demanded free Soviet elections, not, as the Leninists then and now claim, Soviets without communists, although one Soviet historian noted with regards the 1921 revolt that taking account of the mood of the workers, the demand for free elections to the Soviets meant the implementation in practice of the infamous slogan of Soviets without communists. Quoted by Aves, Op. Cit. p. 123. If the workers are being repressed and denied any real say in the state, how can they be considered the ruling class? And what class is doing the suppression? As we discussed in section H.3.8, Bolshevik ideology adjusted to this reality by integrating the need for party dictatorship to combat the wavering within the working class into its theory of the state. Yet it is the party, i.e., the state, which determines what is and is not wavering. This suggests that the state apparatus has to be separate from the working class in order to repress it, as always, in its own interests. So anarchists argue that the actual experience of the Bolshevik state shows that the state is no mere machine of class rule but has interests of its own. Which confirms the anarchist theory of the state rather than the Marxist, see section H.3.7. It should be stressed that it was after the regular breaking of working class protest and strikes that the notion of the dictatorship of the party became Bolshevik orthodoxy. This makes sense, as protests and strikes express wavering within the working class which needs to be solved by state repression. This, however, necessitates a normal state power, one which is isolated from the working class and which, in order to enforce its will, must, like any state, atomize the working class people and render them unable, or unwilling, to take collective action in defense of their interests. For the defenders of Bolshevism to turn round and blame Bolshevik authoritarianism on the atomization required for the party to remain in power and enforce its will is staggering. Finally, it should be noted that Zinoviev, a leading Bolshevik, tried to justify the hierarchical position of the Bolshevik party, arguing that in time of strike every worker knows that there must be a strike committee, a centralist organ to conduct the strike, whose orders must be obeyed, although this committee is elected and controlled by the rank and file. Soviet Russia is on strike against the whole capitalist world. The social revolution is a general strike against the whole capitalist system. The dictatorship of the proletariat is the strike committee of the social revolution. Proceedings and Documents of the Second Congress 1920, Volume 2, p. 929. In strikes, however, the decisions which are to be obeyed are those of the strikers. They should make the decisions and the strike committees should carry them out. The actual decisions of the strike committee should be accountable to the assembled strikers who have the real power, and so power is decentralized in the hands of the strikers and not in the hands of the committee. A far better analogy for what happened in Russia was provided by Emma Goldman. There is another objection to my criticism on the part of the communists. Russia is on strike, they say, and it is unethical for a revolutionist to side against the workers when they are striking against their masters. That is pure demagoguery practiced by the Bolsheviki to silence criticism. It is not true that the Russian people are on strike. On the contrary, the truth of the matter is that the Russian people have been locked out and that the Bolshevik state, even as the bourgeois industrial master, uses the sword and the gun to keep the people out. In the case of the Bolsheviki, this tyranny is masked by a world-stirring slogan, thus they have succeeded in blinding the masses. Just because I am a revolutionist, I refuse to side with the master class, which in Russia is called the Communist Party. My disillusionment in Russia, peace licks. The isolation of the Bolsheviks from the working class was, in large part, required to ensure their power and, moreover, a natural result of utilizing state structures. The struggle against oppression, political, economic, and social, against the exploitation of man by man, argued Alexander Berkman, is always simultaneously a struggle against government as such. The political state, whatever its form, and constructive revolutionary effort are irreconcilable. They are mutually exclusive. Every revolution faces this alternative, to build freely, independently, and despite of the government, or to choose government with all the limitation and stagnation it involves. Not by the order of some central authority, but organically from life itself, must grow up the closely knit federation of the industrial, agrarian, and other associations. By the workers themselves must they be organized and managed. The very essence and nature of the socialist state excludes such an evolution. Its economic and political centralization, its governmentalism and bureaucratization of every sphere of activity and effort, its inevitable militarization and degradation of the human spirit mechanically destroy every germ of new life and extinguish the stimuli of creative, constructive work. The Bolshevik myth, pages 340-1. By creating a new state, the Bolsheviks ensured that the mass participation required to create a genuine socialist society could not be expressed and, moreover, came into conflict with the Bolshevik authorities and their attempts to impose their, essentially state capitalist, vision of socialism. It need not have been that way. As can be seen from our discussion of labor protest under the Bolsheviks, even in extremely hard circumstances the Russian people were able to organize themselves to conduct protest meetings, demonstrations, and strikes. The social base for an alternative to Bolshevik power and policies existed. Sadly, Bolshevik politics, policies, and the repression they required ensured that it could not be used constructively during the revolution to create a genuine socialist revolution. Section I. What would an anarchist society look like? So far this FAQ has been largely critical, focusing on hierarchy, capitalism, the state, and so on, and the problems to which they have led, as well as refuting some bogus solutions that have been offered by authoritarians of both the right and the left. It is now time to examine the constructive side of anarchism, the libertarian socialist society that anarchists envision. This is important because anarchism is essentially a constructive theory, in stark contradiction to the picture of usually painted of anarchism as chaos or mindless destruction. In this section of the FAQ we will give an outline of what an anarchist society might look like. Such a society has basic features such as being non-hierarchical, decentralist and, above all else, spontaneous like life itself. To quote Glenn Albrecht, anarchists lay great stress on the free unfolding of a spontaneous order without the use of external force or authority. Ethics, Anarchy, and Sustainable Development, pages 95-117, Anarchist Studies, Volume 2, Number 2, p. 110. This type of development implies that anarchist society would be organized from the simple to the complex, from the individual upwards to the community, the bioregion and, ultimately, the planet. The resulting society, which would be the outcome of nature freely unfolding toward greater diversity and complexity, is ethically preferable to any other sort of order simply because it allows for the highest degree of organic solidarity and freedom. Kropotkin described this vision of a truly free society as follows. We foresee millions and millions of groups freely constituting themselves for the satisfaction of all the varied needs of human beings. All these will be composed of human beings who will combine freely. Take pebbles, said Fourier, put them in a box and shake them, and they will arrange themselves in a mosaic that you could never get by instructing to anyone the work of arranging them harmoniously. The place of anarchism in socialistic evolution, pages 11-12. Anarchist opposition to hierarchy is an essential part of a spontaneously ordered society, for authority stops the free development and growth of the individual. From this natural growth of individuals, groups, and society as a whole, anarchists expect a society which meets the needs of all for individual and social freedom, material goods to meet physical needs, and free and equal social relationships that meet what could be termed spiritual needs, i.e., mental and emotional well-being, creativity, ethical development, and so on. Any attempt to force society or individuals into a predetermined structure which restricts their liberty will produce disorder, as natural balances and development is hindered and distorted in antisocial and destructive directions. Thus an anarchist society must be a free society of free individuals, associating within libertarian structures, rather than a series of competing hierarchies, be they political or economical. Only in freedom can society and individuals develop and create a just and fair world. In Proudhon's words, liberty is the mother of order, not its daughter. As the individual does not exist in a social vacuum, appropriate social conditions are required for individual freedom to develop and blossom according to its full potential. The theory of anarchism is built around the central assertion that individuals and their organizations cannot be considered in isolation from each other. That is, social structures shape us, that there is an interrelationship between the authority structures of institutions and the psychological qualities and attitudes of individuals, and that the major function of participation is an educative one. Carol Pateman, Participation and Democratic Theory, p. 27. Anarchism presents this position in its most coherent and libertarian form. In other words, freedom is only sustained and protected by activity under conditions of freedom, namely self-government. Freedom is the only precondition for acquiring the maturity required for continued freedom. Only in freedom can man grow to his full stature. Only in freedom will be learned to think and move, and give the very best in him. Emma Goldman, Red Emma Speaks, p. 72. As individual freedom can only be created, developed, and defended by self-government and free association, a system which encourages individuality must be decentralist and participatory in order for people to develop a psychology that allows them to accept the responsibilities of self-management. Living under the state or any other authoritarian system produces a servile character, as the individual is constantly placed under hierarchical authority, which blunts their critical and self-governing abilities by lack of use. Such a situation cannot promote freedom, and so anarchists realize that power and authority corrupt those who exercise them as much as those who are compelled to submit to them. Bakunin, The Political Philosophy of Bakunin, p. 249. Looking at capitalism, we find that under wage labor people sell their creative energy and control over their activity for a given period. The boss does not just take surplus value from the time employees sell, but the time itself, their liberty, their ability to make their own decisions, express themselves through work and with their fellow workers. Wage labor equals wage slavery, as you sell your time and skills, i.e. liberty, every day at work, and you will never be able to buy that time back for yourself. Once it is gone for good. It also generates, to quote Godwin, a sense of dependence and a servile and truckling spirit, so ensuring that the feudal spirit still survives that reduced the great mass of mankind to the rank of slaves and cattle for the service of the few. The Anarchist Writings of William Godwin, pages 125-6. This is why anarchists see the need to create the situation where each person may live by working freely, without being forced to sell his or her work and his or her liberty to others who accumulate wealth by the labor of their serfs. Kropotkin, Words of a Rebel, p. 208. Thus the aim of anarchism is to create a society in which every person should have the material and moral means to develop his humanity, and so to organize society in such a way that every individual should find approximately equal means for the development of their various faculties and for their utilization in their work, to create a society which would place every individual in such a position that it would be impossible for them to exploit the labor of anyone else, and be enabled to participate in the enjoyment of social wealth as long as they contributed directly toward the production of that wealth. Bakunin, Op. Cit. p. 409. As such, anarchists would agree with George Orwell, the question is very simple. Shall people be allowed to live the decent, fully human life which is now technically achievable, or shan't they? Shall the common man be pushed back into the mud, or shall he not? Orwell on Spain, p. 361. Anarchism, in summary, is about changing society and abolishing all forms of authoritarian social relationship, putting life before the soul-destroying efficiency needed to survive under capitalism, for the anarchist takes his stand on his positive right to life and all its pleasures, both intellectual, moral and physical. He loves life, and intends to enjoy it to the full. Bakunin, Michael Bakunin, Selected Writings, p. 101. Thus, to quote Emma Goldman, all human beings, irrespective of race, color, or sex, are born with the equal right to share at the table of life, that to secure this right, there must be established among men economic, social, and political freedom. A Documentary History of the American Years, Volume 2, p. 450. This would be a classless and non-hierarchical society, one without masters and servants, one based on the free association of free individuals which encourages and celebrates individuality and freedom. The phrase, a classless society, no doubt has terrors for any thoughtful person. It calls up immediately the image of dull mediocrity, all one uniform scale of self-sufficient individuals, living in model houses, traveling in uniform Fords along endless uniform roads. But, the sharing of this wealth would not produce a uniformity of life, simply because there is no uniformity of desire. Uniformity is an unintelligent nightmare. There can be no uniformity in a free human society. Uniformity can only be created by the tyranny of a totalitarian regime. Herbert Read, Anarchy and Order, pages 87-8. Anarchists think that the essential social values are human values, and that society is a complex of associations which express the wills of their members, whose well-being is its purpose. We consider that it is not enough that the forms of association should have the passive or implied consent of their members, but that the society, and the individuals who make it up, will be healthy only if it is in the full sense libertarian, i.e. self-governing, self-managed, and egalitarian. This implies not only that all the members should have a right to influence its policy if they so desire, but that the greatest possible opportunity should be afforded for every person to exercise this right. Anarchism involves an active, not merely passive, citizenship on the part of society's members and holds that this principle is not only applied to some special sphere of social action called politics but to any and every form of social action, including economic activity. So, as will be seen, the key concept underlying both the social/political and the economic structure of libertarian socialism is self-management, a term that implies not only workers' control of their workplaces but also citizens' control of their communities, where it becomes self-government, through direct democracy and voluntary federation. Thus self-management is the positive implication of anarchism's negative principle of opposition to hierarchical authority. For through self-management, hierarchical authority is dissolved as self-managing workplace and community assemblies/councils are decentralist, horizontal organizations in which each participant has an equal voice in the decisions that affect his or her life, instead of merely following orders and being governed by others. Self-management, therefore, is the essential condition for a world in which individuals will be free to follow their own dreams, in their own ways, cooperating together as equals without interference from any form of authoritarian power, such as government or boss. Perhaps needless to say, this section is intended as a heuristic device only, as a way of helping readers envision how anarchist principles might be embodied in practice. It is not, nor is it intended to be, nor is it desired to be, a definitive statement of how they must be embodied. The idea that a few people could determine exactly what a free society would look like is contrary to the anarchist principles of free growth and thought, and is far from our intention. Here we simply try to indicate some of the structures that an anarchist society may contain, based on the what ideals and ideas anarchists hold, informed by the few examples of anarchy in action that have existed and our critical evaluation of their limitations and successes. As Herbert Read once put it, it is always a mistake to build a priori constitutions. The main thing is to establish your principles, the principles of equity, of individual freedom, of workers' control. The community then aims at the establishment of these principles from the starting point of local needs and local conditions. Op. Cit. p. 51. Moreover, we must remember that, the state has changed over time and, indeed, has not always existed. Thus it is possible to have a social organization which is not a state, and to confuse the two would be a confusion made by those who cannot visualize society without a concentration of the state. Yet this is to overlook the fact that man lived in societies for thousands of years before the state had been heard of, and that large numbers of people have lived in communes and free federations. These were not states, as the state is only one of the forms assumed by society in the course of history. Why then make no distinction between what is permanent and what is accidental? Kropotkin, The State, Its Historic Role, pages 9 to 10. Similarly, the axioms of capitalist economics notwithstanding, capitalism is but latest of a series of economies. Just as serfdom replaced slavery and capitalism replaced serfdom, so free, associated, labor can replace hired labor. As Proudhon noted, the period through which we are now passing, is distinguished by a special characteristic, wages. Capitalism, this system of wage labor, has not always existed nor need it continue. Thus the radical vice of political economy, namely affirming as a definitive state a transitory condition, namely, the division of society into patricians and proletarians. System of economic contradictions, p. 198 and p. 67. Anarchists seek to make that transitory condition shorter rather than longer. Ultimately, a free society based on self-managed communities and associated labor is, in many ways, a natural evolution of tendencies within existing society. For example, the means of production can only be used collectively, so suggesting that relations of equality and freedom based on associations of workers are a sensible alternative to ones based on hierarchy, exploitation, and oppression based on masters and servants. It is the struggle against those oppressive social relationships which creates the very associations, workplace strike assemblies, which could expropriate the workplaces and make that possibility a reality. So an anarchist society will not be created overnight nor without links to the past, and so it will initially be based on structures created in social struggle, i.e. created within but against capitalism and the state, and will be marked with the ideas that inspired and developed within that struggle. For example, the anarchist collectives in Spain were organized in a bottom-up manner, similar to the way the CNT, the anarcho-syndicalist labor union, was organized before the revolution. In this sense, anarchy is not some distant goal but rather an expression of working-class struggle. The creation of alternatives to the current hierarchical, oppressive, exploitative, and alienated society is a necessary part of the struggle and the maintaining of your liberty and humanity in the insane world of hierarchical society. As such, an anarchist society will be the generalization of the various types of anarchy in action created in the various struggles against all forms of oppression and exploitation, see section I.2.3. This means that how an anarchist society would look like and work is not independent of the specific societies it is created from nor the means used to create it. In other words, an anarchist society will reflect the economic conditions inherited from capitalism, the social struggles which preceded it and the ideas which existed within that struggle as modified by the practical needs of any given situation. Therefore the vision of a free society indicated in this section of the FAQ is not some sort of abstraction which will be created overnight. If anarchists did think that, then we would rightly be called utopian. No, an anarchist society is the outcome of social struggle, self-activity which helps to create a mass movement which contains individuals who can think for themselves and are willing and able to take responsibility for their own lives. So, when reading this section, please remember that this is not a blueprint but only possible suggestions of what anarchy would look like. It is designed to provoke thought and indicate that an anarchist society is possible. We hope that our arguments and ideas presented in this section will inspire more debate and discussion of how a free society could work and, equally as important, help to inspire the struggle which will create that society. After all, anarchists desire to build the new world in the shell of the old. Unless we have some idea of what that new society will be like, it is difficult to prefigure it in our activities today. A point not lost on Kropotkin, who argued that it is difficult to build without extremely careful consideration beforehand, based on the study of social life, of what and how we want to build. We must reject Proudhon's slogan that in demolishing we shall build, and declare, in building we shall demolish. Conquest of Bread, p. 173f. More recently, Noam Chomsky argued that alternatives to existing forms of hierarchy, domination, private power, and social control certainly exist in principle. But to make them realistic will require a great deal of committed work, including the work of articulating them clearly. Noam Chomsky, Turning the Tide, p. 250. The section of the FAQ can be considered as a contribution to the articulating of libertarian alternatives to existing society, of what we want to build for the future. We are not afraid that many will argue that much of the vision we present in this section of the FAQ is utopian. Perhaps they are right, but, as Oscar Wilde once said, a map of the world that does not include utopia is not worth glancing at, for it leaves out the one country at which humanity is always landing. And when humanity lands there, it looks out and, seeing a better country, sets sail. Progress is the realization of utopias. The Soul of Man under Socialism, p. 1184. However, we have attempted to be as practical as we are visionary, presenting realistic problems as well as presenting evidence for our solutions to these problems from real life where possible, rather than present a series of impossible assumptions which dismiss possible problems by definition. It is better to consider the worst possible cases, for if they do not appear then nothing has been lost, and if they do at least we have a starting point for possible solutions. So, all in all, we have tried to be practical utopians. We must stress, however, that anarchists do not want a perfect society, as is often associated with the term utopia. This would be as impossible as the neoclassical economic vision of perfect competition. Rather, we want a free society, and so one based on real human beings, and so one with its own problems and difficulties. Our use of the word utopia should not be taken to imply that anarchists assume away all problems and argue that an anarchist society would be ideal and perfect. No society has ever been perfect, and no society ever will be. All we argue is that an anarchist society will have fewer problems than those before and be better to live within. Anyone looking for perfection should look elsewhere. Anyone looking for a better, but still human and so imperfect, world may find in anarchism a potential end for their quest. So anarchists are realistic in their hopes and dreams. We do not conjure up hopes that cannot achieve, but rather base our visions in an analysis of what is wrong with society today and a means of changing the world for the better. And even if some people call us utopians, we shrug off the accusation with a smile. After all, dreams are important, not only because they often the source of change in reality, but because of the hope they express. People may call us dreamers. They fail to see that dreams are also a part of the reality of life, that life without dreams would be unbearable. No change in our way of life would be possible without dreams and dreamers. The only people who are never disappointed are those who never hope and never try to realize their hope. Rudolf Rocker, The London Years, p. 95. One last point. We must point out here that we are discussing the social and economic structures of areas within which the inhabitants are predominantly anarchists. It is obviously the case that areas in which the inhabitants are not anarchists will take on different forms depending upon the ideas that dominate there. Hence, assuming the end of the current state structure, we could see anarchist communities along with statist ones, capitalist or socialist, and these communities taking different forms depending on what their inhabitants want: communist to individualist communities in the case of anarchist ones, state socialist to private state communities in the statist areas, ones based on religious sects, and so on. As Malatesta argued, anarchists must be intransigent in our opposition to all capitalist imposition and exploitation, and tolerant of all social concepts which prevail in different human groupings, so long as they do not threaten the equal rights and freedom of others. Enrico Malatesta, His Life and Ideas, p. 174. Thus we respect the wishes of others to experiment and live their own lives as they see fit, while encouraging those in capitalist and other statist communities to rise in revolution against their masters and join the free federation of the anarchist community. Needless to say, we do not discuss non-anarchist communities here, as it is up to non-anarchists to present their arguments in favor of their kind of statism. So remember that we are not arguing that everyone will live in an anarchist way in a free society. Far from it. There will be pockets of unfreedom around, simply because the development of ideas varies from area to area. Anarchists, needless to say, are against forcing people to become anarchists. How can you force someone to be free? Our aim is to encourage those subject to authority to free themselves and to work with them to create an anarchist society, but, obviously, how successful we are at this will vary. We can, therefore, expect areas of freedom to coexist with areas dominated by, say, state socialism, religion or capitalism, just as we can expect to see different kinds of anarchism coexisting. However, it would be a mistake to assume that just because there are many choices of community available that it automatically makes a society an anarchist one. For example, the modern world boasts over 200 different states. For most of them, individuals can leave and join another if it will let them. There is no world government as such. This does not make the series of states an anarchy. Similarly, a system based on different corporations is not an anarchy either, nor would be one based on a series of company towns, and neither would a quasi-feudal or neo-feudal system based on a multitude of landlords who hire their land and workplaces to workers in return for rent. The nature of the associations is just as important as their voluntary nature. As Kropotkin argued, the communes of the next revolution will not only break down the state and substitute free federation for parliamentary rule, they will part with parliamentary rule within the commune itself. They will be anarchist within the commune as they will be anarchist outside it. Selected Writings on Anarchism and Revolution, p. 132. Hence an anarchist society is one that is freely joined and left, is internally non-hierarchical and non-oppressive and non-exploitative. Thus anarchist communities may coexist with non-anarchist ones, but this does not mean the non-anarchist ones are in any way anarchistic or libertarian. To conclude, anarchists, to state the blindly obvious, do not aim for chaos, anarchy in the popular sense of the word. George Orwell once noted how one right-wing author used de-anarchism indifferently with anarchy, which is a hardly more correct use of words than saying that a conservative is one who makes jam. Op. Cit. p. 298. Nor do anarchists reject any discussion of what a free society would be like. Such a rejection is usually based on the somewhat spurious grounds that you cannot prescribe what free people would do. In fact, anarchists have quite strong opinions on the basic outlines of a free society, always premised on the assumption that these are guidelines only. These suggestions are based on libertarian principles, developments in the class struggle, and a keen awareness of what is wrong with class and hierarchical systems, and so what not to do. When reading this section of the FAQ, remember that an anarchist society will be created by the autonomous actions of the mass of the population, not by anarchists writing books about it. This means any real anarchist society will make many mistakes and develop in ways we cannot predict. This implies that this is only a series of suggestions on how things could work in an anarchist society. It is not a blueprint of any kind. All anarchists can do is present what we believe and why we think such a vision is both desirable and viable. We hope that our arguments and ideas presented in this section of the FAQ will inspire more debate and discussion of how a free society would work. In addition, and equally as important, we hope it will help inspire the struggle that will create that society. I.1 Isn't libertarian socialism an oxymoron? In a word, no. This question is often asked by those who have come across the so-called libertarian right. As discussed in section A.1.3, the word libertarian has been used by anarchists for far longer than the pro-free market right have been using it. In fact, anarchists have been using it as a synonym for anarchist for over 150 years, since 1858. In comparison, widespread use of the term by the so-called libertarian right dates from the 1970s in America, with, from the 1940s onwards, limited use by a few individuals. Indeed, outside of North America, libertarian is still essentially used as an equivalent of anarchist and as a shortened version of libertarian socialist. As Noam Chomsky notes, let me just say regarding the terminology, since we happen to be in the United States, we have to be rather careful. Libertarian in the United States has a meaning which is almost the opposite of what it has in the rest of the world traditionally. Here, libertarian means ultra-right-wing capitalist. In the European tradition, libertarian meant socialist. So, anarchism was sometimes called libertarian socialism, a large wing of anarchism, so we have to be a little careful about terminology. Reluctant icon. This in itself does not prove that the term libertarian socialist is free of contradiction. However, as we will show below, the claim that the term is self-contradictory rests on the assumption that socialism requires the state in order to exist and that socialism is incompatible with liberty, and the equally fallacious claim that capitalism is libertarian and does not need the state. This assumption, as is often true of many objections to socialism, is based on a misconception of what socialism is, a misconception that many authoritarian socialists and the state capitalism of Soviet Russia have helped to foster. In reality, it is the term state socialism which is the true oxymoron. Sadly, many people take for granted the assertion of many on the right and left that socialism equals Leninism or Marxism and ignore the rich and diverse history of socialist ideas, ideas that spread from communist and individualist anarchism to Leninism. As Benjamin Tucker once noted, the fact that state socialism has overshadowed other forms of socialism gives it no right to a monopoly of the socialistic idea. Instead of a book, pages 363-4. Unfortunately, many on the left combine with the right to do exactly that. Indeed, the right, and, of course, many on the left, consider that, by definition, socialism is state ownership and control of the means of production, along with centrally planned determination of the national economy, and so social life. Yet even a quick glance at the history of the socialist movement indicates that the identification of socialism with state ownership and control is not common. For example, anarchists, many guild socialists, council communists, and other libertarian Marxists, as well as followers of Robert Owen, all rejected state ownership. Indeed, anarchists recognized that the means of production did not change their form as capital when the state took over their ownership, nor did wage labor change its nature when it is the state employing labor, for example, see section H.3.13. For anarchists, state ownership of capital is not socialistic in the slightest. Indeed, as Tucker was well aware, state ownership turned everyone into a proletarian, bar the state bureaucracy, hardly a desirable thing for a political theory aiming for the end of wage slavery. So what does socialism mean? Is it compatible with libertarian ideals? What do the words libertarian and socialism actually mean? It is tempting to use dictionary definitions as a starting point, although we should stress that such a method holds problems as different dictionaries have different definitions and the fact that dictionaries are rarely politically sophisticated. Use one definition, and someone else will counter with one more to their liking. For example, socialism is often defined as state ownership of wealth and anarchy as disorder. Neither of these definitions are useful when discussing political ideas, particularly anarchism, as, obviously, no form of anarchism would be socialist by such a definition, nor do anarchists seek disorder. Therefore, the use of dictionaries is not the end of a discussion and often misleading when applied to politics. Libertarian, though, is generally defined to mean someone who upholds the principles of liberty, especially individual liberty of thought and action. Such a situation cannot but be encouraged by socialism, by free access to the means of life. This is because in such a situation people associate as equals, and so, as John Most and Emma Goldman once argued, the system of communism logically excludes any and every relation between master and servant, and means really anarchism. Talking about Anarchy, p. 28, Black Flag, number 228, p. 28. In other words, by basing itself on free association and self-management in every aspect of life, the anarchist form of socialism cannot but be libertarian. In other words, there is a reason why anarchists have used the term libertarian for over 150 years. More to the point, why assume that the right's recent appropriation of the word be considered the base point? That implies that private property defends individual liberty rather than suppresses it. Such an assumption, as anarchists have argued from the start of anarchism as a distinct socio-political theory, is wrong. As we discussed earlier, see section B.4, for example, capitalism denies liberty of thought and action within the workplace, unless one is the boss, of course. As one staunch defender of capitalism, and a classical liberal often listed as a forefather of right-wing libertarianism, glibly noted, the capitalist of course exercises power over the workers, although he cannot exercise it arbitrarily thanks to the market, but within this limit the entrepreneur is free to give full rein to his whims and to dismiss workers offhand. Ludwig von Mises, Socialism, p. 443 and p. 444. Right-wing libertarians are utterly blind to the liberty-destroying hierarchies associated with private property, perhaps unsurprisingly, as they are fundamentally pro-capitalist and anti-socialist. Equally unsurprisingly, genuine libertarians tend to call them propertarians. As left-wing economist Jeffrey M. Hodgson correctly notes, by their own logic, such market individualists are forced to disregard the organizational structure of the firm, or to falsely imagine that markets exist inside it. To do otherwise would be to admit that a system as dynamic as capitalism depends upon a mode of organization from which markets are excluded. This allows market individualists to ignore the reality of non-market organizations in the private sector. They can thus ignore the reality of control and authority within the private capitalist corporation but remain critical of public sector bureaucracy and state planning. Economics and Utopia, pages 85-6. The propertarian perspective inevitably generates massive contradictions, such as admitting that both the state and private property share a common monopoly of decision-making over a given area, yet opposing only the former, see section F.1. As anarchists have long pointed out, the hierarchical social relations associated with private property have nothing to do with individual liberty. Removing the state but keeping private property would, therefore, not be a step forward. A fine business we would make if we destroyed the state and replaced it with a mass of little states, killing a monster with one head and keeping a monster with 1,000 heads. Carlo Cafiero, Anarchy and Communism, pages 179-86, The Raven, number 6, p. 181. This is why we argue that anarchism is more than just a stateless society, for while a society without a state is a necessary condition for anarchy, it is not sufficient. Private hierarchies also limit freedom. Hence Chomsky. It's all generally based on the idea that hierarchic and authoritarian structures are not self-justifying. They have to have a justification. For example, your workplace is one point of contact and association. So, workplaces ought to be democratically controlled by participants. There are all kinds of ways in which people interact with one another. The forms of organization and association that grow out of those should be, to the extent possible, non-authoritarian, non-hierarchic, managed and directed by the participants. Reluctant icon. Therefore, anarchists argue, real libertarian ideas must be based on workers' self-management, i.e. workers must control and manage the work they do, determining where and how they do it and what happens to the fruit of their labor, which in turn means the elimination of wage labor. Or, to use Proudhon's words, the abolition of the proletariat. Selected writings of Pierre-Joseph Proudhon, p. 179. Unless this is done, then the majority of people will become subject to the authoritarian social relationships the likes of Mises and other right-wing libertarians support. As one communist anarchist put it, it is because the individual does not own himself, and is not permitted to be his true self. He has become a mere market commodity, an instrument for the accumulation of property for others. Individuality is stretched on the Rust's bed of business. If our individuality were to be made the price of breathing, what ado there would be about the violence done to the personality. And yet our very right to food, drink, and shelter is only too often conditioned upon our loss of individuality. These things are granted to the propertyless millions, and how scantily, only in exchange for their individuality they become the mere instruments of industry. Max Baginski, Stirner, The Ego and His Own, pages 142 to 151, Mother Earth, Volume 2, Number 3, p. 150. Socialism, anarchists argue, can only mean a classless and anti-authoritarian, i.e. libertarian, society in which people manage their own affairs, either as individuals or as part of a group, depending on the situation. In other words, it implies self-management in all aspects of life including work. It has always struck anarchists as somewhat strange and paradoxical, to say the least, that a system of natural liberty, Adam Smith's term, misappropriated by supporters of capitalism, involves the vast majority having to sell that liberty in order to survive. Thus to be consistently libertarian is, logically, to advocate self-management, and so socialism, see section G.4.2. This explains the long-standing anarchist opposition to the phony individualism associated with classical liberalism, so-called right-wing libertarian ideology, although better termed propertarian to avoid confusion. Thus we find Emma Goldman dismissing this kind of individualism in whose name social oppression are defended and held up as virtues. Read Emma Speaks, p. 112. As we will discuss in section I.3.3, socialization is advocated to ensure the elimination of wage labor and is a common theme of all genuine forms of socialism. In theory at least, anarchists argue that state socialism does not eliminate wage labor, rather it universalizes it. In fact, state socialism shows that socialism is necessarily libertarian, not statist. For if the state owns the workplace, then the producers do not, and so they will not be at liberty to manage their own work but will instead be subject to the state as the boss. Moreover, replacing the capitalist owning class by state officials in no way eliminates wage labor, in fact it makes it worse in many cases. Therefore socialists who argue for nationalization of the means of production are not socialists, which means that the Soviet Union and the other so-called socialist countries are not socialist nor are parties which advocate nationalization socialist. Indeed, attempts to associate socialism with the state misunderstands the nature of socialism. It is an essential principle of socialism that, social, inequalities between individuals must be abolished to ensure liberty for all. Natural inequalities cannot be abolished, nor do anarchists desire to do so. Socialism, as Proudhon put it, is egalitarian above all else. No gods, no masters, Volume 1, p. 57. This applies to inequalities of power as well, especially to political power. And any hierarchical system, particularly the state, is marked by inequalities of power. Those at the top, elected or not, have more power than those at the bottom. Hence the following comments provoked by the expulsion of anarchists from the Social Democratic Second International. It could be argued with much more reason that we are the most logical and most complete socialists, since we demand for every person not just his or her entire measure of the wealth of society but also his or her portion of social power, which is to say, the real ability to make his or her influence felt, along with that of everybody else, in the administration of public affairs. Malatesta and Hamann, Op. Cit. Volume 2, p. 20. The election of someone to administer public affairs for you is not having a portion of social power. It is, to use of words of Émile Pouget, a leading French anarcho-syndicalist, an act of abdication, the delegating of power into the hands of a few. Op. Cit. p. 67. This means that political power inevitably creates a privileged situation for the men who exercise it. Thus it violates, from the beginning, the equalitarian principle. Valline, The Unknown Revolution, p. 249. From this short discussion we see the links between libertarian and socialism. To be a true libertarian requires you to support workers' control, otherwise you support authoritarian social relationships. To support workers' control, by necessity, means that you must ensure that the producers own, and so control, the means of producing and distributing the goods they create. Without ownership, they cannot truly control their own activity or the product of their labor. The situation where workers possess the means of producing and distributing goods is socialism. Thus to be a true libertarian requires you to be a socialist. Similarly, a true socialist must also support individual liberty of thought and action, otherwise the producers possess the means of production and distribution in name only. If the state owns the means of life, then the producers do not and so are in no position to manage their own activity. As the experience of Russia under Lenin shows, state ownership soon produces state control and the creation of a bureaucratic class which exploits and oppresses the workers even more so than their old bosses. Since it is an essential principle of socialism that inequalities between people must be abolished in order to ensure liberty, it makes no sense for a genuine socialist to support any institution based on inequalities of power, and as we discussed in section B.2, the state is just such an institution. To oppose inequality and not extend that opposition to inequalities in power, especially political power, suggests a lack of clear thinking. Thus to be a true socialist requires you to be a libertarian, to be for individual liberty and opposed to inequalities of power which restrict that liberty. Therefore, rather than being an oxymoron, libertarian socialism indicates that true socialism must be libertarian and that a libertarian who is not a socialist is a phony. As true socialists oppose wage labor, they must also oppose the state for the same reasons. Similarly, consistent libertarians must oppose wage labor for the same reasons they must oppose the state. So, libertarian socialism rejects the idea of state ownership and control of the economy, along with the state as such. Through workers' self-management it proposes to bring an end to authority, exploitation, and hierarchy in production. This in itself will increase, not reduce, liberty. Those who argue otherwise rarely claim that political democracy results in less freedom than political dictatorship. One last point. It could be argued that many social anarchists smuggle the state back in via communal ownership of the means of life. This, however, is not the case. To argue so confuses society with the state. The communal ownership advocated by collectivist and communist anarchists is not the same as state ownership. This is because it is based on horizontal relationships between the actual workers and the owners of social capital, i.e. the federated communities as a whole, which includes the workers themselves, we must stress, not vertical ones as in nationalization, which are between state bureaucracies and its citizens. Also, such communal ownership is based upon letting workers manage their own work and workplaces. This means that it is based upon, and does not replace, workers' self-management. In addition, all the members of an anarchist community fall into one of three categories. 1. Producers, i.e. members of a collective or self-employed artisans. 2. Those unable to work, i.e. the old, sick, and so on, who were producers, or, 3. The young, i.e. those who will be producers. Therefore, workers' self-management within a framework of communal ownership is entirely compatible with libertarian and socialist ideas concerning the possession of the means of producing and distributing goods by the producers themselves. Far from there being any contradiction between libertarianism and socialism, libertarian ideals imply socialist ones, and vice versa. As Bakunin put it in 1867, we are convinced that freedom without socialism is privilege and injustice, and that socialism without freedom is slavery and brutality. Bakunin on Anarchism, p. 127. History has proven him correct. Rather that libertarian socialism being the oxymoron, it is state socialism and libertarian capitalism that are. Both historically, in terms of who first used the word, and logically, in terms of opposing all hierarchical organizations, it is anarchists who should be called libertarians, not the propertarian right. I.1.1 Is socialism impossible? In 1920, the right-wing economist Ludwig von Mises declared socialism to be impossible. A leading member of the Austrian School of Economics, he argued this on the grounds that without private ownership of the means of production, there cannot be a competitive market for production goods, and without a market for production goods, it is impossible to determine their values. Without knowing their values, economic rationality is impossible, and so a socialist economy would simply be chaos, the absurd output of a senseless apparatus. For Mises, socialism meant central planning with the economy subject to the control of a supreme authority. Economic Calculation in the Socialist Commonwealth, pages 87 to 130, Collectivist Economic Planning, F. von Hayek, ed. p. 104 and p. 106. While applying his economic calculation argument to Marxist ideas of a future socialist society, his argument, it is claimed, is applicable to all schools of socialist thought, including libertarian ones. It is on the basis of his arguments that many right-wingers claim that libertarian, or any other kind of, socialism is impossible in principle. Yet as David Schweikart observes, it has long been recognized that Mises's argument is logically defective. Even without a market in production goods, their monetary values can be determined. Against capitalism, p. 88. In other words, economic calculation based on prices is perfectly possible in a libertarian socialist system. After all, to build a workplace requires so many tons of steel, so many bricks, so many hours of work, and so on. If we assume a mutualist society, then the prices of these goods can be easily found, as the cooperatives in question would be offer their services on the market. These commodities would be the inputs for the construction of production goods, and so the latter's monetary values can be found. Ironically enough, Mises did mention the idea of such a mutualist system in his initial essay. Exchange relations between production goods can only be established on the basis of private ownership of the means of production, he asserted. When the coal syndicate provides the iron syndicate with coal, no price can be formed, except when both syndicates are the owners of the means of production employed in their business. This would not be socialization but workers' capitalism and syndicalism. Op. Cit. p. 112. However, his argument is flawed for numerous reasons. First, and most obvious, socialization, as we discuss in section I.3.3, simply means free access to the means of life. As long as those who join a workplace have the same rights and liberties as existing members, then there is socialization. A market system of cooperatives, in other words, is not capitalist, as there is no wage labor involved, as new workers become full members of the syndicate, with the same rights and freedoms as existing members. Thus there are no hierarchical relationships between owners and wage slaves, even if these owners also happen to work there. As all workers control the means of production they use, it is not capitalism. Second, nor is such a system usually called, as Mises suggests, syndicalism, but rather mutualism, and he obviously considered its most famous advocate, Proudhon, and his fantastic dreams of a mutual bank, as a socialist. Op. Cit. p. 88. Significantly, Mises subsequently admitted that it was misleading to call syndicalism workers' capitalism. Although the workers are the owners of the means of production, it was not genuine socialism, that is, centralist socialism, as it must withdraw productive goods from the market. Individual citizens must not dispose of the shares in the means of production which are allotted to them. Syndicalism, i.e., having those who do the work control of it, was the ideal of plundering hordes. Socialism, p. 274 fn, p. 270, p. 273 and p. 275. His followers, likewise, concluded that syndicalism was not capitalism, with Hayek stating that there were many types of socialism including communism, syndicalism, guild socialism. Significantly, he indicated that Mises' argument was aimed at systems based on the central direction of all economic activity, and so earlier systems of more decentralist socialism, like guild socialism or syndicalism, need not concern us here, since it seems now to be fairly generally admitted that they provide no mechanism whatever for a rational direction of economic activity. The Nature and History of the Problem, pages 1 to 40, Collectivist Economic Planning, F. Von Hayek, ed. p. 17, p. 36 and p. 19. Sadly, he failed to indicate who generally admitted such a conclusion. More recently, Murray Rothbard urged the state to impose private shares onto the workers in the former Stalinist regimes of Eastern Europe, as ownership was not to be granted to collectives or cooperatives or workers or peasants holistically, which would only bring back the ills of socialism in a decentralist and chaotic syndicalist form. The Logic of Action 2, p. 210. Third, syndicalism usually refers to a strategy, revolutionary unionism, used to achieve libertarian socialism rather than the goal itself. As Mises himself noted in a tirade against unions, syndicalism is nothing else but the French word for trade unionism, socialism, p. 480. It could be argued that such a mutualist system could be an aim for some syndicalists, although most were and still are in favor of libertarian communism, a simple fact apparently unknown to Mises. Indeed, Mises' ignorance of syndicalist thought is striking, asserting that the market is a consumer's democracy. The syndicalists want to transform it into a producer's democracy. Human Action, p. 809. Most syndicalists, however, aim to abolish the market and all aim for workers' control of production to complement, not replace, consumer choice. Syndicalists, like other anarchists, do not aim for workers' control of consumption, as Mises asserts. Given that Mises asserts that the market, in which one person can have 1,000 votes and another one, is a democracy, his ignorance of syndicalist ideas is perhaps only one aspect of a general ignorance of reality. More importantly, the whole premise of his critique of mutualism is flawed. Exchange relations in productive goods, he asserted, can only be established on the basis of private property in the means of production. If the coal syndicate delivers coal to the iron syndicate, a price can be fixed only if both syndicates own the means of production in industry. Socialism, p. 132. This may come as a surprise to the many companies whose different workplaces sell each other their products. In other words, capitalism itself shows that workplaces owned by the same body, in this case, a large company, can exchange goods via the market. That Mises makes such a statement indicates well the firm basis of his argument in reality. Thus, a socialist society can have extensive autonomy for its cooperatives, just as a large capitalist firm can. The entrepreneur is in a position to separate the calculation of each part of his total enterprise in such a way that he can determine the role it plays within his whole enterprise. Thus he can look at each section as if it were a separate entity and can appraise it according to the share it contributes to the success of the total enterprise. Within this system of business calculation, each section of a firm represents an integral entity, a hypothetical independent business, as it were. It is assumed that this section owns a definite part of the whole capital employed in the enterprise, that it buys from other sections and sells to them, that it has its own expenses and its own revenues, that its dealings result either in a profit or in a loss which is imputed to its own conduct of affairs as distinguished from the result of the other sections. Thus the entrepreneur can assign to each section's management a great deal of independence. Every manager and sub-manager is responsible for the working of his section or subsection. It is to his credit if the accounts show a profit, and it is to his disadvantage if they show a loss. His own interests impel him toward the utmost care and exertion in the conduct of his section's affairs. Human Action, pages 301 to 2. So much, then, for the notion that common ownership makes it impossible for market socialism to work. After all, the libertarian community can just as easily separate the calculation of each part of its enterprise in such a way as to determine the role each cooperative plays in its economy. It can look at each section as if it were a separate entity and appraise it according to the share it contributes, as it is assumed that each section owns, i.e., has use rights over, its definite part. It can then buy from, and sell to, other cooperatives, and a profit or loss can be imputed to evaluate the independent action of each cooperative, and so their own interests impel the cooperative workers toward the utmost care and exertion in the conduct of their cooperative's affairs. So to refute Mises, we need only repeat what he himself argued about large corporations. Thus there can be extensive autonomy for workplaces under socialism, and this does not in any way contradict the fact that all the means of production are the property of the community. Economic calculation in the Socialist Commonwealth, Op. Cit. p. 89. Socialization, in other words, does not imply central planning but rather free access and free association. In summary, then, Mises confused property rights with use rights, possession with property, and failed to see how a mutualist system of socialized cooperatives exchanging products can be a viable alternative to the current exploitative and oppressive economic regime. Such a mutualist economy also strikes at the heart of Mises' claims that socialism was impossible. Given that he accepted that there may be markets, and hence market prices, for consumer goods in a socialist economy, his claims of the impossibility of socialism seems unfounded. For Mises, the problem for socialism was that because no production good will ever become the object of exchange, it will be impossible to determine its monetary value. Op. Cit. p. 92. The flaw in his argument is clear. Taking, for example, coal, we find that it is both a means of production and of consumption. If a market in consumer goods is possible for a socialist system, then competitive prices for production goods is also possible, as syndicates producing production goods would also sell the product of their labor to other syndicates or communes. As Mises admitted when discussing one scheme of guild socialism, associations and sub-associations maintain a mutual exchange relationship, they receive and give as if they were owners. Thus a market and market prices are formed. Thus, when deciding upon a new workplace, railway, or house, the designers in question do have access to competitive prices with which to make their decisions. Nor does Mises' argument work against communal ownership in such a system, as the commune would be buying products from syndicates in the same way as one part of a company can buy products from another part of the same company under capitalism. That goods produced by self-managed syndicates have market prices does not imply capitalism, for, as they abolish wage labor and are based on free access, socialization, it is a form of socialism, as socialists define it, Mises' protestations that this is incompatible with socialism notwithstanding. Socialism, p. 518. Murray Rothbard suggested that a self-managed system would fail, and a system composed exclusively of self-managed enterprises is impossible, and would lead to calculative chaos and complete breakdown. When each firm is owned jointly by all factor owners, then there is no separation at all between workers, landowners, capitalists, and entrepreneurs. There would be no way, then, of separating the wage incomes received from the interest or rent incomes or profits received. And now we finally arrive at the real reason why the economy cannot consist completely of such firms, called producers' cooperatives. For, without an external market for wage rates, rents, and interest, there would be no rational way for entrepreneurs to allocate factors in accordance with the wishes of the consumers. No one would know where he could allocate his land or his labor to provide the maximum monetary gains. No entrepreneur would know how to arrange factors in their most value-productive combination to earn greatest profit. There could be no efficiency in production because the requisite knowledge would be lacking. Quoted by David L. Prikitko, Markets, Planning, and Democracy, p. 135 and p. 136. It is hard to take this argument seriously. Consider, for example, a pre-capitalist society of farmers and artisans. Both groups of people own their own means of production, the land and the tools they use. The farmers grow crops for the artisans who, in turn, provide the farmers with the tools they use. According to Rothbard, the farmers would have no idea what to grow, nor would the artisans know which tools to buy to meet the demand of the farmers, nor which to use to reduce their working time. Presumably, both the farmers and artisans would stay awake at night worrying what to produce, wishing they had a landlord and boss to tell them how best to use their labor and resources. Let us add the landlord class to this society. Now the landlord can tell the farmer what to grow, as their rent income indicates how to allocate the land to its most productive use. Except, of course, it is still the farmers who decide what to produce. Knowing that they will need to pay rent for access to the land, they will decide to devote their rented land to the most profitable use in order to both pay the rent and have enough to live on. Why they do not seek the most profitable use without the need for rent is not explored by Rothbard. Much the same can be said of artisans subject to a boss, for the worker can evaluate whether an investment in a specific new tool will result in more income or reduced time laboring, or whether a new product will likely meet the needs of consumers. Moving from a pre-capitalist society to a post-capitalist one, it is clear that a system of self-managed cooperatives can make the same decisions without requiring economic masters. This is unsurprising, given that Mises asserted that the boss of course exercises power over the workers, but that the lord of production is the consumer. Socialism, p. 443, in which case, the boss need not be an intermediary between the real lord and those who do the production. All in all, Rothbard confirms Kropotkin's comments that economics, that pseudoscience of the bourgeoisie, does not cease to give praise in every way to the benefits of individual property, yet the economists do not conclude, the land to him who cultivates it. On the contrary, they hasten to deduce from the situation, the land to the lord who will get it cultivated by wage earners. Words of a Rebel, pages 209 to 10. In addition, Rothbard implicitly places efficiency above liberty, preferring dubious efficiency gains to the actual gains in freedom which the abolition of workplace autocracy would create. Given a choice between liberty and efficiency, the genuine anarchist would prefer liberty. Luckily, though, workplace liberty increases efficiency, so Rothbard's decision is a wrong one. It should also be noted that Rothbard's position, as is usually the case, is directly opposite that of Proudhon, who considered it inevitable that in a free society the two functions of wage laborer on the one hand, and of proprietor capitalist contractor on the other, become equal and inseparable in the person of every working man. This was the first principle of the new economy, a principle full of hope and of consolation for the laborer without capital, but a principle full of terror for the parasite and for the tools of parasitism, who see reduced to naught their celebrated formula: capital, labor, talent. Proudhon's solution of the social problem, p. 165 and p. 85. And it does seem a strange coincidence that someone born into a capitalist economy, ideologically supporting it with a passion and seeking to justify its class system, just happens to deduce from a given set of axioms that landlords and capitalists happen to play a vital role in the economy. It would not take too much time to determine if someone in a society without landlords or capitalists would also logically deduce from the same axioms the pressing economic necessity for such classes. Nor would it take long to ponder why Greek philosophers, like Aristotle, concluded that slavery was natural. And it does seem strange that centuries of coercion, authority, statism, classes, and hierarchies all had absolutely no impact on how society evolved. As the end product of real history, the capitalist economy just happens to be the same as Rothbard's deductions from a few assumptions predict. Little wonder, then, that Austrian economics seems more like rationalizations for some ideologically desired result than a serious economic analysis. Even some dissident Austrian economists recognize the weakness of Rothbard's position. Thus Rothbard clearly misunderstands the general principle behind producer cooperatives and self-management in general. In reality, as a democratic method of enterprise organization, workers' self-management is, in principle, fully compatible with a market system, and so a market economy comprised of self-managed enterprises is consistent with Austrian school theory. It is fundamentally a market-based system that doesn't seem to face the epistemological hurdles that prohibit rational economic calculation under state socialism. Sadly, socialism is still equated with central planning, for such a system is certainly not socialism. Nor, however, is it capitalism in the conventional sense of the term. In fact, it is not capitalism at all, and if we assume that free access to resources such as workplaces and credit, then it most definitely is socialism. Legal ownership is not the chief issue in defining workers' self-management. Management is. Worker managers, though not necessarily the legal owners of all the factors of production collected within the firm, are free to experiment and establish enterprise policy as they see fit. David L. Prikitko, Op. CIT, p. 136, p. 135, pages 4-5, p4 and p. 135. This suggests that non-labor factors can be purchased from other cooperatives, credit provided by mutual banks, credit cooperatives, at cost and so forth. As such, a mutualist system is perfectly feasible. Thus economic calculation based on competitive market prices is possible under a socialist system. Indeed, we see examples of this even under capitalism. For example, the Mondragon cooperative complex in the Basque Country indicate that a libertarian socialist economy can exist and flourish. Perhaps it will be suggested that an economy needs stock markets to price companies, as Mises did. Thus investment is not a matter for the mangers of joint stock companies, it is essentially a matter of the capitalists in the stock exchanges. Investment, he asserted, was not a matter of wages of managers but of the capitalist who buys and sells stocks and shares, who make loans and recover them, who make deposits in the banks. Socialism, p. 139. It would be churlish to note that the members of cooperatives under capitalism, like most working class people, are more than able to make deposits in banks and arrange loans. In a mutualist economy, workers will not lose this ability just because the banks are themselves cooperatives. Similarly, it would be equally churlish but essential to note that the stock market is hardly the means by which capital is actually raised within capitalism. As David Engler points out, supporters of the system claim that stock exchanges mobilize funds for business. Do they? When people buy and sell shares, no investment goes into company treasuries. Shares simply change hands for cash in endless repetition. Company treasuries get funds only from new equity issues. These accounted for an average of a mere 0.5% of shares trading in the US during the 1980s. Apostles of Greed, pages 157-158. This is echoed by David Ellerman. In spite of the stock market's large symbolic value, it is notorious that it has relatively little to do with the production of goods and services in the economy, the gambling industry aside. The overwhelming bulk of stock transactions are in second-hand shares, so that the capital paid for shares usually goes to other stock traders, not to productive enterprises issuing new shares. The Democratic Worker-Owned Firm, p. 199. This suggests that the efficient allocation of capital in production does not require a stock market, witness the small business sector under capitalism. Socialist firms, he notes, are routinely attacked as being inherently inefficient because they have no equity shares exposed to market valuation. If this argument had any merit, it would imply that the whole sector of unquoted closely held small and medium-sized firms in the West was inherently inefficient, a conclusion that must be viewed with some skepticism. Indeed, in the comparison to large corporations with publicly traded shares, the closely held firms are probably more efficient users of capital. Op. CIT, p. 200 and p. 199. In terms of the impact of the stock market on the economy, there is good reason to think that this hinders economic efficiency by generating a perverse set of incentives and misleading information flows, and so their abolition would actually aid production and productive efficiency. Taking the first issue, the existence of a stock market has serious, negative, effects on investment. As Doug Henwood notes, there are serious communication problems between managers and shareholders. This is because even if participants are aware of an upward bias to earnings estimates of companies, and even if they correct for it, managers would still have an incentive to try to fool the market. If you tell the truth, your accurate estimate will be marked down by a skeptical market. So, it's entirely rational for managers to boost profits in the short term, either through accounting gimmickry or by making only investments with quick paybacks. So, managers facing the stock market that is famous for its preference for quick profits today rather than patient long-term growth have little choice but to do its bidding. Otherwise, their stock will be marked down, and the firm ripe for takeover. While firms and economies can't get richer by starving themselves, stock market investors can get richer when the companies they own go hungry, at least in the short term. As for the long term, well, that's someone else's problem the week after next. Wall Street, p. 171. Ironically, this situation has a parallel with Stalinist central planning. Under that system, the managers of state workplaces had an incentive to lie about their capacity to the planning bureaucracy. The planner would, in turn, assume higher capacity, so harming honest managers and encouraging them to lie. This, of course, had a seriously bad impact on the economy. Unsurprisingly, the similar effects caused by capital markets on economies subject to them are as bad, as well as downplaying long-term issues and investment. In addition, it should be noted that stock markets regularly experiences bubbles and subsequent bursts. Stock markets may reflect the collective judgments of investors, but it says little about the quality of those judgments. What use are stock prices if they simply reflect herd mentality, the delusions of people ignorant of the real economy or who fail to see a bubble? Particularly when the real-world impact when such bubbles burst can be devastating to those uninvolved with the stock market. In summary, then, firms are overwhelmingly self-financing, that is, most of their investment expenditures are funded through profits, about 90%, on longer-term averages. The stock markets provide only a sliver of investment funds. There are, of course, some periods like the 1990s, during which the stock market serves as a conduit for shoveling huge amounts of cash into speculative venues, most of which have evaporated. Much, maybe most, of what was financed in the 1990s didn't deserve the money. Such booms do not last forever and are no advertisement for the efficiency of our capital markets. Henwood, After the New Economy, p. 187 and p. 188. Thus there is substantial reason to question the suggestion that a stock market is necessary for the efficient allocation of capital. There is no need for capital markets in a system based on mutual banks and networks of cooperatives. As Henwood concludes, the signals emitted by the stock market are either irrelevant or harmful to real economic activity, and that the stock market itself counts little or nothing as a source of finance. Shareholders have no useful role. Wall Street, p. 292. Then there is also the ironic nature of Rothbard's assertion that self-management would ensure there could be no efficiency in production because the requisite knowledge would be lacking. This is because capitalist firms are hierarchies, based on top-down central planning, and this hinders the free flow of knowledge and information. As with Stalinism, within the capitalist firm information passes up the organizational hierarchy and becomes increasingly simplified, and important local knowledge and details lost, when not deliberately falsified to ensure continual employment by suppressing bad news. The top management takes decisions based on highly aggregated data, the quality of which is hard to know. The management, then, suffers from information and knowledge deficiencies, while the workers below lack sufficient autonomy to act to correct inefficiencies as well as incentive to communicate accurate information and act to improve the production process. As Cornelius Castoriadis correctly noted, bureaucratic planning is nothing but the extension to the economy as a whole of the methods created and applied by capitalism in the rational direction of large production units. If we consider the most profound feature of the economy, the concrete situation in which people are placed, we see that bureaucratic planning is the most highly perfected realization of the spirit of capitalism. It pushes to the limit its most significant tendencies. Just as in the management of a large capitalist production unit, this type of planning is carried out by a separate stratum of managers. Its essence, like that of capitalist production, lies in an effort to reduce the direct producers to the role of pure and simple executants of received orders, orders formulated by a particular stratum that pursues its own interests. This stratum cannot run things well, just as the management apparatus in capitalist factories cannot run things well. The myth of capitalism's productive efficiency at the level of the individual factory, a myth shared by bourgeois and Stalinist ideologues alike, cannot stand up to the most elemental examination of the facts, and any industrial worker could draw up a devastating indictment against capitalist rationalization judged on its own terms. First of all, the managerial bureaucracy does not know what it is supposed to be managing. The reality of production escapes it, for this reality is nothing but the activity of the producers, and the producers do not inform the managers about what is really taking place. Quite often they organize themselves in such a way that the managers won't be informed, in order to avoid increased exploitation, because they feel antagonistic, or quite simply because they have no interest. It isn't their business. In the second place, the way in which production is organized is set up entirely against the workers. They always are being asked, one way or another, to do more work without getting paid for it. Management's orders, therefore, inevitably meet with fierce resistance on the part of those who have to carry them out. Political and Social Writings, Volume 2, pages 62-3. This is the same objection as that Hayek raises against the possibility of a planned economy. Indeed, the epistemological problems that Hayek raised against centralist planned economies have been echoed within the socialist tradition as a problem within the capitalist firm. There is a real conflict within the firm that parallels that which Hayek makes about any centralist economy. John O'Neill, The Market, p. 142. This is because workers have knowledge about their work and workplace that their bosses lack, and a self-managed cooperative workplace would motivate workers to use such information to improve the firm's performance. In a capitalist workplace, as in a Stalinist economy, the workers have no incentive to communicate this information as improvements in the organization and methods of production initiated by workers, essentially profit capital, which often then seizes hold of them and turns them against the workers. The workers know it, and consequently they restrict their participation in production. They restrict their output, they keep their ideas to themselves. They organize among themselves to carry out their work, all the while keeping up a facade of respect for the official way they are supposed to organize their work. Castoriadis, Op. Cit. Pages 181-2. An obvious example would be concerns that management would seek to monopolize the workers' knowledge in order to accumulate more profits, better control the workforce, or replace them, using the higher productivity as an excuse. Thus self-management rather than hierarchy enhances the flow and use of information in complex organizations and so improves efficiency. This conclusion, it should be stressed, is not idle speculation, and that Mises was utterly wrong in his assertions related to self-management. People, he stated, err in thinking that profit sharing would spur the worker on to a more zealous fulfillment of his duties. Indeed, it must lead straight to syndicalism, and it was nonsensical to give labor a share in management. The realization of such a postulate would result in syndicalism. Socialism, p. 268, p. 269 and p. 305. Yet, as we note in section I.3.2, the empirical evidence is overwhelmingly against Mises, which suggests why Austrians are so dismissive of empirical evidence, as it exposes flaws in the great chains of deductive reasoning they so love. In fact, workers' participation in management and profit sharing enhance productivity. In one sense, though, Mises is right, in that capitalist firms will tend not to encourage participation or even profit sharing, as it shows to workers the awkward fact that while the bosses may need them, they do not need the bosses. As discussed in section J.5.12, bosses are fearful that such schemes will lead to syndicalism and so quickly stop them in order to remain in power in spite, or, more accurately, because, of the efficiency and productivity gains they result in. Both capitalism and state socialism, summarizes Ellerman, suffer from the motivational inefficiency of the employment relation. Op. Cit. Pages 210-1. Mutualism would be more efficient as well as freer for, once the stock market and workplace hierarchies are removed, serious blocks and distortions to information flow will be eliminated. Unfortunately, the state socialists who replied to Mises in the 1920s and 1930s did not have such a libertarian economy in mind. In response to Mises' initial challenge, a number of economists pointed out that Pareto's disciple, Enrico Barone, had already, 13 years earlier, demonstrated the theoretical possibility of a market-simulated socialism. However, the principal attack on Mises's argument came from Fred Taylor and Oscar Lange. For a collection of their main papers, see On the Economic Theory of Socialism. In light of their work, Hayek shifted the question from theoretical impossibility to whether the theoretical solution could be approximated in practice. Which raises an interesting question, for if, state, socialism is impossible, as Mises assured us, then what did collapse in Eastern Europe? If the Austrians claim it was socialism, then they are in the somewhat awkward position that something they assure us is impossible existed for decades. Moreover, it should be noted that both sides of the argument accepted the idea of central planning of some kind or another. This means that most of the arguments of Mises and Hayek did not apply to libertarian socialism, which rejects central planning along with every other form of centralization. Nor was the response by Taylor and Lange particularly convincing in the first place. This was because it was based far more on neoclassical capitalist economic theory than on an appreciation of reality. In place of the Walrasian auctioneer, the God in the machine of general equilibrium theory which ensures that all markets clear, Taylor and Lange presented the Central Planning Board whose job it was to adjust prices so that all markets cleared. Neoclassical economists who are inclined to accept Walrasian theory as an adequate account of a working capitalist economy will be forced to accept the validity of their model of socialism. Little wonder Taylor and Lange were considered, at the time, the victors in the socialist calculation debate by most of the economics profession. With the collapse of the Soviet Union, this decision has been revised somewhat, although we must point out that Taylor and Lange's model was not the same as the Soviet system, a fact conveniently ignored by commentators. Unfortunately, given that Walrasian theory has little bearing to reality, we must also come to the conclusion that the Taylor-Lange solution has about the same relevance, even ignoring its non-libertarian aspects, such as its basis in state ownership, its centralization, its lack of workers' self-management and so on. Many people consider Taylor and Lange as forerunners of market socialism. This is incorrect. Rather than being market socialists, they are in fact neoclassical socialists, building a socialist system which mimics capitalist economic theory rather than its reality. Replacing Walras's mythical creation of the auctioneer with a planning board does not really get to the heart of the problem. Nor does their vision of socialism have much appeal. A reproduction of capitalism with a planning board and a more equal distribution of money income. Anarchists reject such socialism as little more than a nicer version of capitalism, if that. With the collapse of the Soviet Union, it has been fashionable to assert that Mises was right and that socialism is impossible. Of course, during the Cold War such claims were ignored as the Soviet threat had to boost it and used as a means of social control and to justify state aid to capitalist industry. Nothing could be further from the truth, as these countries were not socialist at all and did not even approximate the libertarian, socialist idea, the only true form of socialism. The Stalinist countries had authoritarian command economies with bureaucratic central planning, and so their failure cannot be taken as proof that a decentralist, libertarian socialism cannot work. Nor can Mises and Hayek's arguments against Taylor and Lange be used against a libertarian mutualist or collectivist system, as such a system is decentralist and dynamic, unlike the neoclassical socialist model. Libertarian socialism of this kind did, in fact, work remarkably well during the Spanish Revolution in the face of amazing difficulties, with increased productivity and output in many workplaces as well as increased equality and liberty, see section I.8. Thus the calculation argument does not prove that socialism is impossible. Mises was wrong in asserting that a socialist system with a market and market prices is as self-contradictory as is the notion of a triangular square. Human action, p. 706. This is because capitalism is not defined by markets as such but rather by wage labor, a situation where working class people do not have free access to the means of production and so have to sell their labor, and so liberty, to those who do. If quoting Engels is not too out of place, the object of production to produce commodities does not import to the instrument the character of capital, as the production of commodities is one of the preconditions for the existence of capital. As long as the producer sells only what he himself produces, he is not a capitalist. He becomes so only from the moment he makes use of his instrument to exploit the wage labor of others. Collected Works, Volume 47, pages 179-80. In this, as noted in section C.2.1, Engels was merely echoing Marx, who, in turn, was simply repeating Proudhon's distinction between property and possession. As mutualism eliminates wage labor by self-management and free access to the means of production, its use of markets and prices, both of which predate capitalism, does not mean it is not socialist, and as we note in section G.1.1, Marx, Engels, Bakunin, and Kropotkin, like Mises, acknowledged Proudhon as being a socialist. This focus on the market, as David Schweikart suggests, is no accident. The identification of capitalism with the market is a pernicious error of both conservative defenders of laissez-faire capitalism and most left opponents. If one looks at the works of the major apologists for capitalism, one finds the focus of the apology always on the virtues of the market and on the vices of central planning. Rhetorically, this is an effective strategy, for it is much easier to defend the market than to defend the other two defining institutions of capitalism. Proponents of capitalism know well that it is better to keep attention toward the market and away from wage labor or private ownership of the means of production. Market Socialism, a Defense, pages 7-22, Market Socialism, The Debate Among Socialists, Bertel Ohlmann, ed., p. 11. The theoretical work of such socialists as David Schweikart, see his books Against Capitalism and After Capitalism, present an extensive discussion of a dynamic, decentralist market socialist system which has obvious similarities with mutualism, a link which some Leninists recognize and stress in order to discredit market socialism via guilt by association. Proudhon, the anarchist and inveterate foe of Karl Marx, put forward a conception of society, which is probably the first detailed exposition of a socialist market. Hillel Ticktin, The Problem is Market Socialism, pages 55-80, op. Cit. p. 56. So far, most models of market socialism have not been fully libertarian, but instead involve the idea of workers' control within a framework of state ownership of capital. Engler in Apostles of Greed is an exception to this, supporting community ownership. Ironically, while these Leninists reject the idea of market socialism as contradictory and, basically, not socialist, they usually acknowledge that the transition to Marxist communism under their workers' state would utilize the market. So, as anarchist Robert Graham points out, market socialism is but one of the ideas defended by Proudhon which is both timely and controversial. Proudhon's market socialism is indissolubly linked with his notions of industrial democracy and workers' self-management. Introduction, P. J. Proudhon, General Idea of the Revolution, PXXXII. As we discuss in section I.3.5, Proudhon's system of agro-industrial federations can be seen as a non-statist way of protecting self-management, liberty, and equality in the face of market forces. Proudhon, unlike individualist anarchists, was well aware of the negative aspects of markets and the way market forces can disrupt society. Dissident economist Jeffrey M. Hodgson is right to suggest that Proudhon's system, in which each cooperative association would be able to enter into contractual relations with others, could be described as an early form of market socialism. In fact, instead of Lang-type models, the term market socialism is more appropriately to such systems. Market socialism, in this more appropriate and meaningful sense, involves producer cooperatives that are owned by the workers within them. Such cooperatives sell their products on markets, with genuine exchanges of property rights. Somewhat annoyingly, Hodgson incorrectly asserts that Proudhon described himself as an anarchist, not a socialist when, in reality, the French anarchist repeatedly referred to himself and his mutualist system as socialist. Economics and Utopia, p. 20, p. 37 and p. 20. Thus it is possible for a socialist economy to allocate resources using markets. By suppressing capital markets and workplace hierarchies, a mutualist system will improve upon capitalism by removing an important source of perverse incentives which hinder efficient use of resources as well as long-term investment and social responsibility, in addition to reducing inequalities and increasing freedom. As David Ellerman once noted, many still look at the world in bipolar terms, capitalism or state socialism. Yet there are two broad traditions of socialism, state socialism and self-management socialism. State socialism is based on government ownership of major industry, while self-management socialism envisions firms being worker self-managed and not owned or managed by the government. Op. Cit. p. 147. Mutualism is a version of the second vision, and anarchists reject the cozy agreement between mainstream Marxists and their ideological opponents on the proprietarian right that only state socialism is real socialism. Finally, it should be noted that most anarchists are not mutualists but rather aim for libertarian communism, the abolition of money. Many do see a mutualist-like system as an inevitable stage in a social revolution, the transitional form imposed by the objective conditions facing a transformation of a society marked by thousands of years of oppression and exploitation. Collectivist anarchism contains elements of both mutualism and communism, with most of its supporters seeing it as a transitional system. This is discussed in section I.2.2, while section I.1.3 indicates why most anarchists reject even non-capitalist markets. So does Mises's argument mean that a socialism that abolishes the market, such as libertarian communism, is impossible? Given that the vast majority of anarchists seek a libertarian communist society, this is an important question. We address it in the next section. I.1.2 Is libertarian communism impossible? In a word, no. While the calculation argument, see last section, is often used by proprietarians, so-called right-wing libertarians, as the basis for the argument that communism, a moneyless society, is impossible, it is based on certain false ideas of what prices do, the nature of the market, and how a communist anarchist society would function. This is hardly surprising, as Mises based his theory on a variation of neoclassical economics and the Marxist social democratic, and so Leninist, ideas of what a socialist economy would look like. So there has been little discussion of what a true, i.e. libertarian, communist society would be like, one that utterly transformed the existing conditions of production by workers' self-management and the abolition of both wage labor and money. However, it is useful here to indicate exactly why communism would work and why the calculation argument is flawed as an objection to it. Mises argued that without money there was no way a socialist economy would make rational production decisions. Not even Mises denied that a moneyless society could estimate what is likely to be needed over a given period of time, as expressed as physical quantities of definite types and sorts of objects. As he argued, calculation in natura in an economy without exchange can embrace consumption goods only. His argument was that the next step, working out which productive methods to employ, would not be possible, or at least would not be able to be done rationally, i.e. avoiding waste and inefficiency. The evaluation of producer goods can only be done with some kind of economic calculation. The human mind cannot orient itself properly among the bewildering mass of intermediate products and potentialities without such aid. it would simply stand perplexed before the problems of management and location. Thus we would quickly see the spectacle of a socialist economic order floundering in the ocean of possible and conceivable economic combinations without the compass of economic calculation. Economic calculation in the Socialist Commonwealth, pages 87 to 130, Collectivist Economic Planning, F. A. von Hayek, ed., p. 104, p. 103 and p. 110. Hence the claim that monetary calculation based on market prices is the only solution. This argument is not without its force. How can a producer be expected to know if tin is a better use of resources than iron when creating a product if all they know is that iron and tin are available and suitable for their purpose? Or, if we have a consumer good which can be made with A plus 2B or 2A plus B, where A and B are both input factors such as steel, oil, electricity, etc., how can we tell which method is more efficient, i.e. which one used least resources and so left the most over for other uses? With market prices, Mises argued, it is simple. If A cost $10 and B $5, then clearly method 1 would be the most efficient, $20 versus $25. Without the market, Mises argued, such a decision would be impossible and so every decision would be groping in the dark. Up. Cit. p. 110. Mises' argument rests on three flawed assumptions, 2 against communism and 1 for capitalism. The first two negative assumptions are that communism entails central planning and that it is impossible to make investment decisions without money values. We discuss why each is wrong in this section. Mises' positive assumption for capitalism, namely that markets allow exact and efficient allocation of resources, is discussed in section I.1.5. Firstly, Mises assumes a centralist planned economy. As Hayek summarized, the crux of the matter was the impossibility of a rational calculation in a centrally directed economy from which prices are necessarily absent, one which involves planning on a most extensive scale minute direction of practically all productive activity by one central authority. Thus the one central authority has to solve the economic problem of distributing a limited amount of resources between a practically infinite number of competing purposes with a reasonable degree of accuracy, with a degree of success equally or approaching the results of competitive capitalism is what constitutes the problem of socialism as a method. The nature and history of the problem, pages 1 to 40, Op. Cit. p. 35, p. 19 and pages 16 to 7. While this was a common idea in Marxian social democracy, and the Leninism that came from it, centralist organizations are rejected by anarchism. As Bakunin argued, where are the intellects powerful enough to embrace the infinite multiplicity and diversity of real interests, aspirations, wishes, and needs which sum up the collective will of the people? And to invent a social organization that will not be a Procrustean bed upon which the violence of the state will more or less overtly force unhappy society to stretch out. Moreover, a socialist government, unless it were endowed with omniscience, omnipresence, and the omnipotence which the theologians attribute to God, could not possibly know and foresee the needs of its people, or satisfy with an even justice those interests which are most legitimate and pressing. Bakunin on Anarchism, pages 268-9 and p. 318. For Malatesta, such a system would require immense centralization and would either be an impossible thing to achieve, or, if possible, would end up as a colossal and very complex tyranny. At the Café, p. 65. Kropotkin, likewise, dismissed the notion of central planning as the economic changes that will result from the social revolution will be so immense and so profound, that it will be impossible for one or even a number of individuals to elaborate the social forms to which a further society must give birth. The elaboration of new social forms can only be the collective work of the masses. Words of a Rebel, p. 175. The notion that a strongly centralist government could command that a prescribed quantity of a good be sent to such a place on such a day and be received on a given day by a specified official and stored in particular warehouses was not only undesirable but also wildly utopian. During his discussion of the benefits of free agreement against state tutelage, Kropotkin noted that only the former allowed the utilization of the cooperation, the enthusiasm, the local knowledge of the people. The Conquest of Bread, pages 82-3 and p. 137. Kropotkin's own experience had shown how the high functionaries of the Tsarist bureaucracy were simply charming in their innocent ignorance of the areas they were meant to be administrating, and how, thanks to Marxism, the socialist ideal had lost the character of something that had to be worked out by the labor organizations themselves, and became state management of industries, in fact, state socialism, that is, state capitalism. As an anarchist, he knew that governments become isolated from the masses, and so the very success of socialism required the ideas of no government, of self-reliance, of free initiative of the individual to be preached side by side with those of socialized ownership and production. Thus it was essential that socialism was decentralist, federal and participatory, that the structure of the society which we longed for was worked out, in theory and practice, from beneath in by all labor unions with a full knowledge of local needs of each trade and each locality. Memoirs of a Revolutionist, p. 184, p. 360, p. 374-5 and p. 376. So anarchists can agree with Mises that central planning cannot work in practice as its advocates hope. Or, more correctly, Mises agreed with the anarchists, as we had opposed central planning first. We have long recognized that no small body of people can be expected to know what happens in society and plan accordingly. No single brain nor any bureau of brains can see to this organization. Isaac Puente, Libertarian Communism, p. 29. Moreover, there is the pressing question of freedom as well, for the despotism of the socialist state would be equal to the despotism of the present state, increased by the economic despotism of all the capital which would pass into the hands of the state, and the whole would be multiplied by all the centralization necessary for this new state. And it is for this reason that we, the anarchists, friends of liberty, we intend to fight them to the end. Carlo Cafiero, Anarchy and Communism, pages 179-86, The Raven, number 6, p. 179. As John O'Neill summarizes, the argument against centralist planning is one that has been articulated within the history of socialist planning as an argument for democratic and decentralist decision-making. The market, p. 132. So, for good economic and political reasons, anarchists reject central planning. This central libertarian socialist position feeds directly into refuting Mises' argument, for while a centralist system would need to compare a large, infinite, number of possible alternatives to a large number of possible needs, this is not the case in a decentralist system. Rather than a vast multitude of alternatives which would swamp a centralist planning agency, one workplace comparing different alternatives to meet a specific need faces a much lower number of possibilities as the objective technical requirements, use values, of a project are known, and so local knowledge will eliminate most of the options available to a small number which can be directly compared. As such, removing the assumption of a central planning body automatically drains Mises' critique of much of its force, rather than in the ocean of possible and conceivable economic combinations faced by a central body. A specific workplace or community has a more limited number of possible solutions for a limited number of requirements. Moreover, any complex machine is a product of less complex goods, meaning that the workplace is a consumer of other workplaces' goods. If, as Mises admitted, a customer can decide between consumption goods without the need for money, then the user and producer of a higher order good can decide between consumption goods required to meet their needs. In terms of decision making, it is true that a centralist planning agency would be swamped by the multiple options available to it. However, in a decentralist socialist system, individual workplaces and communes would be deciding between a much smaller number of alternatives. Moreover, unlike a centralist system, the individual firm or commune knows exactly what is required to meet its needs, and so the number of possible alternatives is reduced as well. For example, certain materials are simply technically unsuitable for certain tasks. Mises' other assumption is equally flawed. This is that without the market, no information is passed between producers beyond the final outcome of production. In other words, he assumed that the final product is all that counts in evaluating its use. Needless to say, it is true that without more information than the name of a given product, it is impossible to determine whether using it would be an efficient utilization of resources. Yet more information can be provided which can be used to inform decision-making. As socialists Adam Buick and John Crump point out, at the level of the individual production unit or industry, the only calculations that would be necessary in socialism would be calculations in kind. On the one side would be recorded the resources, materials, energy, equipment, labor, used up in production, and on the other the amount of good produced, together with any byproducts. Socialist production is simply the production of use values from use values, and nothing more. State capitalism, the wages system under new management, p. 137. Thus any good used as an input into a production process would require the communication of this kind of information. The generation and communication of such information implies a decentralized, horizontal network between producers and consumers. This is because what counts as a use value can only be determined by those directly using it. Thus the production of use values from use values cannot be achieved via central planning, as the central planners have no notion of the use value of the goods being used or produced. Such knowledge lies in many hands, dispersed throughout society, and so socialist production implies decentralization. Capitalist ideologues claim that the market allows the utilization of such dispersed knowledge, but as John O'Neill notes, the market may be one way in which dispersed knowledge can be put to good effect. It is not the only way. The strength of the epistemological argument for the market depends in part on the implausibility of assuming that all knowledge could be sent released upon some particular planning agency, he stresses, but Mises' argument ignores, however, the existence of the decentralized but predominantly non-market institutions for the distribution of knowledge. The assumption that only the market can coordinate dispersed non-vocalizable knowledge is false. Op. Cit. p. 118 and p. 132. So, in order to determine if a specific good is useful to a person, that person needs to know its cost. Under capitalism, the notion of cost has been so associated with price that we have to put the word cost in quotation marks. However, the real cost of, say, writing a book, is not a sum of money but so much paper, so much energy, so much ink, so much human labor. In order to make a rational decision on whether a given good is better for meeting a given need than another, the would-be consumer requires this information. However, under capitalism this information is hidden by the price. Somewhat ironically, given how Austrian economics tends to stress that the informational limitations are at the root of its impossibility of socialism, the fact is that the market hides a significant amount of essential information required to make a sensible investment decision. This can be seen from an analysis of Mises' discussion on why labor time cannot replace money as a decision-making tool. Using labor, he argued, leaves the employment of material factors of production out of account and presents an example of two goods, P and Q, which take 10 hours to produce. P takes 8 hours of labor, plus 2 units of raw material A, which is produced by an hour's socially necessary labor. Q takes 9 hours of labor and 1 unit of A. He asserts that in terms of labor P and Q are equivalent, but in value terms P is more valuable than Q. The former is false, and only the later corresponds to the nature and purpose of calculation. Economic calculation in the Socialist Commonwealth, Op. Cit. p. 113. The flaw in his argument is clear. Assuming that an hour of socially necessary labor is £10, then, in price terms, P would have £80 of direct labor costs, with £20 of raw material A, while Q would have £90 of direct labor and £10 of A. Both cost £100, so it's hard to see how this corresponds to the nature and purpose of calculation. Using less of raw material A is a judgment made in addition to calculation in this example. The question of whether to economize on the use of a simply cannot be made using prices. If P, for example, can only be produced via a more ecologically destructive process than Q, or if the work process by which P is created is marked by dull, mindless work but Q's is more satisfying for the people involved, then Q may be considered a better decision. Sadly, that kind of information is not communicated by the price mechanism. As John O'Neill points out, Mises' earlier arguments against socialist planning turned on an assumption about commensurability. His central argument was that rational economic decision-making required a single measure on the basis of which the worth of alternative states of affairs could be calculated and compared. Ecology, Policy, and Politics, p. 115. This central assumption was unchallenged by Taylor and Lang in their defense of socialism, meaning that from the start the debate against Mises was defensive and based on the argument that socialist planning could mimic the market and produce results which were efficient from a capitalist point of view. Anarchists question whether using prices means basing all decision-making on one criterion and ignoring all others is a rational thing to do. As O'Neill suggests, the relative scarcity of items hardly exhaust the full gamut of information that is distributed throughout society which might be relevant to the coordination of economic activities and plans. The market, p. 196, saying that a good costs £10 does not tell you much about the amount of pollution its production or use generates, under what conditions of labor it was produced, whether its price is affected by the market power of the firm producing it, whether it is produced in an ecologically sustainable way, and so forth. Similarly, saying that another, similar, good costs £9 does not tell you whether the £1 difference is due to a more efficient use of inputs or whether it is caused by imposing pollution onto the planet. And do prices actually reflect costs? The question of profit, the reward for owning capital and allowing others to use it, is hardly a cost in the same way as labor, resources, and so on. Attempts to explain profits as an equivalent sacrifice as labor have always been ridiculous and quickly dropped. When looking at prices to evaluate efficient use for goods, you cannot actually tell by the price if this is so. Two goods may have the same price, but profit levels, perhaps under the influence of market power, may be such that one has a higher cost price than another. The price mechanism fails to indicate which uses least resources as it is influenced by market power. Indeed, as Takis Fotopoulos notes, if both central planning and the market economy inevitably lead to concentrations of power, then neither the former nor the latter can produce the sort of information flows and incentives which are necessary for the best functioning of any economic system. Towards an inclusive democracy, p. 252. Moreover, a good produced under an authoritarian state which represses its workforce could have a lower price than one produced in a country which allowed unions to organize and has basic human rights. The repression would force down the cost of labor, so making the good in question appear as a more efficient use of resources. In other words, the market can mask inhumanity as efficiency and actually reward that behavior by market share. In other words, market prices can be horribly distorted in that they ignore quality issues. Exchanges therefore occur in light of false information and, moreover, with antisocial motivations to maximize short-term surplus for the capitalists regardless of losses to others. Thus they distort valuations and impose a crass, narrow, and ultimately self-defeating individualism. Prices are shaped by more than costs, with, for example, market power increasing market prices far higher than actual costs. Market prices also fail to take into account public goods and so bias allocation choices against them, not to mention ignoring the effects on the wider society, i.e. beyond the direct buyers and sellers. Similarly, in order to make rational decisions relating to using a good, you need to know why the price has changed, for if a change is permanent or transient implies different responses. Thus the current price is not enough in itself. Has the good become more expensive temporarily, due, say, to a strike? Or is it because the supply of the resource has been exhausted? Actions that are sensible in the former situation will be wrong in the other. As O'Neill suggests, the information in the market is passed back without dialogue. The market informs by exit. Some products find a market, others do not. Voice is not exercised. This failure of dialogue represents an informational failure of the market, not a virtue. The market does distribute information, it also blocks a great deal. Op. Cit. p. 99. So a purely market-based system leaves out information on which to base rational resource allocations, or, at the very least, hides it. The reason for this is that a market system measures, at best, preferences of individual buyers among the available options. This assumes that all the pertinent use values that are to be outcomes of production are things that are to be consumed by the individual, rather than use values that are collectively enjoyed, like clean air. Prices in the market do not measure social costs or externalities, meaning that such costs are not reflected in the price, and so you cannot have a rational price system. Similarly, if the market measures only preferences amongst things that can be monopolized and sold to individuals, as distinguished from values that are enjoyed collectively, then it follows that information necessary for rational decision-making in production is not provided by the market. In other words, capitalist calculation fails because private firms are oblivious to the social cost of their labor and raw materials inputs. Indeed, prices often misvalue goods, as companies can gain a competitive advantage by passing costs onto society, in the form of pollution, for example, or de-skilling workers, increasing job insecurity, and so on. This externalization of costs is actually rewarded in the market as consumers seek the lowest prices, unaware of the reasons why it is lower. Such information cannot be gathered from looking at the price. Even if we assume that such activity is penalized by fines later, the damage is still done and cannot be undone. Indeed, the company may be able to weather the fines due to the profits it originally made by externalizing costs, see section E.3. Thus the market creates a perverse incentive to subsidize their input costs through off-the-book social and environmental externalities. As Chomsky suggests, it is by now widely realized that the economist's externalities can no longer be consigned to footnotes. No one who gives a moment's thought to the problems of contemporary society can fail to be aware of the social costs of consumption and production, the progressive destruction of the environment, the utter irrationality of the utilization of contemporary technology, the inability of a system based on profit or growth maximization to deal with needs that can only be expressed collectively, and the enormous bias the system imposes towards maximization of commodities for personal use in place of the general improvement of the quality of life. Radical Priorities, pages 190-1. Prices hide the actual costs that production involved for the individual, society, and the environment, and instead boils everything down into one factor, namely price. There is a lack of dialogue and information between producer and consumer. Moreover, without using another means of cost accounting instead of prices, how can supporters of capitalism know there is a correlation between actual and price costs? One can determine whether such a correlation exists by measuring one against the other. If this cannot be done, then the claim that prices measure costs is a tautology, in that a price represents a cost and we know that it is a cost because it has a price. If it can be done, then we can calculate costs in some other sense than in market prices, and so the argument that only market prices represent costs falls. Equally, there may be costs, in terms of quality of life issues, which cannot be reflected in price terms. Simply put, the market fails to distribute all relevant information and, particularly when prices are at disequilibrium, can communicate distinctly misleading information. In the words of two South African anarchists, prices in capitalism provided at best incomplete and partial information that obscured the workings of capitalism, and would generate and reproduce economic and social inequalities. Ignoring the social character of the economy with their methodological individualism, economic liberals also ignored the social costs of particular choices and the question of externalities. Michael Schmidt and Lucien van der Walt, Black Flame, p. 92. This suggests that prices cannot be taken to reflect real costs any more than they can reflect the social expression of the valuation of goods. they are the result of a conflict waged over these goods and those that acted as their inputs, including, of course, labor. Market and social power, much more than need or resource usage, decides the issue. The inequality in the means of purchasers, in the market power of firms and in the bargaining position of labor and capital all play their part, so distorting any relationship a price may have to its costs in terms of resource use. Prices are misshapen. Little wonder Kropotkin asked whether are we not yet bound to analyze that compound result we call price rather than to accept it as a supreme and blind ruler of our actions. Fields, factories, and workshops tomorrow, p. 71. It is precisely these real costs, hidden by price, which need to be communicated to producers and consumers for them to make informed and rational decisions concerning their economic activity. It is useful to remember that Mises argued that it is the complexity of a modern economy that ensures money is required, within the narrow confines of household economy, for instance, where the father can supervise the entire economic management. It is possible to determine the significance of changes in the processes of production, without such aids to the mind as monetary calculation, and yet with more or less of accuracy. However, the mind of one man alone, be it ever so cunning, is too weak to grasp the importance of any single one among the countlessly many goods of higher order. No single man can ever master all the possibilities of production, innumerable as they are, as to be in a position to make straightway evident judgments of value without the aid of some system of computation. Op. Cit. p. 102. A libertarian communist society would, it must be stressed, use various aids to the mind to help individuals and groups to make economic decisions. This would reduce the complexity of economic decision-making, by allowing different options and resources to be compared to each other. Hence the complexity of economic decision-making in an economy with a multitude of goods can be reduced by the use of rational algorithmic procedures and methods to aid the process. Such tools would aid decision-making, not dominate it, as these decisions affect humans and the planet and should never be made automatically. That being the case, a libertarian communist society would quickly develop the means of comparing the real impact of specific higher-order goods in terms of their real costs, i.e. the amount of labor, energy, and raw materials used plus any social and ecological costs. Moreover, it should be remembered that production goods are made up on inputs of other goods, that is, higher goods are made up of consumption goods of a lower order. If, as Mises admits, calculation without money is possible for consumption goods, then the creation of higher order goods can be also achieved and a record of its costs made and communicated to those who seek to use it. While the specific aids to the mind as well as costs and their relative weight would be determined by the people of a free society, we can speculate that it would include direct and indirect labor, externalities, such as pollution, energy use, and materials, and so forth. As such, it must be stressed that a libertarian communist society would seek to communicate the costs associated with any specific product as well as its relative scarcity. In other words, it needs a means of determining the objective or absolute costs associated with different alternatives as well as an indication of how much of a given good is available at a given it, i.e., its scarcity. Both of these can be determined without the use of money and markets. Section I.4 discusses possible frameworks for an anarchist economy, including suggestions for libertarian communist economic decision-making processes. In terms of aids to the mind, these include methods to compare goods for resource allocation by indicating the absolute costs involved in producing a good and the relative scarcity of a specific good, among other things. Such a framework is necessary because an appeal to a necessary role for practical judgments in decision-making is not to deny any role to general principles. Neither does it deny any place for the use of technical rules and algorithmic procedures. Moreover, there is a necessary role for rules of thumb, standard procedures, the default procedures and institutional arrangements that can be followed unreflectively and which reduce the scope for explicit judgments comparing different states of affairs. There are limits in time, efficient use of resources and the dispersal of knowledge which require rules and institutions. Such rules and institutions can free us for space and time for reflective judgments where they matter most. John O'Neill, Ecology, Policy, and Politics, pages 117-8. It is these rules and institutions need themselves to be open to critical and reflective appraisal. O'Neill, The Market, p. 118. Economic decisions, in other words, cannot be reduced down to one factor, yet Mises argued that anyone who wished to make calculations in regard to a complicated process of production will immediately notice whether he has worked more economically than others or not, if he finds, from reference to the exchange values obtaining in the market, that he will not be able to produce profitably. This shows that others understand how to make better use of the higher order goods in question. Op. Cit. Pages 97-8. However, this only shows whether someone has worked more profitably than others, not whether it is more economical. Market power automatically muddles this issue, as does the possibility of reducing the monetary cost of production by recklessly exploiting natural resources and labor, polluting, or otherwise passing costs on to others. Similarly, the issue of wealth inequality is important, for if the production of luxury goods proves more profitable than basic essentials for the poor, does this show that producing the former is a better use of resources? And, of course, the key issue of the relative strength of market power between workers and capitalists plays a key role in determining profitably. Basing your economic decision-making on a single criteria, namely profitability, can, and does, lead to perverse results. Most obviously, the tendency for capitalists to save money by not introducing safety equipment. To save $1, the capitalists build their railroads poorly, and along comes a train, and loads of people are killed. What are their lives to him, if by their sacrifice he has saved money? Emma Goldman, A Documentary History of the American Years, Volume 1, p. 157. Similarly, it is considered a more efficient use of resources to condemn workers to deskyling and degrading work than waste resources in developing machines to eliminate or reduce it. How many machines remain unused solely because they do not return an immediate profit to the capitalist? How many discoveries, how many applications of science remain a dead letter solely because they don't bring the capitalist enough? Carlo Cafiero, Anarchy and Communism, pages 179-86, The Raven, number 6, p. 182. Similarly, those investments which have a higher initial cost but which, in the long run, would have, say, a smaller environmental impact would not be selected in a profit-driven system. This has seriously irrational effects, because the managers of capitalist enterprises are obliged to choose technical means of production which produce the cheapest results. All other considerations are subordinate, in particular the health and welfare of the producers and the effects on the environment. The harmful effects resulting from rational capitalist production methods have long been pointed out. For example, speed UPS, pain, stress, accidents, boredom, overwork, long hours and so on all harm the physical and mental health of those involved, while pollution, the destruction of the environment, and the exhaustion of non-renewable resources all have serious effects on both the planet and those who live on it. As Green economist E. F. Schumacher argued. But what does it mean when we say that something is uneconomic? Something is uneconomic when it fails to earn an adequate profit in terms of money. The method of economics does not, and cannot, produce any other meaning. The judgment of economics is an extremely fragmentary judgment, out of the large number of aspects which in real life have to be seen and judged together before a decision can be taken. Economics supplies only one: whether a money profit accrues to those who undertake it or not. Small is beautiful, pages 27-8. Schumacher stressed that about the fragmentary nature of the judgments of economics there can be no doubt whatever. Even with the narrow compass of the economic calculus, these judgments are necessarily and methodically narrow. For one thing, they give vastly more weight to the short than to the long term. Second, they are based on a definition of cost which excludes all free goods, such as the environment, except for those parts that have been privately appropriated. This means that an activity can be economic although it plays hell with the environment, and that a competing activity, if at some cost it protects and conserves the environment, will be uneconomic. Moreover, do not overlook the words to those who undertake it. It is a great error to assume, for instance, that the methodology of economics is normally applied to determine whether an activity carried out by a group within society yields a profit to society as a whole. Op. Cit. p. 29. To claim that prices include all these externalities is nonsense. If they did, we would not see capital moving to third world countries with few or no anti-pollution or labor laws. At best, the cost of pollution would only be included in a price if the company was sued successfully in court for damages. In other words, once the damage is done. Ultimately, companies have a strong interest in buying inputs with the lowest prices, regardless of how they are produced. In fact, the market rewards such behavior, as a company which was socially responsible would be penalized by higher costs, and so market prices. It is reductionist accounting and its accompanying ethics of mathematics that produces the irrationality of rationality which plagues capitalism's exclusive reliance on prices, i.e. profits, to measure efficiency. Ironically enough, Mises also pointed to the irrational nature of the price mechanism. He stated, correctly, that there are extra economic elements which monetary calculation cannot embrace because of its very nature. He acknowledged that these considerations themselves can scarcely be termed irrational and, as examples, listed in any place where men regard as significant the beauty of a neighborhood or a building, the health, happiness, and contentment of mankind, the honor of individuals or nations. He also noted that they are just as much motive forces of rational conduct as are economic factors, but they do not enter into exchange relationships. How irrational is an economic system which ignores the health, happiness, and contentment of people, or the beauty of their surroundings, which, moreover, penalizes those who take these factors into consideration. For anarchists, Mises' comments indicate well the inverted logic of capitalism. That Mises can support a system which ignores the needs of individuals, their happiness, health, surroundings, environment and so on by its very nature says a lot. His suggestion that we assign monetary values to such dimensions begs the question and has plausibility only if it assumes what it is supposed to prove. Op. Cit. p. 99-100. Indeed, the person who would put a price on friendship simply would have no friends, as they simply do not understand what friendship is and are thereby excluded from much which is best in human life. Likewise for other extra economic goods that individuals value, such as beautiful places, happiness, the environment, and so on. So essential information required for sensible decision-making would have to be recorded and communicated in a communist society and used to evaluate different options using agreed methods of comparison. This differs drastically from the price mechanism, as it recognizes that mindless, automatic calculation is impossible in social choices. Such choices have an unavoidable ethical and social dimension simply because they involve other human beings and the environment. As Mises himself acknowledged, monetary calculation does not capture such dimensions. We, therefore, need to employ practical judgment in making choices aided by a full understanding of the real social and ecological costs involved, using, of course, the appropriate aids to the mind. Given that an anarchist society would be complex and integrated, such aids would be essential, but, due to its decentralist nature, it need not embrace the price mechanism. It can evaluate the efficiency of its decisions by looking at the real costs involved to society rather than embrace the distorted system of costing explicit in the price mechanism. As Kropotkin once put it, if we analyze price, we must make a distinction between its different elements. Op. Cit. p. 72. In summary, then, Mises considered only central planning as genuine socialism, meaning that a decentralist communism was not addressed. Weighting up the pros and cons of how to use millions of different goods in the millions of potential situations they could be used would be impossible in a centralist system, yet in decentralist communism this is not an issue. Each individual commune and syndicate would be choosing from the few alternatives required to meet their needs. With the needs known, the alternatives can be compared, particularly if agreed criteria, aids to the mind, are utilized and the appropriate agreed information communicated. Efficient economic decision-making in a moneyless economy is possible, assuming that sufficient information is passed between syndicates and communes to evaluate the relative and absolute costs of a good. Thus, decisions can be reached which aim to reduce the use of goods in short supply, or which take large amounts of resources to produce, or which produce large externalities to create. While a centralist system would be swamped by the large number of different uses and combinations of goods, a decentralist communist system would not be. Thus, anarchists argue that Mises was wrong. Communism is viable, but only if it is libertarian communism. Ultimately, though, the real charge is not that socialism is impossible, but rather that it would be inefficient, i.e., it would allocate resources such that too much is used to achieve specified goals, and that there would be no way to check that the allocated resources were valued sufficiently to warrant their use in the first place. While some may portray this as a case of planning against markets, no planning, this is false. Planning occurs in capitalism, as can be seen from any business. It is a question of whether capitalism ensures that more plans can be coordinated and needs met by means of relative prices and profit-loss accounting than by communism, free access and distribution according to need. As such, the question is, does the capitalist system adds additional problems to the efficient coordination of plans? Libertarian communists argue, yes, it does, as we discuss at length in section I.1.5. All choices involve lost possibilities, so the efficient use of resources is required to increase the possibilities for creating other goods. At best, all you can say is that by picking options which cost the least, a market economy will make more resources available for other activities. Yet this assumption crucially depends equating efficient with profitable, a situation which cannot be predicted beforehand and which easily leads to inefficient allocation of resources, particularly if we are looking at meeting human needs. Then there are the costs of using money, for if we are talking of opportunity costs, of the freeing up of resources for other uses, then the labor and other resources used to process money-related activities should be included. While these activities, banking, advertising, defending property, and so forth, are essential to a capitalist economy, they are not needed and unproductive from the standpoint of producing use values or meeting human need. This would suggest that a libertarian communist economy would have a productive advantage over a capitalist economy, as the elimination of this structural waste intrinsic to capitalism will free up a vast amount of labor and materials for socially useful production. This is not to mention the so-called costs, which are no such thing, but relate to capitalist property rights. Thus rent may be considered a cost under capitalism, but would disappear if those who used a resource controlled it rather than pay a tribute to gain access to it. As Kropotkin argued, the capitalist system makes us pay for everything 3 or 4 times its labor value, thanks to rent, profit, interest, and the actions of middlemen. Such system-specific costs hide the actual costs, in terms of labor and resource use, by increasing the price compared to if we reckon our expenses in labor. Op. Cit. p. 68. Moreover, somewhat ironically, this economizing of resources which the market claims to achieve is not to conserve resources for future generations or to ensure environmental stability. Rather, it is to allow more goods to be produced in order to accumulate more capital. It could be argued that the market forces producers to minimize costs on the assumption that lower costs will be more likely to result in higher profits. However, this leaves the social impact of such cost-cutting out of the equation. For example, imposing externalities on others does reduce a firm's prices and, as a result, is rewarded by the market. However, alienating and exhausting work or rising pollution levels does not seem like a wise thing to do. So, yes, it is true that a capitalist firm will seek to minimize costs in order to maximize profits. This, at first glance, could be seen as leading to an efficient use of resources until such time as the results of this become clear. Thus goods could be created which do not last as long as they could, which need constant repairing, etc. So a house produced efficiently under capitalism could be a worse place to live simply because costs were reduced by cutting corners, less insulation, thinner walls, less robust materials, etc. In addition, the collective outcome of all these efficient decisions could be socially inefficient as they reduce the quality of life of those subject to them as well as leading to overinvestment, overproduction, falling profits and economic crisis. As such, it could be argued that Mises' argument exposes more difficulties for capitalism rather than for anarchism. Finally, it should be noted that most anarchists would question the criteria Hayek and Mises used to judge the relative merits of communism and capitalism. As the former put it, the issue was a distribution of income independent of private property in the means of production and a volume of output which was at least approximately the same or even greater than that procured under free competition. The nature and history of the problem, Op. Cit. p. 37. Thus the issue is reduced to that of output, quantity, not issues of freedom, quality. If slavery or Stalinism had produced more output than free market capitalism, that would not make either system desirable. This was, in fact, a common argument against Stalinism during the 1950s and 1960s when it did appear that central planning was producing more goods, and, ironically, by the proprietarian right against the welfare state. For, it should be remembered, that volume of output, like profitability and so efficiency, in the market depends on income distribution and a redistribution from rich to poor could easily result in more output becoming profitable. Similarly, that capitalism produces more alcohol and Prozac to meet the higher demand for dulling the minds of those trying to survive under it would not be an argument against libertarian communism. As we discuss in section I.4, while anarchists seek to meet material human needs, we do not aim, as under capitalism, to sacrifice all other goals to that aim as capitalism does. Thus, to state the obvious, the aim for maximum volume of output only makes sense under capitalism, as the maximum of human happiness and liberty may occur with a lower volume of output in a free society. The people of a society without oppression, exploitation, and alienation will hardly act in identical ways, nor seek the same volume of output, as those in one, like capitalism, marked by those traits. Moreover, the volume of output is a somewhat misleading criteria as it totally ignores its distribution. If the bulk of that volume goes to a few, then that is hardly a good use of resources. This is hardly an academic concern, as can be seen from the Hayek-influenced neoliberalism of the 1980s onwards. As economist Paul Krugman notes, the value of the output of an average worker has risen almost 50% since 1973. Yet the growing concentration of income in the hands of a small minority had proceeded so rapidly that we're not sure whether the typical American has gained anything from rising productivity. This means that wealth have flooded upwards, and the lion's share of economic growth in America over the past 30 years has gone to a small, wealthy minority. The Conscience of a Liberal, p. 124 and p. 244. To conclude, capitalist efficiency is hardly rational, and for a fully human and ecological efficiency libertarian communism is required. As Buick and Crump point out, socialist society still has to be concerned with using resources efficiently and rationally, but the criteria of efficiency and rationality are not the same as they are under capitalism. Op. Cit. p. 137. Under communist anarchism, the decision-making system used to determine the best use of resources is not more or less efficient than market allocation, because it goes beyond the market-based concept of efficiency. It does not seek to mimic the market but to do what the market fails to do. This is important, because the market is not the rational system its defenders often claim. While reducing all decisions to one common factor is, without a doubt, an easy method of decision-making, it also has serious side effects because of its reductionistic basis. The market makes decision-making simplistic and generates a host of irrationalities and dehumanizing effects as a result. So, to claim that communism will be more efficient than capitalism or vice versa misses the point. Libertarian communism will be efficient in a totally different way, and people will act in ways considered irrational only under the narrow logic of capitalism. For another critique of Mises, see Robin Cox's The Economic Calculation Controversy, Unraveling of a Myth Common Voice, Issue 3. I.1.3 What is wrong with markets anyway? A lot. Markets soon result in what are termed market forces, impersonal forces which ensure that the people in the economy do what is required of them in order for the economy to function. The market system, in capitalist apologetics, is presented to appear as a regime of freedom where no one forces anyone to do anything, where we freely exchange with others as we see fit. However, the facts of the matter are somewhat different, since the market often ensures that people act in ways opposite to what they desire or forces them to accept free agreements which they may not actually desire. Wage labor is the most obvious example of this, for, as we indicated in section B.4, most people have little option but to agree to work for others. We must stress here that not all anarchists are opposed to the market. Individualist anarchists favor it while Proudhon wanted to modify it while retaining competition. For many, the market equals capitalism, but this is not the case as it ignores the fundamental issue of economic class, namely who owns the means of production. Capitalism is unique in that it is based on wage labor, i.e. a market for labor, as workers do not own their own means of production and have to sell themselves to those who do. Thus it is entirely possible for a market to exist within a society and for that society not to be capitalist. For example, a society of independent artisans and peasants selling their product on the market would not be capitalist, as workers would own and control their means of production. Similarly, Proudhon's competitive system of self-managed cooperatives and mutual banks would be non-capitalist, and socialist, for the same reason. Anarchists object to capitalism due to the quality of the social relationships it generates between people, i.e. it generates authoritarian ones. If these relationships are eliminated, then the kinds of ownership which do so are anarchistic. Thus the issue of ownership matters only insofar it generates relationships of the desired kind, i.e. those based on liberty, equality, and solidarity. To concentrate purely on markets or property means to ignore social relationships and the key aspect of capitalism, namely wage labor. That right-wingers do this is understandable, to hide the authoritarian core of capitalism, but why, libertarian or other, socialists should do so is less clear. In this section of the FAQ we discuss anarchist objections to the market as such rather than the capitalist market. The workings of the market do have problems with them which are independent of, or made worse by, the existence of wage labor. It is these problems which make most anarchists hostile to the market and so desire a libertarian, communist society. So, even if we assume a mutualist, a libertarian market socialist, system of competing self-managed workplaces, then communist anarchists would argue that market forces would soon result in many irrationalities occurring. Most obviously, operating in a market means submitting to the profit criterion. This means that however much workers might want to employ social criteria in their decision-making, they cannot. To ignore profitability would cause their firm to go bankrupt. Markets, therefore, create conditions that compel producers to decide things which are not be in their, or others, interest, such as introducing deskyling or polluting technology, working longer hours, and so on, in order to survive on the market. For example, a self-managed workplace will be more likely to invest in safe equipment and working practices. This would still be dependent on finding the money to do so and may still increase the price of their finished product. So we could point to the numerous industrial deaths and accidents which are due to market forces making it unprofitable to introduce adequate safety equipment or working conditions. Conservative estimates for industrial deaths in the USA are between 14,000 and 25,000 per year, plus over 2 million disabled, or to increased pollution and stress levels which shorten lifespans. This tendency for self-managed firms to adjust to market forces by increasing hours, working more intensely, Allocating resources to accumulating equipment rather than leisure time or consumption can be seen in cooperatives under capitalism. While lacking bosses may reduce this tendency in a post-capitalist economy, it will not eliminate it. This is why many socialists, including anarchists, call the way markets force unwilling members of a cooperatives make such unpleasant decisions a form of self-exploitation, although this is somewhat misleading, as there no exploitation in the capitalist sense of owners appropriating unpaid labor. For communist anarchists, a market system of cooperatives has serious limitations, as a collective enterprise is not necessarily a commune, nor is it necessarily communistic in its outlook. This is because it can end up competing with like concerns for resources, customers, privileges, and even profits, as they become a particularistic interest and are subjected to the same social pressures by the market in which they must function. This tends increasingly to encroach on their higher ethical goals generally, in the name of efficiency, and the need to grow if they are to survive, and the overwhelming temptation to acquire larger earnings. Murray Bookchin, Remaking Society, pages 193-4. Similarly, a market of self-managed firms would still suffer from booms and slumps, as the cooperative's response to changes in prices would still result in overproduction, see section C.7.2, and overinvestment, see section C.7.3. While the lack of non-labor income would help reduce the severity of the business cycle, it seems unlikely to eliminate it totally. Equally, many of the problems of market increased uncertainty and the destabilizing aspects of price signals discussed in section I.1.5 are just as applicable to all markets, including post-capitalist ones. This is related to the issue of the tyranny of small decisions we highlighted in section B.6. This suggests that the aggregate effect of individual decisions produces social circumstances which are irrational and against the interests of those subject to them. This is the case with markets, where competition results in economic pressures which force its participants to act in certain ways they would prefer not to do but, as isolated individuals or workplaces, end up doing due to market forces. In markets, it is rational for people try to buy cheap and sell dear. Each tries to maximize their income by either minimizing their costs or maximizing their prices, not because they particularly want to but because they need to, as taking into account other priorities is difficult as there is no means of finding them out, and deeply inadvisable as it is competitively suicidal as it places burdens on firms which their competitors need not face. As we noted in section E.3, markets tend to reward those who act in antisocial ways and externalize costs, in terms of pollution and so on. In a market economy, it is impossible to determine whether a low cost reflects actual efficiency or a willingness to externalize, i.e., impose costs on others. Markets rarely internalize external costs. Two economic agents who strike a market rational bargain between themselves need not consider the consequences of their bargain for other people outside their bargain, nor the consequences for the earth. In reality, then, market exchanges are never bilateral agreements, as their effects impact on the wider society, in terms of, say, pollution, inequality and so on. This awkward fact is ignored in the market. As the left-wing economist Joan Robinson put it, in what industry, in what line of business, are the true social costs of the activity registered in its accounts? Where is the pricing system that offers the consumer a fair choice between air-to-breath and motor cars to drive about in? Contribution to Modern Economics, p. 10. While, to be fair, there will be a reduced likelihood for a workplace of self-employed workers to pollute their own neighborhoods in a free society, the competitive pressures and rewards would still be there, and it seems unlikely that they will be ignored, particularly if survival on the market is at stake. So communist anarchists fear that while not having bosses, capitalists and landlords would mitigate some of the irrationalities associated with markets under capitalism, it will not totally remove them. While the market may be free, people would not be. Even if we assume that self-managed firms resist the temptations and pressures of the market, any market system is also marked by a continuing need to expand production and consumption. In terms of environmental impact, A self-managed firm must still make profits in order to survive, and so the economy must grow. As such, every market system will tend to expand into an environment which is of fixed size. As well as placing pressure on the planet's ecology, this need to grow impacts on human activity, as it also means that market forces ensure that work continually has to expand. Competition means that we can never take it easy, for as Max Stirner argued, our restless acquisition does not let us take breath, take a calm enjoyment. We do not get the comfort of our possessions. Hence it is at any rate helpful that we come to an agreement about human labors, that they may not, as under competition, claim all our time and toil. The ego and its own, p. 268 value needs to be created, and that can only be done by labor, and so even a non-capitalist market system will see work dominate people's lives. Thus the need to survive on the market can impact on broader, non-monetary, measures of welfare, with quality of life falling as a higher GDP is created as the result of longer working hours with fewer holidays. Such a regime may, perhaps, be good for material wealth, but it is not great for people. The market can also block the efficient use of resources. For example, for a long time energy-efficient light bulbs were much more expensive than normal ones. Over the long period, however, they used far less energy than normal ones, meaning less need to produce more energy, and so burn coal and oil, for example. However, the high initial price ensured that most people continued to use the less efficient bulbs and so waste resources. Much the same can be said of alternative forms of energy, with investment in, say, wind energy ignored in favor of one-use and polluting energy sources. A purely market system would not allow decisions which benefit the long-term interests of people to be made, for example, by distributing energy-efficient light bulbs freely or at a reduced cost, as these would harm the profits of those cooperatives which tried to do so. Also, markets do not reflect the values of things we do not put a price upon, as we argued in section B.5. It cannot protect wilderness, for example, simply because it requires people to turn it into property and sell it as a commodity. If you cannot afford to visit the new commodity, the market turns it into something else, no matter how much you value it. The market also ignores the needs of future generations, as they always discount the value of the long-term future. A payment to be made 1,000 years from now, a mere speck in geological time, has a market value of virtually zero according to any commonly used discount rate. Even 50 years in the future cannot be adequately considered, as competitive pressures force a short-term perspective on people harmful to present and future generations, plus the ecology of the planet. Then there are corrosive effects of the market on human personalities. As we have argued elsewhere, see section B.1.3, competition in a free market creates numerous problems. For example, the creation of an ethics of mathematics and the strange inversion of values in which things, property/money, become more important than people. This can have a dehumanizing effect, with people becoming cold-hearted calculators who put profits before people. This can be seen in capitalism, where economic decisions are far more important than ethical ones, particularly as such an inhuman mentality can be rewarded on the market. Merit does not necessarily breed success, and the successful do not necessarily have merit. The truth is that, in the words of Noam Chomsky, wealth and power tend to accrue to those who are ruthless, cunning, avaricious, self-seeking, lacking in sympathy and compassion, subservient to authority and willing to abandon principle for material gain, and so on. Such qualities might be just the valuable ones for a war of all against all. For Reasons of State, pages 139 to 140. Needless to be said, if the market does reward such people with success, it can hardly be considered as a good thing. A system which elevates making money to the position of the most important individual activity will obviously result in the degrading of human values and an increase in neurotic and psychotic behavior. Little wonder, as Alfie Kohn has argued, competition can have serious negative effects on us outside of work, with it damaging both our personal psychology and our interpersonal relationships. Thus competition itself is responsible for the development of a lower moral standard which places winning at any cost above fairness and justice. Cohn quotes Nathan Ackerman, the father of family therapy, who noted that the strife of competition reduces empathic sympathy, distorts communication, impairs the mutuality of support and sharing, and decreases the satisfaction of personal need. No Contest, p. 163 and pages 142-3. Thus, the market can impoverish us as individuals, sabotaging self-esteem, promoting conformity, ruining relationships and making us less than what we could be. This is a problem of markets as such, not only capitalist ones, and so non-capitalist markets could make us less human and more a robot. All market decisions are crucially conditioned by the purchasing power of those income groups that can back their demands with money. Not everyone can work, the sick, the very old, children and so forth, and for those who can, personal circumstances may impact on their income. Moreover, production has become so interwoven that it is utterly impossible to draw a distinction between the work of each, and so we should put the needs above the works, and first of all to recognize the right to live, and later on the right to well-being for all those who took their share in production. This is particularly the case as the needs of the individual do not always correspond to his works. For example, a man of 40, father of 3 children, has other needs than a young man of 20, and the woman who suckles her infant and spends sleepless nights at its bedside, cannot do as much work as the man who has slept peacefully. Kropotkin, Conquest of Bread, p. 170 and p. 171. This was why communist anarchists like Kropotkin stressed the need not only to abolish wage labor but also money, the wages system. So it goes without saying that purchasing power, demand, and need are not related, with people often suffering simply because they do not have the money required to purchase, say, healthcare, housing or food for themselves or their families. While economic distress may be less in a non-capitalist market system, it still would exist, as would the fear of it. The market is a continuous bidding for goods, resources, and services, with those who have the most purchasing power the winners. This means that the market system is the worst one for allocating resources when purchasing power is unequally distributed. This is why orthodox economists make the convenient assumption of a given distribution of income when they try to show that a capitalist allocation of resources is the best one via Pareto optimality. While a mutualist system should reduce inequality drastically, it cannot be assumed that inequalities will not increase over time. This is because inequalities in resources leads to inequalities of power on the market, and, assuming self-interest, any trade or contract will benefit the powerful more than the powerless, so reinforcing and potentially increasing the inequalities and power between the parties. Similarly, while an anarchist society would be created with people driven by a sense of solidarity and desire for equality, markets tend to erode those feelings, and syndicates or communes which, thanks to the resources they control, such as rare raw materials or simply the size of their investments reducing competitive pressures, have an advantage on the market, may be tempted to use their monopoly power vis-a-vis other groups in society to accrue more income for themselves at the expense of less fortunate syndicates and communes. This could degenerate back into capitalism, as any inequalities that exist between cooperatives would be increased by competition, forcing weaker cooperatives to fail and so creating a pool of workers with nothing to sell but their labor. The successful cooperatives could then hire those workers and so reintroduce wage labor. So these possibilities could, over time, lead to a return of post-capitalist market system to capitalism if the inequalities become so great that the new rich become so alienated from the rest of society they recreate wage labor and, by necessity, a state to enforce a desire for property in land and the means of production against public opinion. All this ensures that the market cannot really provide the information necessary for rational decision-making in terms of ecological impact as well as human activity, and so resources are inefficiently allocated. We all suffer from the consequences of that, with market forces impoverishing our environment and quality of life. Thus are plenty of reasons for concluding that efficiency and the market not only do not necessarily coincide, but, indeed, necessarily do not coincide. Indeed, rather than respond to individual needs, the market responds to money, more correctly, profit, which by its very nature provides a distorted indication of individual preferences, and does not take into account values which are enjoyed collectively, such as clean air, or potentially enjoyed, such as the wilderness a person may never visit but desires to see exist and protected. This does not mean that social anarchists propose to ban the market, far from it. This would be impossible. What we do propose is to convince people that a profit-based market system has distinctly bad effects on individuals, society, and the planet's ecology, and that we can organize our common activity to replace it with libertarian communism. As Max Stirner argued, competition has a continued existence because all do not attend to their affair and come to an understanding with each other about it. Abolishing competition is not equivalent to favoring the guild. The difference is this: in the guild, baking, etc., is the affair of the guild brothers; in competition, the affair of chance competitors; in the union, of those who require baked goods, and therefore my affair, yours, the affair of neither guildic nor the concessionary baker, but the affair of the united. Op. Cit. p. 275. Therefore, social anarchists do not appeal purely to altruism in their struggle against the dehumanizing effects of the market, but also to egoism, the simple fact that cooperation and mutual aid is in our best interests as individuals. By cooperating and controlling the affairs of the united, we can ensure a free society which is worth living in, one in which the individual is not crushed by market forces and has time to fully develop his or her individuality and uniqueness. Solidarity is therefore the state of being in which man attains the greatest degree of security and well-being, and therefore egoism itself, that is the exclusive consideration of one's own interests, impels man and human society towards solidarity. Enrico Malatesta, Anarchy, p. 30. In conclusion then, communist anarchists argue that even non-capitalist markets would result in everyone being so busy competing to further their self-interest that they would lose sight of what makes life worth living and so harm their actual interests. Ultimately, what counts as self-interest is shaped by the surrounding social system. The pressures of competing may easily result in short-term and narrow interests taking precedence over richer, deeper needs and aspirations which a communal system could allow to flourish by providing the social institutions by which individuals can discuss their joint interests, formulate them and act to achieve them. That is, even non-capitalist markets would result in people simply working long and hard to survive on the market rather than living. If one paradox of authoritarian socialism is that it makes everyone miserable by forcing them to altruistically look out for the happiness of others, market-based libertarian socialism could produce the potential paradox of making everyone miserable by the market forcing them to pursue a limited notion of self-interest which ensures that they do not have the time or opportunity to really be happy and at one with themselves and others. In other words, bosses act as they do under capitalism in part because markets force them to. Getting rid of bosses need not eliminate all the economic pressures which influence the boss's decisions and, in turn, could force groups of workers to act in similar ways. Thus a competitive system would undermine many of the benefits which people sought when they ended capitalism. This is why some socialists inaccurately call socialist schemes of competing cooperatives self-managed capitalism or self-exploitation. They are simply drawing attention to the negative aspects of markets which getting rid of the boss cannot solve. Significantly, Proudhon was well aware of the negative aspect of market forces and suggested various institutional structures, such as the Ago-Industrial Federation, to combat them, so while in favor of competition he was, unlike the individualist anarchists, against the free market. Communist anarchists, unsurprisingly, argue that individualist anarchists tend to stress the positive aspects of competition while ignoring or downplaying its negative sides. While, undoubtedly, capitalism makes the negative side of competition worse than it could be, it does not automatically follow that a non-capitalist market would not have similar, if smaller, negative aspects to it. I.1.4 If capitalism is exploitative, then isn't socialism as well? Some libertarian Marxists, as well as Leninists, claim that non-communist forms of socialism are just self-managed capitalism. Strangely, propertarians, the so-called libertarian right, also say yes to this question, arguing that socialist opposition to exploitation does not imply socialism but what they also call self-managed capitalism. Thus some on the left proclaim anything short of communism is a form of capitalism while, on the right, some proclaim that communism is exploitative and only a market system, which they erroneously equate to capitalism, is non-exploitative. Both are wrong. First, and most obviously, socialism does not equal communism, and vice versa. While there is a tendency on both right and left to equate socialism with communism, particularly Marxism, in reality, as Proudhon once noted, socialism was not founded as a sect or church, it has seen a number of different schools. Selected writings of Pierre-Joseph Proudhon, p. 177. Only a few of these schools are communist, just as only a few of them are libertarian. Second, not all socialist schools aim to abolish the market and payment by deed. Proudhon, for example, opposed communism and state socialism just as much as he opposed capitalism. Third, capitalism does not equal the market. The market predates capitalism and, for some libertarian socialists, will survive it. Even from a Marxist position, noted in section I.1.1, the defining feature of capitalism is wage labor, not the market. Why some socialists desire to reduce the choices facing humanity to either communism or some form of capitalism is frankly strange, but also understandable because of the potential dehumanizing effects of market systems, as shown under capitalism. Why the propertarian right wishes to do so is more clear, as it aims to discredit all forms of socialism by equating them to communism, which, in turn, it equates to central planning and Stalinism. Yet this is not a valid inference to make. Opposition to capitalism can imply both socialism, distribution according to deed, or selling the product of one's labor, and communism, distribution according to need, or a moneyless economy. The theory is a critique of capitalism, based on an analysis of that system as being rooted in the exploitation of labor, as we discussed in section C.2, i.e., it is marked by workers not being paid the full value of the goods they create. This analysis, however, is not necessarily the basis of a socialist economy, although it can be considered this as well. As noted, Proudhon used his critique of capitalism as an exploitative system as the foundation of his proposals for mutual banking and cooperatives. Marx, on the other hand, used a similar analysis as Proudhon's purely as a critique of capitalism while hoping for communism. Robert Owen used it as the basis of his system of labor notes, while Kropotkin argued that such a system was just the wages system under another form, and a free society having taken possession of all social wealth, having boldly proclaimed the right of all to this wealth, will be compelled to abandon any system of wages, whether in currency or labor notes. The Conquest of Bread, p. 167. In other words, though a system of cooperative selling on the market, what is mistakenly termed self-managed capitalism by some, or exchanging labor time values, would not be communism, it is not capitalism. This is because the workers are not separated from the means of production. Therefore, the attempts by propertarians to claim that it is capitalism are false, an example of misinformed insistence that virtually every economic system, bar state socialism and feudalism, is capitalist. However, it could be argued that communism, based on free access and communal ownership of all resources including the product of labor, would mean that workers are exploited by non-workers, the young, the sick, the elderly, and so on. As communism abolishes the link between performance and payment, it could be argued that the workers under communism would be just as exploited as under capitalism, although, of course, not by a class of capitalists and landlords but by the community. As Proudhon put it, while the members of a community, it is true, have no private property, the community itself is proprietor, and so communism is inequality, but not as property is. Property is the exploitation of the weak by the strong. Communism is the exploitation of the strong by the weak. What is property? p. 250. Needless to say, subsequent anarchists rejected Proudhon's blanket opposition to all forms of communism, rejecting this position as only applicable to authoritarian, not libertarian, communism. Which, it must be remembered, was the only kind around when this was written in 1840, as we noted in section H.1, what was known as communism in Proudhon's time was authoritarian. Suffice to say, Proudhon's opposition to communism shares little with that of the proprietarian right, which reflects the sad lack of personal empathy, and so ethics, of the typical defender of capitalism. However, the notion that communism, distribution according to need, rather than socialism, distribution according to deed, is exploitative misses the point as far as communist anarchism goes. This is because of two reasons. Firstly, anarchist communism means voluntary communism, communism from free choice. Alexander Berkman, What is Anarchism? p. 148. This means it is not imposed on anyone but is created and practiced only by those who believe in it. Therefore it would be up to the communities and syndicates to decide how they wish to distribute the products of their labor and individuals to join, or create, those that meet their ideas of right and wrong. Some may decide on equal pay, others on payment in terms of labor time, yet others on communistic associations. The important thing to realize is that individuals and the cooperatives they join will decide what to do with their output, whether to exchange it or to distribute it freely. Hence, because it is based on free agreement, communism anarchism cannot be exploitative. Members of a commune or cooperative which is communistic are free to leave, after all. Needless to say, the cooperatives will usually distribute their product to others within their confederation and exchange with the non-communist ones in a different manner. We say usually, for in the case of emergencies like earthquakes and so forth the situation would call for, and produce, mutual aid just as it does today to a large degree, even under capitalism. The reason why capitalism is exploitative is that workers have to agree to give the product of their labor to another, the boss, the landlord, in order to be employed in the first place, see section B.4. While they can choose who to be exploited by, and, to varying degrees, pick the best of the limited options available to them, they cannot avoid selling their liberty to property owners. A handful do become self-employed and some manage to join the exploiting class, but not enough to make either a meaningful option for the bulk of the working class. In libertarian communism, by contrast, the workers themselves agree to distribute part of their product to others, i.e. society as a whole, their neighbors, friends, and so forth. It is based on free agreement, while capitalism is marked by power, authority, and the firm, invisible, hand of market forces, supplemented, as necessary, by the visible fist of the state. As resources are held in common under anarchism, people always have the option of working alone if they so desired, see section I.3.7. Secondly, unlike under capitalism, there is no separate class which is appropriating the goods produced. The so-called non-workers in a libertarian communist society have been, or will be, workers. As the noted Spanish anarchist de Santillan pointed out, and naturally, children, the aged and the sick are not considered parasites. The children will be productive when they grow up. The aged have already made their contribution to social wealth and the sick are only temporarily unproductive. After the revolution, p. 20 in other words, over their lifetime, everyone contributes to society and so using the account book mentality of capitalism misses the point. As Kropotkin put it, services rendered to society, be they work in factory or field, or mental services, cannot be valued in money. There can be no exact measure of value, of what has been wrongly termed exchange value, nor of use value, with regard to production. If two individuals work for the community 5 hours a day, year in year out, at different work which is equally agreeable to them, we may say that on the whole their labor is equivalent. But we cannot divide their work, and say that the result of any particular day, hour, or minute of work of the one is worth the result of a minute or hour of the other. Conquest of Bread, p. 168. So it is difficult to evaluate how much an individual worker or group of workers actually contribute to society. This can be seen whenever workers strike, particularly so-called key areas like transport. Then the media is full of accounts of how much the strike is costing the economy, and it is always far more than that of the wages lost in strike action. Yet, according to capitalist economics, the wages of a worker are equal to their contribution to production, no more, no less. Striking workers, in other words, should only harm the economy to the value of their wages, yet, of course, this is obviously not the case. This is because of the interconnected nature of any advanced economy, where contributions of individuals are so bound together. Needless to say, this does not imply that a free people would tolerate the able-bodied simply taking without contributing towards the mass of products and services society. As we discuss in section I.4.14, such people will be asked to leave the community and be in the same situation as those who do not wish to be communists. Ultimately, the focus on calculating exact amounts and on the evaluation of contributions down to the last penny is exactly the kind of narrow-minded account book mentality which makes most people socialists in the first place. It would be ironic if, in the name of non-exploitation, a similar accounting mentality to that which records how much surplus value is extracted from workers under capitalism is continued into a free society. It makes life easier not to have to worry whether you can afford to visit the doctors or dentists, not to have to pay for use of roads and bridges, know that you can visit a public library for a book, and so forth. For those who wish to spend their time calculating such activities and seeking to pay the community for them simply because they hate the idea of being exploited by the less productive, the ill, the young, or the old, then we are sure that a libertarian communist society will accommodate them, although we are sure that emergencies will be an exception and they will be given free access to communal hospitals, fire services, and so forth. Thus the notion that communism would be exploitative like capitalism misses the point. While all socialists accuse capitalism for failing to live up to its own standards, of not paying workers the full product of their labor, most do not think that a socialist society should seek to make that full payment a reality. Life, for libertarian communists, is just too complex and fleeting to waste time and energy calculating exactly the contribution of each to society. As Malatesta put it, I say that the worker has the right to the entire product of his work, but I recognize that this right is only a formula of abstract justice, and means, in practice, that there should be no exploitation, that everyone must work and enjoy the fruits of their labor, according to the custom agreed among them. Workers are not isolated beings that live for themselves and for themselves, but social beings. Moreover, it is impossible, the more so with modern production methods, to determine the exact labor that each worker contributed, just as it is impossible to determine the differences in productivity of each worker or each group of workers, how much is due to the fertility of the soil, the quality of the implements used, the advantages or difficulties flowing from the geographical situation or the social environment. Hence, the solution cannot be found in respect to the strict rights of each person, but must be sought in fraternal agreement, in solidarity. At the Café, pages 56-7. All in all, most anarchists reject the notion that people sharing the world, which is all communism really means, equates to them being exploited by others. Rather than waste time trying to record the minutiae of who contributed exactly what to society, most anarchists are happy if people contribute to society roughly equal amounts of time and energy and take what they need in return. To consider such a situation of free cooperation as exploitative is simply ridiculous. Just as well consider the family as the exploitation of its working members by their non-working partners and children. Those who do are free to leave such an association and pay their own way in everything, a task which would soon drive home the simplicity and utility of communism, most anarchists would suggest. I.1.5 Does capitalism efficiently allocate resources? We have discussed, in section I.1.1, the negative effects of workplace hierarchy and stock markets, and, in section I.1.2, the informational problems of prices and the limitations in using profit as the sole criteria for decision-making for the efficient allocation of resources. As such, anarchists have reason to doubt the arguments of the Austrian school of economics that, libertarian, socialism is impossible, as first suggested by Ludwig von Mises in 1920. Economic Calculation in the Socialist Commonwealth, Collectivist Economic Planning, F. von Hayek, ed., pages 87 to 130. Here, we discuss why anarchists also have strong reason to question the underlying assumption that capitalism efficiently allocates resources and how this impacts on claims that socialism is impossible. This is based on an awareness of the flaws in any, implicit, assumption that all prices are at equilibrium, the issue of uncertainty, the assumption that human well-being is best served by market forces, and, lastly, the problem of periodic economic crisis under capitalism. The first issue is that prices only provide adequate knowledge for rational decision-making only if they are at their equilibrium values, as this equates supply and demand. Sadly, for the Austrian school and its arguments against socialism, it rejects the notion that prices could be at equilibrium. While modern Austrian economics is keen to stress its, somewhat underdeveloped, disequilibrium analysis of capitalism, this was not always the case. When Mises wrote his 1920 essay on socialism, his school of economics was considered a branch of the neoclassicalism, and this can be seen from Mises' critique of central planning. In fact, it would be fair to say that the neo-Austrian focus of prices as information and lip service to disequilibrium flowed from the economic calculation debate, specifically the awkward fact that their more orthodox neoclassical peers viewed Lang's solution as answering Mises and Hayek. Thus there is a fundamental inconsistency in Mises' argument, namely that while Austrian economics reject the notion of equilibrium and the perfect competition of neoclassical economics, he nonetheless maintains that market prices are the correct prices and can be used to make rational decisions. Yet, in any real market, these correct prices must be ever-changing, so making the possibility that precise economic decisions by price can go wrong on a large scale, i.e., in slumps. In other words, Mises effectively assumed away uncertainty and, moreover, failed to mention that this uncertainty is increased dramatically within capitalism. This can be seen from modern Austrian economics, which, after the economic calculation debates of the 1920s and 1930s, moved increasingly away from neoclassical equilibrium theory. However, this opened up a whole new can of worms which, ironically, weakened the Austrian case against socialism. For the modern Austrian economist, the economy is considered not to be in equilibrium, with entrepreneur being seen as the means by which it brought towards it. Thus this approach postulates a tendency for profit opportunities to be discovered and grasped by routine-resisting entrepreneurial market participants, with this tending to nudge the market in the equilibrative direction. Lip service is paid to the obvious fact that entrepreneurs can make errors, but there is no tendency for entrepreneurial errors to be made. The tendency which the market generates toward greater mutual awareness is not offset by any equal but opposite tendency in the direction of diminishing awareness, and so the entrepreneurial market process may indeed reflect a systematically equilibrative tendency, but this by no means constitutes a guaranteed unidirectional, flawlessly converging trajectory. All this results on the speculative actions of entrepreneurs who see opportunities for pure profit in the conditions of disequilibrium. Israel M. Kertner, Entrepreneurial Discovery and the Competitive Market Process, An Austrian Approach, pages 60 to 85, Journal of Economic Literature, Volume 35, Number 1, p. 71, p. 73, p. 82, p. 72 and p. 68. When evaluating this argument, it is useful to remember that postulate means to assume without proof to be true or to take as self-evident. At its most simple, this argument ignores how entrepreneurial activity pushes an economy away from equilibrium. Unlike radical economists, only a few Austrian economists, such as those who follow Ludwig Lachmann, recognize that market forces have both equilibrating and disequilibrium effects, acknowledged in passing by Gertner, in a world of incessant change, they argue, it is precisely those acts of entrepreneurial boldness which must frustrate any discovery efforts made by fellow entrepreneurs. Op. Cit. p. 79. In other words, market activity can lead to economic crisis and inefficient allocation decisions. A successful entrepreneur will, by their actions, frustrate the plans of others, most obviously those of his competitors, but also those who require the goods they use to produce their commodities and those whose incomes are reduced by the new products being available. It staggers belief to think that every action by a firm will be step towards equilibrium or a better coordination of plans, particularly if you include unsuccessful entrepreneurs into the process. In other words, the market can be as discoordinating as it can be coordinating, and it cannot be postulated beforehand which will predominate at any given time. There is an obvious example of entrepreneurial activity which leads to increasing disequilibrium, one, ironically, drawn straight from Austrian economics itself. This is the actions of bankers extending credit and so deviating from the natural equilibrium rate of interest. As one post-Keynesian economist notes, this, the Austrian theory of the business cycle, not only proved to be vulnerable to the Cambridge capital critique, but also appeared to rely upon concepts of equilibrium, the natural rate of interest, for example, that were inconsistent with the broader principles of Austrian economic theory. J.E. King, A History of Post-Keynesian Economics Since 1936, p. 230. As we discussed in section C.8, this kind of activity is to be expected of entrepreneurs seeking to make money from meeting market demand. The net result of this activity is a tendency away from equilibrium. This can be generalized for all markets, with the profit-seeking activities of some businesses frustrating the plans of others. Ultimately, the implication that all entrepreneurial activity is stabilizing, virtuous arbitrage that removes disequilibria is unconvincing as the suggestion that the misinformation conveyed by disequilibrium prices can cause very substantial macroeconomic distortions for only one good, credit. Surely, the argument as regards interest rates can apply to other disequilibrium prices, with responses to unsustainable prices for other goods being equally capable of generating malinvestment, which only becomes apparent when the prices adjust towards their natural levels. After all, any single price distortion leads to all other prices becoming distorted because of the ramifications for exchange ratios throughout the economy. One of the reasons why neoclassical economists stress equilibrium is that prices only provide the basis for rational calculation. Only in that state for disequilibrium prices can convey extremely misleading information. When people trade at disequilibrium prices, it has serious impacts on the economy, which is why neoclassical economics abstracts from it. As one economist notes, if people were to buy and sell at prices which did not clear the market, then once such trading has taken place, there can be no guarantee that, even if an equilibrium exists, the economy will ever converge to it. In fact, it is likely to move in cycles around the equilibrium. This is more than a mere supposition. It is an accurate description of what does happen in the real world. Paul Ormerod, The Death of Economics, pages 87 to 8. Once we dismiss the ideologically driven postulate of Austrian economics, we can see how these opportunities for pure profit, and, of course, a corresponding pure lose for the buyer, impacts on the economy and how the market system adds to uncertainty. As dissident economist Steve Keen puts it, however, a change in prices in one market will affect consumer demand in all other markets. This implies that a move towards equilibrium by one market could cause some or all others to move away from equilibrium. Clearly, it is possible that this might never settle down to equilibrium. This will be especially so if trades actually occur at disequilibrium, as in practice they must. A disequilibrium trade will mean that the people on the winning side of the bargain, sellers, if the price is higher than equilibrium, will gain real income at the expense of the losers, compared to the alleged standard of equilibrium. This shift in income distribution will then affect all other markets, making the dance of many markets even more chaotic. Debunking Economics, p. 169. That prices can, and do, convey extremely misleading information is something which Austrians have a tendency to downplay. Yet in economies closer to their ideal, for example, 19th century America, there were many more recessions, usually triggered by financial crises arising from the collapse of speculative bubbles, than in the 20th, and so the economy was fundamentally more unstable, resulting in the market precisely investing in the wrong areas. Of course, it could be argued that there was not really free market capitalism then, example protectionism, no true free banking due to regulation by state governments and so on, yet this would be question-begging in the extreme, particularly since the end of the 20th and dawn of the 21st centuries saw speculative crises precisely in those areas which were regulated least. Thus, the notion that prices can ensure the efficient allocation of resources is question-begging. If prices are in disequilibrium, as Austrians suggest, then the market does not automatically ensure that they move towards equilibrium. Without equilibrium, we cannot say that prices provide companies sufficient information to make rational investment decisions. They may act on price information which is misleading, in that it reflects temporary highs or lows in the market or which is a result of speculative bubbles. An investment decision made on the misinformation implied in disequilibrium prices is as likely to produce malinvestment and subsequent macroeconomic distortions as decisions made in light of the interest rate not being at its natural equilibrium value. So unless it is assumed that the market is in equilibrium when an investment decision is made, then prices can reflect misinformation as much as information. These, the obvious implications of disequilibrium, help undermine Mises' arguments against socialism. Even if we assume that prices are at or, at best, near equilibrium when investment decisions are made, the awkward fact is that these prices do not tell you prices in the future nor what will be bought when production is finished. Rather, they tell you what was thought to be profitable before investment began. There are always differences between the prices used to cost various investments and the prices which prevail on the market when the finished goods are finally sold, suggesting that the market presents systematically misleading signals. In addition, rival companies respond to the same price signals by undertaking long-term investments at the same time, so creating the possibility of a general crisis of overaccumulate and overproduction when they are complete. As we discussed in section C.7.2, this is a key factor in the business cycle. Hence the recurring possibility of overproduction, when the aggregate response to a specific market's rising price results in the market being swamped by good, so driving the market price down. Thus the market is marked by uncertainty, the future is not known. So it seems ironic to read Mises asserting that in the socialist commonwealth every economic change becomes an undertaking whose success can be neither appraised in advance nor later retrospectively determined. There is only groping in the dark. Op. Cit. p. 110. In terms of appraised in advance, Mises is essentially assuming that capitalists can see the future. In the real world, rather than in the unreal world of capitalist economics, the future is unknown and, as a result, success can only be guessed at. This means that any investment decision under real capitalism is, equally, groping in the dark because there is no way to know, beforehand, whether the expectations driving the investment decisions will come to be. As Mises himself noted as part of his attack on socialism, a static state is impossible in real life, as our economic data are forever changing, and so, needless to say, the success of an investment cannot be appraised beforehand with any real degree of certainty. Somewhat ironically, Mises noted that the static nature of economic activity is only a theoretical assumption corresponding to no real state of affairs, however necessary it may be for our thinking and for the perfection of our knowledge of economics. Op. Cit. p. 109 or, for that matter, our critique of socialism. This can be seen from his examples against socialism. Picture the building of a new railroad. Should it be built at all, and if so, which out of a number of conceivable roads should be built? In a competitive and monetary economy, This question would be answered by monetary calculation. The new road will render less expensive the transport of some goods, and it may be possible to calculate whether this reduction of expense transcends that involved in the building and upkeep of the next line. That can only be calculated in money. Op. Cit. p. 108. It may be possible? Not beforehand. At best, an investor could estimate the willingness of firms to swap to the new railroad and whether those expected costs will result in a profit on both fixed and running costs. The construction costs can be estimated, although unexpected price rises in the future may make a mockery of these two, but the amount of future income cannot. Equally, the impact of building the new railroad will change the distribution of income as well, which in turn affects prices across the market and people's consumption decisions, which, in turn, affects the profitability of new railroad investment. Yet all this is ignored in order to attack socialism. In other words, Mises assumes that the future can be accurately predicted in order to attack socialism. Thus he asserts that a socialist society would issue an edict and decide for or against the projected building. Yet this decision would depend at best upon vague estimates, it would never be based upon the foundation of an exact calculation of value. Op. Cit. p. 109. Yet any investment decision in a real capitalist economy depends at best upon vague estimates of future market conditions and expected returns on the investment. This is because accounting is backward-looking, while investment depends on the unknowable future. In other words, people recognize that their economic future is uncertain, non-ergodic, and cannot be reliably predicted from existing market information. Consequently, investment expenditures on production facilities and people's desire to save are typically based on differing expectations of an unknowable, uncertain future. This means that in an uncertain world, future profits can neither be reliably forecasted from existing market information, nor endogenously determined via today's planned saving propensity of income earners. Thus, unless one assumes that entrepreneurs can accurately predict the future from here to eternity, current expectations of prospective yield must depend on the animal optimism or pessimism of entrepreneurs. Paul Davidson, John Maynard Keynes, pages 62-3. So, yes, under capitalism you can determine the money cost, price, of a building, but the decision to build is based on estimates and guesses of the future, to use Mises' words, vague estimates. A change in the market can mean that even a building which is constructed exactly to expected costs does not produce a profit and so sits empty. Even in terms of exact calculation of inputs these can change, so undermining the projected final cost and so its profit margin. For a good explanation of the problems of uncertainty, we must turn to Keynes, who placed it at the heart of his analysis of capitalism. The actual results of an investment over a long term of years, argued Keynes, very seldom agree with the initial expectation, since our existing knowledge does not provide a sufficient basis for a calculated mathematical expectation. In point of fact, all sorts of considerations enter into the market valuation which are in no way relevant to the prospective yield. He stressed that human decisions affecting the future, whether personal or political or economic, cannot depend on strict mathematical expectation, since the basis for making such calculations does not exist. He also suggested that the chief result of wage flexibility would be to cause a great instability of prices, so violent perhaps as to make business calculations futile. The general theory, p. 152, pages 162-3 and p. 269. Much the same can be said of other prices as well. As Proudhon argued decades before Mises proclaimed socialism impossible, profit is ultimately an unknown value. Under capitalism, wages are the least that can be given to a worker, that is, we do not know. The price of the merchandise put upon the market by the capitalist will be the highest that he can obtain, that is, again, we do not know. Economics admits that the prices of merchandise and labor can be estimated, and that estimation is essentially an arbitrary operation, which never can lead to sure and certain conclusions. Thus capitalism is based on the relation between two unknowns which cannot be determined. System of Economical Contradictions, p. 64. So under capitalism all decisions are groping in the dark, which can, and does, lead to inefficient allocations of resources. It leads, that is to say, to misdirected investment. But over and above this, it is an essential characteristic of the boom that investments which will in fact yield, say, 2% or in conditions of full employment are made in the expectation of a yield of, say, 6% or and are valued accordingly. When the disillusion comes, this expectation is replaced by a contrary error of pessimism, with the result that the investments, which would in fact yield 2% or in conditions of full employment, are expected to yield less than nothing, and the resulting collapse of new investment then leads to a state of unemployment in which the investments, which would have yielded 2% or in conditions of full employment, in fact yield less than nothing. We reach a condition where there is a shortage of houses, but where nevertheless no one can afford to live in the houses that there are. Keynes, Op. Cit. Pages 321-2. Thus uncertainty and expectations of profit can lead to massive allocation inefficiencies and waste. Of course Mises pays lip service to this uncertainty of markets. He noted that there are ceaseless alternations in other economic data and that exchange relations are subject to constant fluctuations, but those fluctuations disturb value calculations only in the slightest degree. He admitted that some mistakes are inevitable in such a calculation, but rest assured hat remains of uncertainty comes into the calculation of the uncertainty of future conditions, which is an inevitable concomitant of the dynamic nature of economic life. Op. Cit. p. 98, p. 110 and p. 111. So, somewhat ironically, Mises assumed that, when attacking socialism, that prices are so fluid that no central planning agency could ever compute their correct price and so allocated resources inefficiently. Yet, when it comes to capitalism, prices are not so fluid that they make investment decisions difficult. The question is, does capitalism reduce or increase these uncertainties? We can suggest that capitalism adds two extra layers of uncertainty. As with any economy, there is the uncertainty that produced goods will meet an actual need of others, i.e., that it has a use value. The market adds another layer of uncertainty by adding the need for its price to exceed costs a market. Finally, capitalism adds another level of uncertainty in that the capitalist class must make suffice profits as well. Thus, regardless of how much people need a specific good, if capitalists cannot make a profit from it, then it will not be produced. Uncertainty will, of course, afflict a communist anarchist society. Mistakes in resource allocation will happen, with some goods overproduced at times and underproduced at others. However, a communist society removes the added uncertainty associated with a capitalist economy, as such mistakes do not lead to general slumps as losses result in the failure of firms and rising unemployment. In other words, without Mises' precise economic calculation, society will no longer be afflicted by the uncertainty associated with the profit system. Significantly, there are developments within capitalism which point to the benefits of communism in reducing uncertainty. This is the rise of the large-scale corporation. In fact, many capitalist firms expand precisely to reduce the uncertainties associated with market prices and their negative impact on the plans they make. Thus companies integrate horizontally by takeover to gain more control over investment and supply decisions, as well as vertically to stabilize costs and secure demand for necessary inputs. As economist John Kenneth Galbraith noted, when investment is large, no form of market uncertainty is so serious as that involving the terms and conditions on which capital is obtained. As a result, internal funds are used as the firm has a secure source of capital and no longer faces the risks of the market. This applies to other inputs, for a firm cannot satisfactorily foresee and schedule future action or prepare for contingencies if it does not know what its prices will be, what its sales will be, what its costs, including labor and capital costs, will be, and what will be available at these costs. If the market is uncontrolled, it will not know these things. Much of what the firm regards as planning consists in minimizing uncontrolled market influences. This partly explains why firms grow. The other reason is to dominate the market and reap oligopolistic profits. The market is superseded by vertical integration as the firm takes over the source of supply or the outlet. This does not eliminate market uncertainty but rather replaces the large and unmanageable uncertainty as to the price of inputs with smaller, more diffuse, and more manageable uncertainties such as the costs of labor. A large firm can only control the market by reducing or eliminating the independence of action of those it sells to or buys from. This means the behavior of others can be controlled, so that uncertainty as to that behavior is reduced. Finally, advertising is used to influence the amount sold. Firms also eliminate market uncertainty by entering into contracts specifying prices and amounts to be provided or bought for substantial periods of time. Thus, one of the strategies of eliminating market uncertainty is to eliminate the market. The New Industrial State p. 47, pages 30-6, and p. 47. Of course, such attempts to reduce uncertainty within capitalism are incomplete and subject to breakdown. Such planning systems can come into conflict with others, for example, the rise of Japanese corporations in the 1970s and 1980s and subsequent decline of American industrial power. They are centralized, hierarchically structured, and based on top-down central planning, and so subject to the informational problems we highlighted in section I.1.2. Market forces can reassert themselves, making a mockery of even the best organized plans. However, these attempts at transcending the market within capitalism, as incomplete as they are, show a major problem with relying on markets and market prices to allocate resources. They add an extra layer of uncertainty which ensure that investors and firms are as much in the dark about their decisions as Mises argued central planners would be. As such, to state as Mises does that production in socialism can never be based upon the foundation of an exact calculation of value is somewhat begging the question. Op. Cit. p. 109. This is because knowing the exact price of an investment is meaningless, as the key question is whether it makes a profit or not, and that is unknown when it is made, and if it makes a loss, it is still a waste of resources. So it does not follow that a knowledge of current prices allows efficient allocation of resources, assuming, of course, that profitability equates to social usefulness. In summary, Mises totally ignored the issues of uncertainty. We do not, and cannot, know the future, and the collective impact of individual decisions. Production and investment decisions are made based on expectations about future profits, yet these, expected, profits depend, in part, on what other decisions are being, and will be, made. This is because they will affect the future aggregate supply of a good and so market price, the price of inputs and the distribution of effective demand. In the market-based, and so fragmented and atomistic, decision-making Mises assumes, any production and investment decisions are made on the basis on unavoidable ignorance of the actions of others and the results of those actions. Of course there is uncertainty which would affect every social system, such as the weather, discovery of new sources of energy, raw materials, and technology, changing customer needs, and so forth. However, market-based systems add extra levels of uncertainty by the lack of communication between decision makers, as well as making profit the be-all and end-all of economic rationalism. So in terms of Mises' claim that only capitalism ensures that success can be appraised in advance, it is clear that in reality that system is as marked by groping in the dark as any other. What of the claim that only markets can ensure that a project's success is later retrospectively determined? By this, Mises makes a flawed assumption, namely the dubious notion that what is profitable is right. Thus economically is identified with profitably. So even if we assume prices provide enough information for rational decision-making, that the economy jumps from one state of equilibrium to another and that capitalists can predict the future, the awkward fact is that maximizing profit does not equal maximizing human well-being. Neither well-being nor efficiency equals profitability, as the latter does not take into account need. Meeting needs is not retrospectively determined under capitalism, only profit and loss. An investment may fail not because it is not needed but because there is no effective demand for it due to income inequalities. So it is important to remember that the distribution of income determines whether something is an efficient use of resources or not. As Thomas Baylock noted, real income is measured in terms of a certain set of prices ruling in a given period and that these prices will reflect the prevailing distribution of income. With no Texan oil millionaires here would be little chance of selling a baby blue Rolls-Royce, at a price 10 times the yearly income of a small farmer or sharecropper. The irrelevance of conventional economics, pages 98 to 9. The market demand for commodities, which allocates resources between uses, is based not on the tastes of consumers but on the distribution of purchasing power between them. This, ironically, was mentioned by Mises as part of his attack on socialism, arguing that the central planners could not use current prices for the transition to socialism must, as a consequence of the leveling out of the differences in income and the resultant readjustments in consumption, and therefore production, change all economic data. Op. Cit. p. 109. He did not mention the impact this has in terms of efficiency or profitability. After all, what is and is not profitable, efficient, depends on effective demand, which in turn depends of a specific income distribution. Identical production processes become efficient and inefficient simply by a redistribution of income from the rich to the poor, and vice versa. Similarly, changes in market prices may make once profitably investments unprofitable, without affecting the needs they were satisfying. And this, needless to say, can have serious impacts on human well-being. As discussed in section C.1.5, this becomes most obvious during famines. As Alan Engler points out, when people are denied access to the means of livelihood, the invisible hand of market forces does not intervene on their behalf. Equilibrium between supply and demand has no necessary connection with human need. For example, assume a country of 1 million people in which 900,000 are without means of livelihood. 1 million bushels of wheat are produced. The entire crop is sold to 100,000 people at $10 a bushel. Supply and demand are in equilibrium, yet 900,000 people will face starvation. Apostles of Greed, pages 50 to 51. In case anyone thinks that this just happens in theory, the example of numerous famines, from the Irish famine of the 1840s to those in African countries in 1980s, gives a classic example of this occurring in practice, with rich landowners exporting food to the other nations while millions starve in their own. So the distributional consequences of the market system play havoc with any attempt to define what is and is not an efficient use of resources. As markets inform by exit only some products find a market, others do not. Voice is absent. The operation of exit rather than voice leaves behind those without power in the marketplace. For example, the wealthy do not buy food poisoned with additives, the poor consume it. This means a division grows between two environments, one inhabited by those with wealth and one inhabited by those without it. As can be seen from the current capitalist practice of exporting pollution to developing countries, this problem can have serious ecological and social effects. So, far from the market being a democracy based on $1, one vote, it is an oligarchy in which, for example, the 79,000 Americans who earned the minimum wage in 1987 have the same influence or vote as Michael Milken, who earned as much as all of them combined. Michael Albert and Robin Hahnel, The Political Economy of Participatory Economics, p. 21. One dissident economist states the blindly obvious, namely that the market and democracy clash at a fundamental level. Democracy runs on the principle of one man, one person, one vote. The market runs on the principle of $1, one vote. Naturally, the former gives equal weight to each person, regardless of the money she/he has. The latter gives greater weight to richer people. This means that the market is automatically skewed in favor of the wealthy, and so leaving everything to the market means that the rich may be able to realize even the most frivolous element of their desires, while the poor may not be able even to survive. Thus the world spends 20 times more research money on slimming drugs than on malaria, which claims more than 1 million lives and debilitates millions more in developing countries every year. Ha-Joon Chang, Bad Samaritans, p. 172 and p. 174. In other words, markets are always biased in favor of effective demand, i.e. in favor of the demands of people with money, and so can never, except in the imaginary abstractions of neoclassical economics, allocate the necessities of life to those who need them the most. Thus a simple redistribution of wealth, via militant unions or the welfare state, for example, could make previously bad investments good simply because the new income allows those who had previously needed, but could not afford, the good or service in question to purchase it. So just because something makes a loss under one distribution of income does not mean that it is an inefficient use of resources in the sense of meeting human needs, and could make a profit under another, more equal, distribution of wealth. So the efficient allocation of resources in terms of price, i.e., profit, is often no such thing as the wealthy few skews market decisions in their favor. It is important to remember that, for the Austrians, preferences are demonstrated through action in the market and they are not interested in opinions, thus any preference which is not expressed by action is irrelevant to them. So any attempt to collectively prioritize, say, building decent housing for all, provide health care for everyone, abolish poverty, and so forth are all considered inefficient uses of resources as those who receive them would not, normally, be able to afford them and, consequently, do not really desire them anyway, as they, needless to say, do not express that desire by market exchanges. Yet this ignores the awkward fact that in the market, people can only act if they have money to make their preferences known. Thus those who have a need but no money do not count when determining if the market is efficient or not. There is simply no room for the real people who can be harmed by real markets. As economist Amartya Sen argues, the workings of a pure capitalist market, as desired by Austrians economists and other proprietarians, can be problematic since the actual consequences of the operation of these entitlements can, quite possibly, include rather terrible results. It can, in particular, lead to the violation of the substantive freedom of individuals to achieve those things to which they have reason to attach great importance, including escaping avoidable morality, being well nourished and healthy, being able to read, write, and count and so on. In fact, even gigantic famines can result without anyone's right libertarian rights, including property rights, being violated. The destitute such as the unemployed or the impoverished may starve precisely because their entitlements do not give them enough food. Similarly, deprivations such as regular undernourishment, the lack of medical care for curable illnesses can coexist with all right libertarian rights, including rights of property ownership, being fully satisfied. Development as freedom, p. 66. All of which, it must be stressed, is ignored in the Austrian case against socialism. Ultimately, if providing food to a rich person's pets makes a profit, then it becomes a more economical and efficient use of the resource than providing food to famine victims who cannot purchase food on the market. So it should never be forgotten that the Austrians insist that only preferences demonstrated in action are real. So if you cannot act on the market, i.e., buy something, then your need for it is not real. In other words, if a person loses their job and, as a consequence, loses their home, then, according to this logic, they do not need a home as their demonstrated preference, i.e., their actual choices in action, shows that they genuinely value living under a bridge, assuming they gain the bridge owner's agreement, of course. As an aside, this obvious fact shows that the Austrian assertion that intervention in the market always reduces social utility cannot be supported. The argument that the market maximizes utility is based on assuming a given allocation of resources before the process of free exchange begins. If someone does not have sufficient income to, say, buy food or essential medical treatment, then this is not reflected in the market. If wealth is redistributed and they get access to the goods in question, then, obviously, their utility has increased, and it is a moot point whether social utility has decreased, as the disutility of the millionaire who was taxed to achieve it cannot be compared to it. Significantly, those Austrians who have sought to prove that all intervention in the market reduces social utility have failed. For example, as one dissident Austrian economist notes, while Murray Rothbard claimed he offered a purely deductive argument that state intervention always reduced social utility, his case was logically flawed. He simply assumed that social utility was reduced, although he gave no reason for such an assumption, as he admitted that interpersonal comparisons of utility were impossible. For someone who asks that his claims be tested only by their logic, his ultimate conclusions about state intervention do not follow and exhibit a careless self-contradiction. David L. Pricketko, Markets, Planning, and Democracy, p. 189, p. 111 and p. 110. In summary, then, in terms of feedback, saying that if something made a profit then it was efficiently produced confuses efficiency and need with profitability and effective demand. Something can make a profit by imposing costs via externalities and lowering quality. Equally, a good may not make a profit in spite of there being a need for it, simply because people cannot afford to pay for it. As such, Mises was wrong to assert that between production for profit and production for need, there is no contrast. Socialism, p. 143. In fact, it seems incredible that anyone claiming to be an economist could make such a comment. As Proudhon and Marx, like Smith and Ricardo before them, made clear, a commodity in order to be exchanged must first have a use value, utility, to others. Thus production for profit, by definition, means production for use, otherwise exchange would not happen. What socialists were highlighting by contrasting production for profit to need was, firstly, that need comes after profit, and so without profit a good will not be produced no matter how many people need it. Secondly, it highlights the fact that during crises capitalism is marked by an overproduction of goods reducing profits, so stopping production, while people who need those goods go without them. Thus capitalism is marked by homeless people living next to empty housing and hungry people seeing food exported or destroyed in order to maximize profit. Ultimately, if the capitalist does not make a profit, then it is a bad investment, regardless of whether it could be used to meet people's needs and so make their lives better. In other words, Mises ignores the very basis of capitalism, production for profit, and depicts it as production aiming at the direct satisfaction of consumers. Equally, that something makes a profit does not mean that it is an efficient use of resources. If, for example, that profit is achieved by imposing pollution externalities or by market power, then it cannot be said that society as a whole, rather than the capitalists, have benefited. Similarly, non-market-based systems can be seen to be more efficient than market-based ones in terms of outcome. For example, making health care available to all who need it rather than those who can afford it is economically inefficient in Austrian eyes, but only an ideologue would claim that we should not do so because of this, particularly as we can point to the awkward fact that the more privatized health care systems in the USA and Chile are more inefficient than the nationalist systems elsewhere in the world. Administration costs are higher and the societies in question pay far more for an equivalent level of treatment. Of course, it could be argued that the privatized systems are not truly private, but the awkward fact remains the more market-based system is worse, in terms of coverage of the population, cost for treatment, bureaucracy, and health outcomes per pound spent. In addition, in a highly unequal society, costs are externalized to those at the bottom of the social hierarchy. The consequences are harmful, as suggested by the newspeak used to disguise this reality. For example, there is what is called increasing flexibility of the labor market. Flexibility sounds great, rigid structures are unappealing and hardly suitable for human growth. In reality, as Noam Chomsky points out, flexibility means insecurity. It means you go to bed at night and don't know if you have a job tomorrow morning. That's called flexibility of the labor market, and any economist can explain that's a good thing for the economy, whereby the economy now we understand profit making. We don't mean by the economy the way people live. That's good for the economy, and temporary jobs increase flexibility. Low wages also increase job insecurity. They keep inflation low. That's good for people who have money, say, bondholders. So these all contribute to what's called a healthy economy, meaning one with very high profits. Profits are doing fine. Corporate profits are zooming. But for most of the population, very grim circumstances. And grim circumstances, without much prospect of a future, may lead to constructive social action, but where that's lacking they express themselves in violence. Keeping the rabble in line, pages 283 to 4. So it simply cannot be assumed that what is good for the economy, profits, equates to what to good for people, at least the working class. Thus the Austrians prizes profitability above all, and this assumption is at the root of the calculation argument against socialism, but this only makes sense only insofar as efficiency is confused with profit. The market will invest in coal if profits are higher and, in so doing, contribute to global warming. It will deny medical care to the sick, no profits, and so it is inefficient, while contributing to, say, a housing bubble because it makes short-term profits by providing loans to people who really cannot afford it. It will support all kinds of economic activity, regardless of the wider impact, and so efficiency, i.e., profits, can, and does, contradict both wisdom and ethics, and so, ultimately, an efficient allocation of resources to meet people's needs. Lastly, our critique has so far ignored the periodic crises that hit capitalist economies, which produce massive unemployment and social disruption, crises that are due to subjective and objective pressures on the operation of the price mechanism. See section C.7 for details. In the upswing, when expectations are buoyant, firms will invest and produce a mutually reinforcing expansion. However, the net effect of such decisions eventually leads to overinvestment, excess capacity, and overproduction, malinvestment, and the waste of the embodied resources. This leads to lower than expected profits, expectations change for the worse, and the boom turns into bust, capital equipment is scrapped, workers are unemployed, and resources are either wasted or left idle. In a crisis, we see the contradiction between use value and exchange value come to a head. Workers are no less productive than when the crisis started, the goods and services they create are no less needed than before. The means of production are just productive as they were. Both are just as capable as before of affording for everyone a decent standard of living. Even though people are homeless, housing stands empty. Even though people need goods, production is stopped. Even though people want jobs, workplaces are closed. Yet, according to the logic of exact economic calculation, production is now inefficient and should be closed down, workers made unemployed and expected to find work by forcing down the wages of those lucky enough to remain employed, in the hope that the owners of the means of life will find it profitable to exploit them as much as before, for when hard times arrive it is never long until somebody suggests that the return of prosperity requires sacrifices at the bottom of the heap, and, needless to say, the Austrian economists are usually the first to do so. This suggests that the efficient allocation of resources becomes meaningless if its reality is a cycle where consumers go without essential goods due to scarcity and high prices, followed by businesses going bust because of overproduction and low prices. This process ruins large numbers of people's lives, not to mention wasting vast stocks of productive equipment and goods. There are always people who need the overproduced goods, and so the market adds to uncertainty, as there is a difference between the overproduction of goods and the overproduction of commodities. If more goods were produced in a communist society, this may signify a waste of resources, but it would not, as under capitalism, produce a crisis situation as well. So in a real capitalist economy, there are numerous reasons for apparently rational investment decisions going wrong. Not that these investments produce goods which people do not need, simply that exact economic calculation indicates that they are not making a profit and so are an inefficient use of resources. However, it is question-begging in the extreme to argue that if, thanks to a recession, workers can no longer buy food, then is it an efficient allocation of resources that they starve? Similarly, during the Great Depression, the American government, under the New Deal, hired about 60% of the unemployed in public works and conservation projects. These saw 1 billion trees planted, the whooping crane saved, the modernization of rural America, and the building of, among others, the Cathedral of Learning in Pittsburgh, the Montana State Capitol, New York's Lincoln Tunnel and Triborough Bridge Complex, the Tennessee Valley Authority, as well as building or renovating 2,500 hospitals, 45,000 schools, 13,000 parks and playgrounds, 7,800 bridges, 700,000 miles of roads, 1,000 airfields, as well as employing 50,000 teachers and rebuilding the country's entire rural school system. Can all these schemes really be considered a waste of resources simply because they would never have made a capitalist a profit? Of course, our discussion is affected by the fact that actually existing capitalism has various forms of state intervention. Some of these socialize costs and risks, such as publicly funded creation of an infrastructure and research and development, R&D. Given that much R&D is conducted via state funding, via universities, military procurements, and so on, and, of course, the profits of such research are then privatized, question arises: would the initial research have gone ahead if the costs had not been socialized? Would Mises' exact calculation have resulted in, say, the Internet being developed? If, as seems likely, not, does not mean our current use of the World Wide Web is an inefficient use of resources. Then there are the numerous state interventions which exist to ensure that certain activities become efficient, i.e., profitable, such as specifying and defending intellectual property rights, the limited liability of corporations, and enforcing capitalist property rights, in land, for example. While we take this activity for granted when evaluating capitalism, they are serious imperfections in the market, and so what counts as an efficient use of resources? Other state interventions aim to reduce uncertainty and stabilize the market, such as welfare maintaining aggregate demand. Removing these imperfections in the market would substantially affect the persuasiveness of Mises' case. What data we do have, notes Doug Henwood, don't lend any support to the notion that the 19th century was more stable than the 20th. The price level bounced all over the place, with periods of inflation alternating with periods of deflation, and GDP growth in the last 3 decades was similarly volatile. The busts were savage, resulting in massive bank failures and very lean times for workers and farmers. After the new economy, p. 242, looking at business cycle data for America, what becomes clear is that some of those regular 19th century slumps were extremely long. The Panic of 1873, for example, was followed by a recession that lasted 5.5 years. The New York Stock Exchange closed for 10 days and 89 of the country's 364 railroads went bankrupt. A total of 18,000 businesses failed between 1873 and 1875. Unemployment reached 14% by 1876, during a time which became known as the Long Depression. Construction work lagged, wages were cut, real estate values fell, and corporate profits vanished. Given this, given the tendency of capitalism to crisis and to ignore real needs in favor of effective demand, it is far better to be roughly right than precisely wrong. In other words, the economic calculation that Mises celebrates regularly leads to situations where people suffer because it precisely shows that workplaces should shut because, although nothing had changed in their productivity and the need of their products, they can no longer make a profit. Saying, in the middle of a crisis, that people should be without work, be homeless and go hungry because economic calculation proves they have no need for employment, homes, and food shows the irrationality of glorifying economic calculation as the be-all and end-all of resource allocation. In summary, then, not only is libertarian communism possible, capitalism itself makes economic calculation problematic and resource allocation inefficient. Given the systematic uncertainty which market dynamics imply and the tendencies to crisis inherent in the system, economic calculation ensures that resources are wasted. Using the profit criteria as the measure of efficiency is also problematic, as it ensures that real needs are ignored and places society in frequent situations, crises, where economic calculation ensures that industries close, so ensuring that goods and services people need are no longer produced. As Proudhon put it, under capitalism there is a miserable oscillation between usury and bankruptcy. Proudhon's solution of the social problem, p. 63. For anarchists, these drawbacks to capitalist allocation are obvious. Equally obvious is the reason why Mises failed to discuss them. Ultimately, like neoclassical economics, the Austrian school seeks to eulogize capitalism rather than to understand it. I point to, is this a blueprint for an anarchist society? No, far from it. There can be no such thing as a blueprint for a free society. Anarchism, as Rocker correctly stressed, is no patent solution for all human problems, no utopia of a perfect social order, as it has so often been called, since on principle it rejects all absolute schemes and concepts. It does not believe in any absolute truth, or indefinite final goals for human development, but in an unlimited perfectibility of social arrangements and human living conditions, which are always straining after higher forms of expression, and to which for this reason one can assign no definite terminus nor set any fixed goal. Anarcho-syndicalism, p. 15. All we can do here is indicate those general features that we believe a free society must have in order to qualify as truly libertarian. For example, a society based on hierarchical management in the workplace, like capitalism, would not be libertarian and would soon see private or public states developing to protect the power of those at the top hierarchical positions. Beyond such general considerations, however, the specifics of how to structure a non-hierarchical society must remain open for discussion and experimentation. Anarchism, meaning liberty, is compatible with the most diverse economic and social conditions, on the premise that these cannot imply, as under capitalist monopoly, the negation of liberty. D. A. de Santillan, After the Revolution, p. 95. So, our comments should not be regarded as a detailed plan but rather a series of suggestions based on what anarchists have traditionally advocated as an alternative to capitalism combined with what has been tried in various social revolutions. Anarchists have always been reticent about spelling out their vision of the future in too much detail, for it would be contrary to anarchist principles to be dogmatic about the precise forms the new society must take. Free people will create their own alternative institutions in response to conditions specific to their area as well as their needs, desires, and hopes, and it would be presumptuous of us to attempt to set forth universal policies in advance. As Kropotkin argued, once expropriation of social wealth by the masses has been achieved, then, after a period of groping, there will necessarily arise a new system of organizing production and exchange, and that system will be a lot more attuned to popular aspirations and the requirements of coexistence and mutual relations than any theory, however splendid, devised by the thinking and imagination of reformers. This, however, did not stop him predicting right now that in some areas influenced by anarchists the foundations of the new organization will be the Free Federation of Producers Groups and the Free Federation of Communes and Groups in Independent Communes. No Gods, No Masters, Volume 1, p. 232. This is because what we think now will influence the future just as real experience will influence and change how we think. Given the libertarian critique of the state and capitalism, certain kinds of social organization are implied. Thus, our recognition that wage labor creates authoritarian social relationships and exploitation suggests a workplace in a free society can only be based on associated and cooperative labor, i.e., self-management. Similarly, given that the state is a centralist body which delegates power upwards, it is not hard to imagine that a free society would have communal institutions which were federal and organized from the bottom up. Moreover, given the ways in which our own unfree society has shaped our ways of thinking, it is probably impossible for us to imagine what new forms will arise once humanity's ingenuity and creativity is unleashed by the removal of its present authoritarian fetters. Thus any attempts to paint a detailed picture of the future will be doomed to failure. Ultimately, Anarchists think that the new society should be organized with the direct participation of all concerned, from the periphery to the center, freely and spontaneously, at the prompting of the sentiment of solidarity and under pressure of the natural needs of society. E. Malatesta and A. Hamann, Op. Cit. Volume 2, p. 20. Nevertheless, anarchists have been willing to specify some broad principles indicating the general framework within which they expect the institutions of the new society to grow. It is important to emphasize that these principles are not the arbitrary creations of intellectuals in ivory towers. Rather, they are based on the actual political, social, and economic structures that have arisen spontaneously whenever working class people have attempted to throw off their chains during eras of heightened revolutionary activity, such as the Paris Commune, the Russian Revolution, the Spanish Revolution, and the Hungarian Uprising of 1956, France in 1968, the Argentinian revolt against neoliberalism in 2001, to name just a few. It is clear, from these examples, that federations of self-managed workers' councils and community assemblies appear repeatedly in such popular revolts as people attempt to manage their own destinies directly, both economically and socially. While their names and specific organizational structures differ, these can be considered basic libertarian socialist forms, since they have appeared during all revolutionary periods. Ultimately, such organizations are the only alternatives to political, social, and economic authority. Unless we make our own decisions ourselves, someone else will. So, when reading these sections, please remember that this is just an attempt to sketch the outline of a possible future. It is in no way an attempt to determine exactly what a free society would be like, for such a free society will be the result of the actions of all of society, not just anarchists. As Malatesta argued, it is a question of freedom for everybody, freedom for each individual so long as he or she respects the equal freedom of others. None can judge with certainty who is right and who is wrong, who is nearest to the truth, or which is the best way to achieve the greatest good for each and everyone. Freedom, coupled by experience, is the only way of discovering the truth and what is best, and there is no freedom if there is a denial of the freedom to err. Enrico Malatesta, His Life and Ideas, p. 49. And, of course, real life has a habit of overturning even the most realistic-sounding theories, ideas, and ideologies. Marxism, Leninism, Monetarism, laissez-faire capitalism, among others, have proven time and time again that ideology applied to real life has effects not predicted by the theory beforehand, although in all four cases, their negative effects were predicted by others, in the case of Marxism and Leninism by anarchists. Anarchists are aware of this, which is why we reject ideology in favor of theory and why we are hesitant to create blueprints for the future. History has repeatedly proven Proudhon right when he stated that every society declines the moment it falls into the hands of the ideologists. System of Economical Contradictions, p. 115. Only life, as Bakunin stressed, can create, and so life must inform theory, and so if the theory is producing adverse results it is better to revise the theory than deny reality or justify the evil effects it creates on real people. Thus this section of the FAQ is not a blueprint, rather it is a series of suggestions drawn, we stress, from actual experiences of working class revolt and organization. These suggestions may be right or wrong and informed by Malatesta's comments that we do not boast that we possess absolute truth. On the contrary, we believe that social truth is not a fixed quantity, good for all times, universally applicable or determinable in advance, but that instead, once freedom has been secured, mankind will go forward discovering and acting gradually with the least number of upheavals and with a minimum of friction. Thus our solutions always leave the door open to different and, one hopes, better solutions. Op. Cit. p.21. It is for this reason that anarchists, to quote Bakunin, think that the revolution should not only be made for the people's sake, it should also be made by the people. No Gods, No Masters, Volume 1, p. 141. Social problems will be solved in the interests of the working class only if working class people solve them themselves. This applies to a social revolution. It will only liberate the working class if working class people make it themselves, using their own organizations and power. Indeed, it is the course of struggling for social change, to correct social problems, by, say, strikes, occupations, demonstrations and other forms of direct action, that people can transform their assumptions about what is possible, necessary and desirable. The necessity of organizing their struggles and their actions ensures the development of assemblies and other organs of popular power in order to manage their activity. These create, potentially, an alternative means by which society can be organized. As Kropotkin argued, a New York strike trains the participants for a common management of affairs. Quoted by Caroline Kamm, Kropotkin, and the Rise of Revolutionary Anarchism, p. 233. The ability of people to manage their own lives, and so society, becomes increasingly apparent, and the existence of hierarchical authority, the state, the boss, or a ruling class, becomes clearly undesirable and unnecessary. Thus the framework of the free society will be created by the very process of class struggle, as working class people create the organizations required to fight for improvements and change within capitalism, see section I.2.3. Thus, the actual framework of an anarchist society and how it develops and shapes itself is dependent on the needs and desires of those who live in such a society or are trying to create one. This is why anarchists stress the need for mass assemblies in both the community and workplace and their federation from the bottom up to manage common affairs. Anarchy can only be created by the active participation of the mass of people. In the words of Malatesta, an anarchist society would be based on decisions taken at popular assemblies and carried out by groups and individuals who have volunteered or are duly delegated. The success of the revolution depends on a large number of individuals with initiative and the ability to tackle practical tasks, by accustoming the masses not to leave the common cause in the hands of a few, and to delegate, when delegation is necessary, only for specific missions and for limited duration. Op. Cit. p. 129. The self-management would be the basis on which an anarchist society would change and develop, with the new society created by those who live within it. Thus Bakunin. Revolution everywhere must be created by the people, and supreme control must always belong to people organized into a free federation of agricultural and industrial associations, organized from the bottom upwards by means of revolutionary delegation. Michael Bakunin, Selected Writings, p. 172. And, we must not forget that while we may be able to roughly guess the way an anarchist society could start initially, we cannot pretend to predict how it will develop in the long term. A social revolution is just the beginning of a process of social transformation. Unfortunately, we have to start where we are now, not where we hope to end up. Therefore our discussion will, by necessity, reflect the current society, as this is the society we will be transforming. While, for some, this outlook may not be of a sufficient qualitative break with the world we now inhabit, it is essential. We need to offer and discuss suggestions for action in the here and now, not for some future pie-in-the-sky world which can only possibly exist years, even decades, after a successful revolution. For example, the ultimate goal of anarchism, we stress, is not the self-management of existing workplaces or industries within the same industrial structure produced by capitalism. However, a revolution will undoubtedly see the occupation and placing under self-management much of existing industry, and we start our discussion assuming a similar setup as exists today. This does not mean that an anarchist society will continue to be like this, we simply present the initial stages using examples we are all familiar with. It is simply the first stage of transforming industry into something more ecologically safe, socially integrated and individually and collectively empowering for people. Some people seriously seem to think that after a social revolution working people will continue using the same technology, in the same old workplaces, in the same old ways and not change a single thing, except, perhaps, electing their managers. They simply transfer their own lack of imagination onto the rest of humanity. For anarchists, it is certain, however, that, when they the workers find themselves their own masters, they will modify the old system to suit their convenience in a variety of ways, as common sense is likely to suggest to free men and women. Charlotte M. Wilson, Anarchist Essays, p. 23. So we have little doubt that working people will quickly transform their workplaces, and society into one suitable for human beings, rejecting the legacy of capitalism and create a society we simply cannot predict. The occupying of workplaces is, we stress, simply the first stage of the process of transforming them and the rest of society. These words of the strikers just before the 1919 Seattle General Strike expresses this perspective well. Labor will not only shut down the industries, but labor will reopen, under the management of the appropriate trades, such activities as are needed to preserve public health and public peace. If the strike continues, labor may feel led to avoid public suffering by reopening more and more activities under its own management. And that is why we say that we are starting on a road that leads no one knows where. Quoted by Jeremy Brecker, Strike, p. 110. People's lives in a post-revolutionary society will not center around fixed jobs and workplaces as they do now. Productive activity will go on, but not in the alienated way it does today. Similarly, in their communities people will apply their imaginations, skills, and hopes to transform them into better places to live, the beautification of the commune, as the CNT put it. The first stage, of course, will be to take over their existing communities and place them under community control. Therefore, it is essential to remember that our discussion can only provide an indication on how an anarchist society will operate in the months and years after a successful revolution, an anarchist society still marked by the legacy of capitalism. However, it would be a great mistake to think that anarchists do not seek to